With 99 days left until the college entrance exam, the whole class was busy cramming for tests. Fang Qimai, however, was slumped over his desk, not moving an inch despite the mountain of test papers piled up before him. The math teacher, Xu Baogai, slammed his hand on the podium and roared with a livid face. Fang Qimai, you are the only one in the class who hasn't handed in their homework. Get up right now. The students around him sneered, waiting to see this slacker get expelled. No one knew that in Fang Qimai's mind, a crisp mechanical voice suddenly went off. Ding. Host detected being called out by the math teacher. Reward, Olympiad math mastery skill. It activated just like that? I get rewarded just for being scolded? At that moment, the corners of Fang Qimai's mouth curled up slightly. He stood up and looked at his furious teacher, his tone as calm as water. Teacher, based on the daily workload, I would need to master warp drive technology to finish it all. As Fang Qimai unleashed his perfectly logical retort, the whole class fell into a deathly silence. And this was just the beginning of Fang Qimai's ridiculously epic daily life. By now, 2 minutes had already passed since the class bell rang. Parallel work. Jiangcheng City Second High School, Class 10, Senior Year. 99 days left until the college entrance exam. The class bell has just rung. Teacher, once again, Fang Qimai is the only one in the whole class who hasn't handed in his homework. Ding ding. Because the host is too outstanding and frequently gets called out, the system is now activated. Ding, you have been called out by the math class representative Li Hongzi. Reward, skill, speed calculation method. At the front of the classroom, the teacher with a bald head set down the pile of exercise books in his hands with a heavy expression. Fang Qimai, stand up right now. Ding, you have been called out by the math teacher Xu Baogai. Reward, skill, Olympiad math mastery. A system. What were those voices just now? Why do these strange mechanical prompt sounds keep appearing in my head? Fang Qimai felt a bit bewildered. At this moment, even though many classmates were whispering and waiting to see a good show, he was certain that those words didn't come from any of them. Then, where exactly did those voices come from? Clueless for a moment, Fang Qimai stood up unhurriedly. He was 1.86 meters tall, quite handsome, with a calm gaze and a hint of a mischievous look. Xu Baogai, the math teacher and homeroom teacher, had always been strict with his students. This time, who knows how he'd reprimand Fang Qimai. Fang Qimai, what is wrong with you? You are the only one in the whole class who didn't hand in the homework. Teacher, there is a reason why I didn't turn in my homework. Oh, I'd like to hear what kind of reason you have. After holding it in for a long time, Fang Qimai replied, for Chinese, math, and English, there is an average of 1 set of exercises per day, plus pre-class preparation and post-class review. And the blackboard exercises assigned for math. For Chinese, we have to recite the full text, copy sentences, and write essays. For English, there is vocabulary memorization, text recitation, 2 reading comprehensions, and an essay. Then there are the penalty copies you assigned, random test papers, monthly exams, and if we multiply the workload of the other 3 subjects by 2, plus the endless study guides like 5-mock and 3-year Gaokao, or those by Wang Song and Zhu Jingxing, I have to write an average of 39 64 characters a year. A normal person's writing speed is 0.42 characters per second, so it would take me 176 seconds to finish writing. That averages out to 91 hours a day, but we only have 24 hours in a day. If I want to finish all the homework, I would need to learn the Armstrong cyclone acceleration technique and travel back to the previous 2 days through a space-time wormhole every 3 days. Or invent a warp drive and install it on my pen, zigzagging back and forth on the paper to reduce the path by 2/3 to stand a chance of finishing. Xu Baogai. The whole class. My god, he actually calculated that. So this guy was a hidden badass all along? Is this his reason for not doing homework? It's so logical I can't even argue with it. He's really something else totally out of this world. Even Fang Qimai himself was Is this the power of the speed calculation method? The entire calculation process was so clear and accurate that even he found it unbelievable. And part of it was the effect of Olympiad math mastery. Ever since those voices stopped, Fang Qimai felt his logical thinking had become much stronger. His math grades used to be mediocre, but now, with Olympiad math mastery, getting a perfect score on the college entrance exam would be a piece of cake. Shock points from Xu Baogai plus... At this point, Xu Baogai was completely stunned. Xu Baogai adjusted his glasses and cleared his throat awkwardly. Alright, Fang Qimai, since you're so good at calculating, why don't you solve this problem I left for you guys last class? Xu Baogai tapped the blackboard and continued, if you don't do your homework and can't answer this either, then you can just stand for the rest of the class. We're in trouble now, there's no way he knows it, he's just all talk. Oh, that problem is so hard, even I can't do it, he's definitely done for. Yeah, that's an Olympiad problem, how would a slacker like him know how to solve it? The students started whispering among themselves. Seeing an opportunity to show off, the class monitor and math representative Li Hongji stepped in. Mimicking the teacher, he said loudly, hurry up, Fang Qimai. If everyone wastes a minute like you, the whole class will be over. Fang Qimai retorted, And if everyone studies for a minute, wouldn't the class be over too? Li Hongji. Shock points from Li Hongji +2. Xu Baogai tapped the blackboard. Fang Qimai, hurry up! Don't just flap your lips. Fang Qimai glanced at a problem on the blackboard. Being in math class felt like playing a video game. The teacher gives us entry-level gear, teaches us basic skills, and then tells us to go fight a boss. When we fail, he uses his max-level gear to show us how to do it and asks if we understand. The point is, we've been paying into this game for 12 years? Luckily, Fang Qimai had already acquired Olympiad math mastery. This problem was a piece of cake. Tap, tap, tap. Fang Qimai wrote a huge pile of complex and lengthy formulas on the blackboard, leaving most of the class stunned. Seeing Fang Qimai's final answer, the top student, Li Hongji, I don't know what weird method he's using, but the result is definitely wrong. After finishing the solution, Fang Qimai didn't return to his seat immediately. He turned around and began to explain it carefully and earnestly. Starting from the premise, he pointed out the traps in the problem. Then he moved on to find the entry point to solving. He selected the formula and derived every single step. He fully explained the logic and arrived at the final answer. Furthermore, he expanded on it, helping everyone notice more knowledge points. Xu Baogai was dumbfounded. Fang Qimai's solution was perfectly correct. All the knowledge points and things to watch out for were exactly what he had prepared to teach. Fang Qimai's explanation even exceeded the standard of a teacher. Fang Qimai might be a bit of a troublemaker, but since he solved the problem, he deserved praise. Very good. This is an Olympiad math problem. It's indeed very difficult. You didn't necessarily have to solve it. I just wanted to exercise your thinking. But Fang Qimai solved it, and the answer is correct. Correct? The top student, Li Hongji, looked at his own answer, which was different from Fang Qimai's. But if the teacher said Fang Qimai was right, then he must be wrong. Li Hongji hadn't listened to Fang Qimai's explanation at all. He thought Fang must be wrong and intended to just follow the teacher's explanation later. But the real result was he was the one who calculated wrong. He took a look, and sure enough, he messed up from the second step. He had fallen into the exact trap Fang Qimai mentioned. Damn it. Shock points from Li Hongji +3. Xu Baogai adjusted his glasses. So will the students who got the right answer please raise your hands? As the class representative, Li Hongji quickly changed his answer to match Fang Qimai's. At the same time, he silently raised his hand. Okay, put your hands down. This problem isn't easy, so it's normal that not many got it. For those who didn't, I hope you understand the logic and apply it cleverly in the exams. Fang Qimai asked, Teacher, do you need me to show a second way to solve it? Li Hongji was stunned. For such a hard problem, Fang Qimai even knows a second way? After a pause, Xu Baogai said, no need. The other method is hard for the average student to grasp. Just remember the logic we just discussed. Alright, teacher, I'm heading back to my seat. Yeah, and Fang Qimai, you should try to catch up on your homework. Sure, teacher, I'll see how I feel about it. Xu Baogai. Just Fang Qimai sat back down, his desk mate Liu Maimei passed him a note. In homeroom teacher Xu Baogai's class, nobody dared to whisper, let alone play on their phones. Passing notes was simply the best way for students to talk in secret. You are amazing. Fang Qimai took a look, then let out an M. He silently added an exclamation mark, turning it into you are amazing. Liu Maimei. Confused points from Liu Maimei +1. The conversation ended just like that, but Liu Maimei wasn't going to give up. She continued writing on the note. Do you think the selfie I posted on Moments this morning looks good? Fang Qimai looked at it and wrote underneath, today's one looks pretty good. Hey, are you saying I don't look good on other days? Last Saturday at 12:05 p.m., the first photo in the second row of your 9-grid layout. Liu Maimei paused for a moment and wrote back, every photo I post is carefully selected. I think they look great. Tell me what was wrong with it. Right where the corner of your eye meets your eyeshadow. Hey, you looked at me so carefully? Could it be that you have ulterior motives towards me? Fang Qimai wrote just 3 words. You had eye boogers. Confused points from Liu Maimei +2. Liu Maimei, Fang Qimai, you're impossible. Ding. You've been named by your desk mate Liu Maimei. Reward. Charming tier mole. What on earth is this? As the thought crossed his mind, a moment later, a phantom panel appeared in Fang Qimai's head. Charming tier mole. Effective only on the opposite sex. After a wink, the other person will be attracted by your charm, and their affection for you will increase by 1 level. Fang Qimai was startled, thinking something weird had gotten into his brain. He picked up Liu Maimei's mirror and took a look. Less than a centimeter below the corner of his right eye, a tiny mole had appeared out of nowhere. Commonly known as a tear mole. Fang Qimai touched it, it's actually real. Wait, what's up with this reward? And what is this system anyway? Host, this system is the naming system. As long as someone says your name, you will receive corresponding rewards from them, including but not limited to skills, items, treasures, special constitutions, and more. Note, it must be the target's own initiative and they must say your name to your face for it to take effect. Each person only counts once. Fang Qimai was stunned. Something from a novel had actually happened to him. Could it be that he had become the protagonist and there were many viewers out there watching him? He thought back over his experiences. At first, he was named by the math class representative and he gained the speed calculation technique. Then he was named by the math teacher and he gained master of Olympiad math. Just now, he was named by his female deskmate who had a crush on him and he got this so-called charming tier mole. Awesome. This system is too magical. The goal of this system is to make your name resound across the land from north to south and throughout the world. Alright, let me test the effect of this tier mole. Since it doesn't work on guys, he had no choice but to try it on Liu Maimei, who was right next to him. Fang Qimai looked at Liu Mai affectionately. Liu Maimei looked over in confusion, her face turning a little shy. Bu. Fang Qimai winked his right eye where the tear mole was a classic arm attack. In an instant, Liu Maimei shuddered all over. Then she had an indescribable feeling. Finally, the bell rang for the end of class, and the morning was over. After lunch, when Liu Maimei returned from the cafeteria, she looked at Fang Qimai with gentle eyes. Maimei, besides my dad, you're the man who treats me the best in the whole world. Fang Qimai was puzzled. Did this woman take the wrong medicine after eating? No, it must be the effect of the charming tear mole kicking in, right? That's pretty sharp. Can you consider being my boyfriend? I can consider it. Then from now on you are my... Fang Qimai interrupted, second dad. Liu Maimei. Confused points from Liu Maimei +3. My, I got a fishbone stuck in my throat when I was eating just now. Drinking vinegar and swallowing rice didn't help. Is it that serious? My throat is hurting so much right now. So is the fishbone, okay? Damn it. Confused points from Liu Maimei +4. Liu Maimei paused and said affectionately, My, there are only 99 days left until the college entrance exam, and if I don't say some things now, it'll be too late. I want to tell you, you. Actually, I already have someone I like. Oh, is that so? So sad. Silly, why don't you ask if person I like is you? Then are you liking me? No. Liu Maimei. Confused points from Liu Maimei +4. Why don't you ask if I'm lying to you? Then are you lying to me? No. Liu Maimei. Why don't you ask if I'm testing you? Then are you testing me? No. Damn it. Confused points from Liu Maimei +6. System. This tear mole is too scary. Luckily, I dealt with it smartly. By the way, can I remove it? Sorry, host. Rewards do not currently support a 7-day no questions asked return policy. But don't worry, host Liu Maimei is just an exception. The charm attraction exhibited by the charming tear mole is an upgrade based on the target's original foundation. For example, someone who previously had no interest in you might start to have a slight fondness. Someone who already liked you will have their affection further increased. If it's someone who is already in love with you, then on that basis they will like you even more, potentially even reaching a state of crazy infatuation. Oh my, it seems like Liu Maimei's affection for me was already very high to begin with. Just then, the school beauty, Xiao Bixu, walked over with a notebook. Her porcelain white skin, beautiful face, and long legs had made her the dream goddess for many boys in school. She was the school beauty, no doubt about it. If you had to rate them, Liu Maimei would get 70 at most, while Xiao Bixu could get 96. Xiao Bixu said, Fang Qimai, can I ask you about the problem from this morning? I still don't quite understand the first method. Also, I heard you say there's a second way to solve it, and although it's probably very hard to understand, I'd still like to try and ask you about it. Ding, you have been named by the school beauty, Xiao Bixu, unlocked state, fresh and handsome. Fresh and handsome, the host is graceful, dashing, and outstanding in temperament. As the saying goes, a handsome man matches a beautiful woman. Having been named by a beautiful woman, Fang Qimai felt he had become even more handsome. Even without the charming tear mole, most girls would simply be unable to resist him. Now, the school beauty was coming to ask him for help, something many people were envious and jealous of. No problem. Fang Qimai gladly agreed. The moment Fang Qimai looked up, he stunned Xiao Bixu. Although he had always seemed low-key and had a kind of bad boy vibe, she had to admit he was quite handsome. Seeing him up close today, Fang Qimai's bright features made him look very pleasant. It could no longer be described with a simple word like handsome, it was an exquisite beauty with incomparable charm. Looking at him like this, even those male celebrities were nothing special. At this moment, Fang Qimai glanced at his deskmate Liu Maimei. Hemter. Liu Maimei was currently jealous. Asking her to give up her seat was impossible. Looking at Xiao Bixu, her deskmate was Li Hongzhi, the class monitor and math class representative, who was also an honor student. And Li Hongzhi hadn't returned to the classroom yet. So Fang Qimai said to Xiao Bixu, let's go to your seat and I'll explain it to you there. Sure. Just like that, Fang Qimai sat in Li Hongzhi's seat and began his explanation. Actually, for this method, the logic is what's most important, and it's a bit of a trick. You have to combine several previous knowledge points and deduce them to reach this final result. Now, let me walk you through it again. Seeing the two of them sitting so close, Liu Maimei was about to explode with anger. Equally furious was Li Hongzhi, who had just returned from eating in the cafeteria. Hey, Fang Qimai, what are you doing in my seat? Get up now. Xiao Bixu said, "Class monitor, it was I who asked Fang Qimai to help me with the problem. I didn't quite understand the problem from this morning, and I'm also very curious about the second method." Li Hongzhi stepped forward and directly pushed Fang Qimai. "Get up now. Did you get my permission to sit in my seat?" Fang Qimai remained as still as a mountain and asked, "Class monitor, why don't you sit down and listen too?" Confused points from Li Hongzhi +4. "Me? You want me, a math class representative, to listen to you explain a math problem?" "Hey, Fang Qimai, I think you're getting full of yourself. As for a loser like you, it was pure luck they got the answer right this morning." Then Li Hongzhi said to Xiao Bixu, "I also know the second method to that problem. I can explain it to you." This argument attracted the attention of quite a few students. The air was filled with a thick smell of jealousy. In class, everyone drooled over the beauty of the school beauty Xiao Bixu, and many boys in the class were her simps. Li Hongzhi was no ordinary person. He was the only son of Li Ying, the vice principal of Jiangshang No 2 middle school, and since he was Xiao Bixu's deskmate, everyone implicitly assumed Xiao Bixu belonged to Li Hongzhi, and almost no one dared to challenge him. Fang Qimai was the first to openly confront Li Hongzhi like this. Fang Qimai shook his head and stood up. Li Hongzhi snorted. Sure enough, no one dared to mess with him. Trying to pick up the girl he likes right in front of him. No way. After standing up, Fang Qimai said to Xiao Bixu with a serious face, "I have no choice, I can only sit in your seat." "Ah, then where do I sit?" Xiao Bixu was confused. Fang Qimai winked his right eye. "You can sit on my lap." Hearing this, Li Hongzhi was stunned. "Let Bixu sit on your lap? Damn it." Bewilderment points from Li Hongzhi +6. Bewilderment points from Liu Maimei +6. After it sank in, he jumped up. Xiao Bixu blushed instantly. With her long lashes and blinking eyes, she dared not look Fang Qimai in the face. Having just been teased by Fang Qimai, she clenched her hands tightly, feeling more nervous than ever before. This isn't appropriate, is it?" Xiao Bixu replied in a soft, reserved voice. Li Hongzhi said, "I object." I object too." Not far away, Liu Maimei chimed in. Fang Qimai smiled slightly. "Haha, don't worry, I'm just joking. You don't have to get up." Phew. Li Hongzhi and Liu Maimei breathed a sigh of relief. "That's what I thought. In broad daylight, in a bright classroom, a man and a woman, how could that be decent?" "Then, where will you sit?" Xiao Bixu asked timidly. Fang Qimai said nonchalantly, "I'll just sit on your lap instead." Li Hongzhi. Liu Maimei. Bewilderment points from Li Hongzhi +. Bewilderment points from Liu Maimei +. Holy crap, are you out of your mind? Li Hongzhi cursed out loud. Fang Qimai brushed back his hair. "Too noisy. It seems we can't get this problem done." "Oh, this..." Xiao Bixu felt a bit disappointed. Li Hongzhi snorted. "That's right. Fang Qimai, you'd better give up on that idea." Unexpectedly, Fang Qimai said, "Tonight after evening self-study, I'll stay behind to explain it to you." "What the hell? Why after evening self-study?" Li Hongzhi pointed angrily at Fang Qimai. Fang Qimai said, "Because by then it'll just be me and her in the classroom. We can sit wherever we want." "I object." "I object too? You two cannot stay in the classroom alone." "Right, absolutely not." Fang Qimai frowned. "Fine then, school beauty Xiao, after evening self-study, I'll go to your place to explain the problem." Li Hongzhi was about to go crazy. "Damn it. You're going to Bixu's house. How can you do that? Fang Qimai, you're pushing your luck." "I object." "I object too." Xiao Bixu said shyly. "Fang Qimai, I'll wait for you in the classroom after evening self-study. Thank you so much for the trouble." "No worries at all. For someone like me who doesn't like studying, I have plenty of time, so it's a deal." "Okay." Fang Qimai called himself someone who didn't like studying, yet she was asking him for academic help. Xiao Bixu thought he was truly humble. "Damn!" Li Hongzhi was furious. "What's wrong with this Fang Qimai today? Just because he told the teacher about the homework, why is he going against me at every turn?" At a critical moment, Li Hongzhi thought of a way. "Bixu, I'll explain that problem to you. You don't have to stay behind tonight. Going home too late isn't safe." Fang Qimai said, "Sure, I'd like to hear it too. What is your second method of solving it? Let's see if it's the same as my second method. If it's different, maybe we can even figure out a third way together." Bewilderment points from Li Hongzhi +5. Li Hongzhi was speechless. "I need to take a nap. I'll explain it this afternoon." "I don't think you even know the second method, do you? You're going to use your lunch break to try and solve it. If you still can't, you'll sneak off to ask old Ixu, and after getting the answer, you'll come back acting all cool and smart, pretending you figured it out yourself." Li Hongzhi was just about to say something. Fang Qimai continued, "Too bad, I remember this afternoon there are 4 classes, including a physics test and a biology test. Normally, you won't have time to find old Zhu, so you'd better not waste the effort." Saying this, Fang Qimai turned to Xiao Bixu. "So, I'll explain this problem to you after evening self-study. As for the safety issue of going home late, don't worry, I'll walk you home." Fang Qimai not only exposed Li Hongzhi's hidden intentions, but also cut off his escape route. And because he had mentioned Xiao Bixu going home late was unsafe, Fang Qimai even stepped up to offer to walk her home. Li Hongji exploded on the spot. Damn. Bewilderment points from Li Hongji +5. Before Li Hongji could say anything, Fang Qimai checked the time and added, "Alright, class monitor, you have 1 hour, 21 minutes, and 18 seconds. Whether you can solve it depends on that brain of yours, the one they call a top student. Oh right, at this hour old Sui is taking his nap, you'd better not disturb him. Of course, if you want to use your father's status to pressure him, that's not impossible. Well, good luck by now, I'm gonna play ball." You. Li Hongji was so angry he couldn't Fang Qimai was right, he really didn't know the second method, and he really didn't have any time left. Once he failed to solve it, Xiao Bixu would be alone with Fang Qimai tonight. He also faced the embarrassing situation of being the recognized top student who couldn't solve a problem. It's normal not to be able to solve an Olympiad math problem. But the problem is that guy Fang Qimai solved it. At this moment, Li Hongji's thousands of thoughts boiled down to one word: damn. Time waited for no one. Li Hongji took out the problem from this morning and started a bitter struggle. And on the other side, despite having 2 tests in the afternoon, Fang Qimai headed off to play ball in style. Nothing he could do, the PE teacher always had other commitments. Lunch break is the best opportunity to dominate the basketball court. While going downstairs, Fang Qimai asked, "By the way, system, what are bewilderment points?" Bewilderment points are generated by you. They appear when others are shocked or at a loss because of your words and actions. The specific value is determined by the system based on the extent of the other party's bewilderment. Current bewilderment points 66. So what are they used for? Used to activate absolute command. After you name someone, if the accompanying content contains an instruction, the other party will absolutely obey. Note 1. EU's consumes 1,000 bewilderment points. The host currently has 1 free chance. Note 2. Reciting it silently is also effective. Note 3. The content of the instruction must be within the other party's ability, and it cannot be reversed. Note 4. Cannot issue instructions that are unethical, illegal, or involve forced seizure of major property. Specific cases depend on the circumstances. Well, this is truly a fruit of bewilderment on a tree of bewilderment, and here we are under that tree. 1 grave for each bewildered soul. May we be bewildered in our next life too. From now on, anyone who dares to provoke me, I'll make them absolutely bewildered. Anyone I don't like, I'll order them to go eat poop. And there's no room for refusal. Come to think of it, this system is a bit cheeky. If others name me, I can get rewards. And if I name others, they absolutely obey. Overall, this system means the more people name you, the stronger you get. The more bewildered others are, the stronger I become. Currently, I only have 66 points. Looks like I need to make even more people bewildered. Several basketball courts at the school are under renovation, so some of them are temporarily closed. There aren't many courts left. Fortunately, Fang Qimai arrived early and managed to claim 1. Hurry, pass it to Qimai. Ding, you have been targeted by your teammate Xiaong Peng. Reward, skill. Ball handling, stop. Nice one, Qimai, you scored again. Ding, you have been targeted by your teammate Luo Tongyi. Reward, skill. Fake and stop jump shot. Damn it, defend Fang Qimai, this guy has a strong drive. Class 10's Fang Qimai needs 3 people to guard him. Don't let him drive in. Oh crap, Fang Qimai dunked on us. Amazing, amazing, I give up. Ding, you have been targeted by your opponent Zhang Supeng. Unlocked physical trait. Bicep enhancement, permanent. Ding, you have been targeted by your opponent Li Sihua. Reward, skill, flying dunk. Just like that, after a few games. Because of his outstanding performance, Fang Qimai was targeted by both teammates and opponents, getting stronger with every game. He gained 6 basketball-related skills. In addition, his biceps were permanently strengthened. This system is really something else. Hey, the school team is clearing the court. You guys go play somewhere else. Just then, a group of people suddenly arrived. They were wearing basketball jerseys and were all tall and sturdy. Fang Qimai recognized the leader. It was his classmate Jiang Zijian. In middle school, he was a school bully, arrogant and overbearing, and no one dared to mess with him. He is still the same now, arrogant and looking for trouble all day long. At the same time, he is one of the few art students in the class and has a bit of talent for painting. Although he is a poor student, as long as his grades in academic subjects meet the requirements, the teachers don't really bother him much. Also, he is a member of the school basketball team. Behind him followed a group of freshmen who were also on the school team. Seeing this, the guys playing with Fang Qimai panicked. Let's go, the school team is here. Jianji is here, maybe we should just clear out. I'm going back to take a nap. Fang Qimai knew that this guy Jiang Zijian was showing off again. The few people he was just playing with were all getting ready to leave. Fang Qimai didn't care and continued to shoot baskets. Hey, did you hear me? We're on the school team. Jiang Zijian said again. Fang Qimai replied, and then get lost. We want this court. I claimed this court by my own effort. Why should I give it to you? You. Jiang Zijian was stunned. What he said usually worked. Whenever he said to clear the court, who in the school didn't obey? Especially in front of these freshmen, he had to keep up his image. How come this Fang Qimai is so arrogant? Confusion points from Jiang Zijian +2. On the sidelines, the people who were playing with Fang Qimai included both classmates and students from other classes. They were all stunned after hearing what Fang Qimai said. Fang Qimai is too bold, he actually dares to go against Jiang Zijian? At no, to middle school, everyone knows what kind of person Jiang Zijian is. Fang Qimai is likely going to be in trouble. Damn, Fang Qimai, don't be ungrateful. Ding, you have been targeted by the art student Jiang Zijian. Reward, Art Appreciation Master, Painting. Art Appreciation for painting? I thought I would get some basketball skills from this guy. I didn't expect it to be related to art. Is it because Jiang Zijian is an art exam candidate? It seems the system's rewards are quite comprehensive. It randomly chooses one thing as a reward from the many associations of the target. Although this doesn't seem very useful, having extra skills never hurts. Besides, I've already learned enough basketball skills from the game just now. Jiang Zijian crossed his arms and said, "You losers, you think you deserve to take our school team's court? Get lost." The people from the basketball team spoke up too. Seniors, with your skill level, you shouldn't be out here embarrassing yourselves. Go practice bouncing the ball on the side. Your dribbling posture is not standard at all, haha. Aha. Facing the mockery of the basketball team, those guys from the next class quietly slipped away. A few classmates stepped forward and whispered, "Qimai, let's just go, don't provoke Jianji." "Yeah, they are on the school team, we can't afford to offend them." Fang Qimai replied, "Just because they are on the school team, they can be lawless and clear someone else's court?" You... Confusion points from Jiang Zijian +. Because we are the school team, we're good at basketball. Fang Qimai smiled. If you were so good, why weren't you guaranteed admission and had to settle for being an art student? Damn. Fang Qimai's words enraged Zijian. The other students were also shocked. No one had ever dared to talk to Jiang Zijian like that. Jiang Zijian felt deeply humiliated. With so many people watching, including the freshmen, if this gets out, where would I, Jiang Zijian, put my face? Fine, Fang Qimai, you've got some nerve. Jiang Zijian pointed at Fang Qimai and said, "Come on, let's have a match. We'll field 5 and you field 5. The loser gives up the ball and rolls out of the basketball court. Mind you, rolling. As it happens, Fang Qimai wanted to test the basketball skills rewarded by the system. He hadn't been able to show his full strength just now. Now that his opponents are the school team, he should be able to have some fun. Sure. Just then, a classmate on the side said, "But we only have 4 people left. And the opponent is Janj. Whether we win or lose will offend him, so I'm out." I'm out. Besides, playing against the school team, isn't that just asking to die? Yeah, a guaranteed loss. Jiang Zijian said, "Hey, don't say I'm bullying you. You guys go ahead and play. I won't hold you responsible. You only have 4 people, so I won't take advantage of you. We'll send 4 as well. Mainly, I want you to admit defeat and roll out of this court." The rules were set half court, first to 8 goals wins. Jiang Zijian picked 3 school team members, and the 4 of them huddled together to discuss tactics. However, the 3 others on Fang Qimai's team had 0 confidence. The opponent's average height was almost -1.90 m. Their side was just playing for fun. Fang Qimai was 1.86 m, 2 were over 1.7 m, and 1 was less than 1.7 m. And they had 0 tactics. This was just begging to be crushed. Fang Qimai didn't care. Armed with all sorts of basketball skills, he wasn't panicked at all. Taking on 4 people was no problem for him. What was there to be afraid of? The game started soon after. Jiang Zijian took the opening shot and they passed the ball around the perimeter. To them, the opponent's weaknesses were obvious, their defense was sparse, and any point was a breakthrough. The ball landed in Jiang Zijian's hands, and he showed a confident smile while dribbling. Suddenly, he started his drive. At this moment, Fang Qimai's teammates all panicked. Psychologically, they had already lost half the battle. How could we possibly defend against the school team's attack?
Just when everyone thought Jiang Zijian was about to break through and score, a lightning-fast figure rushed forward. With a crisp snap, Jiang Zijian lost the ball. By the time he realized what happened, the ball was already in Fang Qimai's hands. Jiang Zijian? Dumbfounded points from Jiang Zijian +4. Dumbfounded points from Du Xiaohao +3. Dumbfounded points from... Nice one. That steal was slick. Fang Qimai's teammates were left in awe. Jiang Zijian glared at him instantly. Fang Qimai crossed the half-court line and started to drive. A fake, a crossover, and another crossover. In a split second, Fang Qimai had shaken off 2 school team players. Defend him. Jiang Zijian shouted. Fang Qimai feinted, dodged that defender too, and then pulled up for a jump shot. Swish. It went. That move, the fake stop jump shot I just learned, is amazing. Dumbfounded points from Jiang Zijian +. Dumbfounded points from Xiaohao 5. Dumbfounded points from... Damn it, Jiang Zijian cursed on the spot. What are you doing? I told you to cover him, don't you understand? One said he's too fast, we can't stop him. His fakes were too realistic. I let my guard down, the other whispered. Idiots. Get your heads in the game. Not only did he steal the ball from the school team, but he also scored the first basket right in their faces. Fang Qimai's teammates were thrilled, but because Jiang Zijian was glaring at them, none of them dared to show it. The losing side got the ball, and it was Jiang Zijian's turn to attack. Two people tightly double-teamed Fang Qimai while Jiang Zijian coordinated with the other player. Plus, Fang Qimai's teammates didn't dare to play aggressively. Soon, Jiang Zijian scored a basket too. Jiang Zijian immediately held up two middle fingers to indicate it was 1-1, and more importantly, to mock him. When it was Fang Qimai's turn to inbound the ball, the opponent sent 3 people to block his path. Meanwhile, his own teammates didn't dare to exert any effort under Jiang Zijian's intimidation. This game looked fair, but it was actually 1 against 4. But what if it 1 against 4? Fang Qimai had already anticipated such a situation. 3 people marking 1, is that all your school team can do? With a quick ball handling stop, Fang Qimai spun the 3 of them around in circles. Drive. Another between the legs dribble, and even Jiang Zijian was shaken off. Jump shot. The ball went again. 2-1. Fang Qimai said dismissively, no wonder our school team is so pathetic. Damn. Dumbfounded points from Jiang Zijian +8. Dumbfounded points from Du Xiaohao +7. Dumbfounded points from... What are you guys good for? 3 of you can't even stop him. He's too fast, it's impossible to defend him. Jianji, didn't you get shaken off by him too? Damn it. Jiang Zijian couldn't help but sweat. When did this guy get so strong? Just like that, the score increased bit by bit. Fang Qimai was basically playing 1 against 4, and with his strengthened biceps, he wasn't lacking in power at all. He played with flow and precision, and no one could stop him. Soon, Fang Qimai scored 7 baskets, just 1 more to win, while Jiang Zijian only had 5. At this point, the 4 of them huddled together to discuss tactics. This shot, whether it's a foul or whatever, don't let him score. When he jumps, find a chance to push him so he falls. Be ruthless, it would be best if he breaks his leg. Understood, Jianji. Afterward, the 4 spread out, waiting deliberately for Fang Qimai to drive, and then slam into him hard. Fang Qimai saw them standing so far away and couldn't help but feel amused. No one guarding, then I'll try the 3-point jump shot master technique. Outside the 3-point line, he jumped straight up. The ball was lofted high with a perfect arc, landing straight into the hoop. Swish. The ball, it went in. Jiang Zijian. School team. Damn. Who would have guessed this guy would go straight for a 3-pointer? And it was so accurate, I'm going to pass out. We lost, we actually lost. Dumbfounded points from Jiang Zijian +11. Dumbfounded points from Du Xiaohao +10. Dumbfounded points from... We are the school team. How could we... I don't think I'm cut out for basketball. I want to quit the team. You bastards are a bunch of losers. Jiang Zijian swore loud. Fang Qimai's teammates were completely stunned. All 8 baskets were scored by Fang Qimai alone. They were just there to make up the numbers. 1 person against 4 school team players, and he actually won? No wonder those school team guys were all having an existential crisis. Dumbfounded points from Shang Peng +7. Dumbfounded points from Lu Tongyi 8. Fang Qimai was actually quite disappointed. After getting such great basketball skills, he thought he would have a really satisfying match. The school team? Nothing special. You guys should practice more. At this level, it's really not much of a challenge. Jiang Zijian. Fang Qimai picked up their ball and said, Lining, it's okay, just a bit old. Well, it's mine now. Since they had an agreement, Jiang Zijian and the others were angry but didn't dare to speak up. One school team member whispered, Jianji, that ball cost me 289 yuan. Damn it! I'll pay you back later. Fuck. It wasn't about the money, it was about saving face. Jiang Zijian had lost face big time today. Fang Qimai spun the ball and said, Alright everyone, start your performance. School team. Fang Qimai asked, Are you going for a forward roll or a backward roll? The school team members looked at each other. What, the dignified school team can't even afford to lose? Jiang Zijian roared, I don't accept this. Fang Qimai, if you have the guts, let's play 1-on-1. The loser calls the winner Grandpa. Fang Qimai dug into his ear. The loser calls who? Grandpa. Hey, grandson. Damn, Jiang Zijian was furious. In all his life, no one had dared to mess with him like this. He pointed at Fang Qimai, just tell me, do you dare to face me 1-on-1 or not? Fang Qimai shrugged, I do, but you have to tell me what's the benefit of winning. The loser calls the other grandpa, and the winner gets a new grandson. Fang Qimai laughed, but you already called me grandpa just now, and I've already accepted you as my grandson. Why would I need to compete with you again? You! Dumbfounded points from Jiang Zijian plus 13. Hearing this, Xiangpeng and the others standing nearby almost laughed out loud. Fang Qimai, do you want me to beat you up? Everyone look, the grandson is trying to hit his grandpa. You? How did Fang Qimai become so... And his tongue is so sharp. Jiang Zijian regretted it. He shouldn't have provoked Fang Qimai today. You just... Jiang Zijian dropped a threat and prepared to leave. Fang Qimai said, you want to leave just like that? Otherwise what? I, the mighty Jianji, am I really supposed to roll around on this basketball court? Fang Qimai smiled, of course. Jiang Zijian, get out of the basketball court by rolling. Ding. Absolute command activated. This use is a free chance and will not consume dumbfounded points. The next moment, an invisible force bore down on Jiang Zijian. Jiang Zijian felt his heart sink. I lost. I suddenly feel like I am such a scoundrel. Get lost, I am rolling away right now. Then Jiang Zijian lay down on the ground. He did not roll forward or backward because those two movements would be painful. Instead, he chose to roll sideways, circle by circle, moving away. As he rolled, he muttered to himself, damn, why am I doing something like this? Everyone present was stunned. Although there was an agreement, there was no way Jiang Zijian would actually submit. But Fang Qimai ordered him to roll, and he actually started rolling. It was simply inconceivable. The school team members could not just stand there anymore. If Brother Jian is rolling, can we afford not to? And so the school team members followed suit, one by one. Together, they rolled toward the edge of the basketball court. And so on a beautiful and sunny afternoon, there was a scene of a whole school team rolling on the ground. Passers-by were also left dumbfounded. Is this some kind of special training for the basketball team? Hey, isn't that Brother Jian? Is he taking the lead in mopping the basketball court floor? You school team guys really know how to have fun. Seeing the massive amount of confusion points from the passers-by, Fang Qimai smiled. He knew all along that these people would definitely try to go back on their word. Under the absolute command, no opposition is accepted. The bell for class rang and others headed back to their classrooms one after another. Fang Qimai, indifferent, continued to shoot hoops. Suddenly, a stern voice came from upstairs. Fang Qimai, what is wrong with you? The exam is about to start, and you are still playing basketball down there. If you fail again this time, I will summon your parents here. Ding, you have been named by the science genius Lai Jiaming. Reward, skill high school science mastery. High school science mastery. This reward is explosive. It seems that the more excellent the person who names me, the better the reward might be. If that is the case, won't math, physics, chemistry, and biology be effortless now? When the time comes for the college entrance exam, I will not be able to keep a low profile even if I want to. Fang Qimai, are you listening to me? What is the use of playing basketball every day? Get back to the classroom right now. Fang Qimai said, Teacher Lai, if I recall correctly, the first 2 periods this afternoon are PE, so there is nothing wrong with me playing basketball, right? By the way, didn't you say the PE teacher was busy and couldn't come today? I just chatted with him a moment ago. Lai Jiaming. Confusion points from Lai Jiaming plus 1. You talk too much. Call your parents to come after school. The second bell for class rang. Fang Qimai carried 2 basketballs and returned to his seat calmly. At the same time, the test papers were being distributed. Fang Qimai glanced at it. It felt as if the answers to the questions were already floating before his eyes. The entire process for solving the calculation problems was already clear. Even for the 2 most difficult math competition problems, Fang Qimai already understood the solving methods perfectly. This is so hard, Liu Meimei sighed to herself. Liu Meimei cast a glance at Fang Qimai from the corner of her eye. Looking at Fang Qimai, who had a slight upward curve at the corner of his mouth, she felt a sudden sense of pity. Seeing that Meimei doesn't know how to do it either, I feel relieved. But in this situation he is actually smiling? Sigh, he has already started to give up on himself. I should find an opportunity later to secretly let him see my answers. Although I don't know how to do it either. After a pause, she saw Fang Qimai writing rapidly on his answer sheet. Question after question, he did not seem to need any thought at all. Has he already started filling in random answers? Oh my god, don't do this, Meimei. Your self-abandonment breaks my heart. Thump thump. Lai Jiaming noticed that Liu Meimei kept glancing at Fang Qimai and specifically tapped on her desk. Receiving the warning, Liu Meimei quickly buried her head to write her own. However, Fang Qimai wrote faster and faster, his pen flying across the paper as if performing a wild dance. Liu Maimei only heard the incessant swishing sound of Fang Qimai's pen on the paper. She thought to herself, it is over, my Maimai has really gone crazy, he has started scribbling on the test paper. In just 20 minutes, Fang Qimai had solved all the questions. The match at noon had consumed a lot of his energy. So Fang Qimai laid his head down to sleep. Seeing this, Lei Jiaming walked over immediately. It is over, Maimai, wake up. Liu Maimei was nervous to death. Lei Jiaming tapped on Fang Qimai's desk and asked, Fang Qimai, are you out of your mind? The college entrance exam is just around the corner, and you are sleeping here during an exam? Fang Qimai looked at Lei Jiaming with sleepy eyes. Teacher, if you won't let me sleep here, then should I go home to sleep? Lei Jiaming. Nonsense. Fang Qimai said, I only slept after I finished writing. You finished writing? Yes, I am handing in my... Lei Jiaming hurriedly took Fang Qimai's paper. The whole class looked over. Excluding the time for distributing the papers, that means he finished it in less than 20 minutes. The question is, did he actually finish it? Even if he did, with that speed it must be random nonsense. To be this high profile while writing nonsense, he is truly a guy who does not fear death. Just wait, old Lai has a fiery temper, he will crush him. The whole class started whispering again, and some even took the opportunity to compare answers. Li Hongzhi was also stunned. He had just finished the multiple choice questions, carefully checked them, and had only written a few fill-in-the-blank questions. He had thought his speed was fast enough for the class. And this guy Fang Qimai has already finished? He coldly said in his heart, Fang Qimai, you will regret your stupid actions. He was still expecting Lei Jiaming to scold Fang Qimai severely after looking at his paper. Who would have thought Lei Jiaming's eyes seemed to be glowing, as if he had discovered a treasure, while at the same time looking at Fang Qimai in disbelief. This kid actually got them all right? How is that possible? Finished in just 20 minutes. Lei Jiaming could not figure it out no matter what. He suddenly realized that this looks more like he copied the answer key. That is not right either. Even if copying, there is no way to write that many words in this amount of time. And several physics teachers for this grade level agreed that each would prepare one paper. These questions are from a secret test paper I selected and adapted based on recent college entrance exam physics problems. For now, I am the only one who has the answer key ready. Even the other physics teachers in the same grade haven't had a chance to see this paper in my hand yet. Where would Fang Qimai get the answers from? Why does this look more and more bizarre? Confusion points from Lei Jiaming, plus 10. Lei Jiaming flipped through the test paper back and forth. After several times of hesitation, he finally said that, since you have handed in your paper, just read your book. Don't sleep and don't affect other students taking the exam. Saying this, Lei Jiaming took Fang's paper and turned to leave. Fang Qimai stood up and said, Right, teacher, do I still need to call my parents after school? Lei Jiaming cleared his throat. I suddenly remembered I have to attend my daughter's parent-teacher meeting this afternoon. Just have your parents come another day. Okay, teacher. Fang Qimai's mouth curved upward as he sat down and continued to sleep. At this moment, the whole class was in a state of confusion. Cause Lei Jiaming had a fiery temper, everyone gave him the nickname Old Lei in private, and his level of deterrence toward the class was no less than that of the head teacher, Chu Bagai. However, after looking at Fang Qimai's paper, Lei Jiaming didn't blow up? What on earth is going on? The students who were waiting to see a good show disappointedly lowered their heads and continued the exam. Confusion points from Guo Zilei, 1. Confusion points from Zheng Riji, plus 2. Confusion points from PFT. Li Hongzhi was very annoyed, but he had to let it go. Lei Jiaming sat at the podium, and when he looked up, he saw Fang Qimai sleeping again. He originally wanted to reprimand him, but Fang Qimai's paper was indeed well completed, so he didn't say anything more. But what is going on with this guy? Let me check it carefully one more time. Soon Lei Jiaming looked through it question by question. He nodded. This kid, I couldn't tell, he was slacking off during his freshman and sophomore years, and now that the college entrance exam is coming, he has started to get serious. Or is it that he has always been smart and has just been hiding his strength? Wait, what did he write for this question? Confusion points from Lei Jiaming, plus 12. Lei Jiaming focused all his attention on the last question. The basketball oscillates vertically within a range where the ball's center is h1 equals 0.9 meters from the ground as shown in the figure. An athlete begins to strike the ball when it is at the highest point, from the moment it hits the ground to the rebound. Given the basketball has a mass m equals 0.5 kilograms and a radius r, Finally, calculate the rebound speed of the ball, the elastic force exerted by the ground on the ball, and the work done by the hand on the ball during each dribble. Fang Qimai answered all three parts correctly, but what on earth is this last bit? Conclusion: playing basketball is the hand doing work on the ball, not on the butt, so it is indeed useless for the butt. However, playing basketball is very beneficial to one's physical health. If you do not exercise for a long time, it is easy to go bald. Lai Jiaming. Lai Jiaming subconsciously rubbed his bald head. Confusion points from Lai Jiaming plus 12. He knew that Fang Qimai was retaliating against him for his earlier comment about what's the use of playing basketball. And he was even mocking him for taking up their PE class. This Fang Qimai. No, it looks like I really have to call his parents. The bell for the end of class rang. Lai Jiaming collected the test papers, and everyone started discussing the questions. But more people were talking about Fang Qimai. Ding. You were called out by your classmate Zhang Ruiji. Reward, skill, recite the high school periodic table of elements backwards. Ding. You were called out by English class representative Kai Shali. Reward, skill, English composition writing techniques. Ding. In an instant, Fang Qimai received all sorts of rewards. The class monitor Li Hongji also really wanted to get to the bottom of it, but he had other things to attend to right now. At this moment, he was stuck on that super difficult math Olympiad problem asked by the math teacher Chu Baogai this morning. If he couldn't solve it, not only would he lose face, but his position as the math class representative would be shaken. More importantly, the school beauty, Xiao Bixu, had agreed to let Fang Qimai tutor her after evening self-study just to learn the second solution to this problem. This was something Li Hongji absolutely could not tolerate. Therefore, he had to rack his brain to come up with the second solution and teach it to Xiao Bixu. Fang Qimai was still sleeping when someone suddenly poked his shoulder with a pen. Fang Qimai looked up and saw it was the biology class representative Ruan Meng. Fang Qimai. Ding. You were called out by biology class representative Ruan Meng. Reward, skill, health, knowledge master. Something up? Ruan Meng lived up to her name. She was a soft and cute girl. She was very shy and didn't dare to look Fang Qimai in the face. She held a stack of test papers tightly and looked very nervous. Everyone has handed in their biology practice papers except for you, Ms. Lu said. I have to collect them all before class. Her class is next. Another one chasing for homework. Fang Qimai didn't care, didn't do it. You didn't do it again. Ms. Luo is gonna yell at you. It doesn't matter, at worst I'll just fill it in for her when I'm in the mood. Then, when will you be in the mood? Fang Qimai thought for a moment. Depends on my mood. Ruan Meng. Confusion points from Ruan Meng plus 1. Alright then, take care of yourself. Fang Qimai. Ruan Meng turned around with her head down when suddenly a boy rushed past. He bumped right into Ruan Meng. Luckily she only staggered and didn't fall. But the practice papers in her hands scattered all over the floor. It was Jiang Zijian. He immediately shouted, "Damn, Ruan Meng, what's wrong with you? Daring to bump into me." I didn't mean to. Not on purpose, apologize to me right now. But Ruan Meng wanted to say that Jiang Zijian was the one who bumped into her, but she didn't dare. At this moment, Xiao Bixu walked over and helped Ruan Meng pick up the papers. Jiang Zijian hurried to hold up the painting he had been carrying to Xiao Bixu's face. I've copied the Mona Lisa, I've copied Madame Korsakov, I've copied the portrait of Madame de Pompadour, but I cannot sketch your fairy-like face. Your beauty, it dazzles, Jiang Zijian forgot his lines and hurriedly looked at a cheat sheet. Your beauty dazzles the prime of youth, dazzles the entire flourishing age, and even shocks my soul. I dedicate this painting to our school beauty, the beautiful Xiao. Jiang Zijian was a slacker too. Through various connections, he finally became a tuition-paying student. In his freshman year, he was reckless, specifically bullying male students and harassing female students. He was no different from a hoodlum. Later, nobody knew what had triggered him, but he decided to learn how to paint. After believing he had achieved success, he liked to show off his painting skills in class. For instance, he would draw things during class, acting profound and mysterious to boost his own ego. The teachers didn't care much either. As long as Jiang Zijian's academic scores met the standard, he could get into a good art college. Xiao Bixu frowned. It was clear she was very disgusted by Jiang Zijian. This hadn't happened just once or twice. And although Li Hongji heard what Jiang Zijian said, he kept his head down and continued writing. Even though his father's status was extraordinary at school, if Jiang Zijian were to openly chase Xiao Bixu, Li Hongji wouldn't dare to utter a peep. Every time this happened, Li Hongzhi would pretend he didn't hear anything. After all, he really couldn't afford to provoke a little thug like Jiang Zijian. "I don't want your painting, stop bullying Ruan Meng," Xiao Bixu said, pulling Ruan Meng's hand. I'll bully her if I want to. Ruan Meng. Jiang Zijian stepped forward. "Don't go. Move, Ed." Jiang Zijian spread his arms. "I won't move. Hey." "Childish." Jiang Zijian made a face, mimicking Shixu saying childish. Then he turned his gaze toward Ruan Meng. Hey, what are you looking at? Didn't you hear me tell you to apologize just now? Are you tired of living, bumping into me?" Ruan Meng held the practice papers, looking very aggrieved. On the side, Fang Qimai, who had been sleeping soundly, stretched his body. He felt it was a bit noisy. Just as Ruan Meng was at a loss, a hand patted her shoulder. Fang Qimai. Fang Qimai said, "Didn't you have to go see Miss Luo? Go finish your business first." Jiang Zijian looked at Fang Qimai coldly. "Are you blind, Fang Qimai? Didn't you see I was making her apologize?" Fang Qimai picked his ear. "I think you're the blind one, aren't you?" "You dare call me blind?" Confusion points from Jiang Zijian, +8. Jiang Zijian accepted losing at basketball at noon. He didn't expect to be mocked by Fang Qimai again in the classroom. He felt his status as the class bully was being shaken and his prestige had dropped significantly. Fang Qimai said, "I was sleeping here, and you were shouting and bickering non-stop next to me. Doesn't that make you the blind one?" My God. Confusion points from Jiang Zijian, +8. Jiang Zijian looked at Fang Qimai in disbelief, not knowing what to say for a moment. This kid Fang Qimai seems like he's changed into a completely different person. Are you sure you want to talk to me like that?" Fang Qimai said, "Not really, I didn't want to talk to you in the first place." Jiang Zijian. "You bastard?" Confusion points from Jiang Zijian, +9. For a moment, their argument drew the attention of the whole class. Oh, this is going to be a good show. Fang Qimai used to be quite ordinary and his grades were always consistent. Out of 42 students in the class, he usually stayed around 40th place, or third from the bottom. Aside from his handsome looks and decent athletic performance, there weren't many highlights to notice. He didn't really like interacting with others and was one of the more low-key people in class. He didn't say much, which gave people the impression that he was deeply calculating. This time, because Xiao Bixu took the initiative to ask Fang Qimai for help with a question, it stirred up dissatisfaction among the many sycophants in class. Everyone was waiting to see a good show from Fang Qimai. Can you believe someone actually dared to snap back at Brother Jian? This guy didn't get chewed out during the physics quiz, but this time he's definitely getting a beating. He clearly doesn't know who he's messing with. Brother Jian can crush him in a minute. Well, now we the onlookers have a show to watch. Jiang Zijian glared fiercely at Fang Qimai. Fang Qimai, however, was unbothered. He pointed at the drawing in Jiang Zijian's hand and said, "This drawing of yours. What's wrong with my drawing? Do you even know how to appreciate art? I don't think a few compliments will get you off the hook. I'm telling you, this isn't over between us." Jiang Zijian tried to regain his dignity. He might have been inferior in basketball at noon, but when it comes to drawing, Fang Qimai doesn't know squat. He was the only art student in the whole class. Nobody understood the art of painting better than him. Fang Qimai said, "Let me see it." Jiang Zijian paused, unable to help but reveal a confident smile. "Take it, be careful, don't damage it. Appreciate my masterpiece properly. See what real art is. See what a work of genius is." Fang Qimai took a look. It was a sketch that vaguely resembled Xiao Bixu's profile, but it only looked like her by 30% at best. "I really can't appreciate this drawing of yours." No kidding. With my natural talent and foundation, how could you possibly be able to appreciate it?" Fang Qimai nodded. "Exactly, I can't appreciate trash like this." Jiang Zijian was stunned. Trash? Bafflement points from Jiang Zijian, +10. The whole room went quiet and everyone was dumbfounded. Did Fang Qimai actually say Brother Jian's drawing is trash? My God, did I hear that right? Brother Jian didn't just get snapped back at, he got mocked too? Wow, I guess Fang Qimai doesn't know how to spell death. Fang Qimai reaped another wave of bafflement points from the class. Jiang Zijian felt he had lost all faith. Accustomed to being arrogant at school, he was at a loss for words after being retorted. Did you hear that? He said my drawing is trash. What the hell do you know? You dare to lecture me, an art student? However, the work of a so-called art student was nothing but a joke in the eyes of Fang Qimai, an art appreciation master. Fang Qimai pointed at various parts of the painting and said, "The proportions are wrong, the perspective is poorly handled, the light and shadow relationship is flawed. and the lines aren't clear. Overall, it has 0 merits. If I have to give it a score, I'd give it 9.5 at most. 9.5, that's actually not bad, Jiang Zijian thought to himself. Fang Qimai added, by the way, it's out of 100. Bafflement points from Jiang Zijian plus 12. Damn it, quit your damn bullshitting. Rayep. Fang Qimai tore Jiang Zijian's drawing straight into 2 halves. At this sight, the whole class was shocked. He actually tore up Jiang Zijian's painting? Oh my. Jiang Zijian had a Fang Qimai must really not know how to spell death. Suddenly Fang Qimai folded the painting again. Jiang Zijian's eyes went. Rayep. Ah. Ruan Meng and Xiao Bixu were stunned. Right before their eyes, the painting had been torn again by Fang Qimai. Fang Qimai handed the 4 torn pieces to Jiang Zijian and said coldly, "Go back and practice more. You're not qualified to brag about your art yet." You. This jaw-dropping scene left the whole class speechless. Was that just a painting he tore? That was Brother Jian's dignity he shredded. Brother Jian's pride was torn to pieces on the spot. That is absolutely legendary. Bafflement points from Ruan Meng plus 2. Bafflement points from Liu Maimei plus 3. Bafflement points from... Jiang Zijian was so angry his eyes were bloodshot and his face turned bright red. He was first retorted by Fang Qimai, then mocked, and then his painting was torn up? This kid wasn't this crazy before. The basketball game at noon really got to his head, huh? Bafflement points from Jiang Zijian plus 13. If Jiang Zijian didn't explode now, where would his dignity go? How could he maintain his authority in the class? Fuming with rage, he grabbed Fang Qimai's collar with one hand and pointed the other fiercely at his nose. "You kid? Did you forget who I am? You dare tear up my drawing. Do you believe I'll kill you? I'm telling you, you'd better be careful when you leave school today." It's over. Fang Qimai is going to get beaten up. All the girls in class were terrified. Liu Maimei stood by, her heart in her throat. My, why are you being so reckless? Off the people you could have offended, you chose him. Ring the bell, come on teacher, anyone, I beg you. However, Fang Qimai responded calmly, Hey, we're in our final year of high school, big brother, do you still think you're a street thug or a triad member? Oh, and what did Xiao Bixu call you earlier, childish? Besides, we are both adults now, right? Can't you be a little more mature like me? The whole class went silent and everyone gulped. I never expected Fang Qimai, who was always so quiet, to be such a tough guy. Nobody has dared to lecture Jiang Zijian this hard in front of everyone, right? Jiang Zijian was speechless. Was he really being taught a lesson by Fang Qimai right now? Bafflement points from Jiang Zijian plus 13. Jiang Zijian glared viciously at Fang Qimai. If he let Fang Qimai off just like that, it would be really embarrassing. How could he ever hold his head high in front of the class again? The incident at noon was shameful enough. If this got out, what would the whole school think of him? Fang Qimai added, mainly because your drawing really is trash. Yo. Bafflement points from Jiang Zijian plus 15. Jiang Zijian couldn't take it anymore. No matter what, he had to beat Fang Qimai to a pulp today. Fang Qimai checked his data. Current bafflement points, 1002. Finally enough. He kept provoking Jiang Zijian just to get more bafflement points out of him. Every 1000 points, he could use the absolute command skill once. The fun part is coming. What kind of command should I give this time? Ding. Consuming 1000 confusion points, absolute command is now in effect. Current remaining confusion points, 2. A moment later, Jiang Zijian shuddered all over. Just when everyone thought he was gonna beat up Fang Qimai, he suddenly lowered his fist and said, "You were right to lecture me. My painting really is trash. Well shredded, truly well shredded. From now on I will definitely work hard. I guarantee I won't draw such garbage ever again and pollute everyone's eyes." Xiao Bixu? Li Hong's? The whole class? What is going on? All the students were dumbfounded, completely bewildered. Jiang Zijian, who usually runs the school like he owns it, had his painting torn up, yet not only did he not strike back, but he actually admitted his own work was trash. That is absolutely legendary. Only Jiang Zijian was silently thinking to himself, damn it, I am clearly so furious, so why can't I stay angry? Cleanse. Stand up. Good morning, teacher. The biology teacher, Luo Xinrui, had quite the sassy vibe. Her figure was easily in the top 10 among all the teachers in the school. It is just a pity that no one knows if she hit menopause early, as her foul temper would flare up at unpredictable times every month. Perhaps using too much volcanic mud mask turned her into a living volcano. Most importantly, besides being a biology teacher, she was also the vice director of the dean's office. In her class, you absolutely cannot slack off. Sweeping her eyes over the class, Luo Xinri said coldly, "Sit down, everyone. Ruan Meng, have you collected the practice papers?" Ruan Meng was still thinking about what had just happened. She knew that Fang Qimai had only offended Jiang Zijian to help her out of a tight spot. She felt a bit guilty. Ruan Meng came back to her senses and quickly stood up. "Teacher, I have collected them. Are they all handed in?" Ruan Meng did not want to expose Fang Qimai, after all he had just helped her. She was struggling. To everyone's surprise, Fang Qimai stood up on his own. "Teacher, I did not hand mine." The whole class was in an uproar. "Not handed in? And you have the nerve to stand there? Then I will sit down." Fang Qimai sat right down. Luo Shenri. Confusion points from Luo Shenri plus 10. "Fang Qimai, why didn't you hand it in?" Ding. You have been called out by biology teacher Luo Xinrui. Unlocking constitution. Disease immunity respiratory system. Immune to all respiratory internal medicine diseases. Wow. From now on I will never catch a cold, fever, or get a runny nose again. Including pneumonia, altitude sickness, bronchitis, etc. All are covered. This is a great perk. "Did you hear me, Fang Qimai? I am talking to you." Fang Qimai replied, "I am just trying to reduce your workload, teacher." "Oh, then I should thank you." "You are welcome, teacher. I am the one who should be saying thank you." Luo Xinri. Confusion points from Luo Xinri plus 5. Luo Xinri sighed heavily. "We will settle your matter after class. For now, let me announce something. The physical education class on Friday afternoon will be replaced by a biology class." Huh? Sure enough, all the teachers have their eyes set on the PE lessons. Even the biology teacher has to jump in on the action. Counting it up, we have hardly had any PE classes so far this semester. The whole class was full of complaints, but they could only grumble under their breath. "Alright, get ready for the test." At this moment, Fang Qimai stood up again. "Teacher, I object." You object?" Luo Xinri repeated in disbelief. Confusion points from Luo Xinri plus 7. Everyone else was stunned too. Everyone objects, but who dares to say it out loud? This guy really has guts. I respect him as a true man. If he is still alive today, I will call him brother. If he dies, I will burn incense for him every year on this day. The class was flooded with confusion points. Luo Xinrui has been teaching for over a decade, and no one has ever dared to object to her taking over a PE class. And now this... She sneered and said, "Fang Qimai, say that again?" Fang Qimai said earnestly again. Luo Xinrui. The whole class... Li Hongzi pushed up his glasses. He thought objecting to a teacher occupying a PE class was ridiculous. However, he knew his chance to shine had come. "Fang Qimai, what are you messing around for? Do you think teacher Luo has it easy? She is working overtime to teach us, and you still dare to object?" Fang Qimai replied, "I am not denying teacher Luo's dedication to her work, but I already have a basketball showdown scheduled with the PE teacher for the next class. If I lose, I am a puppy, and if I don't show up, I am also a puppy. Everyone." "Nonsense." Luo Xinrui slammed the table and said, "I am a reasonable person. I thought you could give me a logical reason, but it is pure nonsense. You do not get a say in this. Listen up, everyone. The Friday PE class, I am going to play basket. Oh no, I mean I am going to hold a biology lesson." Fang Qimai said, "A logical reason, I have one." Luo Xinrui put her hands behind her back and stared fixedly at Fang Qimai. "Fine. I will give you 1 minute. If you can't explain it clearly, bring your parents in tonight." The whole class was watching with great interest, waiting to see how Fang Qimai would meet his end. Originally, Fang Qimai could have just used absolute command to handle this. But he did not have enough confusion points to trigger it right now. Furthermore, he wanted to win them over through reason, to make the biology teacher agree voluntarily to keep the PE class. So, Fang Qimai began to speak seriously. "When we exercise, our bodies produce dopamine, serotonin, and norepinephrine. These 3 neurotransmitters are all beneficial to our learning." The classmates were a bit confused. What is he talking about? Where is he pulling this from? Dopamine is a positive emotion substance, and our pleasure center, the nucleus accumbens, is filled with dopamine receptors. Haven't you noticed that after we exercise, our mood becomes pleasant, our spirits are high, and our tempers improve? Serotonin is also a good thing. It is directly related to our mood and memory. As serotonin increases, memory strengthens and learning efficiency improves. And there is norepinephrine, which is directly linked to focus. It can enhance our concentration. After hearing Fang Qimai's words, the whole class felt like it actually made sense. Seeing Luo Xinri's changing expression, Li Hongzi hurried to say, "What is all this nonsense? I have gone all day without exercise, yet my grades are always great. Don't find excuses for your poor grades. Stop having PE classes. Wouldn't it be better to spend that time studying?" Fang Qimai ignored him. He continued, "Studies show that an hour of exercise every day is a huge help to learning. Exercise can inhibit the activation of the amygdala in the brain, prevent the emergence of negative emotions, and is more conducive to our physical and mental development. Maintaining a happy mood after exercise makes it easier to study, increases blood flow to the brain, promotes the gene expression of BDNF in the hippocampus, which aids memory and significantly improves each of our learning efficiencies. Exercise is not a waste of time, it is beneficial to learning. Class monitor, if you stick to a daily workout and trim that little belly, your grades would be even better than they are now. You?" Li Hongzi was so angry he couldn't. Confusion points from Li Hongzi +4. Mainly because Fang Qimai sounded so professional. High school biology doesn't teach all of that. There was no way to refute. Humph, this kid is just spouting nonsense. Now let's see how teacher Luo uses professional knowledge to point out his BS. However, Luo Xinri was already stunned.
Every point Fang Qimai just mentioned is absolutely correct. This wealth of health knowledge is definitely not something covered in high school. How does he know all this? This Fang Qimai, who usually hates studying and never hands in his homework, actually knows quite a lot. I never expected that as a biology teacher I would actually be persuaded by my own student using biological knowledge. It seems this guy is definitely no simple character. Luo Xinri's confusion points +12. Then Fang Qimai looked at Luo Xinri and blinked. "Teacher Luo, everything I said above is correct, right?" Affected by his charming beauty mark, Luo Xinri's heart skipped a beat. Fang Qimai didn't have any ulterior motives. He just believed that people with charm are more persuasive when they speak. It served as a helpful boost. Luo Xinri was startled, feeling that Fang Qimai looked unusually pleasant today. Everything you said is correct." She nodded gently, acknowledging the knowledge Fang Qimai had shared. The whole class started whispering, feeling amazed by Fang Qimai. Xiao Bixu also looked at Fang Qimai with an incredulous gaze, feeling truly impressed. Fang Qimai continued, "Our class only has PE on Tuesday and Friday afternoons, but it often gets taken over. Even when it isn't, the amount of exercise isn't enough to maximize our study efficiency. For the sake of the school's excellence and college entrance rates, and for the students' health, Deputy Director Luo, I suggest let us exercise for at least 1 hour every morning before class starts." Clap! Liu Meimei couldn't help but applaud. It was a visceral, instinctive reaction. Realizing the situation, she quickly pulled her hands back. However, several students in the class started joining in with applause. "Brilliant, simply brilliant. Too good. Fang Qimai is a real talent. I'm looking at him in a whole new light. Brother Mai, I bow down to you. That was truly amazing." Quiet. Luo Xinri had to admit that Fang Qimai was right, and she had indeed read relevant studies on the subject. To some extent, students who exercise before class perform better than those who don't. It's just that under work pressure, she felt she had to push herself to find every possible way to cram more knowledge into them. So much so that she ignored the issues of health and efficiency that Fang Qimai brought up. After hearing it from Fang Qimai today, she started to take it seriously. This was the first time she had been persuaded, and it was a logical and well-founded argument. Ahem, well, Fang Qimai, the logic holds, but time is limited, especially with the college entrance exam approaching. It's very urgent. By the way, I checked your schedule, wasn't your last class PE? Taking courage from Fang Qimai, several students complained in unison. Our last class was taken over by the physics teacher for an exam. Luo Xinri thought for a moment. After a pause, she said, "Let's do this. I won't take the Friday PE class for now. As for the 1 hour of daily exercise you mentioned, I'll try to apply for it with the school leadership." Whoa! The whole class was truly impressed this time. They couldn't believe a PE class that was about to be snatched away could still be held as normal. "Fang Qimai, you're awesome." "Thank you, Teacher Luo." Fang Qimai sat down calmly. Master of Health Knowledge, truly not just a title. Liu Meimei gave a secret thumbs up. My, this is for you. At this moment, the most embarrassed person was Li Hongji. He had intended to take the opportunity to roast Fang Qimai's behavior, never expecting even the teacher to be persuaded. Luo Xinri said, "Fang Qimai, let's keep things separate. You still have to make up for the homework you owe, or I'm calling your parents." "Teacher, since you are so professional and care so much about our studies, wanting to provide extra lessons, I have a great idea. It won't affect our physical exercise and allows you to teach us more." "Oh, what kind of method is that?" The whole class curiously. Fang Qimai said, "That is, occupy our math class." Luo Xinri, Li Hongji, Luo Xinri's confusion points plus Li Hongji's confusion points +7. Amazing, this is a great method. I agree with this schedule change. I bet Mr. Xu is going to be furious. That is seriously impressive. The students were whispering among themselves. Fang Qimai, call your parents to my office tomorrow. Start the exam. Dong dong. The exam ended and everyone started handing in their papers one after another. Then they went off to eat dinner. There was still self-study in the evening. However, after all the students left, one diligent figure remained in the classroom. Class monitor Li Hongzhi was racking his brain trying to think of a second way to solve that math Olympiad problem from the morning. Why can't I figure it out? Is there really a second method for this problem? Li Hongzhi's confusion points +3. No, I have to figure it out, otherwise that kid Fang Qimai will take advantage of my bixu tonight. After finishing dinner, Fang Qimai returned to the classroom at a leisurely pace. The guy is already back, and I still haven't solved it. Li Hongzhi was going a bit crazy. A dignified class monitor, excellent student, model student, math representative, top 10 in the grade, who has participated in several math Olympiads, can't solve an Olympiad problem. What on earth went? Li Hongzhi couldn't help but ask loudly, Fang Qimai, are you playing with me? There is no second way to solve this, right? Fang Qimai glanced at Li Hongzhi, class monitor. Women might leave you, brothers might betray you, but only math won't. If you don't know it, you just don't. If you don't know, don't be so loud. You. Li Hongzhi's confusion points +4. Just then, Ruan arrived. Fang Qimai, teacher Lu said to go see her. Sure. Having said that, Fang Qimai walked out of the classroom in a cool, collected manner. Li Hongzhi sneered. If this guy is going to get scolded, serves him right. At 8:30 p.m., the evening self-study session ended. The whole class was packing up to go home, but Fang Qimai still hadn't returned. Seeing that Xiao Bixu was still reading so intently, Li Hongzhi asked, Bixu, aren't you leaving yet? No, Fang Qimai and I agreed that after self-study, he would explain some problems to me. Li Hongzhi was deeply frustrated. He still hadn't solved that problem. The math teacher, Jubo Guy, was busy tonight and had asked another teacher to supervise, so he didn't even have a chance to ask. Li Hongzhi said, that kid was called to the office for so long, he must have been chewed out. Who knows when he'll be back? You should head home early. Xiao Bixu shook her head. Since we already agreed, I'll wait a little longer. Seeing Xiao Bixu intent on waiting for Fang Qimai, Li Hongzhi was extremely annoyed. Well, alright, wait 2 more minutes. If he isn't here, then leave. Yeah, I'll see. Soon, Xiao Bixu was the only one left in the classroom. She kept looking at the door, waiting for Fang Qimai to return. This was the first time she had looked forward to seeing him so much. A few minutes later, someone finally arrived. The person who arrived was not Fang Qimai, whom Xiao Bixu had been expecting, but Li Hongzhi. Huh? Didn't you already leave, class monitor? I forgot my supplementary exercise sheets. Anyway, that guy still isn't back, is he? Maybe you should just stop waiting? Li Hongzhi said this while pretending to look for something. Just then, Fang Qimai returned. He was drenched in sweat, dripping wet. Xiao Bixu hurried over. Fang Qimai, you... Fang Qimai asked, why are you still here? Didn't we agree that you'd explain those problems to me? If I can't solve them, I won't be able to sleep. I almost forgot about that. By the way, isn't the class monitor supposed to know how to do it? The class monitor, he doesn't know... Li Hongzhi wanted to say something but held back, looking a bit embarrassed and angry. Obtained 4 points of confusion from Li Hongzhi. Fang Qimai was right. If you don't know the math, you just don't. His image as a star student in Xiao Bixu's mind had collapsed, and now Fang Qimai was the one looking like the genius. Fang Qimai raised the corner of his mouth in a slight smile and said, fine, I'll explain it to you. Oh, and class monitor, if you don't know how to do it, do you want to listen in too? Although it was quite embarrassing for a top student to be taught by a slacker. But there was no one else around, and Li Hongzhi actually wanted to see if Fang Qimai was just bluffing. If he was just bluffing, he could still turn the tables. So Li Hongzhi sat down. Fang Qimai remarked, class monitor, you really have the nerve to stick around. Li Hongzhi, we already know the first method, so now let's use the second one. First, we assume the case where is greater than b, which is greater than 0. We set c equals a squared plus b squared over 1 plus ab, treating a as a variable to construct a function. Then treating a as the first root, let a1 be its other root. Therefore, a plus a1 equals bc, and a times a equals b squared minus c. By continuously constructing functions and repeating the previous process, we can conclude that it is greater than a1, which is greater than a2, and the number of non-negative integers less than is finite. Scritch, scratch, scritch. Fang Qimai wrote rapidly on the paper, filling the entire page with formulas. And so we arrive at the final answer, which is the same as the result from the first method. He put down his pen, clapped his hands together, gave a thumbs up, and said, perfect. Li Hongzhi and Xiao Bixu watched, dumbfounded. The second method was much more complex than the first. For an average person, the first method is the absolute limit. The second one, only a genius could come up with that. Obtained 10 points of confusion from Li Hongzhi. Amazing. Xiao Bixu clapped her hands immediately. Even though I didn't really follow it. No wonder Teacher Chu said we don't need to know it. Xiao Bixu muttered to herself. It was just too difficult. She simply couldn't keep up with Fang Qimai's train of thought. Class monitor, did you understand it? Fang Qimai looked over at Li Hongzhi. Li Hongzhi froze, not knowing what to say. This is boring, I'm leaving. Fang Qimai smiled. This guy just wouldn't admit he was outmatched. Li Hongzhi stood up and said, Bixu, are you coming? Xiao Bixu replied, I still have a few questions I want to ask Fang Qimai if he has the time. Fang Qimai answered, sure, I have plenty of time. Obtained 4 points of confusion from Li Hongzhi. Li Hongzhi tried again, Bixu, why don't I have my driver wait for you and I can just take a taxi home? Xiao Bixu replied, no need, class monitor. We don't even know when we'll be done. Damn it. But won't your mom be worried? I think you'd better go back early. It's dangerous to be out late, that thing on the news recently, you know. Li Hongzhi was trying everything to keep Xiao Bixu from being alone with Fang Qimai, even if they were just studying together. Xiao Bixu just said, it's fine, I already told my mom. Li Hongzhi. Fang Qimai said, don't worry, class monitor. I'll make sure Xiao Bixu gets home safely. Li Hongzhi. Obtained 8 points of confusion from Li Hongzhi. Li Hongzhi left feeling very unwilling. The thought of them being alone together made him more and more furious. At the school gate, a Mercedes was waiting quietly for Li Hongzhi. Young master, school is out. Wait a moment. Li Hongzhi didn't get in the car, but instead went to a nearby bubble tea shop. Jiang Zijian and a few other students, along with some non-students, were sitting at the entrance drinking bubble tea. Li Hongzhi walked up and pulled Jiang Zijian aside. Speak up if you have something to say or get lost, Jiang Zijian said impatiently. Actually, Li Hongzhi was quite afraid of Jiang Zijian. Jiang Zijian was a little thug who acted like a bully in class and no one dared to provoke him. Normally, Jiang Zijian would always be showing off to suck up to Xiao Bixu and Li Hongzhi would just seethe in silence. Li Hongzhi hatched a plan and said, Jiang Zijian, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Since we both see Fang Qimai as a common enemy, why don't we team up to deal with him? Jiang Zijian asked coldly, are you trying to tell me what to do? Don't try that class monitor attitude with me. No, that's not it. I just want you to help me fix that guy Fang Qimai. Not necessarily hit him, just find a way to take him down a peg. Like what? Like a one-on-one basketball game. Doesn't that guy love playing basketball? You're on the school basketball team, so beating him should be a breeze, right? Jiang Zijian. Remembering how was completely dominated by Fang Qimai at noon, Jiang Zijian said nothing. Say something. It's so frustrating. I know you like Bixu too. We can have a fair competition based on our own merits, but that guy Fang Qimai, he's too underhanded. He always plays dirty and tries to get close to Bixu. In a way, we're comrades in arms. Give me a break, comrades. Why don't you do it yourself then? I don't know how to play basketball, do I? You're really good at it. We'll invite Bixu to watch. You crush him and make him lose face in front of her. Although this would knock Fang Qimai down a peg, it would also let Jiang Zijian look cool in front of Xiao Bixu. Li Hongzhi felt like he was wounding his enemy by 1,000 at the cost of losing 800 himself. But at the moment, he had no other choice. As for crushing Fang Qimai, Jiang Zijian wouldn't even dare to imagine it. He certainly wouldn't take the initiative to mention the basketball game from earlier today. He paused and said, just now watching him play, he was pretty good. I'm not sure I can beat him just now. Jiang Zijian said excitedly, yeah. During evening self-study, he was playing basketball there. That guy used to be just an average player, but suddenly he became really strong. Li Hongzhi didn't think much of it and suddenly realized what happened. So Fang Qimai didn't go to see teacher Luo to get scolded at all. Instead, he went to play basketball. No wonder he was covered in sweat earlier. Obtained 4 points of confusion from Li Hongzhi. Fang Qimai? Li Hongzhi asked, quite unwillingly, so there's no way to deal with him? Think of a way to make him lose face in front of Bixu. We'll deal with him for sure, Jiang Zijian said coldly, then looked toward someone sitting at the entrance of the bubble tea shop. Clap, clap, clap. Meanwhile, back in the classroom of Class 10, Year 3, more sounds were echoing. It turned out to be Xiao Bixu, clapping for Fang Qimai. He had helped Xiao Bixu answer a whole bunch of questions in one go. Xiao Bixu couldn't help but exclaim, Fang Qimai, I didn't realize you were so capable. She paused and added, thank you for answering so many of my questions. No need for thanks, let's have something more tangible. Huh. First things first, while I am grateful that you helped me with those problems, that doesn't mean you can make unreasonable demands. Xiao Bixu suddenly felt shy. My mom said, I can only date when I get to college. Take me out for dinner tomorrow at noon. Both of them spoke almost at the exact same time. What did you say about dating just now? Fang Qimai asked. Nothing. I didn't say anything about dating. I meant dinner, sure, of course. Haha. Usually reserved, Xiao Bixu laughed loudly to cover up her embarrassment. What on earth was I thinking just now? I almost let the word dating slip out. If I had said it out loud, how would I even face him now? Confused points from Xiao Bixu, +5. Fang Qimai. But then again, ever since junior high, there had always been a bunch of sycophants buying milk tea and snacks for Xiao Bixu. Xiao Bixu had never imagined she would need to treat anyone to dinner. I'm off. Fang Qimai put on his bag, preparing to leave. Xiao Bixu checked the time and was surprised to see it was already past 10. Time really flies when you're studying hard. She had never stayed out this late before. She thought about the recent sensational news that the Jiangshang serial killer case remained unsolved. Xiao Bixu's parents were divorced and she lived with her mother. If she got home too late, her mother would come to pick her up. It just so happened that her mother had sprained her ankle these past 2 days. When her mother found out Xiao Bixu was staying late to study, she didn't object, but kept telling her to be careful. Thinking of the sinister face of the murderer exposed in the news, she started to feel uneasy. Fang Qimai, it's so late and Xiao Bixu paused before continuing, I'm a little scared to go home alone. Fang Qimai stopped in his tracks, so you're planning on not going home and spending the night here? Xiao Bixu. Confused points from Xiao Bixu, +2. I'm just teasing you. I keep my word, let's go, I'll walk you home. Huh? Downstairs. After they went downstairs, a loud shout suddenly rang out. Fang Qimai, it's you again. What's wrong with you? It's so late and you're still not home. With that serial killer on the loose, the school has pushed up the end of evening study by an hour, yet you're still hanging around past 10? And you're in the same class as Fang Qimai, right? Girls are the most vulnerable? Go home early. Ding, you have been called out by Security Section Chief Guo Hu. Reward, skill 36 forms of grappling. Guo Hu was a veteran, strong and sturdy, and knew a thing or two about martial arts. He served as the chief of the security section and also as the head of the security team at the school. Fang Qimai used to be late often, or would play basketball until security cleared the school, so through one thing and another, Guo Hu had gotten to know him. Running into Fang Qimai and Xiao Bixu today, duty called, so he couldn't help but lecture them both. Xiao Bixu hurriedly said, we're leaving right away. Fang Qimai looked at Guo with a straight face, old Guo. What is it now? Fang Qimai was very grateful to him because the system had given him the 36 forms of grappling. If he really met that murderer, he wouldn't be afraid anymore. Not knowing how to thank him, Fang Qimai thought for a moment and said, in the days when we aren't around, you should take good care of yourself, drink plenty of hot water, don't stay up too late, and go to bed early. When Guo Hu heard this, he immediately barked, screw you, school's out, what's this about days when we aren't around, and me taking care of myself? After a pause, Guo Hu added, I'm on night duty tonight. What the hell do you mean don't stay up late and go to bed early? You little brat, if you don't go home now, don't blame me for being rude. Confused points from Guo Hu, plus... As he spoke, Guo Hu pretended to raise the electric baton in his hand. Fang Qimai took Xiao Bixu and hurried away. Arriving at the bicycle parking area, Fang Qimai unlocked his mountain bike. He usually rode it to and from school. This bike of mine can't carry a passenger, there are shared bikes outside, go scan one. Xiao Bixu said in a low voice, but I don't know how to ride a bike. If you don't know how, why did you say it so loudly? I just don't know how. Isn't that normal? My mom just wanted me to study hard, and I didn't have to do any chores, so I never learned to ride a bike growing up. Fang Qimai sighed, what a waste of such long legs you have. Confused points from Xiao Bixu, +2. It was so late that the last bus Xiao Bixu usually took had already departed. Taking a taxi alone wasn't very safe, and plus, Xiao Bixu's family situation wasn't great, so she didn't want to spend the money. Suddenly, Fang Qimai had... I've got it. Saying that, Fang Qimai locked his bicycle back up. Taking Xiao Bixu with him, Fang Qimai returned to the security office. By this time, Guo Hu had returned from his patrol. Hey, you kids still here? You really want to experience my power, don't you? Old Guo, don't get excited, I want to discuss something with you. Guo Hu was shocked when he heard it. What, you want my vintage bike? When did you set your sights on my beloved ride? The way you ride that bike is so cool, anyone would have to take a second look. Save the flattery, that is my antique treasure. No way am I giving it to you. Just lend it to me for one night, I'll return it tomorrow morning. I'll be here for school just as you're getting off, so it won't interfere with your usage. I said no means no. Guo Hu's attitude was very firm and he kicked them both out of the security office. Xiao Bixu tugged at Fang Qimai's sleeve and said, maybe we should just get a shared bike. I can try and see if I can ride one? That won't do. You're so clumsy if you break your leg. I'd have to carry you home every day, that would be such a pain. Xiao Bixu. Fang Qimai said to himself, looks like I have to use my trump card. Wait here for me. Xiao Bixu watched Fang Qimai go inside. In less than a minute, Guo Hu came out himself and unlocked the bike. Here you go, it's all yours now, ride safely. Guo Hu patted the vintage bike, don't look at it being old and worn out, the quality is top-notch. Fang Qimai smiled confidently, thanks old Guo. Guo Hu walked back to the security office, looking a bit dazed, thinking to himself, how strange, I really didn't want to lend my precious bike, so why did I do it? But it does feel good to do a good deed. Xiao Bixu asked, how did you convince him? Fang Qimai checked his remaining confused points. He had worked so hard to save them up, and now there were only 2 left. I have my ways. Fang Qimai got on the bike, then patted the back seat and said to Xiao Bixu, get on. This? Xiao Bixu felt a little shy. She had never been given a ride by a boy before. Hold on tight. Xiao Bixu sat sideways on the back seat and whispered, "Uh-huh. Old Guo, we're off, get some sleep." "I'm not sleeping, damn it." Guo Hu rushed out of the security office, watching Fang Qimai ride away, and could only grumble as he walked back inside. Confused points from Guo Hu plus. Confused points from Guo Hu plus. Along the way, there weren't many pedestrians left, and it was very quiet. The only sound was the creaking of the vintage bike. Fang Qimai pedaled fast, while Xiao Bixu held tightly onto the corner of his shirt, not daring to let go. She could faintly smell the scent on Fang Qimai. Strangely, even though he had been covered in sweat from playing basketball, there was a really pleasant scent. In Jiangsheng in March, the weather was starting to get warm, the wind was blowing gently, and it was very comfortable. The scene before her helped Xiao Bixu temporarily relieve much of the pressure from her studies. After a while, Fang Qimai suddenly stopped. "Wait, where do you live? I forgot to ask earlier. As soon as I got on the bike, I just instinctively started pedaling toward my own house." Zhongting Street. "Oh man, Zhongting Street is in the completely opposite direction." "Huh? Is it? I don't know. I wasn't really paying attention either." Such a troublesome girl. You've really dragged me into this one." With that, Fang Qimai turned the bike around and headed back the way they came with Xiao Bixu. "Hey Laoguo, you still up?" As they passed by the school gate, Fang Qimai shouted out. Guo Hu stormed out, murderous look in his eyes, "Damn you. Fang Qimai, I'm not done with you tomorrow." Received 4 points of confusion from Guo Hu. Received 6 points of confusion from Guo Hu. Fang Qimai stopped in front of a street food stall selling bingguozi. "Are you hungry?" Xiao Bixu swallowed hard and shook her head, "Not hungry." Fang Qimai got off the bike and said to the vendor, "Boss, 1 jam bingguozi, please." "You got it." Coming from a single-parent family with a mother who didn't earn much, Xiao Bixu's financial situation was quite tight. She was a sensible girl and understood how hard her mother worked. Every time she got pocket money, she would secretly save it, trying her best not to spend a cent more than necessary. Although she couldn't make money to lighten her mother's burden, she knew that her task was to study hard. If she got into a good school in the future, she could ensure a better life for both her and her mother. Even now, she was thinking about saving the money spent on a janbingguozi. Just then, as the vendor finished wrapping the crepe and cut it open to the spatula, Fang Qimai said, "Pack them separately." "Sure, no problem." Fang Qimai took the food and handed a portion to Xiao Bixu. "Here. This. Eat it before we leave." Xiao Bixu nodded. The two of them ate in silence. After a while, Xiao Bixu asked, "Fang Qimai, I think you're pretty smart. Why didn't you like studying before?" Fang Qimai swallowed a bite of the crepe. "But what kind of question is that? I still don't like studying now." Xiao Bixu. "But you're so smart. Wouldn't it be a waste if you didn't study hard?" "Intelligence is something I'm born with. I have no choice in that, but I can choose not to study." Xiao Bixu. Received 5 points of confusion from Xiao Bixu. "Can we even have a normal conversation? You make those of us who aren't naturally gifted but work hard feel so discouraged. Let's go. If you don't get home soon, your mom is going to be worried." "Okay." Just then, Xiao Bixu's phone rang. She suddenly tensed up. She hurriedly told Fang Qimai, "It's my mom calling, don't make a sound." Fang Qimai waved a hand, gesturing for her to go ahead. "Hey mom, I'm on my way back. Ruan Meng is giving me a ride." "Yes, okay, I will be careful." Meanwhile, Li Hongzi had just arrived home. He picked up his phone, opened WeChat, and debated for a long time. Should I send it or not? This is a perfect opportunity to destroy Fang Qimai, but Bixu will have to be the sacrifice. After thinking for a moment, his gaze suddenly turned vicious. Forget it, a short-term sacrifice is for a better future for Bixu and me. With that, he clicked on a contact in WeChat and sent several photos. Bixu is mine, nobody can steal her from me. Meanwhile, Fang Qimai pedaled through the park and the plaza with Xiao Bixu. They rode through streets and alleys and across crosswalks. Xiao Bixu held the edge of the bike seat with one hand and lightly tugged at Fang Qimai's shirt with the other. Zhang. 20 minutes later, the long squealing sound of the old bike's brakes echoed. Fang Qimai stopped at an intersection of a village within the city. "Better to stop here so my mom doesn't see." "Alright. We agreed that I'd treat you to lunch tomorrow. What do you want to eat?" "Whatever, as long as you're the one paying." "How about braised chicken rice?" "The school cafeteria is fine." Although he wasn't close with Xiao Bixu, Fang Qimai knew that her family situation was fairly modest. Food at the cafeteria was cheaper, so he wouldn't let her spend too much. Fang Qimai turned the bike around. "Hey, Fang Qimai, you. Thank you for helping me with all those questions today and for taking me home. You, take care of yourself. You're such a With one hard pedal, Fang Qimai rode off into the distance. Today, Xiao Bixu's impression of Fang Qimai had changed significantly. It was already 11:30 when Fang Qimai got home. This 10-square-meter room was where Fang Qimai lived. He tossed his backpack, took a shower, and collapsed onto the bed. His parents died in a car accident when he was young, and he had lived with his grandfather. Unfortunately, his grandfather passed away right as Fang Qimai started his first year of high school. Before he passed, he had said he had something to tell Fang Qimai, but he never got the chance to say it before he was gone. Other relatives couldn't be counted on, so Fang Qimai could only rely on himself. The money his grandfather left behind wasn't much, but it was just enough to cover his high school tuition and living expenses. As for college, Fang Qimai had never planned on attending. If it weren't for his grandfather's dying wish for him to study hard, Fang Qimai might not even have wanted to finish high school. It wasn't that he wasn't smart, on the contrary, he loved reading and had already achieved some minor successes. For instance, he had published several articles in literary magazines and earned royalties. Tall, handsome, and mature-looking, he would use his winter and summer breaks to work and earn living money. He worked as a server in KTVs and bars, a cashier at convenience stores, and even a sales clerk at supermarkets. Because he had experienced so much, he knew more and more life experience than his peers. Overall, he just didn't believe that formal education was the only path to success. And now, with the arrival of the system, his life would change forever. As long as someone said his name, he would receive a reward. It seems Fang Qimai was destined for an extraordinary life. By the way, system, what did you say your goal was again? The goal of this system is to make your name resound throughout the land, from the Great Wall to every corner of the world. Fang Qimai couldn't help but smile. Looks like since this magical system found me, I won't be able to stay low profile even if I wanted to. The next day. As soon as Fang Qimai arrived at school, he returned the bike on time. On the way, he ran into his best friend, Nu Jikao. At 165 meters and slightly chubby, Nu Jikao had always been in the top 10 in the class. Nu Jikao said happily, "I'm not going home for lunch today, let's grab a meal together." Fang Qimai replied, "Bad timing, someone is treating me to lunch today, excuse me." Who? A boy or a girl? If it's a girl, you're free to go, but if it's a boy, I'm going to be jealous. It was rare for Fang Qimai to enter the classroom before the bell rang today. Little did he know, as soon as he stepped inside, the grim face of the homeroom teacher, Tsuyubagai, loomed over him. He slammed the desk in a rage and let out a roar. "Fang Qimai, you stop right there." As soon as the class heard that tone, they knew something was wrong. Usually, Tsuyubagai would stop by his office to drop off his briefcase before heading to the classroom. But seeing him like this today, he must have been so furious about something that he rushed straight over. Liu Maimei, Fang Qimai's desk mate, felt nervous for him. Fang Qimai, however, calmly put down his backpack. He had been through this kind of scene countless times, he wasn't rattled. Tsuyubagai raged. "I have repeated it to you time and time again. No dating. It will affect your studies. Look at the time. There are only 98 days left until the college entrance exam. And here you are, wasting these crucial final 3 months on a relationship." These words instantly woke up the sleepy class. Oh my god, such explosive news right at the start of the day! Geez, who is my dating? Is it someone from our class? Who could it be? I'm dying to know. Wow, that really is something else. Liu Maimei's heart suddenly fluttered with joy and she began to blush. Could it be that Maimei has finally admitted our relationship to everyone? She looked at Fang Qimai affectionately and whispered, "Even if the mountains crumble and the earth joins the sky, I will never part from you. For you, I am willing to face everyone's judgment." Part from your head. Fang Qimai was speechless. He hadn't done anything, so why was he suddenly dating? And for old Zhu to get the news so quickly, someone must be stirring up trouble. However, he had never been one to explain himself. Being falsely accused of dating, it didn't really affect him. Fang Qimai, you're admitting it, aren't you? Nothing to say for yourself, huh? Teacher, I haven't admitted to anything, but if you insist on listening to slander, then I really have nothing to say. Listening to slander, I have proof. With that, Tsuyubagai walked up to Fang Qimai and pulled out his phone. On the screen were 7 or 8 photos of Fang Qimai riding his old bicycle with Xiao Bixu on the back the night before. He wondered who had taken them. Could it be old Guo from security? No, Fang Qimai knew the man. He was upright and direct. He wouldn't sneak photos and tattle to Tsuyubagai. Besides, these photos looked like they were taken at the school gate. Old Guo had been inside the guard room every time he passed by last night. With that thought, Fang Qimai turned to look at the class monitor, Li Hongzi. Could that guy really be so bored that he stalked me that late just to snap photos and frame me? Li Hongji's eyes shifted immediately. Students started crowding around to get a look. They saw who the female lead was. Whoa, Fang Qimai is actually dating the school beauty, Xiao Bixu. What? No way, for real? I have to say, that bike looks pretty cool. Man, that's wild. Liu Maimei was furious. My Maimai was carrying Xiao Bixu, and Xiao Bixu was holding onto the hem of his shirt. Ah, I'm going crazy. Tsuyubagai barked, "Everyone back to your seats." He then snapped at her, "Xiao Bixu, is this how you act as a model student? You're always the one volunteering for good deeds, and this is what you do?" Xiao Bixu was startled. She had been just as curious as everyone else about who Fang Qimai was dating. For some reason, she felt a slight pang of disappointment. She never expected that she would be the girl in the story. Xiao Bixu is baffled, points +10. Ah, teacher, it's not like that. Don't say another word. Forget about class today. Call your parents and get them here right now. Teacher, we are not dating. Xiao Bixu had a lot of pride. Being falsely accused of something like this made her eyes well up with tears immediately. Meanwhile, some of the sycophants and other female students in class were pointing fingers at her. Tch, and she told me she only wanted to study and wasn't interested in dating. All just excuses. She always acted so cold and aloof. I never thought she'd be this kind of person. If you're gonna do it, own it. Who knows what else someone like that might do later on. Between the class monitor and Brother Jian, who's got the bigger headache right now? The whole class was buzzing. It was quite a juicy story for a morning. All right, start morning reading. Chu Baogai turned back to the podium to gather his things. Li Hongzhi felt a pang of pity for Xiao Bixu, but he didn't regret it. That's right, the person who had waited at the school gate until past 10 last night, taken the photos, and sent them to Xu Baogai was indeed Li Hongzhi. To teach Fang Qimai a lesson and keep him away from Xiao Bixu, he felt he had to do it. Xiao Bixu slumped over her desk and began to cry quietly. Her image as a model student had just collapsed. Since she was little, she had never been scolded by a teacher for doing something wrong. She had never been in trouble enough to have her parents called in either. Having it happen all at once was too much for her pride to handle. Fang Qimai ruffled his hair. Geez, women are such a hassle. He hated seeing women cry. He didn't mind people framing him, but he knew the truth, and he wouldn't let them keep framing Xiao Bixu. At that moment, Xu Baogai was getting ready to leave the classroom. Fang Qimai called out, "Yes, Xiao Bixu rode on the back of Mike home last night, but does riding a bike together mean you're dating? By that logic, kissing would definitely get you pregnant. So the question is, anyone can kiss, so why isn't the world full of people struggling with infertility?" Oh, it seems this story isn't over yet. Fang Qimai's tongue is quite sharp. Xu Baogai stopped and glared. "Fang Qimai, what are you trying to do?" Fang Qimai replied, "Nothing. I just wanted to ask, is the back seat of a bicycle designed exclusively for lovers?" You. The students listened on. There seemed to be a twist. The confusion in the room kept mounting. Fang Qimai continued, "Some paparazzo with a dark and sinister heart loves to take things out of context and use photos to spin a narrative. Teacher, I'd like to think that you, in your wisdom, wouldn't just blindly listen to someone like that. And regarding that paparazzo, I think everyone knows who it is by now, right?" Xiao Bixu wiped away her tears and looked up. The situation was exactly as Fang Qimai described. Xu Baogai adjusted his glass. He began to think calmly to him. Indeed, a few photos alone don't prove anything. They aren't even intimate photos. This information came from Li Hongzhi. Not to mention that Li Hongzhi is the vice principal's son. The boy is always eager to impress and has always been my right-hand man. The reports he's given me about the class have always been accurate, but in this instance, have I been too impulsive? Perhaps I trusted him too much. Normally, I would consult with the class representatives before making a decision like this. But then again, the school rules are clear. Dating is strictly forbidden. Even though the high school seniors are basically adults, we are at a critical juncture, and they must prioritize their studies for the final push. Any romantic feelings should be saved until after the exam. Also, I was afraid of being reprimanded by the principal if they found out. That's why I was so furious when I got the message from Li Hongzhi last night. And Xiao Bixu, she's always been such a well-behaved student. She wouldn't do something like this. Could I have really misjudged them?
Fang Qimai, never mind who told me about the paparazzi or whoever took those photos. The point is, people have reported that you two have been dating for a while, and the evidence just surfaced last night. Do you have anything to say for yourself? Fang Qimai replied, "I have nothing to say, but everyone else does." Huh. Xu Baogai was... At that moment, a chubby boy stood up. It was Niu Jikao. Niu Jikao adjusted his glasses and said, "I can prove it, Qimai is a total single guy." Ding! You have been mentioned by your best friend Niu Jikao. Reward, Moonwalk Master Skill. Fang Qimai smiled. In a critical moment, he still had to rely on his best friend for support. Niu Jikao loved the moonwalk in his spare time, but no matter how hard he tried, his feet were always uncoordinated. He never expected that it would help Fang Qimai master such a new skill. Fang Qimai gave him a thumbs up. Though this testimony sounded a bit uncomfortable. Niu Jikao had excellent grades, so to some extent, Xu Baogai would actually listen to him. However, he knew Fang Qimai and Niu Jikao were very close and suspected bias, so he couldn't be a witness. Unexpectedly, the biology class representative Ruan Meng also timidly stood up. "Teacher, I can also testify." Fang Qimai's mouth curled up. "Not bad at all. Even this delicate, introverted, and shy girl is speaking up for me." Liu Meimei breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that it's not true. Then, Liu Meimei also raised her hand. "Teacher, I can also prove my deskmate's innocence. He really is a single guy." Fang Qimai. Seeing these people clarifying for Fang Qimai and Xiao Bixu, the truth of the matter gradually emerged. Xiao Bixu finally felt a bit better. Xu Baogai couldn't help but glance at Li Hongji. Li Hongji was sweating coldly. Once this matter was confirmed to be baseless, it would prove that he was the one who lied to the teacher. But at this moment there was nothing he could do. Fang Qimai saw it too. This time Xu Baogai had been played by Li Hongji. "Hongji, come to my office after class." After saying that, Xu Baogai wanted to leave. Fang Qimai didn't want to let it go just like that. He knew Xu Baogai's personality. He could never bring himself to admit his own impulsiveness and shortcomings. "Slow down, teacher." Xu Baogai stopped. Fang Qimai continued, "Speaking of which, here, who keeps your son from smoking, drinking and fighting? It's his girlfriend. Here, who reminds your daughter every day to put on more clothes, study hard, and not get too close to other boys? It's her boyfriend. So actually dating isn't necessarily a bad thing." The whole class. "My God, Brother Mai is truly the talent of our class, a role model for us all. He always says such shocking things. Amazing, this logical thinking is second to none. Brother Mai, you are just perfect, I kneel before you. That is seriously a cow riding a motorcycle, absolutely legendary." Bafflement points from Xu Baogai plus teen. Just then the bell rang. Xu Baogai was furious. He shouted, "Everyone sit down and have class properly. Fang Qimai, call your parents here after school today." Fang Qimai shrugged. He didn't care at all. He didn't have any parents anyway. On the contrary, the culprit Li Hongji was on the verge of a breakdown. Yesterday, after failing to rope Jiang Zijian into dealing with Fang Qimai, he came up with this plan to teach him a lesson, never expecting to drag Xu Baogai down instead. Most importantly, he didn't know how to face Xu Baogai after class. He's done for. Noon dismissal. Fang Qimai stylishly moonwalked, humming the hit song Buttercup. "Let it go, egg yolks will hurt your liver, holding my pillow. Damn, drinking soybean oil hurts the liver, I am your dad." His entire style was incredibly suave and his steps were very fluid and highly watchable. This was the charm of the moonwalk master skill, and quite a few people were dazzled. Niu Jikao was very excited. "That's amazing, Qimai, you can even do this. I've been trying to learn it for so long but couldn't. When will you teach me?" Fang Qimai glided all the way to Li Hongji's side. Li Hongji was startled. Having a guilty conscience, he didn't dare to look up and meet Fang Qimai's eyes. Tap, tap. Fang Qimai knocked on the desk 3 times. Although he didn't say anything, Li Hongji understood that Fang Qimai already knew he had slandered him. It was also a warning. Then Fang Qimai said to Xiao Bixu, "Let's go, school beauty Xiao, let's go get some food." "Get food?" Li Hongji was stunned. Fang Qimai replied, "Yes, school beauty Xiao is treating me to a meal." "Bixu, you are going to treat him to a meal?" Xiao Bixu nodded slightly. Although she was in the spotlight and wanted to avoid Fang Qimai to prevent further misunderstandings among everyone, since she had already promised Fang Qimai, she had to treat him to this meal to show her gratitude. Niu Jikao, who was on the side, rejoiced. This is truly a bunch of cows crossing a log bridge one after another legendary move. He suddenly realized and patted Fang Qimai on the shoulder. "So the person treating you to a meal is Xiao Bixu. Go on, I won't say you value romance over friendship, good luck." Li Hongji was incredibly unhappy inside. He had been deskmates with Bixu for so long, and they had never eaten together, let alone Bixu treating him to a meal. What right did Fang Qimai have to make Xiao Bixu treat him to a meal? But he was still feeling guilty about the morning's incident and didn't dare to say a word. Bafflement points from Li Hongji plus 6. Fang Qimai asked deliberately, "Class monitor, do you want to join us this time?" "Aye." Fang Qimai continued, "Class monitor, do you have the nerve to join?" "Damn." Walking on the road, Xiao Bixu suddenly said, "There are too many students in the cafeteria, let's go eat outside instead." "So what if there are many students?" About this morning, Xiao Bixu said in a tiny voice, "Everyone thinks that we are dating." Fang Qimai stopped suddenly. "Why should we care what others think?" Xiao Bixu was stunned. Fang Qimai added, "Let's go, we'll go eat spicy hot." Okay, Xiao Bixu quickly followed. When they arrived at the spicy hot pot shop, the two ordered their food. Finally, Xiao Bixu scanned the QR code to pay. "Landlady, the money has been transferred." "Got it." At that moment, someone suddenly said, "Yo, isn't this the beautiful Xiao?" Xiao Bixu rolled her eyes at him. Then the person looked at Fang Qimai. "You pretty boy living off a woman? Are you so poor that you let Xiao Bixu pay for you?" He sneered and added, "Do you really think you're worthy?" Fang Qimai turned his head and saw 3 people standing in front of him. Fang Qimai recognized the tall boy with a crew cut in the lead. His name is Lin Hoji from class 2 of the senior year. He is the current captain of the school basketball team. He had seen him on the basketball court and heard about him, but he had never played with him before. At the same time, he also heard that he was a rich kid whose family was very wealthy. Fang Qimai didn't really care what exactly his family business. In fact, Lin's wine industry, founded by Lin Hoji's father, was quite a large operation in Jiangsheng. Lin Hoji liked to hang out with people like Jiang Zijian and was also someone no one in school dared to mess with. Beside him stood two other people, a tall sidekick and a short one. Lin Hoji questioned her, "Bixu, why are you treating this guy to a meal? How many times have I asked you out for a meal, and you never agreed once?" Xiao Bixu didn't want to pay attention to him because this was between her and Fang Qimai, and others didn't need to know. The short boy said, "Our Madam Lin is treating you to a meal, getting a bit bold, aren't you?" Xiao Bixu was exceptionally beautiful, with fair skin, pretty features, and long legs. Throughout the school, many boys drooled over her. "Who is Madam Lin? Don't talk nonsense," Xiao Bixu said angrily. Lin Heoji smiled. "Oh, the beautiful Xiao has quite a temper." He changed his expression and cursed at Fang Qimai. "You brat, which class are you in?" "None of your business." "Damn it." Confusion points from Lin Hoji, +2. "Tired of living, are you? No one has ever dared to speak to our young master Lin like that." Fang Qimai replied, "Then I'll be the first." You what?" Fang Qimai interrupted. "Tell me first, are you guys finished eating?" "Yeah, we're finished." "Did you eat a lot?" "It's all right." "No, you must be so full you're acting up." "You..." Confusion points from Lin Hoji, +4. Confusion points from Surong, +3. Lin Hoji said furiously, "Kid, do you dare tell me your name?" "Listen up." Fang Qimai cleared his throat. "Your daddy's name is Fang Qimai." "Fang Qimai, right? Good. I promise I'll make sure you can't survive in the second middle school." Ding! You have been singled out by the rich kid Lin Hoji, unlocking the character Wealthy Dad. Wealthy Dad? What kind of reward is this? My unfortunate dad passed away years ago. Where would a wealthy dad come from? Suddenly Fang Qimai felt a chill down his spine. Confusion points from Fang Qimai himself, +10. System, you must be mistaken. This system is extremely rigorous and does not make mistakes. Then tell me what's going on. The rewards you receive are determined by the personal circumstances of the person who singles you out. Although it contains many unexpected factors, there is absolutely no error. This is strange. Can the system bring the dead back to life? At this moment, Fang Qimai felt gusts of cold wind. The short boy said, "You beggar, our young master Lin's dad is the boss of Lin's wine industry. He travels in luxury cars every day. Not to mention anything else. Just the watch on young master Lin's wrist costs more than what your parents earn in a year combined." The other boy added, "It's not even enough for the spare change in our young master Lin's pocket." Instantly, a sense of superiority welled up in Lin Hoji. "Bixu, let me treat you to dinner tonight. We can go for steak or Japanese food. Whatever you like, I'll do whatever you want." "No need." Lin Heoji was furious. "I just heard this morning that you were entangled with some guy. It must be this guy, right?" He looked at Fang Qimai and continued, "What am I lacking compared to him? You know how rich my family is, right? I'm also the captain of the basketball team. What is this kid worth? You're just going to treat him to a meal? And refuse me again? You've really broken my heart. How much money your family has is none of my business. And who I treat to a meal is none of your business. Go away, I don't want to see you." Lin Hoji said furiously, "Fine. Xiao Bixu, you will regret this." He turned to Fang Qimai and said, "And you, Fang Qimai, I'll remember you. I'll kill you when I get the chance." If it weren't for the school rules against fighting, Fang Qimai, who had mastered the 36-style grappling techniques, could have taken these three down in a minute. Now the biggest counterattack point lay with Xiao Bixu. Fang Qimai grabbed Xiao Bixu's hand and said, "Let's go eat." "Damn it!" Lin Heoji and the other two walked out angrily. At this moment, Xiao Bixu's fair face had turned completely red. Fang Qimai let go of her hand and asked, "Are you okay?" I'm fine." She hurriedly changed the subject. "I'll go see if ours is ready." Confusion points from Xiao Bixu, 15. Throughout the meal, neither of them said a word. Xiao Bixu was still stuck in that moment just now. Since she was a child, she had never held a boy's hand. Suddenly being pulled like that by Fang Qimai, she was still incredibly nervous. His hands were large and thick, giving a sense of security. And Fang Qimai wasn't talking because he was wondering what this rewarded wealthy dad was all about. After lunch, Xiao Bixu went back to the classroom for a nap. As soon as she parted ways with Fang Qimai, Xiao Bixu finally relaxed. Just as Fang Qimai went to the small shop at the gate to buy a bottle of water, a roaring sound of supercars suddenly approached. And it wasn't just one car. There were at least 10. The next moment, a row of supercars parked along the side of the road. Aston Martin, Maserati, Lamborghini, Koenigsegg. Even Ferrari and Rolls-Royce were there. They were stylish and very eye-catching. Any one of them was a street-turning stunner. In no time, it attracted many passersby and shopkeepers who gathered around and scrambled to take photos. Fang Qimai took a sip of water, but before he could swallow it, he stood frozen. Mer naturally unable to resist supercars. Deep down, they all fantasize about having one. The first car in line was the most expensive Rolls-Royce, the Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost. At that time, the Silver Ghost was produced for the British royal family and could be considered a symbol of nobility. It has a history of 100 years and has long been out of production. The existing Silver Ghost is worth over 155 billion RMB. Its value is no longer something money can buy. Rather than calling it a car, it is more fitting to call it a work of art. Looking closely, the license plate of the first Silver Ghost was Jiang AE 8880. The license plate of the second Koenigsegg Agera was Jiang 8881. And so on. Behind them, there was another series starting with 66660. My goodness, they even have sequential plates? Really saw something new today. At this moment, the drivers of the following 9 cars got out. What was jaw-dropping was that these 9 men in suits, sturdy and wearing sunglasses, were actually all bald. The 9 of them stood in a circle around the Silver Ghost. The driver of the Silver Ghost also got out. He was a middle-aged man in his 50s. He looked very steady and seemed to be a butler and driver. He opened the car door, and a middle-aged couple stepped out. The woman was quite attractive and with her dressing looked very young. The man, although tall and handsome, was also bald. The onlookers were curious about what these big shots were here for. The butler said, "Sir, madam, the young master is right there." The butler led the middle-aged couple toward Fang Qimai. "Master." The butler bowed directly. "Young master." The remaining 9 bodyguards also bowed to show their respect. "Fang Qimai?" The middle-aged couple immediately stepped forward. "This height is excellent, he inherited that from me. This face was inherited from me. The more I look, the more handsome he is, and these long eyelashes just like mine. Slender fingers, they are exactly the same as mine. His skin is so fair, although it is not quite as good as mine am. And his hair quality is amazing, just like mine when I was young. What the heck?" Fang Qimai's hair was being ruffled into a mess. The onlookers watched in amazement. What on earth was going on? The butler said respectfully, "Young Master Fang Qimai, please come with us to the car." Ding. You have been named by the butler Bai Lishu, unlocking the ability, Comprehensive Data Analysis. Comprehensive Data Analysis. Description. You can perform big data analysis and information retrieval on a target. Each use consumes 200 points of confusion value. Comes with the effect, self-protection. The host can perform big data analysis on others, but the host is protected and no one can obtain the host's big data. Seems like a pretty powerful thing? But why does this person know my name? Young Master? Wait a minute, why should I go with you? I don't know you. Bai Lisho said, "Young Master, this matter is of great importance. It concerns your true identity." Identity? Fang Qimai was invited into the Silver Charm. The group of bodyguards outside didn't let anyone get. What is going on? Fang Qimai asked. The middle-aged couple's eyes were shining, their hearts overflowing with excitement. "Lao Bai, you explained the situation to him." "Yes, sir." Bai Lisho said to Fang Qimai, "Young master, I am the butler, Bai Lisho. We are here to tell you a truth. The late Fang Zheng and Tian Chenju were not your biological parents." "What?" "The couple before you, Fang Zhongshan and Li Haomei, are your true biological parents." "Oh, this?" Fang Qimai looked at the 3 people before him in disbelief. How is this possible? Bai Lisho was prepared. He gave a faint smile and immediately produced 2 paternity test reports. "Young master, we have already obtained your DNA and performed the test. Here are the results, please take a look." Seeing the report, Fang Qimai bounded. Am I really the biological son of these 2 people? Technically speaking, a paternity test cannot be forged. Moreover, it is a testing service that requires official approval to be conducted. Every test sample and result must be verified for accuracy before a report can be issued, and the report is subject to third-party re-examination. Come to think of it, my eyes, my gaze, and my eyelashes are indeed exactly the same as Li Haomei's. And my high nose bridge is cut from the same mold as Fang Zhongshan's. Under the influence of my innate charm, my facial features are even more refined than theirs. Also, this is a photo of you when you were young. Fang Qimai took it and saw himself wearing a yellow dress, holding hands with a little girl in a pink dress. What the heck? Why am I in a dress? This is my dark history. I'll be damned. However, Fang Qimai could tell at a glance that the photo was authentic. That was indeed him as a child. In the business world, the names of the master and mistress are world-renowned, but considering you are a student, you might not be aware of this, so allow me to introduce them to you. Clearing his throat, Bai Lishu continued. Fang Zhongshan and Li Haomei, the richest people in Asia, and also the most outstanding entrepreneurs in Asia. In Asia, the Tianhao Group has become synonymous with wealth and success, penetrating into every corner of the world. Tianhao is named after the first character of Chairman Fang's name Tian, and the character Hao from the chairwoman's name. Under their leadership, they have developed the Tianhao Group into a vast business empire. Their operations are extremely diverse, ranging from oils, flour, feed, sugar cultivation and manufacturing, mining to trade, finance, hotels, shipping, real estate and industry. The couple was ranked 16th on this year's Forbes World Billionaires list, with a net worth of $60.1 billion US, which is equivalent to 414.9 billion RMB. They are ranked first on the Forbes Asia Billionaires list. Bai Lishu's long introduction completely baffled Fang Qimai. He was so shocked his jaw almost hit the floor. This is what the system meant a wealthy dad. The usually calm Fang Qimai couldn't help it this time. Suddenly he had become a super rich second generation? That's really something else. Lin Haoji, I need to thank your whole family. But even if his biological parents were billionaires, Fang Qimai couldn't accept this fact overnight. Although his adoptive parents passed away early, that bond and gratitude would never disappear. Now having a set of biological parents suddenly appear, who could easily accept that? Fang Qimai remembered that before his grandfather passed away, he had mentioned having something important to tell him. But he left before he could say it. Could this be what he was referring to? Bai Lishu continued, "Young master, this is the police report filed by the master and mistress at the time, please take a look." As Fang Qimai looked, Bai Lishu introduced, 16 years ago, the mistress accidentally lost you. She didn't remember until half a month later, then they went to report it but could never find you. Huh? You can lose a child like that? No, you waited half a month to remember? Fang Zhongshan said, "Son, I wasn't at home at the time and your mother is quite forgetful. Son, please don't blame your mother." Li Haomei added, "That's right, son. Honestly, we only recently remembered that we had a son like you. Only just remembered. My goodness, am I really your son?" After we remembered, we inquired everywhere and sent 1,008 of the world's top private investigators to look into your situation. Once we got a lead, we came for you immediately. Anyway, please don't be too angry with your mom and dad. Haha. Haha. Fang Zhongshan also laughed along. Fang Qimai was confused. Are these two really the richest people in Asia? They seem so unreliable. Fang Qimai silently reached out his hand to have a question. Go ahead, son. Fang Qimai pointed at Fang Zhongshan's shiny bald head and asked, "Are you really my dad?" Fang Qimai thought his hair quality was excellent. Surely he wouldn't go bald in the future, right? Fang Zhongshan touched his bald head and replied, "Of course it's true. Could a paternity test be fake?" Fang Qimai wanted to cry. It's over. Seeing this situation, there's a high probability I'll go bald too. Fang Zhongshan laughed heartily. Ha! Son, when your old man was young, my hair was better than yours and I was better looking than you. I only became rich after I went bald overnight. You win some, you lose some. I lost my hair but gained a fortune. Going bald is a good thing. Fang Qimai. Right, it is quite a sudden change. Li Haomei said, "Son, since it's such a coincidence that your adoptive father also had the last name Fang, if you like your current name, you keep using it, it doesn't matter." Fang Qimai couldn't help asking out of curiosity, then what was my original name? If the original name sounded better, he could consider changing it back. Li Haomei thought for a long time. Instant noodle. Fang Qimai. I'll just keep being Fang Qimai. Fang Zhongshan said, "See? I told you he wouldn't like that name. The name I picked out, steering wheel, was so good." Fang Qimai. Reuniting with biological parents should have been a moving experience worth crying over. But now Fang Qimai only felt that his biological parents were two clowns. Li Haomei said, "Oh, that's not the point. Since we're a family now, it's time for you to know the family secret." What secret? Fang Qimai be curious. Fang Zhongshan took out an iron box with a very serious expression. Recalling the ups and downs of the past dozen years, I have experienced so much and tasted every kind of bitterness. Your mother and I went from having nothing to 1 million, then 10 million, and now 100 million. They are all hidden in this iron box. Wait a minute, Fang Qimai interrupted. I have seen this routine before. It is full of IOs, right? So it turns out these people are scammers. What a rich dad, my ass. Yes, they are indeed. They really are scammers. However, back then, your grandparents were in Myanmar trading jade. Every piece they touched was a hit. They saved the day, paid off all our debts, and even lent us some seed money, which led to who we are today. We kept the photocopies of these IOUs specifically to remind ourselves that even when we have money, we must never forget where we started. Hearing this, Fang Qimai felt that although these two looked unreliable, they still had principles and beliefs. To his surprise, Li Haomei took out a black card with gold patterns. Son, this is a custom-made Fang International black gold card. There is no spending limit, feel free to use it. Fang Qimai? Didn't they just say never to forget where they started? Fang Zhongshan also said, you are about to take the college entrance exam, so we will not make you transfer. Just study hard here. I have already looked into the situation. Your school's exterior walls are a bit old, so I plan to build a few new teaching buildings for you. Your playground is also a bit worn out, so I am considering buying the land next to your school to build a stadium. I have also investigated your cafeteria. The environment is not good. I will arrange for people to renovate it according to Michelin standards for you. Fang Qimai. I only have 3 months left in this school. I will have graduated by the time the stadium is built, won't I? Li Haomei waved her hand, and Bai Lishu stepped forward with a bag. Young master, for your convenience in attending school, I have bought the villa complex nearest to your school. The property deeds are in your name. These are the access cards. There are 18 villas in total. Good heavens. Fang Qimai was completely dumbfounded. This is truly insanely rich. Then Bai Lishu continued, as for your transport to and from school, including a Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost, a Lamborghini Veneno, a Ferrari LaFerrari, and a Maserati Gengsi, 28 luxury cars and supercars are ready. You can choose according to your preference. What, even this car? Fang Qimai looked at the Silver Ghost in disbelief. Yes, Bai Lishu nodded. These 10 cars are all under your name now. The other 18 cars were kept in the villa because your father was afraid of being too flashy. Are you kidding me? Is this still not flashy enough? Bai Lishu continued, considering that you do not know how to drive yet, we have arranged a dedicated driver for each of your cars, a total of 28 of them. By the way, every driver is skilled in martial arts enough to protect your safety, young master. This system is really amazing. It actually found my real billionaire parents. A series of changes left Fang Qimai. Son, are you satisfied with what we have done for you? Yes, son, for so many years we have owed you a lot, let us make it up to you. Feel free to spend this money. It was all earned by your mother and me through legitimate business. Damn. Wow, husband, did you hear that? Our son called us. I am so happy. The couple was overjoyed, and Bai Lishu also felt very happy for them. Fang Qimai then said, since it is confirmed that you are my biological parents, it is reasonable for me to call you dad and mom, but I need some time to accept these facts. Yes, we understand. By the way, dad, what age did you start going bald? Let me prepare myself mentally. Fang Zhongshan thought for a while. I think I started going bald before I turned 30. It is all over. Fang Qimai touched his hair, his heart sank. Li Haomei said, by the way, son, let's talk about inheriting the family assets. Inherit the family assets? Fang Qimai was dumbfounded. They were already talking about inheriting the family fortune. Sure enough, whether a person succeeds or not depends on the virtues accumulated by their ancestors. Being born into a good family is really important. Ever since you were lost, your mother and I have not had any more children. We have discussed it. Once you graduate from college, all the family assets will be inherited by you alone. Yes, mainly because we have so many things to do every day. We fly all over the world attending endless meetings, and we are also very tired. If we hand it over to you, we will be relieved and can do whatever we want, haha. Mainly, we are no longer interested in money. Fang Qimai. What the hell, not interested in money? After thinking for a while, Fang Qimai replied, Dad, Mom, I refuse. Ah. You don't want to inherit the family assets? Fang Qimai said, I want to rely on my own efforts. Saying this, Fang Qimai pushed the black gold card back to his mom, Li Haomei. The original Fang Qimai just wanted to be a salaryman in the future and make some pocket money. Get married to a woman he could talk to in the future. Then have 2 children, a boy or a girl would be fine. Once the two children have families of their own, he would retire. Live a leisurely life of seclusion, playing games and ball sports until he could no longer do it. Now that he has a system, he is no longer an ordinary person. But Fang Qimai still preferred to be a couch potato. However, he was so excellent and outstanding, with talent in every aspect. If he just inherited a fortune of hundreds of billions so easily, it would be too lacking in challenge. Furthermore, the system will bring him infinite excitement and infinite possibilities. Compared to inheriting family assets, Fang Qimai wanted to earn recognition from others by himself. Fang Zhongshan and Li Haomei looked at each other and instantly understood. That is my son for you. It turns out he wants to rely on himself to become the world's richest man. Fang Qimai? I did not say that. Fang Zhongshan thought for a moment, then okay son, I will invest 100 million first as your startup capital. No, one is not enough. 10 billion. I will arrange for someone to transfer this 10 billion to your account right now, Li Haomei said. Son, we respect your choice. Feel free to spend these 10 billion. Once you are done, come home and inherit the family fortune. Going through the hardships of society is also necessary. Son, no matter what, we are your strongest backup. Saying this, Li Haomei pushed the black gold card to Fang Qimai again. Fang Zhongshan added with a straight face, your mother means you need to experience the beatings of society. Whenever you can't make it anymore, just come home and inherit the family business. Fang Qimai. Fang Qimai was speechless. He had an unlimited black gold card and another card with 10 billion, yet he was expected to go out and face the harsh lessons of society. Is that a harsh lesson? That's just a billionaire experiencing life. The next moment, Fang Qimai suddenly turned serious. But mom and dad, I haven't even finished high school yet, and I don't really plan on going to college. Fang Zhongshan and Li Haomei exchanged glances. Speaking of which, we have one requirement for you, and it's our only. What is? It's fine if you don't want to inherit the family business for now, but you must finish college. Huh. Yeah, son, your mother is right. Your dad and I didn't study hard enough back in the day, and we regret not having a higher education. When we were starting out, we were looked down upon by so many people because of our lack of education. We hit so many walls. We only ended up in 16th place. If we had been more educated, we certainly wouldn't have just been 16th. So we hope you study hard so you'll have a chance to surpass us in the future. Yes, son, that is our only request. If you don't study hard and get into a good university, then come home and inherit the family business immediately. Fang Qimai sighed and had no choice but to agree. His next goal was to get into college. As for studying hard, that doesn't exist. With Fang Qimai's IQ plus the system, if he actually got serious, he could easily get into a good university in the future. Li Haomei suddenly shouted, today is a great day for our Fang family. Old Bai, bring me my favorite wine. We need to celebrate properly. Bai Lisho said, Madam, the young master is still a student, so I wouldn't recommend drinking. Haha, I almost forgot, then I'll just drink it myself. Honey, don't drink too much. We still have a board meeting this afternoon. Just one small sip. Glug glug. Then Bai Lisho consciously stepped out of the car. Inside the car, the family of three chatted about the past. They talked about funny stories from Fang Qimai's childhood, as well as his past embarrassments. Their relationship gradually warmed up. Suddenly, the school's preparatory bell for class rang. They hadn't realized they'd been talking for so long. Son, it's time for you to go to class. Your mother and I have to fly to Cambodia for a meeting this afternoon. If you have any requests, feel free to ask, and we will certainly satisfy them. Fang Qimai said, right, my homeroom teacher has been saying he wants to meet you, and our vice director of the dean's office and the physics teacher also want to see you. Meeting the teachers? Sure. I've met many business tycoons, high-ranking officials and nobles, but this is my first time meeting teachers. I'm actually a bit nervous. Fang Zhongshan hurriedly adjusted his collar. But didn't you say you had a meeting this afternoon? We'll make it in time, son. We have a private jet. The flight only takes 2 or 3 hours. Plus, the time in Cambodia is an hour behind us, so the actual flight is less than 2 hours. The airlines and airports are also owned by our family, so we can take off and land whenever we want. Fang Qimai. These are parents who are ridiculously wealthy and can do whatever they please. Suddenly, the sound of propellers came from the distance. Bai Lisho said, Sir, madam, the plane is ready and is currently parked on the school playground. Alright, son, you study hard. We're going to see your homeroom teacher. Old Bai, prepare some small gifts. Yes. At the school gate. The principal of the second middle school, Su Hongrong, along with Fang Yi's homeroom teacher, Zhu Baogai, and the deputy director of the academic affairs office, Luo Zhenzrui, and other school leaders had been waiting for a long time. They had received notice that the chairman of Tianhao Group and his wife were coming to pay a visit. Although they didn't know the reason, it was absolutely an honor for them. Waiting at the school gate, they only saw a row of luxury cars but didn't see the chairman and his wife. They didn't dare to approach and disturb them rashly, so they could only wait at the entrance. Chairman Fang, Chairwoman Li, I apologize for not greeting you sooner. Su Hongrong's voice was even shaking a little. Then everyone introduced themselves. Bai Lishu immediately presented some small gifts. We've caused you trouble with Qimai, Principal Su. This is just a small token of our appreciation. Ding, you were called out by your father, Fang Zhongxin. Ability unlocked, photographic memory. Su Hongrong, Zui Baogai, and the others looked at the gifts and realized these weren't small tokens at all. Angostura bitters, Winston cocktails, Romeo I Julieta no, 1 Cuban cigars, Omega DeVille mechanical watches. They were all world-class luxury tobacco, alcohol, and watches, ranging in price from thousands to tens of thousands. Confusion value from Su Hongrong plus 13. Confusion value from Zhu Baogai plus. Confusion value from Luo Zhenzrui Plaven. The school had strict rules against accepting gifts, especially those this expensive. Su Hongrong was so scared that he hurriedly declined the small gifts. Fang Zhongxin immediately put his arm around Su Hongrong's shoulder and said, since Principal Su won't accept them, I won't force you. Let's talk about building the stadium. Oh, and this teaching building of yours. Fang Qimai looked at Zhu Baogai. Zhu Baogai was also looking at Fang Qimai, his heart full of confusion. What on earth is going on? Fang Qimai said, Mom, he is our homeroom teacher. Mom? Xu Bai shuddered. The chairman and chairwoman of Tianhao Group are Fang Qimai's parents. Confusion value from Zhu Baogai 15. Confusion value from Zhu Baogai plus 7. Zhu Baogai almost knelt down. He wiped a cold sweat and hurriedly said, Chairwoman, hello. I am Qimai's homeroom teacher, Zhu Baogai. Li Haomei said, you've worked hard, Teacher Chu. Our Qimai has been naughty since he was little. He must have caused a lot of trouble in class, right? Ding. You were called out by your mother, Li Haomei. Constitution unlocked. Infinite capacity. Infinite capacity. After acquiring this constitution, you will not get drunk even after drinking 3,000 cups. Incredible. I could tell just now that Mom can drink a lot. Zhu Baogai froze, then hurriedly forced a smile. You're joking, Chairwoman. Qimai studies very hard and we teachers all admire him. Really? That's good. After a pause, Li Haomei said, what did you say your name was again? Shu. Fang Qimai. Mom is indeed very forgetful. Oh, right, Teacher Shu. I heard from our Qimai that you've been wanting to see us. What is it about? This? Hey, Zhu Baogai smiled awkwardly again. Actually, there's nothing much. Just wanted to chat. Fang Qimai laughed it off. Mom, I'm heading back to class now. Go ahead, son. Then, Li Haomei called Fang Qimai. Oh right son, do think about inheriting the family business. Fang Qimai waved his hand, depends on my mood. Shui Baogai. Confusion value from Zhu Baogai plus teen.
Back in the classroom, Fang Qimai was already nearly 20 minutes late. The chemistry teacher, Liang Yin, hated it most when students were late for a class. Fang Qimai, you... Ding, you have been called out by the chemistry teacher. Reward, skill, advanced motor vehicle driving technique. Ding, additional reward, driver's license added to your system inventory. Note, this document is issued by a formal institution and is valid. That's awesome! Everyone in the class knew that although Liang Yin was a woman, she loved racing and was even married to a race car driver. Being called out by her and gaining advanced driving skills was exactly what Fang Qimai needed. In an instant, Fang Qimai, who didn't even have a driver's license yet, suddenly possessed profound knowledge and experience. Rapid acceleration, limit corner overtaking, long-distance drifting, everything was under his control. Just as Liang Yin was about to burst into a rant, the homeroom teacher, Xu Baogai, suddenly appeared. He whispered to Liang Yin that this was a special case. Finally, he let Fang Qimai return to his seat. The students were confused. Didn't old Zhu scold Fang Qimai harshly this morning? What was going on now? Seeing Zhu Baogai's attitude take such a big turn, Li Hongzhi was very annoyed. Moreover, because of his false report, he had set up Zhu Baogai and drawn his dissatisfaction. If it weren't for his father's status, he would have been scolded severely. This damn Fang Qimai. Ever since this morning, Bixu hasn't really spoken to me. It's so frustrating. No, I must find another way to teach Fang Qimai a hard lesson. After school, Fang Qimai decided not to attend the evening self-study session. He changed his clothes and walked out of the school gate. At this moment, Bai Lishu appeared out of nowhere. Uncle Bai, why are you still here? The master and mistress specifically asked me to stay. From now on, I will be in charge of everything for you, and you can order me as you please. Very well. Young master, please follow me. Bai Lishu led Fang Qimai all the way to the small path beside the school. Young master, to make parking convenient, I have purchased all 28 parking space on this road, and they are all under your name. Wow, do I need that many? The master said that the parking fees collected from the remaining spaces will be automatically transferred to you as your startup capital. Fang Qimai. How extravagant. Young master, it's peak rush hour after school. To avoid unnecessary traffic jams, I've had the other cars return to your villa, leaving only one to pick you up. Fang Qimai wiped the sweat from his brow. This is too exaggerated. So where's the car? Bai Lishu pointed ahead, Aston Martin DB11. After a pause, Bai Lishu added, I was supposed to be your driver, but I didn't expect you to leave school early. Otherwise, I should have driven to the gate to pick you up. It's fine, we'll just walk over there. From a distance, he could see his car surrounded by many people. What a cool car. I never expected someone in our school to drive such a supercar. I heard that many teachers are actually children of the wealthy teaching just for fun. I guess it's a teacher's car. Could it be some student's parent? I'm so envious. When will my dad be able to afford a car like that? The juniors nearby and other onlookers were all discussing and admiring it. Fang Qimai stepped forward to take a look. Honestly, this navy blue supercar was really handsome. Ding! Consume 200 points of bewilderment to activate comprehensive data analysis. Current remaining bewilderment points, 735. This ability also works on objects. Immediately, the car's parameters appeared. Aston Martin DB11. The latest Volante convertible special edition. Color, navy blue. The first product of the collaboration between Aston Martin and Mercedes-Benz. Equipped with a 4.0 twin-turbocharged V8 engine, paired with an 8-speed automatic transmission, max power. Its design philosophy. Reference price, 4.88 million RMB. Reading through the list, he was shocked again and again. But the most shocking thing was that string of numbers. 4.88 million RMB. Uncle Bai, this price. Please forgive me, young master. In order not to cause traffic jams during school rush hour, this is the cheapest of the 28 sports cars. If you don't like it, I can arrange for another car to come over now. Fang Qimai. No need. Fang Qimai wiped the sweat from his brow, just as he couldn't wait to get in and try it out. Suddenly someone shouted, hey, isn't that Fang Qimai? What a small world. Fang Qimai turned around and saw it was Lin Hoji. This guy had also skipped the evening self-study session. Come to think of it, I really should thank him. Lin Hoji said, this car is the latest Aston Martin, worth 5 million. Poor guy, have you seen the world now? As soon as he said this, the onlookers instantly started buzzing. 5 million. Wow, whose car is this? So rich. I've never seen such a luxury car before. The owner must be very handsome. I really want to see him in person. What if it's a beautiful woman? I want to hug a rich woman's thigh. Lin Haoji said disdainfully, Fang Qimai, losers like you are only fit to look at luxury cars. You will never be able to drive a car like this in your life. He patted the roof of his own BMW 730 and added, but I'm not much better off. I only get to ride in this 900,000 RMB car. I'm so poor. These words immediately provoked public anger. This guy looked like he was crying about being poor, but in reality, he was just showing off. But no one could do anything about him, and 900,000 was not a small amount. Lin Hoji said proudly, my dad said that when I graduate and get my license, this BMW will be mine. The people around were even more envious and jealous. It's so good to have a rich dad. No kidding, the basketball team captain Lin Hoji is the young master of the Lin wine industry. Comparing people is truly infuriating. Lin Hoji asked coldly, what makes you think you're qualified for Bixu to treat you to dinner? You. Fang Qimai interrupted him, are you done with your nonsense? Lin Hoji said, I'm not going to argue with a loser like you. Watch yourself in the future. Driver, let's go! Fang Qimai said, old Bai's. Bai Lishu put down his tablet and handed over the car keys immediately. The moment he unlocked it, the Aston Martin's lights came on. The crowd was instantly stunned. Lin Hoji was shocked. This car is his. Bewilderment points from Lin Hoji. Fang Qimai was just about to get into the car to test drive this luxury vehicle and put his exceptional driving skills to the test. Bai Lishu said, young master, you. Fang Qimai produced his driver's license. I see. I didn't expect you to be able to drive at such a young age, young master. You're truly a prodigy. After a brief pause, Bai Lishu continued, so young master, if I may be so bold, are you really not going to evening study today? I don't feel like going today. You really are carefree, young master. Alright, young master, whatever you say. Fang Qimai opened the car door, immediately drawing a burst of cheers. Evening study session. So this 5 million yuan sports car actually belongs to our senior. Wow, senior is so handsome, and he can actually drive. Which class is he in? Can we add him on WeChat? How come I never noticed before that our school had such a handsome upperclassman? He must be too low-key. Lin Haoji was completely dumbfounded. He froze the moment he opened the car door. Bai Lisho said, "Young master, we're in the process of arranging the acquisition of Lin's winery, and it's expected to be completed today." The lady also said that this acquisition will be added to your portfolio of businesses, and you'll serve as CEO. Hearing this, Lin Haoji was even more baffled. Takeover. Even Fang Qimai was taken aback. Lin Haoji immediately asked, "You know about my dad's company? No, are you saying you can just go ahead and acquire my dad's company whenever you want?" Bai Lisho pulled out his tablet again. To ensure our young master has a comfortable campus environment, we've obtained big data on every student and teacher at this school. We have complete access to all relevant information. According to the big data, Lin Haoji, over the past year, your average exam score has not exceeded 63 points. You've been in 3 fights. You've received 1 warning and 2 serious warnings from the school. You like to browse inappropriate websites on your phone, and you've frequently visited 8 online stores selling inflatable dolls, though you've never placed an order. We do not recommend that our young master associate with you. Lin Haoji's confusion level plus. Lin Haoji was overcome with shame. You're making this up. Big data shows that Lin Kangmin, your father, founded Lin's winery 12 years ago, but the business has been on a downward trend for the past 4 years, with revenue declining year after year. Preliminary analysis indicates this is due intense competition from peers and poor management. Based on our projections, if the current situation persists, Lin's winery is at risk of bankruptcy within 2 years and 9 months. Our wife is acquiring Lin's winery on the one hand to transform the company's business model and save the Lin enterprise, and on the other hand to give you Lin Haoji a chance to get your act together. Oh my god. So that's the kind of person Senior Lin really is. Is that for real? And to think I thought he was so handsome. Morals are really going downhill these days. Young men nowadays, you can't judge a book by its cover. Everyone present was stunned. That analysis was truly impressive. In the face of big data, everyone's privacy is laid bare. Lin Haoji's confusion level was. Lin Haoji's confusion level plus stuff. Fang Qimai was also impressed by the big data provided by Bai Lishu. After running a comprehensive data analysis on Lin Haoji, the results matched what Bai Lishu had said. Impressive. However, Fang Qimai had an even greater advantage. He didn't need any tools or machines. He could apply data technology directly. As a result, the other party had virtually no privacy left. Under the guise of getting to know a person better. In reality, it's about prying into their lives and uncovering more of their secrets. Conversely, he himself would not be subject to big data analysis. I can see you, but you cannot see me or analyze. Damn! You old geezer, do you think I'll beat you up or what? Lin Haoji swung his fist. His driver hurriedly interjected, "Young master, don't be impulsive. The boss told me to keep an eye on you and make sure you don't get into any more fights." Bai Lishu smiled slightly, showing no sign of anger. He clasped his fists and said, "Wing Chun, Bai Lishu, I'm always up for a fight." "You," Fang Qimai said, "don't go looking for trouble. You're a match for Uncle Bai." Fang Qimai had already reviewed Bai Lishu's performance data. He was no ordinary opponent. He had been practicing Wing Chun for over 30 years. Although Fang Qimai was young and strong and had mastered grappling techniques, he was by no means a match for Bai Lishu. Seeing Bai Lishu's stance, Lin Haoji didn't dare to act He snapped, "Nonsense! How could my dad possibly go bankrupt? Who do you think you are, just going around saying you'll buy it up? That's the result of my father's hard work over the past decade, or so there's no way we're selling it." Bai Lishu replied, "Our master has said that as long as he wants it and the price is right, no deal is impossible." You. Lin Haoji was too inexperienced to hold his own against the seasoned Bai Lishu. The onlookers all eyed Bai Lishu with skepticism. Can you really pull this off? Don't just talk big. Lin's winery is quite famous here in Jiangcheng. Are they really going to be acquired? Didn't you hear what he just said? The company's been on a downward spiral. Taking it over would be saving it. I just don't know if that's true or not. Just then, Bai Lishu's cell phone rang. "Hello, okay, thanks for your hard work." After hanging up, he immediately turned to Qimai and said, "Young master, the acquisition of Lin's winery is complete. You are now its sole shareholder. What are your instructions?" Everyone present felt their heads spin. Is that even possible? Oh my god. Just like that, he'd completed the acquisition. It seemed he'd offered the other party a price that required no hesitation. Such efficiency can only be described in one way. Money talk. Lin Haoji's confusion level plus. Lin Haoji, standing at 1.9 meters, suddenly felt his legs give way. The driver quickly rushed over to steady him. After catching his breath, Lin Haoji immediately called home. Fang Qimai said, "No need to make any changes. Let Lin Kangmin continue in his management role and have Mom send someone over to provide guidance to teach them a more efficient business model. Since we've taken over, let's do a good job." "Yes, young master." Fang Qimai added, "Oh, and let me know to tell Lin Kangmin to have his son keep a low profile." "Got it." The middle-aged men and women shopping for groceries all stopped to watch the spectacle. More and more people gathered to watch. The crowd's bewilderment grew a second. After hanging up, Lin Hoji's phone fell right to the ground. His family's Lin's winery had really been acquired. What's more, his father, Lin Kangmin, had learned about the conflict between Lin Hoji and Fang Qimai and immediately gave Lin Hoji a severe scolding. Lin Hoji's bewilderment level plus. He stammered, Chairman Fang, I've offended you in the past, please forgive me. No need for forgiveness. Fang Qimai's gaze turned icy. Get the hell out of here, the farther the better. Yes. Chairman Fang, I'm leaving right now. Lin Hoji shoved the driver. Hurry up. The two quickly got into the car, and Lin Hoji didn't even have time to pick up his phone before they sped off. The onlookers stood there speechless. A 900,000 car bragging in front of a 5 million car, only to have his family's company taken over in the end? I've lived for decades, and today has really opened my eyes. As soon as Fang Qimai gripped the steering wheel, he instantly got the hang of it. He'd always loved playing racing games. Now, he could actually experience it for real. Many people have their first driving experience in a driving school car. After graduating, they usually practice on some beat-up used cars. Fang Qimai was different. The very first car he drove actually started at 5 million. Just then, a girl skipped over excitedly and asked, Senior, could you give me a ride home? She made a point of showing off her long leg. Fang Qimai asked in return, how tall are you? Senior, I'm 1.76 meters tall, my legs are really long. Fang Qimai replied, sorry, your legs are too long, you won't fit in the passenger seat. Zhang Lei's confusion level 5. Another girl stepped forward and said cutely, Senior, will you give me a ride home then? Where do you live? World Trade Mall, could you give me a ride? The girl asked hopefully, tapping her index fingers together. World Trade Mall? It's a 5-minute walk. Why the hell would you need a ride? You're so spoiled, just walk there like a good girl. Confusion level from Lexu +6. Zoom. Boom, tap. After Bai Lishu got in the car, Fang Qi slammed his foot down on the gas pedal. Roar! It really felt like flying. A group of young female fans went wild right where they stood. If asked what it felt like to drive a 5 million yuan luxury car, Fang Qimai wouldn't have known how to describe it. There's only one word for it, awesome. Seeing how skilled Fang Qimai was behind the wheel, Bai Lishu felt reassured. Suddenly, Bai Lishu spoke up. Young master, please forgive me for acting on my own just now. The lady has made it clear that you must not be bullied, belittled, or looked down upon. Acquiring the other party's company and taking control is one of the countermeasures she mentioned. That was a rather bold move, not something just anyone could pull off. Fang Qimai nodded, well done. Fang Qimai then asked curiously, Uncle Bai, why are you so efficient? Your speed in acquiring other companies is truly astonishing. Bai Lishu replied, young master, you flatter me. This is all thanks to the master's arrangements. Tianhao Group has a powerful and outstanding team of top-tier lawyers worldwide who can step in to resolve all kinds of issues. On top of that, Tianhao Group has strong connections across all industries. Over the years, the master and mistress have always prioritized efficiency. That's one of the reasons for their success. After a brief pause, Bai Lishu continued earnestly. Under normal circumstances, acquiring a company is a very complex matter, but with substantial financial resources and a highly efficient legal team, time is not an issue. Fang Qimai couldn't help but blurt out, a young cow on steroids, that's incredibly powerful. Young master, what does that mean? Nothing much. I caught it from a goofball classmate of mine. He loves spouting little heifer puns all the time. Bai Lishu's confusion level. In just a few short minutes, before Fang Qimai had even had his fill of driving the sports car, the two arrived at the Phoenix Garden Villa complex. This was one of Jiangcheng's affluent neighborhoods. Coincidentally, not far away was the urban village where Xiao Bixu lived. The architectural styles and levels of age on either side were worlds apart. It wouldn't be long before this urban village was demolished as well. Every villa in this complex features a unique architectural style, no two are alike. On average, each villa occupies a plot of land as large as 5 mu, with a floor area ranging from 300 to 100 square meters. Currently, the average price for new homes is 90 million, and they're already sold out. My parents went all out and bought 18 units outright. That's over 3 billion gone in one fell swoop. Standing in front of the villa complex, Fang Qimai could barely take a step. Young master, please choose one to move into for now. If you'd like to switch to a different one every day, that's fine too. Each villa is fully furnished, so you don't need to bring anything to move in, and each one is cleaned daily by a dedicated staff member. That's truly outrageous wealth. Bai Lishu added, although all the other villas in this complex have already been sold, my wife said that if you feel this isn't enough, we can buy up the others. Fang Qimai. That's enough, no need to buy any more. Fang Qimai was planning to rent out the rest, but Bai Lishu was actually thinking of buying even more. He glanced around and casually picked out a European-style villa. Let's stay in this one tonight. Yes, young master. In that case, I'll go make arrangements for dinner. Uncle Bai, please don't make too much. We're supposed to conserve food these days. I truly admire your spirit of avoiding extravagance and waste, young master. All right, I'll make sure to plan it appropriately. Fang Qimai set out to tour the Grand Villa on his own. However, wherever he went, security guards and servants greeted him. He never imagined he'd become the master of this place just like that. It was all thanks to this amazing system his wealthy dad had just handed it over without a second thought. Now, he had become the envy of so many people. He arrived at the dining room, which featured a Central European style and exuded a unique grandeur. The lighting was warm and elegant, creating the perfect atmosphere for a meal. Bai Lishu and the servants were already all set. The table was laden with 10 dishes. Young master, there are quite a few dishes, but they're all exquisitely prepared and served in small portions, so there's no waste. Next, a maid pulled out a chair for Fang Qimai. Young master, please take your seat. Bai Lishu said, Young master, let me introduce these dishes to you one by one. First up is the appetizer. A maid lifted the serving. Top-grade Jinadu oysters, gold leaf sweet potato meatballs, kai sashimi, and bamboo barley fish sashimi. The Jinadu oysters truly lived up to their reputation as the finest of their kind, large and plump. With one bite, they slid right down his throat. But Fang Qimai still couldn't bring himself to eat them raw. The purple sweet potato meatballs had a rich flavor that lingered on the lips and between the teeth. However, the gold leaf used as garnish, while visually appealing, is absorbed by the body and serves no practical purpose. In and out, Fang Qimai would see them again tomorrow. As for the sashimi, although the slices of fish were crystal clear and beautiful, and the plating was exquisite, just like with oysters, Fang Qimai wasn't particularly fond of eating them raw. The second course, matsutake mushroom and seafood soup. He squeezed a little lime juice into it, took a sip, and couldn't help but exclaim, "It's so fresh." It also contained a large prawn and a large abalone, both of which were incredibly refreshing to eat. Next came beef and sea urchin rolls, charcoal grilled yellowtail, grilled king crab legs, and more. The king crab legs had already been shelled, and taking a bite was a true delight. After 10 courses, aside from the sashimi, which he wasn't quite used to, he was generally very satisfied with the rest. Not bad, Lao Bai. You must have put a lot of thought into these dishes, right? Thanks for your hard work. Bai Lishu replied respectfully, Young master, it's my duty. After dinner, Bai Lishu brought out a full 16 sketchbooks. Each one was very thick. Young master, this is a directory of the businesses owned by master and mistress worldwide, including details on investments, shareholdings, and partnerships. Mistress hopes you'll take some time to familiarize yourself with them. Fang Qimai was utterly astonished. Tianao Group's influence was truly formidable. It wouldn't hurt to familiarize himself with their operations. In the past, he wouldn't have been able to remember all that information even after reading through so many volumes. But Fang Qimai was different now. After being singled out by his father, the system had unlocked the ability to remember everything at a glance for him. All he had to do was flip through them and he could memorize everything. He slept soundly. The next day, before heading out, Fang Qimai paused to think in front of the garage. With so many cars, which one should he drive today? Boom, tap, 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 tap. Roar, roar! A Panigüero worth 50 million pulled in the parking spot. Its silvery finish and roaring engine drew the attention of quite a few people. Whose car is that? It's so cool. Oh my gosh, it's so hot. I wonder how much this car costs. Nearby, Lin Heoji had just gotten out of his car and couldn't help but be drawn to the Winsun. Another rich kid, another supercar. The door of the Winsun swung open and a pair of long legs stepped out. When Lin Heoji saw the driver, he was stunned. Oh my god, it's him again? How is that possible? Lin Heoji simply couldn't believe his eyes. Lin Heoji's bewilderment level plus 10. Before Fang Qimai could notice him, Lin Heoji quickly walked away. That's terrifying. That guy actually owns 2 supercars. Fang Qimai took off his sunglasses and muttered to himself, I was going too fast, I got here too early. Looks like I can sleep in a few more minutes next time. Besides, all these parking spots are mine. If I reserve one for myself in advance, I won't have to worry about having a place to park. He took out his bag and closed the car door. Nearby, a few girls were already freaking out. Isn't that the senior from yesterday? Wasn't he driving a blue sports car yesterday? He's already switched to a different one today. How rich is this guy's family? Senor, you're so handsome. Fang Qimai, carrying a shoulder bag, strode into the campus with his long legs. A younger female student finally plucked up the courage to approach him and said, Senor, could you give me your WeChat ID? Fang Qimai stopped and looked at the younger female student. Standing so close to Fang Qimai, her heart was practically leaping out of her chest. Not only is he handsome, but his skin is so smooth too. Fang Qimai replied, I've been using this WeChat ID for so many years, why should I give it to you? Can't you just sign up with your own phone number? Younger female classmate. Li Weiwei's confusion level. In the classroom, Li Hongzhi couldn't help but let out a cold laugh when he saw Fang Qimai walk in. The biology grades are out, Fang Qimai. Let's see how you're gonna fail. Stand up. Good morning, teacher. Luo Zhenri glanced around the room, confirmed everyone was present, and said, "Take your seats. The biology exam results are in, but before I announce them, I need to tell you all something." She cleared her throat, building everyone's anticipation. Regarding the proposal Fang Qimai put forward last time to have everyone exercise for an hour every morning, I've already submitted it. Not only has the school approved it, but officials at the Municipal Education Bureau also think this initiative is very meaningful. They're currently considering implementing it citywide. Starting next week, our two middle school will serve as the first group of pilot schools. If we do well, other schools across the city will gradually adopt our model. The entire class was stunned. Qimai really hit the nail on the head. Fang Qimai is amazing. He changed the morning activities for students across the entire city with just a few words. Wow, that's so cool. Even the Department of Education knows about it now. I'm all for this. Health is the most important thing, and daily exercise is essential. That's like sticking a penny on a cow's butt. Absolutely brilliant. Xiao Bixu couldn't help but glance at Fang Qimai. Li Hongji was practically fuming. That stubborn, obstinate Fang Qimai, how could his nonsense actually be taken so seriously by the Education Bureau? Damn it. Luo Zhenri said, "For the specifics, wait for your homeroom teacher's announcement. Everyone should learn from Fang Qimai." It's truly rare to find someone who, while possessing extensive knowledge, can also apply that knowledge to real-life situations, draw logical conclusions, and put forward well-reasoned and feasible ideas. Clap, clap, clap. Niu Jikao led the applause. The whole class broke into sustained applause. Li Hongji shot Fang Qimai a disdainful glance. Fang Qimai didn't take it to heart. He'd said all that just to keep Luo Zhenri from taking over his PE class. All right, everyone, quiet down. I'm about to announce the test scores. First place. Li Hongji finally smiled. Moments like this were when he felt most confident, most superior. Fang Qimai, 98 points. The whole class gasped in surprise. A wave of bewilderment swept over Fang Qimai. Whenever Luo Zhenri announced the grades, she would always read out the top 10 students in the class to encourage and praise them. She would also announce the scores of the bottom 3 students and give them a thorough scolding. Li Hongji was always first, while Fang Qimai was always one of those being criticized. This time, Fang Qimai had jumped straight to first place had he really gone and topped himself. And one thing was certain, Fang Qimai couldn't have copied anyone else's answers because he had the highest score. Wow. That's so awesome, my god. He's even better than the class president. Is this hidden talent? Or has he just leveled up? Some people started cheering. This result was nothing short of astonishing. Liu Meimei stared at Fang Qimai in astonishment. Where had that academically hopeless classmate of hers gone? Was this really the Fang Qimai she knew? The whole class turned to look at Fang Qimai. Was this guy finally showing his true colors? Had he been faking those terrible test scores all along? Seeing the admiring glance Xiao Bixu cast his way, Li Hongji was so furious he nearly tore his textbook to shreds. Second place, Li Hongji, 94 points. Everyone had long since gotten used to this kind of score from the top student Li Hongji. But this time, Li Hongji scored a full 4 points lower than Fang Qimai. Li Hongji was completely stunned. I actually lost to a poor student? On top of that, with everyone's attention focused on the first place finisher, Li Hongji, who had never come in second before, felt his pride take a massive hit. Qimai is just too awesome. Go Mai. That's like a 1 yuan bill stuck to a cow's butt. 100% awesome. Ruan Meng and Niu Jikao tied for third place with 92 points. Fourth place, Xiao Bixu. Let's give a round of applause to the 10 students above. Let's take them as role models and learn from them. Liu Meimei was on the verge of tears as she looked at her 61-point test. We were supposed to be bad students together. Why did you change your mind so suddenly? Sniff, sniff, sniff. Deskmate, how on earth did you score 98? Can you teach me? It's simple. There's nothing to teach, just skip one multiple-choice question. Liu Meimei's confusion level. Meanwhile, Li Hongji, who had always basked in the glory of being a top student, instantly lost his luster. He remained silent from start to finish. What gives that kid the right? Damn it. He's stealing the spotlight from me in front of Bixu again. But don't get too cocky, I'll make you look like a fool in a minute. After school that evening, Li Hongji called out Jiang Zijian, who was sitting in the back row, propping his feet up and drawing a sketch to look cool. So, have you got your guys lined up yet? It was all set a few days ago. The basketball team captain, he has PE at the same time as us tomorrow. We'll have him give that guy a thorough beating. Great. I'm going to draw. Don't bother me unless it's urgent. Wait. Li Hongji surreptitiously pulled out a small packet. When he opened it, he found some white powder inside. This stuff, if that guy eats it, I guarantee he'll be running to the bathroom nonstop. It kicks in really fast. Jiang Zijian asked in surprise, what are you doing? Are you trying to pull a fast one on me? What do you mean underhanded? This is called tactics. Jiang Zijian scoffed. I don't play that game. If If you want to play, go ahead by yourself. Seeing that Jiang Zijian was about to walk away, Li Hongzhi quickly grabbed him. Come on, have you forgotten how that guy tore up the drawing you worked so hard on? How can you just let that slide? Even so, I Jiang Zijian like to win fair and square. Come on, are you really that stubborn? Making that guy look like a total fool in front of Baixu, nothing else matters. Jiang Zijian replied coldly, are you lecturing me again? Jiang Zijian had always been cocky, and that was the one thing Li Hongzhi feared most. I wouldn't dare. What is this stuff? Will it kill you if you eat it? Li Hongzhi pushed up his glasses. It's heptahydrate magnesium sulfate. I got it from my cousin who majors in chemistry. It's slightly toxic if you take too much. It'll give you diarrhea, and a pretty bad kivit too. Just imagine the whole class watching Fang Qimai with his pants down. Teachish. You're crazy, you're bringing toxic stuff to harm people? Don't you want to live anymore? Shh. Li Hongzhi leaned close to Jiang Zijian and said, keep your voice down, it won't kill anyone, so don't worry. Jiang Zijian gave Li Hongzhi a once-over. He had small eyes, wore a pair of glasses, had buck teeth, and was slightly chubby. Li Hongzhi, I never would have guessed that behind that mild-mannered exterior, you're actually such a scheming person capable of doing something like this. So if you took out Fang Qimai, I'm next, right? Brother Jian, you're joking. We're comrades, how could I ever stab you in the back? What if we get caught? You'll hide in the shadows while I take the fall? Li Hongzhi, you've really got some nerve. With that, Jiang Zijian walked away without looking back. Li Hongzhi clenched his fists in anger. It seemed he'd have to do this himself. Fang Qimai, let Baixu see you at your most embarrassing. Today, Fang Qimai skipped evening study as usual. He was going back to his old place to pick up a few things and, while he was at it, give notice on the apartment. His landlord, Yang Huming, was an elderly man and a native of Jiangcheng. Yang Huming was a veteran practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine who ran a small clinic to make ends meet. He was also friends with Fang Qimai's grandfather. Upon learning of Fang Qimai's situation, he let him stay in the small room on the top floor of the clinic. In a place like Jiangcheng, it's hard to find a place to stay. Although the room was only 10 square meters, it was plenty big enough for Fang Qimai to live in by himself. Moreover, Yang Huming didn't charge Fang Qimai rent, he simply let him stay there. Fang Qimai still wanted to give him 200 yuan a month as rent. But Yang Huming was very stubborn and refused to accept the money no matter what. Yang Huming's wife had passed away early and his only son rarely came home, and when he did, it was usually to ask for money, so he was quite lonely most of the time. Over time, Yang Huming came to treat Fang Qimai like his own grandson, and the two developed a very close relationship. Fang Qimai went upstairs first to quickly pack up his belongings and tidy up the apartment. He wouldn't be living there anymore. Downstairs, a few elderly men and women were waiting to see a doctor. Fang Qimai didn't disturb them but sat quietly. After a while, Yang Huming noticed Fei Mai. Oh, little Mai, you're here? Don't you have evening study tonight? Ding, you've been singled out by the veteran TCM doctor Yang Huming. Reward, skill, herbal knowledge. Herbal knowledge, mastery of all Chinese medicinal herbs. This skill is great, I've learned something new. Grandpa Yang, I came by today to say goodbye. Son, what's this about? Fang Qimai explained the situation to Yang Huming but didn't go into too much detail. So that's how it is. Do your biological parents treat you well? They're pretty good. That's good. It's wonderful that you're reunited. Go home now, go be with your family. Grandpa Yang, I'll come visit you often from now on. You're a good kid. As long as you have that kind of heart, I'm satisfied. Just then, a portly middle-aged man walked in. Fang Qimai recognized him. It was Yang Huming's son. Dad, when are you finally going to close this lousy clinic? I've told you before, my buddies, and I want to start a viral food delivery business. You're holding us back, and it's keeping me from making money. Yang Huming looked furious and replied immediately, there's no way I'm closing this clinic. If you want to open a shop, go find your own place. We have our own storefront, why rent someone else's? Besides, storefronts are ridiculously expensive these days. Even a tiny one can easily cost several thousand or even over 10,000 a month, that's all overhead. Anyway, this lousy clinic of yours isn't making any money. Why keep it open? You might as well let me use it to start my business. Yang Huming snorted. And you have the nerve to say that? You're in your 30s and don't have any skills. You won't deliver food, you won't work as a courier, the longest you've ever held a job was 3 months. If I didn't run this clinic, do you really think you'd give me money for my retirement? Look at you, you change your mind every day. Now you're suddenly talking about opening some trendy online food delivery shop. Chances are you'll give up on it in a few days. Yang Quan said, oh dad, I'm serious this time. Trendy fast food spots are all the rage right now. You don't need a big storefront, just buy pre-packaged meals, heat them up when an order comes in, and send them out. See how fast the money rolls in? Fang Qimai, standing nearby, interjected, Uncle Quan, isn't that just making a quick buck? It's people like you who give the food delivery industry a bad name. Hey Fang Qimai, you've been living off us for all these years, what right do you have to talk? Yang Quan raised his fist threatening. Ding, You've been called out by the clueless Yang Quan and have won a consolation prize, 10 RMB. Fang Qimai? System, don't you owe me an explanation? Sorry, host. This system really can't find anything commendable about this guy. 10 yuan, that's all I can give, honestly. Fang Qimai was truly impressed just how terrible was this guy that even the system couldn't stand him. Oh well, a 10 yuan consolation prize is better than nothing. But then again, if Grandpa Yang's shop really ends up in his hands and he turns it into some unscrupulous takeout joint, Grandpa Yang won't even have the most basic means of support. Because someone like Yang Quan, even if he made money, he'd surely squander it all. There's no way he'd use to take care of his parents. Not to mention his shady schemes can't possibly last. In the end, he'd just leave Grandpa Yang with another mess to clean. With that in mind, Fang Qimai said, Grandpa Yang, sell this shop to me. Sell it to you? Yang Quan was even more agitated than Yang Huming. He sneered, do you even have the money? You're just a high school student, you must be daydreaming. Fang Qimai ignored him and said, 2 million, the building will be mine, and the Yang's traditional Chinese medicine clinic sign will stay. I'll renovate the clinic and you, Grandpa Yang, will continue to see patients, I'll handle the payroll. 2 million. Yang Huming's old detached house, including the small room on the top floor, totaled less than 50 square meters. The average price in this area is around 24,000 per square meter. The total price was just over 1 million, yet Fang Qimai bought it for the high price of 2 million. Not only did this allow Yang Huming's clinic to continue operating, but also provided him with a steady income. This was definitely a steep. The clinic is in a very remote location, so there aren't many patients. Including revenue from selling herbal medicine, the monthly income usually ranged from a few hundred to a few thousand yuan. Now that it had suddenly been taken over, and he would receive a steady salary going forward, this was truly wonderful. Yang Huming and his son were both stunned. Does that sound like something a high school student would say? Confusion level from Yang Quav. Fang Qimai continued, Grandpa Yang, I hope you'll consider this. Of course, if you're planning to retire and don't want to see patients anymore, that's fine too. Oh, if you're not satisfied with the price, we can always negotiate further. You little brat, are you trying to pull my leg? Are you just messing with me? 2 million? Do you think that's 200 yuan? You've gone and let your books turn you into an idiot. Yang continued to rant and rave. Sorry, but to Fang Qimai right now, 2 million is no different from 100 yuan. Fang Qimai didn't waste any more words. He picked up his phone and dialed a number. Uncle Bai, come over here. Bai Lishu had been waiting by Fang Qimai's car the whole time. Upon receiving the instruction, he immediately rushed over carrying a large briefcase. Comrade Yang Huming, thank you for taking care of our young master all these years. As long as you agree to sell, we can pay the 2 million right away. Yang Quan was taken aback by this guy in a suit. 2 million for a rundown storefront like his? Was he out of his mind? He'd been waiting for so many years for this rundown place to be demolished, but nothing had ever happened. If he took these 2 million now and bought a new house, wouldn't that be a great deal? But weren't these two guys probably scammers? Bai Lishu opened the case. Here's 2 million in cash. If you agree, we can move forward with the next steps. The sight of all that gleaming cash made Yang Quan's go wide. He'd never seen this much money in his entire life. Yang Huming said earnestly to Fang Qimai, son, you may be very, very wealthy right now, but this is definitely a losing proposition. It's not worth it. This rundown shop barely has any patience. If you're thinking of investing in me, you've got the wrong idea. Fang Qimai replied, Grandpa Yang, when you took me in and insisted on not charging me rent, wasn't that also a losing proposition? Yet you made that decision resolutely back then without a moment's hesitation or regret. Now it's time for me to repay you. Grandpa Yang, please agree. Yang Huming was suddenly deeply moved. Despite his stubborn nature, he insisted on selling the house at the current market price, whatever it would fetch, and refused to charge Famai any extra. Yang Quan, however, said, Dad, if they're asking for 2 million, just give them 2 million. Sell it quickly. Where else in the world would you find such a good deal? At that moment, Yang Quan had completely forgotten about his own plan to open a store there. What could be better than having 2 million? How many food delivery orders would he have to make to earn that much? Fang Qimai said, Grandpa Yang is the property owner. This is between him and me. I'm warning you, Uncle Quan, don't even think about laying claim to that money. What, you? Yang Quan's confusion level. Yang Quan shouted, then why the hell are we selling it? I object, I'm not selling it. Bai Lishu added, according to the information we have, the owner of this house is Mr. Yang Huming. He holds full ownership rights. Even though you're his son with Mr. Yang Huming's personal authorization, you have no right to interfere. Oh my god. Fang Qimai said, Grandpa Yang, just agree to it. The Yang family traditional Chinese medicine clinic can't be allowed to fade into obscurity. Yang Huming thought for a moment, then finally nodded and said, all right, son, I'll listen to you this time. Dad, you... Bai Lishu said, I've already had our legal team draw up the contract. The drones have been dispatched and are expected to arrive in 30 minutes. We'll sign the contract tonight, and I'll take full responsibility for all follow-up work. For Qimai, this was also an investment. Compared to the 10 billion in startup capital his parents had given him, 2 million was practically nothing. He didn't know if it would turn a profit, but it would repay Yang Huming for the kindness he'd shown him over the years. At the same time, it was a powerful counterattack against Yang Quan. The house had been sold and the money wouldn't end up in Yang Quan's hands. And from now on, he won't be able to set his sights on this storefront anymore. Dad, how could you do this? I don't agree. Yang Quan was furious. Pointing at Fang Qimai and Bai Lishu, he shouted, "You little bastard, and you old geezer, do you think I won't have you killed?" Fang Qimai replied, "I don't know if you can kill us, but I can tell you this for sure. I'm taking this clinic." "You bastard." Yang Quan swung a punch at him. Bai Lishu immediately shielded Fang Qimai behind him, stepping forward to block the blow and grabbing Yang Quan's wrist with one hand. "Why can't I break free? That old guy's got quite a grip." Bai Lishu said with a smile, "Young man, you're trying to sneak attack me? That's really not in the spirit of martial arts." "Damn it." Unable to free his fist, Yang Quan kicked out instead. Bai Lishu lifted his foot, swept it out, and knocked Yang Quan's foot aside. Yang Quan had already lost his balance, and Bai Lishu yanked him toward him, landing a close-range punch squarely on his shoulder. The punch packed quite a punch, sending Yang flying right out of the clinic. "Ouch, that really hurts." Yang Quan sat on the ground, clutching his shoulder, his expression a picture of misery. Yang Huming shook his head in exasperation. His son had been spoiled rotten as a child. He was always getting into fights, and sooner or later he was bound to get a lesson he wouldn't forget. He stepped forward and helped Yang Quan to his feet. Upon examining the injury, he saw a bruise right on his shoulder. Even Fang Qimai was deeply impressed by Lishu's martial arts skills were truly no joke. Yang Huming had no choice but to fetch some medicinal wine and massage Yang Quan's shoulder. Yang Quan howled like a banshee. It was absolutely agonizing. "You old bastard, if you've got the guts, don't run. I'll call some people to kill you." Yang Huming snapped angrily. "How dare you say that? You were the one who started this. They went easy on you, otherwise your arm would have been crippled." Fang Qimai said, "Uncle Quan, you can still get treated here tonight, but after tonight I'm going to charge you, you know." "You?" From Yang Quan's confusion levels. "Ouch, that really hurts." At 10 p.m., the contract was officially signed. Fang Qimai was worried that Yang Quan might have his eye on the 2 million, so instead of giving him cash, he helped Yang Huming deposit the money into a bank account in his name. Bai Lishu would take care of all the follow-up arrangements. Now, Fang Qimai has another investment project. It remains to be seen whether it will turn a profit or a loss, but Fang Qimai has repaid Yang Huming for his kindness. A new day dawned. It was Friday. It's the most enjoyable day of the week. Once today is over, there will be 2 days off. Plus, for Class 10 of the senior year, there are 2 PE classes scheduled for today. This was what Fang Qimai was looking forward to the most. He had previously arranged a one-on-one match with the PE teacher. Likewise, Li Hongji was looking forward to this day. Doesn't that Fang Qimai love to show off? Well, today I'm going to make him look like a fool.
As Fang Qimai walked into the classroom, a girl who knew what she was thinking walked right into him. Fang Qimai deftly dodged her. The girl fell flat on the floor. "Good thing I dodged in time." Fang Qimai walked dazed. Holding her knee, she said, "Ah, senior, be sure to read the letter I gave you, okay?" "A letter?" After getting up, the girl ran away shy. It turned out the girl wasn't from his class. Fang Qimai was completely baffled. When he returned to his seat, he noticed that people had gathered around it. On the desk lay several elegant gift boxes. "What's going on?" New Jikao said, "Qimai, these were just brought over by a few younger female classmates. They all came together to give them to you." "Huh. How did you manage to reel them in? They just came straight to your seat, dropped these off, and ran off." "I just checked the notes. They're all freshmen. There are some from the sophomore class too. There are some from the class next door too." Wow, that's impressive. You've got the whole school covered." New Jikao whispered, "The gifts are still here, but those love letters." New Jikao secretly pointed at Liu Maimei, "Were thrown away by a certain someone." "Haha. What the hell are you laughing at? What's so funny?" Liu Maimei said angrily, striding out of the classroom. Fang Qimai suddenly remembered the girl who'd just fallen to the floor seemed to be the one who'd asked for his WeChat yesterday morning. Could it be that those little fangirls had secretly followed him to the classroom and even memorized his seat number? And then they'd gone out of their way to prepare a gift today? But either way, the boys in the class were absolutely green with envy. Fang Qimai said, "Go ahead and split these up among yourselves." "Really, Qimai, aren't you even curious about what's inside? The box from your younger classmate is so pretty. Aren't you even going to take a peek? If you don't want it, we're definitely taking it." "A gift from a younger classmate? It smells so good." Fang Qimai said coldly, "Stop blabbering." Several classmates swarmed around him, all curious to see what she had given him. Li Hongji took the opportunity to stand next to Xiao Bixu and start complaining. Fang Qimai is such a jerk, he's always chasing after girls. You really need to stay away from guys like that in the future. Xiao Bixu, however, didn't seem to mind. From middle school until now, people had often given her all sorts of gifts, and she'd received piles of love letters, but she hadn't accepted a single one. According to Li Hongji's logic, didn't that make her a scoundrel too? Xiao Bixu didn't feel like saying much more. In contrast, Li Hongji had hardly ever received any love letters or anything of the sort. Seeing that Xiao Bixu wasn't responding, Li Hongji changed the subject. Bixu, let's go to the library this weekend. I have a VIP card, so we can read in the VIP section. The service there is great and no one will disturb us. We can discuss and exchange ideas about our studies. Xiao Bixu replied, no thanks. My mom's foot injury hasn't healed yet, and it's hard for her to go up and down the stairs. I've arranged for Ruan Meng to come over this weekend to study and work on practice tests with me, and I'll be able to take care of my mom at the same time. I see, well okay then. Li Hongji replied, sounding a little disappointed. Finally, the morning classes were over. Part of the basketball court had already been renovated and reopened. After lunch and a short break, Fang Qimai and the others would be able to play basketball without a care in the world until their afternoon PE class began. In an unprecedented move, Li Hongji joined the basketball today. Normally, he hardly ever exercised unless required by the PE teacher. When he played basketball, his uncoordinated movements looked just like a kindergarten kid bouncing a ball. It wasn't that he missed his shots, it was that the ball was stolen the moment he got it, so he never even got a chance to shoot. No one wanted to be on the same team as such a dead weight. Fang Qimai had no idea what Li Hongji was up to today, but given his own basketball skills he could easily take on 5 opponents by himself. Having one more pig on the team wouldn't make a difference. Besides, no one was going to pass him the ball anyway. After playing for a while, Li Hongji bought a big bag of drinks and handed out a bottle to each player. As far as he could remember, even though this guy's family was rich, he was usually stingy, only generous with girls. He'd never seen him treat the guys to anything before. Hey, class president. This is the first time I've had a drink on your tab. Did the class president just inherit the family fortune? You're so generous. Pulse. And Assam milk tea. You're from a wealthy family, class president. Oh come on, I just figured we're all about to graduate, so I thought I'd treat everyone to some drinks. Here, this bottle's for you. Li Hongji handed out the drinks one by one, and everyone gladly accepted them. When it came to Fang Qimai, Li Hongji handed him a bottle of green tea. Qimai, you're... Fang Qimai replied casually while playing ball, I don't like soft drinks. But, this is my way of showing I care, just drink it. Niu Jikao said, I like green tea, give it to me instead. Li Hongji quickly pulled his hand back and shoved the bottle into Fang Qimai's hands. What are you doing? I bought this for Qimai. I was just joking. Why are you getting so worked up? Niu Jikao stepped aside, looking dejected. Fang Qimai thought Li Hongji was acting a little strange today. Judging by the look on his face, he was determined to make him drink that bottle of green tea. The moment Fang Qimai took it, he cast comprehensive data analysis on the bottle. The data displayed the green tea's ingredient. Finally, 2 pieces of information appeared in the results. 1. This product was opened by someone 5 minutes ago. 2. The product contains an added ingredient, senna leaves. Senna leaves? That's not an ingredient you'd expect to find in a bottle of green tea. Having studied the Encyclopedia of Herbs, Fang Qimai now has a thorough understanding of the medicinal properties of every Chinese herb. It is a stimulant laxative that acts on the colon, stimulating intestinal peristalsis through the intestinal mucosa and nerves, and generally takes effect within a short period of time. In traditional Chinese medicine, senna leaves are considered a potent remedy, and doctors recommend using them as sparingly as possible. Clearly, Li Hongji had tampered with this bottle of green tea. Come to think of it, Li Hongji's grandfather was also a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. Having been exposed to it from a young age, Li Hongji had a certain understanding of these Chinese herbs, and at the same time, it was very easy for him to obtain senna leaves. Unfortunately for him, his opponent was Fang Qimai, and Fang Qimai had no intention of letting him succeed. He would turn Li Hongji's own tactics against him and make him reap what he sowed. After handing over the bottle of green tea, Li Hongji sat back down as if nothing had happened and chatted casually with everyone, acting as if everything were normal. As an academic star, he had calculated the timing precisely. There were less than 10 minutes left before class began. If he drank it now, the effects would gradually kick in shortly after class started, and they were bound to take hold. Initially, he had planned to use the chemical magnesium sulfate heptahydrate. But after what Jiang Zijian had said, he felt a twinge of fear. Although he had already calculated the dosage, he was still worried that the situation might escalate and be exposed. If an investigation were launched, his reputation would be ruined. After much deliberation, he decided that senna leaves were the safer option. Ground into a powder and mixed into green tea, they would be almost impossible to detect. At worst, people would just assume the drink had gone bad and caused an upset stomach. Now, he would only feel at ease once he saw Fang Qimai drink it with his own eyes. "Li Hongji, drink this." "Are you kidding me? There's no way I'm drinking that." Ding. 1,000 confusion points consumed, absolute Qimai activated. Current confusion points remaining 1680. Li Hongji took the bottle of green tea. "For some reason, I suddenly really wanted to taste green tea with senna leaves in it. I wonder what it tastes like." Thump thump thump. Confusion points from Li Hongji plus 10. "Oh no, I'm gonna have diarrhea. Class is about to start, what am I going to do? Should I just go sit on the toilet right now?" Reading this, Fang Qimai laughed. Then he silently issued a second command. Ding. 1,000 confusion points consumed, absolute Qimai activated. Current confusion points remaining, 680. The class prep bell rang. PE teacher Wang Zisheng gathered everyone together. "I have 2 announcements to make, one good and one bad. Which do you want to hear first?" "The good news." Everyone chorused in unison. "Ahem, the good news is that the principal said the plot of land next to our school is going to be turned into a gymnasium." Hearing this, everyone cheered. "Now that's what I call a sensible decision. Our school's rundown playground really is a disgrace. Building a gym is great, we won't have to worry about wind or rain when we play badminton anymore. That's like a little heifer sitting under a neon sign, it's absolutely dazzling." Just then someone asked, "So teacher, what's the bad news?" "The bad news is, you'll be graduating in 3 months. Whether this gym gets built or not has absolutely nothing to do with you." "Oh my god, we totally missed the point. What the hell kind of good news is that? Both are bad news." Wow. Everyone started venting wildly. After all the good things in life only come after graduation. But Li Hongji couldn't worry about that right now. He had a vague feeling that something was off in his stomach. But he didn't want to go tell the teacher right then that he needed to take a dump. Confusion level from Li Hongji, plus. Next came roll call. Fang Qimai. Present. Ding, you were called on by PE teacher Wang Zicheng. Reward, skill book mastering high school English grammar. Oh my god, am I seeing this right? A reward for English grammar from the PE teacher? Mr. Wang may be handsome and tall, but he's 30 and still doesn't have a girlfriend. I heard from students in the class next door that he found a girlfriend this year, a foreigner, no less. So he started brushing up on his English, secretly signed up for a language class, and threw himself into studying. But he felt that wasn't enough, so he also started regularly seeking advice from an English teacher in the 10th grade. As it turned out, that foreign woman was completely unreliable, and the two broke up after just a month. Now Mr. Wang has actually started dating that English teacher instead. Fate is truly mysterious. Some things are just that way, logical yet unexpected. Now teacher Wang is still committed to learning English. So that's how I ended up getting the English award? In an instant, Fang Qimai's mind was filled with a wealth of English grammar knowledge. My English was actually taught by a PE teacher, who would believe that? Completely baffled. As usual, the first PE class started with a warm-up. Then they'd do some physical fitness tests, and after the tests they could move around freely. Today we're doing the triple jump 2 laps. Once you've finished the 2 laps, come back and line up here. The whole class began to run off in a scattered group. After running just a few steps, Li Hongji's stomach started to ache. He felt an overwhelming urge building. He really needed to take care of business. But right now, the whole class was jogging, and it would be so embarrassing to go tell the teacher he needed to take a dump. Senna leaves are a traditional Chinese medicine, they shouldn't be that potent, right? I'll just hold it in a little longer, maybe it'll pass once this stretch is over. I'll sneak off to take care of it during the test later. I'll take care of it before the triple jump, otherwise, that primal force will definitely burst out uncontrollably while I'm jumping. Gritting his teeth, Li Hongji kept running. But his steps grew heavier and heavier, and he gradually fell behind the girls. I can't take it anymore, my stomach hurts so much. Seeing that no one was behind him, he boldly let it all out. PF. Phew. What a relief. So much better. Though the smell was a bit strong. Good thing no one was nearby. It would have been so embarrassing if someone had caught a whiff. All he had to do now was get out of there fast so no one would suspect him. He quickened his pace. Little did he know that once he opened that valve, it would be really hard to close again. No matter how he tried, he couldn't get it to seal Peft. Gurgle. That's quite a rhythm. Splash, splash, splash. It finally stopped. It just hurts a little where the valve is. Is the senna so potent? Li Hongji's confusion level. Just then, the second group of people had already arrived. Li Hongji was about to be lapped, but clutching his stomach, he simply couldn't move his legs. Fang Qimai was in the lead. Li Hongji was in the innermost lane, and Fang Qimai overtook him from the outside lane. Fang Qimai said, "Class monitor, why did you throw a hidden weapon at me?" "Who threw the hidden weapon?" "As I was running over here, the whole way was full of your ambushes." "I didn't set any ambushes for you." Li Hongji's confusion level +6. Behind them, people began covering their noses and murmuring among themselves. "What a stink, it's way too strong." "Who just farted up ahead?" "That's not a fart, it's a biological weapon." "It's killing me. Ugh." Just then, someone shouted, "Oh my god, squad leader, why are your pants yellow?" Confusion level from Li Hongji +12. In an instant, all the students turned their attention to Li Hongji's pants. "Class president, your pants." Li Hongji instinctively covered them with his hand. They were damp and he felt a sticky sensation between his butt cheeks. He immediately turned his head and yanked down his white school pants. They were yellow, really yellow. Oh mud. Confusion level from Li Hongji +20. Confusion level from Li Hongji +. Everyone run. The class monitor just had a runny poop. I was wondering why it smelled like shit on the way here. And it even smells like cilantro. That's like a heifer that won't calve. Absolutely incredible. In an instant, the students behind him scrambled to get out of the way or ran to the side. The students coming up behind them, realizing what was happening, began to stop one by one. The girls all felt incredibly embarrassed for Li Hongji. By this time, Fang Qimai had already completed 2 laps. PE teacher Wang Zisheng asked, "What's going on? Why has everyone stopped?" Fang Qimai shrugged. "I don't know. Anyway, I don't think this track is any good." Confusion level from Wang Zisheng +1. Beep beep. Beep beep. Wang Zisheng blew his whistle urgent. "What's the matter? Keep running." Someone shouted from a distance, "Oh teacher, the class monitor's fallen. We can't get past him." Wang Zisheng? Wang Zisheng's confusion level. Damn it. Why did I suddenly feel like drinking that green tea back then? Confusion level from Li Hongji +20. Li Hongji clutched his butt, running toward the restroom with a clatter of footsteps, not even looking back. "I'm done for. What will Bai Shu think of me, and what will the whole class think? I can't face them anymore. I should have gone to the bathroom earlier. Now I've made a total fool of myself. Damn it. Please don't come out yet. Wait until I get there. Please." In the distance, students from other classes were also buzzing with gossip. "Isn't that the class president from class 10? How can he run so fast? They say she pooped her pants. Haha. He's in high school already and he's still pooping his pants?" Among them, there was one person who was completely baffled. That person was Jiang Zijian. He was the only one who knew that Li Hongji was going to slip Fang Qimai some laxatives. But now he couldn't figure out why it was Li Hongji himself, who ended up with him making a total fool of himself. Confusion level from Jiang Zijian +4. Still, seeing Li Hongji make a fool of himself in front of the whole class actually gave him a sense of satisfaction. He thought to himself, "Buddy, I can't help you this time." In no time, the incident of Li Hongji soiling his pants became the hot topic of conversation throughout the class. "Trying to set me up? No way." Fang Qimai laughed maliciously. "Don't pull down your pants, don't go to the bathroom." That was the second order Fang Qimai had given Li Hongji. And so this tragic incident unfolded. Fang Qimai was the first to finish the triple jump test, then went off to play basketball. The first class was almost over and Li Hongji still hadn't returned. Everyone speculated on how he would deal with his poo-stained pants. "I bet he'll use toilet cleaner to wash them." Toilet cleaner would work, but it'd leave them wet. "I think he'll just rub some white chalk on them." "No, you're all wrong. My suggestion is to wear them inside out. At first glance, people will think he cleaned them, but the yellow part is actually still on the front. The thing is, everyone will only focus on the back and easily overlook the front. Oh, and don't ask me how I know. How do you know that? Is this just about the pants? If it were me, I'd be too embarrassed to even go back to class. Several classes, including Senior 3 Class 2, had P class for these 2 periods as well. Lin Haoji was also playing basketball when his ball accidentally rolled onto the court where Fang Qimai was playing. Fang Qimai picked it up casually and tossed it back to Lin Haoji. Lin Haoji had already noticed Fang Qimai earlier, but he'd been avoiding him, not wanting to say hello. He hadn't expected to run into him like this. Hello, Mr. Fang. Thank you, Mr. Fang. With that, Lin Haoji quickly slipped away. Just then, Jiang Zijian arrived at the basketball court. Jai, wait a minute. Jiang Zijian pulled Lin Haoji aside. It's that kid, he's so cocky. Help me teach him a lesson. Lin Haoji was taken aback. What? So the guy you told me about the other day, the one who beat all of you, is him? That's right. This kid's already getting a big head in our class, bragging that no one can beat him at basketball, and even calling the basketball team captain a loser. You're our captain, you've got to teach him a lesson. Lin Haoji shuddered in fear. I'd rather pass, find someone else. Why not? Aren't you the one-on-one king? You can't stand guys like that. Help me take him down and I'll treat you to karaoke tonight. Lin Haoji hesitated. Jiang Zijian continued. Look at that shot he just made, that's the one he used to beat me. Help me win him back. No way. Why not? That's not just a ball, it's the pride of our school team's reputation. Lin Haoji waved his hand. He's my dad's boss. My dad told me to be careful, I wouldn't dare go against him. Superior. Jiang Zijian's confusion level. Jiang Zijian froze. What the heck? What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Haoji, aren't we brothers? If we're brothers, help me take him down just this once. I'll get the girls from our class to cheer you on. No way. Not even if you were my own brother could I help you this time. Lin Haoji shoved the basketball into Jiang Zijian's hands and turned to walk away. Jiang Zijian was furious. Damn it. He'd waited so long just to see Lin Haoji crush Fang Qimai and get that basketball back, but who would have thought Lin Haoji would chicken out? Why did he seem so scared of Fang Qimai? That wasn't like him at all. Was Fang Qimai his dad's boss? What on earth was that supposed to mean? Just then, a towering figure loomed over. As soon as Jiang Zijian saw him, his eyes lit up. Captain! This man was none other Wei Hui, the former captain of Jiangcheng No. 2 High School's basketball team. Standing at 1.93 meters tall and blessed with exceptional physical abilities, his drives to the basket were nearly unstoppable, and his dunks were incredibly powerful, earning him the nickname Jiangcheng James. He had led the school's basketball team to provincial and municipal medals. Last year, he was even granted direct admission to Jiangcheng Sports College. He was the most outstanding basketball player at No. 2 High School in recent years. In Jiang Zijian's eyes, he was like a god descended from the heaven. Captain, what are you doing here? Wei Hui folded his arms across his chest. I came back to school to take care of some business. What's up? I just heard you say he was so cocky that he dares to look down on our basketball team. Jiang Zijian had a sudden idea and quickly said, Captain, look, it's that kid over there. He called our basketball team trash. He even said no one on our team could beat him. He's so cocky. Wei Hui looked at Jiang Zijian. So what about you? Did you win or lose? I lost too. Then you really are a total loser. Jiang Zijian was a big shot at school, but in front of someone like Wei Hui, he had no choice but to back down. He had no choice but to swallow the insult of being called a noob. Captain, what do you think about this? Wei Hui asked. Who is that kid? Fang Qimai, he's in our class. Nothing special about him. From your class? How come I've never noticed him before? Wei Hui thought for a moment. If even you lost to him, that's interesting. Alright, then let me teach him a lesson. Captain, could you help me win the ball back from him? Wei Hui said coldly. I'm not just going to win the ball back, I'm going to make him kneel and hand it right to me. With that, Wei Hui walked toward the basketball court where Fang Qimai and his friends were playing. Just then, the basketball that had missed the shot bounced into the air again. The players below were still waiting to grab the rebound, but suddenly, a gust of wind swept in. A dark figure suddenly surged forward, snatching the ball out of the air. Then, with a single stride, he slammed it home with a thunderous dunk. For a moment, everyone on the court was stunned. Many recognized that towering figure as Wei Hui, the former basketball team captain and a senior from the previous class. He was competitive by nature, spoke bluntly and harshly, and was extremely arrogant, so why had he come back to school today? And judging by the way he was moving, was he here to clear the court? The students scattered in a flash. With a basketball prodigy like him around, continuing the game would be nothing short of a public embarrassment. Fang Qimai, however, didn't seem to care. He caught the ball and kept playing. "You noob, you're Fang Qimai, right? Ding. You've been called out by Wei Hui, the former captain of the school basketball team. Reward, skill super basketball steal." Whoa! That sounds like a powerful skill. This guy really lives up to being the basketball captain. The reward he gave for calling me out is better than what anyone else gets. I hear you're pretty cocky. Want to have a little practice session? Wei Hui smiled and continued, "Let's not beat around the bush. I'm going to crush you, you noob." As soon as he said that, the others backed away even further. The former basketball team captain had issued a challenge. Who dared to accept it? But for the onlookers, the show was about to begin. Later. Fang Qimai replied offhandedly. Later, why? My classmates and I aren't done yet? Fang Qimai's gaze turned icy. Why the hell are you butting in? You? Wei Hui was speechless. Kid, no one's ever dared to talk to me like that. Actually, a lot of people say that. What? It's just that your ears are too deaf to hear it. Fuck. Wei Hui's confusion level. The other students stared at Fang Qimai in disbelief. Seeing Wei Hui get called out, they felt a strange sense of satisfaction, though they weren't sure if Fang Qimai would survive this. Jiang Zijian was completely dumbfounded. Wei Hui used to be the top dog at No. 2 high school. It wasn't until he left that Jiang Zijian felt he had the right to take over. Fang Qimai had just humiliated him a few days ago, and now he'd even humiliated Wei Hui. Fang Qimai, let's see how you die this time. The tougher you act, the more miserable your death will be. Wei Hui folded his arms and asked, "Loser, how long will it take you to finish this?" Ever since acquiring the system, Fang Qimai had played countless basketball games. He'd been singled out by teammates and opponents alike, gaining quite a few basketball-related skills along the way. But he'd never found anyone to test his true skill against. Jiang Zijian from the school team was simply no match for him. Even team captain Lin Haoji didn't dare take him on. Now that a formidable opponent had shown up, it would be a good chance to test himself. It's just that this guy keeps calling everyone noobs. He's really rude. If you speak politely and respect your opponent, we can start right now. Wei Hui lowered his hands and said, "Fang Qimai, I'd like to challenge you to a match. Is that okay? Come on, stop beating around the bush." Fang Qimai said, "Alright, how do we play?" "Half court, best of 5. What's at stake?" Wei Hui thought for a moment. The winner calls the shots, and the loser does whatever they say. Deal, it's a deal. Just then the bell rang, signaling the end of class. More and more people gathered to watch. Wow, is this going to be a one-on-one showdown? Isn't that Wei Hui, the former captain of the school basketball team, who's so reckless? Go for it, senior. Kisses. They say the guy on the other side is from class 10. He's really handsome. I'm rooting for both of them. Come on, this is just Brother Hui's one-man show. I'll bet a bottle of Coke that senior Wei Hui wins. Almost everyone in the crowd except for the freshman knew or had heard of Wei Hui's skills. Wei Hui snorted coldly and said, "You're my junior, so I'll let you go first." Fang Qimai waved his hand. "No, you go first." "Why?" Fang Qimai smiled confidently and, mimicking Wei Hui's tone, said, "Let's not beat around the bush. I'm going to steal the ball from you." Damn. Senior Wei Hui's dribbling skills are incredible. No one can stop him. And here's this guy, instead of avoiding his strengths, he actually wants to attack his opponent's best asset? That's hilarious. Is that guy on the other team stupid? What a waste of such good looks. Niu Jikao and a few other classmates were sweating bullets for Fang Qimai. "Qimai, you're really good at basketball, but you can't just play so recklessly. That's really a little hyper. Never mind, I can't make this up anymore. Qimai, take it easy." Wei Hui felt humiliated. If that's the case, then just go die. However, by this point, Fang Qimai had already activated comprehensive data analysis. His vision was filled with data analysis invisible to others. Among them were Wei Hui's various athletic metrics, as well as his strengths and weaknesses on the basketball court. The data showed that Wei Hui's strength was far above that of the average adult. He was equally skilled with both hands, had quick footwork, and was adept at fakes. No wonder his driving ability is so strong. However, he has his fair share of weaknesses. He excels at driving to the basket, but his defense is average and his shooting is a weakness. His three-point shooting percentage is particularly low. None of that matters. Big data has also predicted that in 6 seconds, Wei Hui will feign an attack on the left wing, but that's just a feint. He actually intends to attack from the right wing. Not only that, but the ball's trajectory has already been predicted. Combined with super basketball steel, Fang Qimai raised the corners of his mouth with confidence. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. Wei Hui began. Sure enough, he feinted to the left, then immediately changed direction and attacked down the right wing. Fang Qi stood as steady as a mountain, his eyes fixed solely on the ball's trajectory. Combined with his superb tackling ability, the moment he made his move, there was a sharp snap and Wei Hui lost possession in an instant. Fang Qimai took a quick step forward and smoothly swept the ball into his hands. What? Wei Hui was completely dumbfounded. Wei Hui's bewilderment level. Everyone was stunned. Is this kid cheating? He stole the ball from senior Wei Hui right at the start. Many rubbed their eyes. Oh my gosh, that was so fast I didn't even see it clearly. A girl standing nearby said triumphantly, I got it on video. I got it on video. Fang Qimai immediately started spinning the basketball in his hands. Senior, you went easy on me. Jiang Zijian stared at Fang Qimai in disbelief. What just happened? It was almost unheard of for Wei Hui to have a pass stolen. Wei Hui frowned and shouted indignantly, come on. I'll steal it right back from you, you noob. Fang Qimai smiled confidently once more. Sorry, senior, you don't stand a chance. Instead of driving to the basket, he jumped right where he stood. A beautiful arc traced through the air. Whoa! Fang Qimai just took a three-pointer on the jump. Whoosh! The basketball sank cleanly into the hoop, grazing the net lightly and producing a pleasant sound. Everyone watching was mesmerized. Qimai just scored a basket, and it's a three-pointer. That's amazing. Class 10 is really making us proud. Woohoo, go my. Wei Hui's confusion level. Confusion level from Jiang Zijian +8. Wei Hui shouted, you just got lucky. Fang Qimai knew this about more than just luck. First, he performed a data analysis on the basketball hoop. Based on factors such as angle, wind direction, and distance, he precisely calculated the amount of force required to score and the optimal angle for the shot. This calculation even factored in the slight tilt of the basket caused by years of neglect. Combined with the techniques Fang Qimai had previously learned from the master of the three-point jump shot, his shot was, without a doubt, a sure thing. Since Wei Hui's three-point shot was his weak point, Fang Qimai used the three-pointer as his best counter-attack. Fang Qimai passed the ball to Wei Hui. Here you go, senior, it's your turn to attack again. Wei Hui was so furious he slammed the ball against the floor several times. He told himself to stay calm, he couldn't afford any more mistakes from here on out. As he dribbled, he began looking for an opening to drive to the basket. A fake, a between-the-legs dribble, a spin move, a crossover, another between-the-legs dribble, a fake, and another crossover. The sequence of moves was quite a sight to behold. Many of the key techniques were well worth learning for the average basketball player. But in Fang Qimai's eyes, Wei Hui's offensive play had already been analyzed down to the last detail. He was simply following Wei Hui's moves and hadn't taken a shot yet. Wei Hui intended to use his physical advantage to fend off Fang Qimai's steal attempt. After driving to the basket, he went straight for a thunderous dunk, leaving Fang Qimai with no way to block it. Soon he found his opening, he was gonna force his way through. Now's the time. However, there was a sudden snap. Before anyone could figure out what had happened, Fang Qimai had already stolen the ball again. Wei Hui's confusion level +. Senior, you're too kind. He stole it in the blink of an eye. That was so damn cool. That steal was so satisfying to watch. What's his name? He's so handsome and such a great player. I'm totally smitten. My, go for it. One by one, the crowd clapped and cheered. Niu Jika was completely speechless. Was this Fang Qimai? He's incredible. Jiang Zijian, watching from the sidelines, sucked in a sharp breath. He stole the ball with just one quick move. He's even sharper than a pro basketball player. He couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. It seemed that when he'd played against Fang Qimai that day, Fang hadn't been giving it his all, he'd just been messing around with him. This guy is terrifying. The crowd was growing larger by the minute. Basketball fans watched with rapt attention, while even those who weren't particularly interested were drawn in by Fang Qimai's dashing appearance. Every boy from Class 10 except Li Hongzhu was there, and the girls were trickling in one after another to watch. Liu Maimei had been cheering for Fang Qimai from the very beginning. Xiao Bixu and the others were among them. Ruan Meng whispered, Fang Qimai is so amazing. Nu Jikao said smugly, he's my buddy, of course he's amazing. Fang Qimai smiled and reminded him, Senior, I'm about to go on the offensive. Bring it on, like I'm scared of you. Wei Hui was determined to hold his ground. It wasn't just about defending the ball, it was about saving face. He pressed closely on Fang Qimai, afraid he'd attempt another three-pointer. Some players are great shooters but lack the ability to drive to the basket. Wei Hui believed he had figured out Fang Qimai's game. Fang Qimai feinted, changed direction, drove to the basket, and changed direction again. His movements were so fast and his fakes so convincing that they completely threw Wei Hui off, causing him to lose track of him in an instant. He gave it his all to keep up. Fang Qimai feinted, came to a sudden stop and launched a jump shot. Whoosh! The ball went in again. Fang Qimai has already won 2 games while Wei Hui is still at 0 points. Wei's confusion level. Confusion level from Zhang Zijian plus 10. Confusion level from Lin Heoji plus 7. At that moment, the entire arena was chanting Fang Qimai's name. Fang Qimai asked, Senior, are you nervous? Wei Hui, furious and humiliated, snapped, I'm not nervous, you jerk. Fang Qimai. The more furious the other guy got, the more it proved he was suffering inside. Now all he had to do was make his opponent feel despair. With a sharp snap, he stole the ball from Wei Hui again. Stepping out beyond the three-point line, he took no approach run, just a single stride forward. Fang Qimai soared into the air. A soaring thud. Fang Qimai slammed the ball right through the hoop. After landing, Fang Qimai coolly blew a kiss to the crowd. He then coolly broke into the moonwalk. He even broke into a sassy little song. Let go, braised eggs are bad for your liver. Hold on to my pillow. Wei Hui's confusion level plus 7. Confusion level from Jiang Zhejian plus 13. Confusion level from Lin Heoji plus. The crowd cheered. Especially the girls after catching a flying kiss from Fang Qimai, they all got excited. Whoa, whoa, the former school team captain just got totally crushed. Handsome guy, you're so hot, you can play basketball and dance too. Which class is that hottie in? I want to add him on WeChat. I filmed the whole thing just now. I'm going to save my heartthrob for later when I get home. They're not even in the same league, the gap is way too big. Tieske, tieske, tieske. That's like a little heifer doing a handstand, absolutely mind-blowing. Seeing this, Jiang Zijian, who had originally planned to wait for Wei Hui to defeat Fang Qimai so he could go up and give him a piece of his mind, quietly slipped away into the crowd. Lin Heoji had also been secretly watching the match. He patted his chest lightly, let out a long sigh, and couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Thank goodness he hadn't gone up to challenge Fang Qimai just now. Wei Hui's head spun and he stood there at a loss. Lost? Was that it? It seemed there was no room for a fight at all. His opponent had won in the blink of an eye. He used to be being fawned over. After all, he was a renowned basketball team scholarship student. Now, however, he had been defeated by a younger classmate and had become the laughingstock of everyone. Many people know that he was the one who provoked Fang Qimai. He even called him a noob. Just moments ago, some people were saying this one-on-one match was his showcase. Now, he wished the ground would swallow him whole. Fang Qimai skated up to Wei Hui and said, Senior, feeling hopeless? Wei Hui clenched his fist. Fang Qimai asked again, it's best of 5. I've already scored 3. Are you convinced yet? Wei Hui's bewilderment level. Wei Hui said nothing. He just snorted, grabbed his bag, and started to walk away. Fang Qimai said, Senior Wei Hui, you're not really that unsportsmanlike, are you? The crowd chimed in with their own reproaches. Yeah, it's just a game, right? Winning and losing is totally normal. If you can't admit defeat, does that mean you're a sore loser? You've got to accept the consequences of your bet, Senior. Senior, you owe me a Coke, I just bet you'd win. Faced with everyone's finger pointing, Wei Hui said, Go ahead, what do you want? Just make it clear, don't go too far. Don't worry, it's not that unreasonable. Everyone started to get curious. Fang Qimai said, Call him Godad for us. You. Everyone in the room burst out laughing. That's awesome, haha. Wei Hui, furious and humiliated, snapped, No way, give me another one. Didn't you just call me a noob? I want you to be a noob's godson. Damn. Fang Qimai shrugged. Fine, let's try another one. If you're willing to call me Dad, I wouldn't mind. Oh my god. Wei Hui's confusion level plus. The veins in Wei Hui's hands bulged. Fang Qimai said, Senior, there are so many underclassmen watching over here. It's not cool to hit people. Wei Hui flung his hand aside and said, I don't accept that. If you've got the guts, let's play 5 more shots. The crowd began to cheer, condemning Wei Hui's unsportsmanlike. Fang Qimai said, you don't accept the result, huh? I Fang Qimai specialize in dealing with all kinds of defiance. With that, Fang Qimai hugged the basketball and walked to the center of the court. What's he up to? Fang Qimai turned around, keeping everyone in suspense. Suddenly he raised his hand and tossed the ball. Whoosh. Right before everyone's eyes, he shot the ball from midcourt and it went in. At that very moment the class bell rang. But no one paid any attention to it. Everyone in the gym had their mouths hanging open in shock. Then they began cheering and jumping for joy. Damn, that blew my mind, now that's a show. Holy shit, is that even allowed? Qimai, you're so awesome. Mai is so handsome. Mai is totally cool. Ruan Meng excitedly tugged at Xiao Bixu's sleeve. Bixu, did you see that? Did you see that? Fang Qimai is so amazing. I saw it. I'd heard before that he was a great player, but I never imagined he'd be this good. Xiao Bixu took it all in, silently casting an approving glance his way. For a moment, a wave of bewilderment swept through the entire arena. This match had yielded quite a few takeaways. Before Fang Qimai could say a word, with a thud, Wei Hui dropped to one knee. Godfather, I'm convinced, I'm kneeling before you. Fang Qimai smiled. Good boy, son. From now on, you're a member of my noob clan. Immediately afterwards, several girls began crowding around Fang Qimai. Hi, I'm from class 3, grade 10. My name is He Xiaomi. Can I get to know you a little? Senior, I'm from class 8, freshman year. I took a sip from this bottle of water, so now it's yours. I'm Wang Lanlin from class 1, freshman year. Senior, could you please sign something for me? Fang Qimai said, I don't know if it's a bother or not, but I do know the bell has already rung. If you don't get back to class, you'll be in trouble. After shooing this group of little fangirls back to class, Fang Qimai took a quick dash forward. Shang, where are you going? Wang Zisheng's confusion level. Wang Zisheng was just about to make a run for it. I suddenly remembered I have something to do for this class. Didn't we agree to have a one-on-one basketball match? You said if you didn't show up, you'd be a puppy. I don't need to play. I'll just admit defeat. You're giving up already? Wang Zisheng sighed helplessly. Kid, I saw that game you just played. I'm not going to put myself through that. Come on, Shang, it's over before it even started. A real man can't just say he can't do it. Wang Zisheng gave Fang Qimai a gentle shove and said, You little rascal, you've been holding back the whole time, haven't you? Fang Qimai shrugged. It's all thanks to my opponents making me look good. Wang Zisheng. But seriously, with your skills, getting into a better university than Wei Hui wouldn't be a problem. Still, to play it safe, you should enter some competitions and win a few awards. Here's what we'll do. I'll talk to Coach Zhang and get you on the school team. Fang Qimai replied, No need, coach. I'm not interested. Then what are you interested in? I'm more interested in you, brother Shang. Come on, let's play a match. Wang Zisheng's confusion level. I'll go ask the principal for permission to go home right now. You're free to do as you please during the next class. The third and fourth periods were physics class. When Lai Jiaming walked into the classroom, everyone was still heatedly discussing how Fang Qimai had just played basketball. However, no one heard the call to stand up. What's going on? Where's the class president? Lai Jiaming asked.
The class monitor is probably still in the bathroom. No, I bet he's washing his pants. Or maybe he's still taking a dump. Lai Jiaming froze. What's going on, Zhu Zhu Bing, the physics class representative, stood up and said, The class president probably ate something bad and has diarrhea. He hasn't come back yet. Oh, I see. Well, let's get started with class then. The results of the last quiz are in, and one student really surprised me, deserves some praise. After handing out the test papers, Lai Jiaming couldn't help but praise him. Fang Qimai, 145 points, tied for first in the class. No way, he finished in just 10 or so minutes and still scored 145. Is he even human? First in biology, first in physics, Fang Qimai is seriously on another level. Has the top student's hidden talent finally come to light? Wow, we used to be at the bottom of the class together, and now he's shot straight to the top. And he's such a great basketball player. Too, Fang Qimai is a true all-rounder. Liu Meimei looked at her test paper covered in red X's and felt her heart sink. My, how did you manage to score 145 again? Did you leave another question blank? Fang Qimai replied, Not exactly. I answered every single question this time. Then which question did you get wrong? No, Fang Qimai picked up the test and pointed to the top of the page. I wrote too fast and forgot to write my name, so Mr. Lei deducted 5 points. Liu Maimei's confusion level plus. Meanwhile, Li Hongji, who was in the bathroom struggling desperately, had already begun to question the meaning of life. Fortunately, his dad, Li Ying, worked at the school. With a single phone call, Li Ying managed to get Li Hongji a pair of jeans. They were tattered and worn out. He had no idea whose they were, but he figured they'd have to do for now. Better than nothing. After fiddling around in the bathroom for quite a while, Li Hongji finally cleaned himself up and put on the pants. As for his original school pants, he quickly tossed them away. They were a source of shame. Now, there was no way he was going back to the classroom. It was just so incredibly embarrassing. Having diarrhea was bad enough, but to actually soil his pants, it was utterly humiliating. Fortunately, the next 2 days are the weekend. I hope everyone will forget about this by the time the weekend is over. With the whole school watching, his reputation is completely ruined this time. Li Hongji, who was already dehydrated from the diarrhea, decided to go to the school store to buy a bottle of glucose. After taking just a couple of sips, he suddenly clutched his stomach. No, here it comes again, I have to go. As soon as the bell rang, Li Hongji quietly made his way back to the classroom via the staircase on the other side. He planned to sneak his backpack out while everyone was out to eat and the classroom was empty. He didn't plan on attending evening study either. He'd just go straight home and deal with it next week. At that moment, he didn't want to run into a single acquaintance, so he walked with his head down. However, Fang Qimai and Nijikao were standing right at the top of the stairs. Fang Qimai said, "See? I told you the class monitor would sneak through here. Hey, call me bro and you're buying dinner." Nijikao gave him a thumbs up. "Way to go, Mai. Let's go. It's on me." Li Hongji's confusion level. Just then, a school janitor walked by carrying a broom. Li Hongji glanced at the janitor's pants. An awkward moment ensued. The two of them were actually wearing the exact same style of pants. It suddenly dawned on him. Who on campus would carry an extra pair of pants for no reason? In a situation like this, his only option was to borrow a pair of pants from the janitor who lived on campus. Damn. Fang Qimai took a couple of steps, then turned back and said, "Class president, those new pants of yours really suit your style." Li Hongji's confusion level. After eating a meal courtesy of Nijikao, Fang Qimai decided not to attend evening study hall. He changed his clothes, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and headed straight out. Tonight, he planned to take a drive. At the entrance, Li Hongji's driver was waiting in a Mercedes-Benz to pick him up. Li Hongji had finally managed to convince his dad to let him skip evening study today just this once, and under no other circumstances. All he wanted now was to get home as soon as possible. The driver pulled up to the school gate to pick him up. He hopped in right away, eager to escape that awkward situation. Just then, Fang Qimai happened to be walking out of the school. That kid just tried to humiliate me? I have to strike first and humiliate him right back. Furious and humiliated, Li Hongji had nowhere to vent his anger. He rolled down the car window and shouted at Fang Qimai, "Hey, Fang Qimai, come here." "Whoa, class president, are you skipping class too, even though you're a model student?" "I'll ask you this. Do you know what it feels like to ride in a Mercedes worth $1 million? Fang Qimai thought for a moment. "I really don't know." Li Hongji laughed. "I don't think you'll ever find out. Let's go." With that, Li Hongji rolled up the window. He felt he'd evened the score. But Fang Qimai said, "I do know what it feels like to drive a 20 million sports car, though." "What?" The window stopped halfway up. Behind the Mercedes, a purple Maserati convertible pulled up. Li Hongji's driver glanced in the rearview mirror and swallowed hard. "Is that Maserati his? I just parked so carefully. Afraid I'd scratch it." Li Hongji quickly rolled down the window and leaned out to look. Li Hongji's confusion level. "Uncle Bai, let me drive." Bai Lishu got out of the Maserati and slid in the passenger seat. Fang Qi got in the car and stepped on the gas. "Squad leader, I'll be heading out first." "You?" "Oh, by the way, squad leader, try to eat less cilantro next time, it's too strong." Tap, 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 tap. Boom. He floored the gas pedal, and before Li Hongji knew it, the taillights were out of sight. Li Hongji felt his whole head flush with heat. What just happened? Could this guy really afford a 20 million sports car? Li Hongji's confusion level, +10. "Fang Qimai, you son of a bitch!" "Aku. Aku. Aku." Fang Zhongshan, all the way over in Singapore, suddenly let out a triple sneeze. "What's going on? Could it be that someone's missing me?" "Honey, are you seeing someone else behind my back?" Despite Zhongshan's influential status, he was so frightened in front of his wife Li Haomei that he could only rush to explain himself. "Honey, I'd never dare, not even if I had 10 lives. Please don't accuse me of something I didn't do." "Honey, seriously, our son's spending power is way too low. So far, he's only acquired Lin's winery, a few dozen parking spaces, and a traditional Chinese medicine clinic that's just not good enough. Giving him 100 million wouldn't even be enough. In my opinion, we need to set a monthly spending quota for him." You're right. Our son is destined to become the world's richest man on his own. You have to know how to spend money to know to make it. Even though he hasn't even graduated from high school yet, as his parents, we have to start training him early. Fang Zhongshan thought for a moment. How about 10 million a month? 10 million? That's out of the question. Li Haomei waved her hand immediately. Fang Zhongshan suggested, then how about 1 million? We can gradually increase it later. 1 million? Honey, you're not joking, are you? It has to be 100 million a month. It can only be more, not less. No problem, honey. Whatever you say. Son, you've got to give it your all. You're going to be the world's richest person one day. Achoo. Fang Qimai. Young master, have you caught a cold? I don't know. Fang Qimai was puzzled himself. He was immune to all respiratory diseases, so logically, he shouldn't have caught a cold. Driving down the road in his Maserati, Fang Qimai hadn't yet decided where to eat that evening. Although he had a Michelin-starred chef at home, he preferred to go out for a drive. As he drove past a street food stall, the roar of the car's engine caused many people to look over instinctively. Fang Qimai glanced around, then began to slow down. Young master, what's the matter? Fang Qimai replied, I think I spotted someone I know. I'm going to say hello. He then pulled over to the side of the road but couldn't find a parking spot. I had no choice but to hand the car over to Bai Lishu. He'd been driving too fast. By the time he realized it and had time to slow down, the car had already traveled 60 or 70 meters. Fang Qi walked back and reached that street food stall. As soon as he saw them, he was instantly delighted. It really is them. Fang Qi walked up to them. Hey, big shots. Long time no see. There were 4 people at the table in front of him. They were all around 30 years old, wearing tank tops, and looked strong and muscular. Their muscles were clearly defined all over their bodies. Their arms were almost as thick as the thighs of an average person. The 4 men looked up. Hey, it's Qimai. Oh my gosh, Fang Qimai. It's been about a year since we last saw each other, hasn't it? Haha! Whoa, 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 what a surprise to run into you here. Come on, Qimai, sit down and join us. Fang Qimai, you're getting more and more handsome. Come on, let's have a drink. As he spoke, one of them quickly brought over a chair. Ding, you've been tagged by fitness trainer Zhang Shuo, unlocking the physique, ab enhancement, permanent. Ding, you've been called out by fitness trainer Zhang Shai, unlocked, chest muscle enhancement, permanent. Ding, you've been called out by fitness trainer Sun Shushing, unlocked, strength enhancement, permanent. Ding, you've been called out by fitness trainer Ma Jian, unlocked, triceps enhancement, permanent. 4 crisp, pleasant sounds rang out in Fang Qimai's mind. In an instant, Fang Qimai felt his abs, pecs, and triceps grow firmer. And the strength enhancements, they were all permanent. Fang Qimai was stunned. He had met these 4 people during his sophomore year summer break while working part-time at Hoyu Gym. He never would imagine back then that knowing them would bring such benefits. Fang Qimai smiled and said, even though I only worked there for a month, I'm still very grateful for your support. Here, let me raise a glass to you. You're a generous guy, I like that. The 4 of them raised their glasses and drank them dry. Back when Fang Qimai was working part-time at the gym, the manager had been quite unfriendly toward him. But these 4 fitness trainers were really nice to Fang Qimai, especially the brothers Zhang Shuo and Zhang Shi. Fang Qimai worked at the front desk, a position that required good communication skills and patience to explain various services to customers. Although he didn't have much experience, he made up for it with his good looks and eagerness to learn. In their spare time, Zhang Shuo and the others would even teach Fang Qimai how to work out for free. If he had any problems, they would help him solve them. Everyone treated Fang Qimai like a younger brother. Sun Shusheng said, what a coincidence. The 4 of us were out for dinner today, and we just happened to run into you. Fang Qimai smiled slightly. I just happened to be passing by. Sun Shusheng asked again, Qimai, you're still in school, right? Are you in your senior year this year? Yes. Study hard and get into a good college. Don't be like me, I didn't study hard, and now I'm a failure. Sun Shusheng sighed and continued, I've already handed in my resignation to the manager, but he won't let me go. I don't plan on staying either, Ma Jian chimed in. Fang Qimai asked, what's going on? Business is bad and old Zhang keeps cutting our commissions. Who's going to work for him? Old Zhang was Zhang Tao, the manager of Hoyu Gym. Back when Fang Qimai was working there part-time, Zhang Tao had made life miserable for him time and again. Not only did he dump all sorts of menial tasks on Fang Qimai, but he also found every possible way to dock his pay. Zhang Shuo and the others figured it was because Fang Qimai was too handsome and Zhang Tao was jealous of him. Fang Qimai felt helpless about the situation. In the end, he only stayed for a month before quit. As you can imagine, with such a petty-minded manager, life wasn't easy for Sun Shusheng and the other 3 either. But life isn't easy for any adult, don't we all just grit our teeth and persevere? If you really can't take it anymore, then you just have to find a new job. Zhang Shuo raised his glass and said, never mind, let's not talk about that. Come on, cheers! The five of them drank and chatted about all sorts of amusing stories from the gym. Throughout the entire evening, Fang Qimai drank so much yet he didn't feel a thing. Is this the effect of that special constitution, the 3000 binge drinking ability? That's pretty impressive. Sun Shushing had had a bit too much to drink. He stood up and said, "Let's order some more food. It's a rare treat to run into Qimai today. This meal is on me." He called over a waiter. Bring us a bowl of fish head and tofu soup, a plate of black pepper beef, and some stir-fried greens. Oh, and another case of beer. As for the rest, see if there's anything else you'd like to order." Fang Qimai saw that all four of them had had their fill, so he said, "You guys have to work tomorrow, so let's call it a night. No need to order anything else." "No problem. Your brother Sun's treating us today. Qimai, order whatever you want." Fang Qimai quickly steadied Sun Shusheng as he staggered. After helping him sit down, Fang Qimai asked, "How much is the bill for our table?" "The total is 548. Fang Qimai pulled out 6 large bills. "Keep the change." "Okay, thanks." Sun Shusheng and the others were thrilled. "Hey, Qimai, how could you do this? How can you be the one treating us to this meal?" "Exactly. You're still in school. How could we let you pay?" Fang Qimai sent Bai Lishu his loaf. Then, with a slight smile, he said, "Don't worry about it. I'll treat you all to this meal as a way of thanking you for looking out for me." Zhang Shuo quickly waved his hands. No, that's not right. Here, I'll transfer the money to you via WeChat." No, I'll give you cash." Majian pulled out his wallet. Just then, the roar of the Maserati's engine, the same one that just driven by, echoed through the air once more. Quite a few people craned their necks to look. Finally, the car pulled up right in front of the street food stall. In an instant, it caught everyone's attention. What a cool car. Is some rich guy actually eating at this street food stall? Holy cow, that Maserati's color is so flashy. Ma Jian and the others were still trying to slip some money to Fang Qimai. The sleek car doors slid open, and Bai Lishu stepped out, respectfully calling out, "Young master." Everyone was taken aback. "Young master?" Fang Qimai stepped forward and said to Zhang Shuo and the others, "Gentlemen, let's get together another time." With that, Fang Qimai got into the Maserati. The four of them perked up instantly, standing there dumbfounded. My god, the Qimai family is actually that rich. Then why did he come work part-time at our gym back then? We just don't understand the world of the rich. We just had a meal with a millionaire, and we were even fighting over who would pay the bill. Ma Jian, looking slightly embarrassed, pocketed the bills. What did I just do? Confusion level from Zhang Shuo, +8. Confusion level from Sun Shusheng, +10. From Bai Lishu behind the wheel asked, "Young master, where are we headed next?" "Let's drive around a bit, then head home." "Okay." Fang Qimai ran his hand over his abs through his shirt. He was very satisfied with tonight's results. Meanwhile, an emergency meeting was being held in the office of the provincial basketball team. A middle-aged man said, "It's so late tonight and you've called everyone here in such a hurry, there must be something important." He sent a document to their work group chat. I don't know if you've seen this video yet, but if not, please watch it carefully. The video shows the entire process of Fang Qimai and Wei Hui going head-to-head in a one-on-one basketball match. Quite a few people on the sidelines secretly recorded it on their phones and posted it to their moments in Douyin. The number of views and likes skyrocketed. Fang Qimai's steals were particularly spectacular. Everyone present was a basketball professional, and they were all in awe of his defensive plays. In particular, his effortless toss from half-court that found the back of the net was absolutely breathtaking. Even professional basketball stars couldn't pull it off as effortlessly as Fang Qimai. This young man has steady footwork and his fakes are spot on. He's great at steals and drives to the basket, and his shooting accuracy is very high. The headline says his opponents are players from the Jiangsheng Sports College basketball team. If that's true, then he's really impressive. If this isn't staged, he'd have no trouble making our provincial team with that level of skill. A half-court shot, and without any camera cuts, how could this possibly be faked? Although it was just a short, few-minute game, professionals had already recognized his talent. But some have raised doubt. Could that half-court shot have just been a lucky, random shot? No, if it were anyone else, it might just be luck, but in his case, I believe he's relying on his skill. Exactly. Even without that final shot, his previous shots were already outstanding. That was a one-on-one situation. Our games are team-based, I wonder how good he really is? The team manager made an immediate decision. In any case, he's definitely a promising prospect, he's bound to go far. If possible, I'd like to invite him to join the provincial team. Make sure to find out who the high school student in the video is as soon as possible. If we wait too long, someone else might snap him up. Just then, someone spoke up. Wait a minute. I don't recognize this guy, but I know his opponent. Meanwhile, not far from his home, Fang Qi stepped out of the car. People who've never ridden in a sports car assume it's a blast. But in reality, sitting in a sports car for too long is extremely uncomfortable. Sports cars are not designed with practicality in mind. To increase speed, aerodynamic drag must be minimized. As a result, sports cars tend to be lower to the ground and have a more compact body, making it extremely uncomfortable to sit in them for long periods. Although some sports cars have 4 seats, passengers in the back usually can't stretch their legs. In comparison, coupes are a bit more comfortable. It turns out having too many cars isn't necessarily a good thing. It seems I'll have to choose which one to take depending on the situation from now on. Unfortunately, Fang Qimai wasn't used to sitting in this Maserati today. For the rest of the way, he decided to walk back, treating it as a post-drinking stroll. Young master, it's almost 11 o'clock now. Please let me accompany you. The recent serial murder case has shocked the entire country. The killer is extremely dangerous. The lady said you must have a bodyguard with you whenever you go out. Although Fang Qimai wasn't as skilled in combat as Bai Lishu at the moment, he had already strengthened the muscles throughout his body and increased his overall strength. Given his current level of skill, combined with the 36 grappling techniques, it seemed nothing could pose a threat to him. No need, Uncle Bai, you should go home first. But young master, I'm responsible for your safety. Fang Qimai replied, I'd like to take a walk by myself, Uncle Bai. Surely you wouldn't want to disturb me, would you? Well, Bai Lishu didn't dare argue with his master, so he could only say, all right then. If anything happens, please contact me immediately. Fang Qimai took out his headphones and walked while listening to music. He marveled at the series of changes the system had brought him. With a fortune to spare, he had no worries about food or drink. Feeling the breeze, listening to music, taking a stroll free from illness and worry. Life couldn't get any better than this. As he passed Jaunting Street, Fang Qimai spotted a familiar figure and walked into the urban village. At first, he didn't pay it much mind, but the school uniform the female student was wearing caught his eye. He took a closer look. Xiao Bix, is she out this late again? At first, Fang Qimai didn't think much of it, but then he suddenly noticed something. A man wearing a baseball cap had been sneaking around, following Xiao Bixu the whole time. That foolish woman, I hope nothing's happened to her. Fang Qimai had no choice but to follow her to check it out. Ding, 200 confusion points consumed, activating comprehensive data analysis. Current confusion points remaining, 948. At that moment, all of the man's data appeared before Fang Qimai. Huang Yankai, 46 years old, 104 cm tall, 76 kg. January 3, burglarized and murdered an elderly woman living alone, stealing cash and valuable jewelry totaling over 9,000 yuan. January 21, burglarized, raped, and murdered a woman living alone. January 30, he had already spent all the money he had on him and had not eaten for over 19 hours. He is carrying a restricted knife. The probability of committing another robbery today is 79.81%. The probability of killing the victim after the robbery is 98.26%. Looking at this series of statistics, it's simply appalling. He is none other than Huang Liankai, the serial killer who has recently caused a huge stir in Jiangcheng. So far this year, he has committed 8 crimes, resulting in 7 deaths. Clearly, his target this time is Xiao Bixu. With multiple murders to his name and having caused such a stir throughout the city, he still dares to continue committing crimes. This guy is truly ruthless. It's unimaginable if he really were to secretly follow Xiao Bixu home. How could she and her daughter possibly defend themselves? Or perhaps he might find a place along the way to attack Xiao Bixu. The consequences would be unimaginable. Fang Qimai sighed. What a troublesome woman. He took off his earpiece and quietly followed her. Jaunting Street used to be very lively, with all kinds of barbecue stalls that stayed open until the early hours of the morning. But recently, as part of the Civilized City campaign, all the stalls had been removed. On top of that, in urban villages like Jaunting Street, most residents are migrant workers, and they'd all gone early to rest. As a result, the alleys of Jaunting Street were rather deserted. As he followed them, Fang Qimai remained well hidden. Huang Liankai kept looking back but never noticed anyone tailing him. Xiao Bixu sensed something was off. When she turned to look at Huang Liankai, he pulled his cap down low and pretended to be on the phone. Xiao Bixu quickened her pace. Upon reaching a narrow alley, Huang Liankai finally revealed his true menacing nature. He strode forward and called out to Xiao Bixu. Hey, beautiful, don't rush off just yet. Why don't you come over to my place for a bit? Xiao Bixu was immediately startled and couldn't get a word out. What do you want? Nothing much. Studying's tough, isn't it? Come to my place, I'll help you relax. Huang Liankai grinned wickedly, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. The next moment, he pulled out a dagger. Make a sound or try to run, and I'll stab you right here. That face had already been published in the news. As soon as Xiao Bixu saw it, she knew she'd run into a serial killer. The news reported that this man had committed multiple crimes, killing indiscriminately, and was ruthless and brutal. She covered her mouth and backed away, too terrified to make a sound. But it was so late now, and there were hardly any people on the street. If this serial killer had set his sights on her, there was only one outcome: death. Didn't see that coming, did you? I watched the news. The police are hunting me nationwide. But as they say, the most dangerous place is also the safest. This spot is only a few li from the police station. They never expected me to still be here, let alone daring to cause trouble right on their noses. I'm gonna make the headlines again tomorrow. Ahaha. Come on, little girl, let's go play at Uncle's house. Xiao Bixu was terrified. She had absolutely no idea what to do. Just then, someone said, how about I come over to your place instead? Who? Wang Liankai spun around abruptly. Fang Qimai bellowed, your grandpa, it's me. Wang Liankai's bewilderment level. Fang Qimai lunged forward in a single bound, shielding Xiao Bixu behind him. Xiao Bixu was startled. Qimai. She'd been holding back her tears the whole time, but the moment she saw Fang Qimai, she burst into tears. She just thought she was really going to die. Hey, can you stop crying? Xiao Bixu quickly stopped herself. Fang Qimai yanked Xiao Bixu backward. He stepped in front of Xiao Bixu to shield her. You take the kids and get out of here first. Xiao Bixu? What's going on here? It feels kind of embarrassing. Even at a moment like this, Fang Qimai couldn't resist taking the opportunity to tease Xiao, the campus queen. Xiao Bixu's confusion level, Palan. Wang Liankai flew into a rage. Oh, so you're the hero coming to the damsel's rescue, huh? Killing one is the same as killing two today. You're both gonna die. Xiao Bixu said nervously, he's got a knife. Fang Qimai replied, then why aren't you running? What about you if I run? If you keep blabbering, none of you will get away. Wang Liankai roared. Looks like you guys don't know what I'm capable of. Today, I'll make you regret this. In the heat of the moment, Fang Qimai hadn't managed to contact Bai Lishu. Now he had to face this murderous demon all by himself. One wrong move and both he and Xiao Bixu would be finished. If he used absolute command, he could subdue him in an instant. But with Xiao Bixu present, it didn't seem quite right to simply have a heinous murderer surrender to justice. On the other hand, Fang Qimai wanted to try out the 36 grappling techniques. He activated his data analysis and predicted Wang Liankai's next move. Wang Liankai let out a loud shout as he lunged forward with his dagger. Though it looked extremely dangerous, Fang Qimai had already analyzed the situation perfectly. Fang Qimai calmly dodged to the side, then reached out with his right hand and seized Wang Liankai's wrist. He felt an extraordinary strength in his fingers. Once he had a grip, Wang Liankai's hand could not break free. This was the combined result of his grappling techniques and enhanced strength. Wang Liankai immediately swung a punch at him, but Fang Qimai grabbed his wrist with his left hand a backhand grip and twisted it. With a howl, Wang Liankai was twisted around. Then Fang Qimai violently slammed Wang Liankai's knife-wielding hand against the wall. Once, each impact against the wall was excruciating. His skin was scraped layer by layer and beads of blood began to ooze out. Ouch. Finally, Wang Liankai had no choice but to let go of the dagger. Fang Qimai kicked him away. Then he knocked Wang Liankai to the ground. Before Wang Liankai could even react, Fang Qimai suddenly unleashed the 36 grappling techniques, employing the 7th move, the death-dealing crosslock, to pin Wang Liankai firmly to the ground. On top of that, Fang Qimai's body had been enhanced, giving him immense strength. Wang Liankai's head and arms were locked so tightly by Fang Qimai that he couldn't move at all. Ah! Wang Liankai cried in pain. Wang Liankai's confusion level plus. Xiao Bixu stood by, completely dumbfounded. Was Fang Qimai really this formidable? In just a few moves, he'd firmly pinned a man to the ground. What are you standing there for? Call the police? Wang Liankai panicked. Don't call the police. Spare me. I'll give you whatever you want. With his throat clamped shut, he could barely speak. Let you go so you can kill more people? I beg you, really, I don't want to end up in jail. Money. I'll give you money, just let me go for now. Fang Qimai replied, give that money to the police, go beg them for mercy. Seeing that a soft approach wasn't working, Wang Liankai shouted, you little bastard, tell me your name. Is that even possible? Fang Qimai had actually wanted this guy to call him by name since he was already a condemned prisoner anyway. He might as well make use of his last bit of value. But one of the requirements for the naming was that the other party had to call his name of their own accord. If he made the other person say it, it wouldn't count. Now, as it turned out, this guy was asking for his name on his own. Listen up, you bastard, my name is Fang Qimai. Xiao Bixu was startled. This was clearly an act of revenge. Why was Fang Qimai so foolish as to blurt it out? Wang Liankai said, nice guy, Fang Qimai, right? I'll remember you. As soon as I get in there, my second older brother definitely won't let you off the hook. Ding, you've been singled out by serial killer Wang Liankai. Unlocked ability, beautiful handwriting. Beautiful handwriting, you can now write beautifully. This reward surprised Fang Qimai a bit. He hadn't expected Wang Liankai, ugly in appearance and brutal at heart, to actually have such good handwriting. But that's not surprising. Murderers always hide their true selves. When their relatives and friends learn the truth, the most common reaction is disbelief toward the murderer. Beautiful handwriting, I'll take it. Fang Qimai replied, fine, if your second older brother shows up, I'll take care of him too. You arrogant fool. After all, this was a serial killer and public security authorities nationwide were taking the case extremely seriously. As soon as the report came in, the news sent shockwaves through the entire police department, and every officer was incredibly excited. I can't believe this killer dared to strike again. His crimes are truly heinous. A middle-aged police officer ordered, this time, we're determined to bring Huang Liankai to justice. Numerous police cars were dispatched, along with a large contingent of SWAT officers, fully armed and carrying live ammunition. The journey, which should have taken only 3 to 5 minutes, felt like an eternity. They were terrified that if they were even a second too late, this serial killer would escape. When they arrived at the scene, the officers were stunned. They had expected a difficult confrontation, but to their surprise, the killer had already been subdued. All the officers stared in disbelief, their eyes wide. Then they quickly swarmed him, pinning down Huang Kai's head and limbs. Fang Qimai could finally let go. What's your name? Officer, we were just messing around. I asked what your name is. Liankai. Show me your ID. A middle-aged police officer took one look and said, Huang Liankai, right? That's you. Click. Huang Liankai was immediately handcuffed. This time, he couldn't escape. Great! This serial killer has finally been brought to justice. Young man, you're really something. Everyone should take a cue from this. This technique for restraining someone is hard for the average person to master. Huang Liankai, you've committed so many crimes today, you've finally been caught. Come with us to face the consequences of the law. A police officer said cheerfully to Fang Qimai and Xiao Bixu, you two have done a great service. We had a 50,000 reward on this man. That reward is yours. You truly deserve to be called heroes. Please come with us to help us complete the police report. Xiao Bixu asked, well, right now, what's the matter? Xiao Bixu said, could I go back first to get my mom's medicine? I was actually on my way to the hospital to pick it up for her. I'd like to stop by and let her know I'm worried. She'll be concerned if she sees I'm not home this late. Sure. Ding, could you go explain the situation to her? Sure, Captain Yi. A female police officer replied. At 1:00 a.m., Fang Qimai and Xiao Bixu finally finished giving their statements and left the Municipal Public Security Bureau. The bonus would be paid out once the case review was complete. However, the 50,000 yuan was little consequence to Fang Qimai. Nearby, there was a Janbing stall. Luckily, they arrived just in time. If they'd been a little later, the vendor would have been packing up. Sir, I'll take 2, put all the toppings on them. Sure thing. Xiao Bixu looked at the deserted street and said, it's so late, how are we going to get back? It was less than 2 kilometers, so Fang Qimai didn't plan on using his sports car. It's not that far, let's walk back. What about you? I'll take you home first. Xiao Bixu hesitated, then replied, okay. Fang Qimai walked ahead, and Xiao Bixu followed cautiously behind him. Xiao Bixu found the scene quite lovely. The temperature was gradually rising. With the breeze blowing, she didn't feel cold at all. In fact, it felt quite refreshing. She had never stayed out past midnight before. This was the first time she'd been out on the street this late. The street was deserted. It felt as if the entire street belonged to them. Neither of them spoke, and Xiao Bixu felt the atmosphere grow a bit awkward. She asked in a soft voice, why didn't you go to evening study again today? Fang Qimai looked at Xiao Bixu. It doesn't affect my chances of coming in first. Xiao Bixu's confusion level plus. Getting good grades really does let you do whatever you want. How are those who study hard supposed to feel? She sniffed the air and asked, have you been drinking? Just a little. You really should drink less. It's bad for your health. Are you worried about me? I wasn't. I was just saying. It was awkward to stay silent, but talking made it even more awkward. Xiao Bixu's confusion level plus 5. And just like that, the two of them walked all the way to Jiangning Street. For the first time, Xiao Bixu realized just how short 2 kilometers could be. Standing at the street corner, Xiao Bixu kept trying to pay Fang Qimai for the jianbing. Fang Qimai raised his hand and reached toward Xiao Bixu's head. Xiao Bixu instinctively wanted to dodge, but she didn't dare to. She had never let a boy touch her, let alone pat her on the head like this. For some reason, Xiao Bixu's body felt as if it had frozen solid. She couldn't move. The streetlights cast a somewhat suggestive glow, and as a gentle breeze blew, the air was filled with a certain romantic atmosphere. Xiao Bixu pictured scenes from TV dramas she'd watched before. What would Fang Qimai do next? Her heart was pounding wildly. She was so nervous she could hardly stand it. Fang Qimai gently plucked a tiny leaf from Xiao Bixu's hair. It was a leaf that had fallen from the flamboyant tree, a very small one. Xiao Bixu's confusion level. Confusion level from Xiao Bixu plus 5. Xiao Bixu quickly changed the subject. Money. You're such a chatterbox. With that, Fang Qimai turned to leave. Xiao Bixu called out to him, Fang Qimai, have you moved? I thought your place was over there. Fang Qimai replied, I did. Do you want to come see my new place? Well, isn't that a bit appropriate? Then why don't you hurry home? Confusion level from Xiao Bixu plus 6. Xiao Bixu's confusion level plus 6. Fang Qimai, thank you for saving me, Xiao Bixu said earnestly. Fang Qimai turned around and waved his hand. I'm off. Early the next morning, the headlines across all major news outlets were abuzz. After months on the run, the murderous demon strikes again and is subdued by a teenager. Wang Liangkai, the murderous monster responsible for 7 killings in Jiangcheng, has been apprehended. Serial killer case solved. Suspect Huang Liangkai identifies crime scene photo. At that point, residents of Jiangcheng and indeed, people across the nation all breathe a sigh of relief. Xiao Bixu's mother, Jiao Meiyu, was sitting in a chair, scrolling through her phone to read reports on the incident. The police have taken thorough protective measures for the teenager who subdued the killer and have not disclosed his identity to the media. Her daughter, Xiao Bixu, had been at the scene just yesterday. So Jiao Meiyu couldn't help but ask, Jiaoxu, who exactly is that teenager who subdued the killer and saved you? Do you know him? Xiao Bixu paused for a moment. He's my classmate. Your classmate? Yes. Worried her mother might misunderstand, Xiao Bixu hurried to explain. He just happened to be passing by yesterday and saw the killer. Oh, I see. Your classmate is so impressive. He was able to subdue such a vicious killer. Jiao Meiyu thought for a moment, then added, Did you thank him? See if you can find a time to invite him over for dinner. I'd like to thank him properly. I did, but that guy is really, really cocky. He didn't even acknowledge me when I said thank you. As for dinner, let's just forget about it. That won't do. I feel like we owe him a favor. If it weren't for him, you'd have been in real danger last night. Jiao Meiyu Xiao Bixu waved her hand dismissively. That guy wouldn't think that far ahead. Jiao Meiyu stared blankly at Xiao Bixu. Xiao Bixu quickly added, I mean, he's just a pretty carefree guy. Then, Xiao Bixu quickly changed the subject. Oh, Mom, let's just leave it at that. Ruan Meng and I are going to do our homework now. Pulling Ruan Meng back to their room, Xiao Bixu let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, she felt a pang of guilt as if she'd done something wrong. Ruan Meng also grew curious. Bixu, is that guy in our class? Who is he? Fang Qimai. Wow. Ruan Meng suddenly looked up to him. He took down the killer all by himself? Yeah.
Ruan Meng was completely taken aback. Come to think of it, Fang Qimai really is a strange guy. He used to seem like he didn't like studying and never turned in his homework, but now that the college entrance exams are coming up, he's suddenly become so impressive. I've never seen him fight anyone before, but I never would have thought that the first time he stepped in, he'd subdue a brutal criminal and become a big hero. Xiao Bixu agreed. To be precise, Fang Qimai wasn't just strange, he was unique, giving off a distinct vibe. By the way, Ruan Meng, let's not talk about this outside. The police said they'd keep it confidential for us. They're worried that the guy might have accomplices who could come after us. Don't worry, I'll keep my mouth shut. As she was writing, Ruan Meng suddenly asked, Do you think Fang Qimai has a crush on you? Xiao Bixu's cheeks flushed instantly. No way, don't be silly. Ruan Meng laughed. You're acting weird. So many guys like you, but I've never seen you react like this before. That guy seems as cold as a block of ice, like he's not interested in anything. Is that so? Ruan Meng thought for a moment, then added, Oh, right. I asked you earlier about what happened that night when you rode on Fang Qimai's bike. You said you'd tell me when you had a chance, so hurry up and tell me. Shh, keep your voice down. Meanwhile, Fang Qimai was still sleeping. Bai Lishu knocked softly on the door. Fang Qimai, still half asleep, pressed the remote to open the door. What's up, Uncle Bai? Young master, I'm here to remind you that today is March 8th. You haven't officially started working toward the spending targets set by the master and mistress yet. Please do your best. Fang Qimai scratched his head. How much is left? The lady said only your personal expenditures count. So far, you've spent 2 million to purchase the Yang family traditional Chinese medicine clinic, and the renovation costs will be around 20,000. Adding in your regular living expenses, you still need to spend 97 million this month to meet the target. Fang Qimai. Oh, and the lady also said that if you don't meet the target, you'll have to return immediately to inherit the family estate. Fang Qimai nearly collapsed onto the... The life of the wealthy is just so... a life of constant upheaval. Utterly insane. Now, Fang Qimai needed to spruce himself. He'd read plenty of novels about super-rich protagonists, who, after suddenly coming into wealth, go on shopping sprees. The most common purchases are Patek Philippe or Vacheron Constantin watches, Cartier bracelets, Hermès shoes, Prada handbags, and Versus menswear, and so on. This is followed by passers-by expressing shock and admiration. However, what Fang Qimai hated most was shopping. All that trying on clothes and accessories was simply too much of a hassle. He also didn't like having a crowd of people around him, hypocritically fawning over him. What he wanted was bespoke tailoring. A bespoke item is not only one of a kind in the world, but also tailor-made specifically for him. That's what makes it truly his own. Uncle Bai, I want everything custom-made from head to toe. Bai Lishu replied immediately, yes, young master. I'll contact all the major global luxury brands right away and have them send someone to your home to take your measurements. I'll also arrange for their best designers to create exclusive designs and custom pieces just for you. 10 watches, 10 pairs of sunglasses, 10 pairs of various shoes, all kinds of men's clothing and so on. And all from the world's top luxury brand. A set like this would easily cost several million. It may seem extravagant, but there's no other way to boost sales figures. This is standard practice. In addition, Fang Qimai planned to commission Spalding to create a custom basketball. The Spalding No. 7 basketball is the official ball used in NBA professional games. It's top-notch in both quality and feel. Fang Qimai turned to Bai Lishu and said, by the way, old Bai, I just remembered today is an important day, and I have a task for you. It might be a bit of a rush, but I'm confident you can handle it. Just let me know what you need, young master. Next, Fang Qimai planned to make a trip to the library. Although he didn't like studying, he did enjoy reading. He had read quite a few classics, novels, and biographies from throughout history and around the world. Before he acquired the system, Fang Qimai's only excellent grade was in Chinese. All his other grades were near the bottom of the class. However, he didn't do his Chinese homework. For Fang Qimai, who had read so many books, the content of the Chinese language classes at school was a bit too narrow. He went to the library today to return the books he had borrowed earlier. From now on, he wouldn't need to go to the library anymore. His family's villa had a large study filled with a wealth of books. Plus, since he's all alone, he can enjoy some tea and snacks. For a quiet moment of reading, home is the best choice. Fang Qimai gave Niu Jikao a call. Hey, Super Niu, come with me to the library. I haven't even finished my 3 math exams yet, and I still have English, chemistry, and physics exams, plus Chinese and English essays waiting for me. Forget about it. Hey, do you think I'm like you, my G? You're fearless, you still get top marks even without doing your homework. But I'm in big trouble if I don't do my homework. I'll definitely get scolded, and they'll call my parents too. Fang Qimai said, if you want to miss out on a feast, you don't have to come. With a slurp, Niu Jikao's mouth watered. He had a natural weakness for good food. The mere mention of it was enough to make him lose all self-control. Maj, you can't do this to me. I'm heading out to pick you up right now. I'll be at your house in 10 minutes. It's up to you. From kindergarten through elementary school, Fang Qimai and Niu Jikao had been classmates. In middle school, they went their separate ways. Unexpectedly, they crossed paths again in high school and ended up in the same class once more. Moreover, their parents had been friends for generations. After Fang Qimai's adoptive parents passed away, Niu Jikao's family has been doing everything they can to support him. However, Niu Jikao's parents are both disabled. And Fang Qimai, knowing the immense pressure they were under, refused to accept any money from them. Although the road was rocky, after years of hard work, Niu Jikao's parents finally bought a 2-bedroom apartment in an older neighborhood, which served as their home in Jiangcheng. They were busy working to earn a living and support their family. Niu Jikao saw this, so he took the initiative with his studies, working hard on his own. His grades consistently ranked among the top 10 in his class. Now that he had transformed into a top-tier rich kid, as his best friend, Fang Qimai wouldn't forget him. Today, Fang Qimai wanted to give him a surprise. After answering Fang Qimai's call, Niu Jikao hurriedly changed his clothes. In less than 10 minutes, the roar of a supercar's engine echoed through the air. When he went downstairs, Niu Jikao was completely stunned. Bro, what kind of car is that? Oh my gosh, it looks so awesome. Niu Jikao was incredibly excited, even though he didn't know much about sports cars. But the innate appeal that sports cars hold for men had him absolutely thrilled. Fang Qimai got out of the car, patted the white hood of the 30 million Kamaya Kajera, and casually replied, it's a new 2-seater runabout. My god, what on earth is going on here? If it had been anyone else, Fang Qimai wouldn't have bothered to explain. But since Niu Jikao was his best buddy, Fang Qimai went ahead and told him the whole story behind the family reunion. Niu Jikao was stunned. The chairman and his wife of the renowned Tianhao group, they're actually your biological parents. Do you know them? Of course I do. They're always in the business news, I follow it all the time. Niu Jikao was beside himself with excitement. I never would have guessed my buddy was a super rich second generation heir. This is like a little cow celebrating its birthday, that's absolutely amazing. Fang Qi took a few steps forward and looked intently at Niu Jikao. Niu Jiao. Fang Qimai reached out his hand toward Niu Jikao, who instinctively tried to dodge. Don't move. What are you doing? Niu Jikao was too scared to move. Fang Qimai continued to stare intently at Niu Jikao. With both hands, he straightened Niu Jikao's collar, then gave him a once-over. Niu Jikao was taken aback. It turned out that in his rush to leave, his collar had flipped up without him noticing. Fang Qimai helped him adjust it, smoothing out the collar. He also brushed his hair back and continued to study him. Two grown men. Oh my god, this is way too embarrassing. Confusion level from Niu Jikao, +1. Hey, why has he been staring at me the whole time? Could it be that this guy? Damn it, I thought of him as a brother and he's actually trying to hit on me? Niu Jikao immediately felt a tightness in his butt. After staring for a while, Fang Qimai said, "This won't work." Exactly, that definitely won't work. Niu Jikao chimed in immediately. Fang Qimai said, "Your outfit won't work. You want me to wear women's clothes, don't even think about it." Huh. Fang Qimai paused in surprise. What do you mean, women's clothes? Well, what else did you mean? Fang Qimai said, I mean your clothes aren't right. Come on, let's go to the library, I'll buy you some clothes later. Buy clothes? Why would you suddenly want to buy me clothes? Have you forgotten your own birthday? Niu Jikao exclaimed in surprise. You little rascal, you actually remember my birthday? Of course I remember. Niu Jikao was deeply moved. My parents have to work late again tonight. I was planning to just buy a candle and blow it out myself. My 18th birthday was just going to pass by like that. I never expected you'd actually remember my birthday. Fang Qimai shrugged and added, remembering other people's birthdays is usually such a hassle, I don't even want to remember them. But having a birthday on March 8th International Women's Day is just too cool. It's hard not to remember it. Niu Jikao. You're right. All in all, you're a really good buddy. I'm so touched. I don't even know what to say, I'm just really moved. Alright, stop whining like a girl. Hop in the car, let's go return these books first. On the way, Niu Jikao was thrilled beyond belief. This was his first time riding in such a street racing beast, and countless people on the street cast envious glances their way. While waiting at a traffic light, everyone on a nearby bus scrambled to get a closer look. Thanks to his mastery of driving techniques, Fang Qimai drove with remarkable composure. Combined with the Koenigsegg Agera's explosive power, he overtook vehicle after vehicle along the way. Niu Jikao felt absolutely fantastic. Whoa! It's like a little cow sitting on the hood, so freaking awesome. This is so damn cool. Then, Niu Jikao added, by the way, Brother Mai, have you seen the news? No, I haven't. Huang Liangkai was arrested last night, and I heard he was subdued by a teenager. That's a real relief. Serial killer Huang Liangkai was the hottest news topic of the moment. He was the subject of non-stop discussion throughout Jiangcheng and even across the country. Fang Qimai replied softly while driving, oh, is that so? When I saw the news this morning, I breathed a huge sigh of relief. A murderous monster like that really deserves to die. Fang Qimai interrupted, yeah, I was the one who subdued him. Niu Jikao suddenly froze. Duldu, what did you say? This, Brother Mai, you're joking. Fang Qimai looked intently at the rearview mirror and completed another passing maneuver. Does it look like I'm joking? Is that for real? Holy crap. Alright, Brother Mai, I believe you. This is just the tip of the iceberg, the best is yet to come. Niu Jikao was in awe. Don't worry, I won't tell a soul. Otherwise, if Huang Liangkai's accomplices come looking for revenge, you'll be in danger. Fang Qimai replied, I told him my name, and he said he'd call his second older brother to come and chop me up. Oh my god. Niu Jikao was speechless. Alright, that's definitely your style, but aren't you afraid? I took him down with my own skills, so I can take down his second older brother the same way. Impressive, but you'd better be careful anyway, Niu Jikao said excitedly. Hurry up and tell me what happened exactly? Half an hour later, the two arrived at the library. In Jiangcheng, aside from the municipal library, this private Shangwen library was the largest. The city library is a non-profit organization supported by government funding. Apart from a deposit for borrowing books and late fees, there were no other charges. As a result, it's always packed from the moment it opens at 8 a.m. until 6 p.m. The Shangwen Library, on the other hand, operates on a for-profit model, dividing patrons into three categories: non-members, members, and VIPs, each with different benefits. Non-members must pay an admission fee to enter the library and an annual fee to borrow books, among other charges. To some extent, this limits the number of visitors. At the city library, popular books were often unavailable, so at the time, Fang Qimai had no choice but to pay to borrow books here. He wouldn't need to borrow books here anymore. After completing the self-service book return process at the machine, the two prepared to leave. As luck would have it, their class president Li Hongji was also there. With him were his classmates Guo Zilei and Zheng Riji. These two had mediocre grades and were always sucking up to Li Hongji. For one thing, Li Hongji was wealthy. For example, when it came to lunch, if he was in a good mood, he might very well treat these two sycophants to a meal. Moreover, Li Hongji was a VIP at the Shangwen Library, so the two could read and do their homework with him in the VIP area. On the other hand, he also held power. With his dual status as both class president and the only son of the vice principal, there were plenty of people eager to curry favor with him. Currying favor with him might not guarantee any benefits, but it certainly wouldn't hurt. Both Guo Zilei and Zheng Riji have their own little schemes. The three of them went to the lounge to have a few cups of coffee, but unexpectedly ran into Fang Qimai and Niu Jikao in the lobby. Upon seeing Fang Qimai, Li Hongji's first thought was the embarrassing incident from yesterday when he'd soiled his pants, so he decided to strike first. "Hey, Niu Jikao, you're actually at the library with the academic underachiever?" "Exactly. Is a place like the library even meant for academic underachievers? Don't you know the library is packed, and there aren't enough seats? A slacker who doesn't do their homework is just taking up space here for nothing." As soon as Li Hongji spoke, the other two chimed in with their own criticisms. Niu Jikao retorted indignantly, "Qimai just got first place on his latest biology test and first place on his physics test, how is he a failure?" Guo Zilei said, "He just got lucky." Niu Jikao found this utterly absurd. "Good luck? I'm speechless. It's not like all the questions were multiple choice, he just got lucky and guessed them all right. Try guessing one of the physics problems and see what happens." The three fell silent. Niu Jikao continued, "A loss is a loss. Is it really that hard to admit that someone else is better than you?" Suddenly, Guo Zilei and Zheng Riji were even more at a loss for words. Li Hongji thought for a moment, then added, "PF'd. Big deal. I've been in the top 3 in every subject in my class, and in the top 10 in the grade for 3 years straight. Fang Qimai's only come in first twice and he's already showing off." Fang Qimai patted Niu Jikao on the shoulder. "A real man doesn't pick a fight with a dog, let's go." "Who are you calling a dog?" "Hey, don't walk away, you better explain yourself." Just then, a staff member called out, "You lot, please don't make a commotion in the library." Fang Qimai and the others all turned to look. The speaker was a young woman, about 1.62 meters tall, with a pretty face and a tan complexion. She looked like a college student or a recent graduate. She had the air of a well-educated and well-mannered young woman. Overall, she'd score at least an 85. Li Hongji was already seething with pent-up frustration, and now someone actually dared to rebuke him? "What's your name?" Li Hongji walked over. As he asked, he took out a pen and paper. "Huh. My name is Qin Yanling. Is there something you need?" The girl, clearly inexperienced, answered without hesitation. "Okay, I've written that down. You're sticking your nose where it doesn't belong, you're in big trouble." Li Hongji said coldly, "Do you know who I am? You're expelled." Fang Qimai shook his head. "This guy, where does he get off acting so high and mighty?" Qin Yanling felt deeply wronged. She had merely followed company policy, had she really offended some big shot? "But this is a library, you're not supposed to speak loudly here in the first place." Li Hongji nitpicked, saying, "This is the lobby, not the reading area. What's wrong with me speaking loudly?" "Exactly. Mind your own business." Guo Zilei shot Qin Yanling a withering glance. Zheng Riji added smugly, "Our brother Ji's mom played a part in making your library what it is today." At this, Li Hongji swelled with pride. When the Shangwen Library was built, his father, Li Ying, had contributed a small amount of money. However, due to his position, Li Ying was not permitted to invest in commercial ventures or businesses. Therefore, the investment was made in the name of his wife Li Hongji's mother, Meng Shujia, making her a minority shareholder. This month, the library launched a new VIP program, and Li Hongji naturally received a limited edition VIP card. Although he could read and study at home, coming to the library was all about the atmosphere. The VIP area builds on this atmosphere by offering additional services. Although it wasn't really all that useful, it made him feel a bit more sophisticated. This made Li Hongji feel quite proud. He'd originally planned to bring Xiao Bixu here alone to show off a bit and hear her praise him, but to his surprise, she turned him down, citing the need to take care of her injured mother. Oh well, he'll just have to find another chance to bring her here next time. For now, he was going to teach that reckless library supervisor a lesson. Believe it or not, one phone call from me and I can get you fired on the spot. Qin Yanling was at a loss. She was just an intern, how could she dare to offend anyone? Just then, a woman with a large mole at the corner of her mouth walked over. She had short hair and was around 30 years old. Qin, what's going on? Qin Yanling instantly felt as if she'd found a savior. Sister Zhang, you're just in time. Those guys are talking loudly over here and I... Before Qin Yanling could finish, the woman had already turned her gaze toward Li Hongji and the others. Her eyes lit up immediately. Paying no attention whatsoever to what Qin Yanling was saying, she exclaimed excitedly, "Oh, isn't this young Master Li?" The woman hurried forward. "Young Master Li, I'm Zhang Feng. I wonder if you still remember me?" Li Hongji smiled but said nothing. Zhang Feng continued, "Qin Yanling, what did you just say? Young Master Li's mother, Ms. Meng, is a shareholder here, and young Master Li is one of our VIP guests. How dare you, a mere supervisor, pick a fight with our young Master Li?" "But Sister Zhang, doesn't the library have a rule against speaking loudly? Since it disturbs others who are reading. It's not allowed even in the lobby." Zhang Feng looked at Qin Yanling as if she were being unreasonable and said, "You're just an intern who hasn't even graduated from college. Do you have any idea what it means to read people's expressions and gauge the situation? Do you understand anything about social etiquette?" "Yes, those are the rules, but you have to know who you're dealing with." Zhang Feng thought for a moment, then added, "No way. Your emotional intelligence is too low. I'm going to report you to the director and get you fired. Don't even think about getting a single cent of your pay." Qin Yanling felt utterly wronged. She had merely followed the library's rules. Why was she being fired? Zhang Feng then turned to Li Hongji and said, "Young Master Li, I promise you this will never happen again." Li Hongji and his two companions burst out laughing instantly. Finally, someone with eyes had shown up. Fang Qimai shook his head and thought to himself, "They're all a bunch of snakes and rats so noisy." Niu Jikao, standing nearby, couldn't stand it anymore. Hey Li Hongji, and to think you're a model student, is this any way to behave?" Li Hongji's smile vanished and he glared coldly at Niu Jikao. Then, mimicking Jiang Zijian's tone, he said, "Are you telling me how to do my job?" Niu Jikao was momentarily at a loss for words. Fang Qimai chimed in, "Class president, I'd love to teach you a thing or two, but you stubborn little bastard just won't listen." Li Hongji was speechless. Seeing this, Zhang Feng immediately turned to Fang Qimai and Niu Jikao and said, "Who are you guys? I know all our VIPs here. I've never seen the likes of you two before." Guo Zilai said, "They aren't even members." "Oh? Then please leave. Young Master Li is our VIP. You've offended a VIP, you're not welcome here." Zhang Feng said sternly. "Did you hear that? Get out of here." "Ha!" Zhang Ruiji and Guo Zilai shouted laughter. Niu Jikao was far from willing to accept this. He had already been planning to leave, but he hadn't expected to be provoked like this. Leaving would prove he was a coward. Zhang Feng picked up the walkie-talkie and said, "Someone's causing a disturbance in the lobby. Send over some security guards." Unexpectedly, instead of security guards, a group of men in suits arrived. Leading the group was a middle-aged man in a grayish-white suit. Zhang Feng immediately stepped forward to greet them. "Mr. Zhao, what brings you here? Director, Deputy Director, why are you all here?" Li Hongji also called out with a smile, "Uncle Zhao." With Boss Zhao Peng's arrival, Qin Yanling felt she was doomed. Unexpectedly, Zhao Peng paid no attention to Zhang Feng or Li Hongji, but instead scanned everyone present. Finally, his gaze settled on Fang Qimai. "You must be Chairman Fang Qimai. Hello, I'm Zhao Peng. Thank you for agreeing to acquire our Shangwen Publishing Company at the high price of 200 million. From this moment on, you are the chairman. Let's give him a warm round of applause." Immediately afterward, Zhao Peng led the applause. A group of men in suits behind him joined in the applause. Fang Qimai smiled confidently. Uncle Bai's efficiency was truly unmatched. However, everyone else was left speechless. Shangwen Library has been acquired? And the buyer was actually Fang Qimai? Confusion level from Li Hongji, 18. Confusion level from Guo Zilai plus David. Confusion level from Zhang Feng plus 17. The reason Zhao Peng said that is because the changes in recent years have led to changes in the way people read. This has had a significant impact on physical books. People have shifted from reading physical books to reading online. Many books are available online. Rather than making a special trip to the library, it's easier to just tap a few buttons and read directly on a smartphone. Zhao Peng and his colleagues never imagined that the internet would develop so rapidly. They had originally hoped to turn a profit, but their performance has been steadily declining over the past few years. Even measures such as raising annual fees and membership dues have failed to reverse this trend. Finally, they introduced a new VIP program in an attempt to save Shangwen. But Zhao Peng knew this was likely only hastening Shangwen's demise. Fortunately, a phone call just now saved him. Now, Li Hongji and the other two stood there, completely dumbfounded. Zhang Feng in particular didn't dare say a word. Qin Yanling's mouth hung open in astonishment. She couldn't believe that this teenager, who looked to be only 17 or 18, had actually spent 200 million to acquire a library as large as Shangwen's. Just how much wealth did he actually have? It's definitely over 10 billion, no, at least 100 billion. Although Niu Jikao was aware of Fang Qimai's family background, he was still stunned by this move. Is this what it means to be rich, making a takeover at the drop of a hat to gain direct control? Looking at the calm and composed expression on Fang Qimai's face, Niu Jikao was so impressed he was speechless. More and more onlookers gathered, and upon hearing that the young Fang Qimai had acquired Shangwen, they couldn't help but marvel. Ding! You've been tagged by Zhao Peng, General Manager of Shangwen Company. Reward, Global Books USB Drive. Added to your system backpack. What kind of reward is this? Fang Qimai was quite taken aback. This USB drive contains digital versions of every book in the world. All books. Yes, whatever other libraries have you have too, and even what they don't have you still have. Way. And not only that, but there are many rare and extremely valuable books from throughout history, both ancient and modern, from China and abroad, that have been lost to history or survive only as fragments due to various reasons. Yet, as the owner of this USB drive, you alone possess them. After hearing the system's explanation, Fang Qimai was stunned. This reward is incredible. It contains every kind of book imaginable, and even lost books can be recovered in their entirety? Just moments ago he had called Bai Lishu and ordered him to acquire the Shangwen library. Bai Lishu had reviewed the big data and explained the current status of the Shangwen library and its projected future trends to Fang Qimai. Considering the changing times and the future prospects of the library industry, he advised Fang Qimai against the acquisition. But Fang Qimai didn't care about any of that. He wasn't going to change his mind. Now let's take another look at the situation at Shangwen Library. It's only natural that the times will bring about changes that phase out or impact certain industries. But the key issue isn't raising membership fees or establishing a VIP section. Doing so would only drive away more people who genuinely love reading. Although paid services are the norm these days, the reality is that many readers come from families that are not well off. Researchers need to consult a vast amount of material repeatedly. If Shangwen's current fee structure remains in place, it will inevitably stifle the potential of many promising researchers. The key to running a successful library lies in the size of its collection. After gaining unlimited access to download books from around the world, Fang Qimai's greatest advantage lies precisely in the size of its collection. Furthermore, since people today are more accustomed to digital reading, Fang Qimai decided to go with the flow and overhaul the entire Shangwen system. New features such as e-reading and book downloads were introduced. An increase in the size of the collection will inevitably be directly proportional to an increase in the number of readers, with increased foot traffic and reading methods that align with the times. This will open up numerous monetization opportunities, and gradually the money will start rolling in. Fang Qimai didn't dwell on the specifics of how to implement these changes. He simply needed to provide a framework. That's exactly what an investor should do. Fang Qimai said, "Your name is Zhao Peng, right?" "Yes, Chairman. What are your instructions?" "You'll continue managing Shangwen, but from now on you'll need to follow my plan." "Of course, Chairman. We'll strictly follow your instructions." Seeing Zhao Peng's deferential demeanor, everyone knew this wasn't an act. It had all become a reality. Fang Qimai was the real decision-maker at Shangwen. Li Hongji was baffled. Where on earth did that kid get all that money? The car he was driving yesterday was reportedly worth over 20 million, and now he's just spent 200 million to buy the entire library. Gozili sensed something was off and tugged at Li Hongji's sleeve. Li Hongji was also planning to slip away. Fang Qimai said, "Old Zhao, I have a favor to ask of you." "Chairman, please go ahead." Fang Qimai pointed at Li Hongji. "Revoke this guy's VIP status." Li Hongji gritted his teeth and said, somewhat hesitantly, "Fang Qimai, you're going too far." Fang Qimai continued, and put these 3 on the blacklist. They're not allowed to set foot on Shangwen's premises. Yes, Chairman. Security, take these 3. Zhao Peng glanced at Li Hongji, then continued, please escort these 3 out. Yes, sir. Uncle Zhao, you can't treat me like this. My mom is a shareholder here. I'm sorry, little Li, but Chairman Fang still has the final say at Shangwen. Please. Confusion level from Li Hongji, +10. Confusion level from Guozilai, +11. From. A few security guards came over. Li Hongji snapped, Zhao Peng, my dad won't let you off that easily. Well. Fang Qimai interjected, class monitor, if you have any objections, tell your dad to come talk to me. Damn! Li Hongji's confusion level. After shooing away Li Hongji and his 2 friends, Fang Qimai turned his gaze to Zhang Feng, the head of the library supervision team. Zhang Feng had been avoiding his gaze, but after locking eyes with Fang Qimai for a moment she shuddered violently. She knew she was done for. Fang Qimai then turned to Zhao Peng and said, by the way, add a rule to the library's regulations. Even VIPs are not allowed to speak loudly, even in the lobby. Understood, Chairman. Fang Qimai said sternly to Zhang Feng, weren't you just about to fire them, without a penny of their salary? Well, now you're fired and I won't give you a single penny of your salary. You can sue me, but you should know that you were the one who harmed the company's interests first. Besides, I have the best legal team in the world. I'm ready to face you anytime. Ah, Chairman Fang, please give me another chance. I was blind and offended you just now. I know I was wrong and I'll never do it again. Please, just give me one more chance. President Zhao, please put in a good word for me. I've worked here for so many years. Even if I haven't achieved much, I've at least put in the hard work. Fang Qimai looked at Zhao. He said nothing. A single glance was enough for Zhao Peng to spring into action. Come on, get out of here. Several security guards immediately stepped forward and escorted Zhang Feng out. Immediately afterward, Fang Qimai walked over to Qin Yanling. He was handsome, young, and spent money lavishly. Qin Yanling immediately grew nervous. She whispered, Chairman Fang? Are you still in school? Yes. Which school? What's your major? Jiangcheng Normal University, majoring in Chinese language, Qin Yanling. Fang Qimai nodded, that's great. Do you like reading a lot? Fang Qimai asked again. I love it. But it's a bit of a shame, it's a bit of a waste of talent for a college graduate from a teacher training program to be working here as an internship supervisor. Not at all. I'm interested in any kind of book, and I can find ones here that I wouldn't see elsewhere. Although the pay isn't very high, I think my interest is more important. I can read during my breaks, and besides, one of the employee benefits is being able to borrow books for free. Fang Qimai nodded again. That's a nice perk. Fang Qimai thought for a moment, then continued, I have a job that would be perfect for you. I wonder if you'd be interested? Me? Yes, I'll offer you a package that will satisfy you. Qin Yanling quickly waved her hands. Mr. Fang, am I really qualified? Work ethic comes first, ability second. That's my standard for selecting talent. If I say you're qualified, then you're qualified. Hearing Fang Qimai's firm tone, Qin Yan dared argue further. She immediately replied, okay, Chairman Fang, I'll definitely do my best. Zhao Peng said, Chairman, I've arranged a banquet at the Peony Grand Restaurant to celebrate your appointment as our chairman. This way, please. Oh, very good. Fang Qimai added, Qin Yanling, you're coming too. Yes, Chairman Fang. Nujikao stood there dumbfounded. He was deeply impressed by everything Fang Qimai had just done. However, the gap in their social status and wealth also made him feel a very strong sense of alienation. Suddenly, he felt as though he were worlds apart from Fang Qimai. Fang Qimai seemed to sense Nujikao's thoughts immediately. He gave Nujikao a gentle nudge and said, it's your birthday today. Order whatever you want later. Great, you said it. It's not like I'm paying anyway. Nujikao. In an instant, Nujikao felt relieved. Even though Fang Qimai had suddenly become wealthy, he hadn't changed as a person. He was still the same Fang Qimai as before. Meanwhile, Li Hongji, Guo Zili, and Zheng Riji stood there dumbfounded after leaving the library. The 3 of them didn't speak for a long time. Finally, Li Hongji spoke up. No one is allowed to mention what happened today. Just pretend it never happened, got it? Especially Bai Zhui. If she finds out we got kicked out by Fang Qimai, how am I supposed to save face? Got it, class president. This is embarrassing for us too. We won't say a word. Peony Grand Restaurant. After enjoying a sumptuous meal treated by Zhao Peng, Niu Jikao was thoroughly satisfied. Even after all this time, Fang Qimai could still sense the sheer bewilderment radiating from Li Hongji and the other two. Those three guys must be really frustrated. Next, Fang Qimai sent the rest of Shang Wen's team home and kept Qin Yanling behind alone. From then on, all of Shang Wen's promotional and management tasks were entrusted to Qin Yanling. Fang Qimai intended to groom Qin Yanling to become his right-hand person at Shang Wen. Although Zhao Peng and the others were experienced and well-traveled, they were, after all, capitalists, and that wasn't what Fang Qimai wanted. Using clever strategies to attract traffic, gain support, and make money was the best course of action. After hearing Fang Qimai's assignment, Qin Yanling was taken aback. Qin Yanling's thinking hadn't quite caught up with Fang Qimai's yet, so she kept worrying that she wouldn't be up to the task. Fang Qimai replied, "Don't worry, you'll know exactly what to do when the time comes. Also, I'll assign people to help you carry out these tasks." That afternoon, the three of them arrived at Phase 2 of City Plaza in Jiangcheng. Although the prices of goods in Phase I of City Plaza were high, they weren't completely out of reach. However, the big-name brands in Phase 2 were merely for window shop. That's why Phase 2 was also known as the exhibition hall. Ordinary people didn't dare to dream of shopping there. But Fang Qimai was no longer the man he used to be. He was dressed head to toe in custom-made attire. Buying a few decent outfits for his close friends and subordinates was a breeze, and he did so with a smile. Niu Jikao glanced at the price tag on a Versus men's garment. Holy crap, each set is more expensive than the last. Brother Mai, we're not really going to buy clothes here, are we? It's your birthday today. I'm getting you a birthday present, what's the harm in that? But this is way too expensive. From head to toe, my clothes and shoes together barely add up to a little over 300. Fang Qimai looked at a dark blue suit. This one's nice, it'll look good on you. Brother Mai, are you even listening to me? Just then, a female sales associate from Versus approached them with a smile. Niu Jikao felt a little guilty. How could he possibly afford such an expensive outfit? But if he just looked without buying, he was afraid the saleswoman would look down on him. However, unlike the salespeople described in novels who look down on customers based on their cheap attire, this saleswoman didn't treat Fang Qimai and his two friends with disdain. She certainly didn't commit the foolish act of scolding them and then kicking them out. On the contrary, sales associates at high-end brand stores like this one are all highly experienced. They have a keen eye and have seen all kinds of people. True millionaires tend to be relatively low-key. It's actually those with less money and the nouveau rich who like to show off. Not looking down on anyone and providing excellent service to every customer is their most basic principle. Ladies, have you found anything you like? Let me tell you a bit about it. Niu Jikao scratched his head and said awkwardly, "No need to trouble yourself. We'll just look around on our own. Thanks though." Even after hearing this, the saleswoman kept her smile. Fang Qimai said, "I don't like shopping. You two go ahead and pick something out on your own." Oh. Niu Jikao knew Fang Qimai was going to buy him clothes as a gift, but he hadn't expected them to be from City Plaza Phase 2. Confusion level from Niu Jikao +8. Confusion level from Qin Yanling +. Qin Yanling asked in surprise, "Chairman Fang, am I included too?" Old Niu gets at least 2 outfits and 2 pairs of shoes. As for Qin Yanling, pick a briefcase you like, any brand is fine, but make sure it's a bit bigger so you can fit your books in it. Fang Qimai glanced at the time and continued, "I'm going to sit in the cafe for a bit. Once you two are done picking out your items, give me a call, and I'll cover the bill." After a brief pause, Fang Qimai added, "Oh, and the price per item can't be less than 20,000, there's no upper limit." With that, Fang Qimai strode off. He left behind a bewildered Niu Jikao and Qin Yanling, along with the female sales associate from Versus. Out of professional courtesy, within just 2 seconds, the quick-witted saleswoman said warmly, "Please come inside, you two." At the cafe, Fang Qimai ordered a cup of coffee and sat down. He couldn't wait to see what the Global Books USB drive looked like. Inside the system's backpack lay a USB drive. True to the system's style, its appearance was extremely ordinary. It was hard to imagine just how powerful it really was. He borrowed a laptop from a cafe employee and plugged in the USB drive. Upon seeing its contents, Fang Qimai was utterly stunned. The USB drive contained a dazzling array of books, everything imaginable. Books on economics, art, history, geography, natural sciences, astronomy, medicine, and other major categories, including translated versions from various countries, were all there, making the collection incredibly comprehensive. Any book found in libraries around the world could be found here, and even those not available in those libraries were included. Furthermore, under the system's arrangement, all necessary legal permissions had already been obtained. There were no legal risks associated with distributing or selling them. Of course, these are all books known in the real world. Fang Qimai is more interested in those that have been lost to history. Throughout human history, wars and political movements, both domestic and international, have led to the destruction of countless books. Buildings destroyed by war may be rebuilt, but the books that were destroyed are likely lost forever. Now they are all laid out for Fang Qimai. The first is the Blue Sack Book. In ancient history, this book was considered one of the foremost works on traditional Chinese medicine. Its author was none other than the renowned divine physician Hua Tuo. This book meticulously records Hua Tuo's lifelong dedication and clinical experience, representing the culmination of his medical achievements. Unfortunately, the Blue Satchel has been lost to history. The only remnants are the 5 animal exercises and Thema Fei powder. This represents an incalculable loss to the history of medicine. However, the contents of the Book of the Blue Satchel now lay before Fang Qimai's eyes. Although it was the original ancient text without translation, Fang Qimai, who excelled in Chinese and had read widely, found it easy to understand. Combined with his mastery of traditional Chinese medicine, Fang Qimai was instantly captivated and could not tear himself away. Marvelous. Absolutely marvelous. Absolutely brilliant. So varicose veins can actually be treated this way? Fang Qimai exclaimed excitedly. Cancer, AIDS, leukemia, ALS, and rheumatoid arthritis are listed by the World Health Organization as the world's 5 most intractable diseases. Of these, only leukemia offers a chance of cure through bone marrow transplantation. The others are all considered terminal illnesses. The Blue Sack Book truly lives up to its reputation as a divine text, though that doesn't mean it can cure everything. But with this book as a guide, humanity still has great hope of overcoming these terminal illnesses. The second book is the Yellow Emperor's External Canon. Many people are familiar with the Inner Canon of the Yellow Emperor, which is China's earliest medical text. Along with Classic of Difficult Issues, Treatise on Cold Damage and Miscellaneous Diseases, and Shennong's Classic of Materia Medica, it is renowned worldwide as one of the 4 great classics of traditional medicine. In fact, there is also a Yellow Emperor's External Canon, whose influence surpasses even that of the Yellow Emperor canon. Legend has it that it contains the secrets of eternal life and the art of bringing the dead back to life. Of course, from the perspective of modern medicine and science, this rumor seems somewhat exaggerated. After flipping through it, Fang Qimai found himself equally captivated. Just as there is an inner canon, there is an outer canon. Relative to the Wangdi Neijing, this book focuses on surgery. In addition, it contains teachings on the art of health preservation. This is truly a miraculous book. Fang Qimai found it hard to calm his emotions for a long time.
If all the ordinary books were made available, the Shangwen Library would already possess the absolute strength to become the world's largest and most comprehensive library. But as for divine books like Green Satchel, Fang Qimai had other plans. Not to mention that their public appearance might bring Fang Qimai unnecessary trouble. It might also invite skepticism from the public. Rather than putting them on display, it would be better to put them to good use himself. As for these 2 legendary medical texts, the Blue Sack Book and the Yellow Emperor's External Classic, he could easily extract their contents, transcribe them into printed books, and hand them over to the Yang family traditional Chinese medicine clinic, where grandfather Yang Huming could put them to good use. Although the Blue Sack Book cannot cure cancer 100%, it already contains methods to alleviate pain for cancer patients and improve their chances of survival. This alone is already a medical miracle. Over time, the Yang family traditional Chinese medicine clinic's reputation will spread and more people will come seeking its services. As it grows, it is not impossible that the Yang family traditional Chinese medicine clinic will one day become the largest and most skilled TCM hospital in the country. What a brilliant idea. As for the other lost texts, Fang Qimai would select a portion to display at Shangwen, positioning them as his trump cards. The rest he intends to keep for his own use. To build the world's largest library and the world's finest TCM hospital. These were the 2 long-term goals Fang Qimai had set for Shangwen Books and the Yang family traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Just as he was thinking about this, Fang Qimai's cell phone rang. It was Niu Jikao calling. Fang Qimai finished the rest of his coffee and stood up. Niu Jikao's 2 sets of clothes and 2 pairs of shoes, plus 1 briefcase belonging to Qin Yanling, a total of 108,000. When it came time to pay, Fang Qimai didn't even bat an eye. Niu Jikao and Qin Yanling exchanged a glance. It was simply too painful to part with that much money. These high-end garments were impeccable in quality, craftsmanship, and fit, but they were really too expensive. Both of them had already done their best to pick out the cheapest items possible. Happy birthday! Niu Jikao said excitedly. Thanks, Brother Mai. Qin Yanling, keep up the good work. I will, thank you, Chairman. Qin Yanling kept nodding vigorously, her voice beginning to tremble. That evening, the three of them went to Junlin Bar. Junlin Bar is one of the largest bars in Jiangcheng. Fang Qimai had previously worked part-time here as a server, so he knew the place well. The atmosphere inside was great, with live performances every night. Brother Mai, I've never been to a bar before, and I've never had a drink. Fang Qimai replied, You're still in school, so I'll only let you order a soft drink. Qin Yanling whispered, Chairman, aren't you still in school too? Fang Qimai didn't say anything, but Niu Jikao chimed in, Hee, Sister Ling, once you get to know Brother Mai, you won't ask questions like that. Our Brother Mai is one cool guy. Huh. Up until now, Qin Yanling still didn't know exactly who Chairman Fang Qimai was, she only knew he was still a student. But after spending less than a day with him, she knew Fang Qimai was definitely no ordinary person. As they entered the bar, a waiter immediately recognized Fang Qimai. Hey, isn't that Qimai? Ding, you've been called out by waiter Zhang Dazhuang. Reward, skill master of wine tasting. Zhang Dazhuang had been working as a waiter at Junlin Bar for 2 or 3 years. Fang Qimai had worked here part-time during the previous winter break, and he got along well with the manager, the waitstaff, and his other co-workers. Fang Qimai waved, Hey, Brother Zhang. Zhang Dazhuang asked cheerfully, What brings you here today? I'm here to inspect the work and see if any of you are slacking off. Oh, come on, you're still as mischievous as ever. Zhang Dazhuang glanced around. Just the 3 of you? That's right. I know my way around here. You go ahead and get back to work. I'll just scan the QR code to order in a minute. Zhang Dazhuang replied, Sure, let me know if you need anything. It was Niu Jikao's first time at the bar, and he felt a little uneasy at first. But the atmosphere here helped him relax. I thought a bar would be one of those places with a high-energy DJ, loud and chaotic, the kind where you have to shout just to have a conversation. I didn't expect the atmosphere to be this nice. There's even someone singing up on stage. That beautiful woman sang Orange Soda really well. Qin Yanling added, This bar really is nice. It's pretty big. It's great for having a drink and chatting. Sister Ling, have you been to a bar before? I went to a quiet bar once with my roommates, but it wasn't nearly this big. Fang Qimai asked, What are you guys having? Niu Jikao, listening to the music, replied, I'll have a glass of orange juice. Come to think of it, isn't ordering orange juice at a bar like this a little tacky? No, it actually suits your style. Niu Jikao, What about you? Fang Qimai looked at Qin Yanling. I'll have orange juice too? Fang Qimai glanced at the menu. I'd recommend a champagne. It has a rich, layered flavor, a strong fruity aroma, doesn't go to your head, and is smooth on the palate. Qin Yanling paused for a couple of seconds. Now that the chairman had spoken, how could she possibly refuse? She quickly nodded. I'll give it a try. Niu Jikao said, Brother Mai, even though you don't work here anymore, your talent for selling wine is still intact. Huh? Qin Yanling was taken aback. Chairman, you actually used to work here? That's right. Your chairman here worked here for 2 months. Qin Yanling gave an awkward smile, silently thinking to herself, Oh my gosh, do rich people really all love to experience life like this? 5 minutes later, Zhang Dazhuang walked over carrying a tray of food. There were 2 gleaming gold wine bottles that looked quite high-end. There was also a glass of orange juice. They'd ordered quite a few side dishes. A plate of crispy chicken wings, 2 orders of French fries, a dish of cold seaweed salad, a dish of sliced cucumber, and a dish of salt-roasted peanuts. Zhang Dazhuang chuckled, Not bad, Qimai, you actually ordered 2 bottles of A of spades in that flashy gold. Fang Qimai smiled faintly. Brother Zhang, let's sit down and have a few drinks together. I'll pass. You know the rules, no drinking on the job. I still have to take care of the guests. If our boss catches me, I'll be in big trouble. All right, then go get back to work. Sure, just let me know if you need anything. Niu Jikao had never drunk alcohol before and didn't know anything about it. He only knew about beer, baijiu, huanju, western liquor, and rice wine, so he was curious. What kind of liquor was Ace of Spades? Qin Yanling was just as curious, and the 2 of them looked at the receipt at the same time. Sliced cucumber 1.22 per serving. Salt-baked peanuts 1.15 per serving. Orange juice 1.32 per glass. Ace of Spades Gold Edition 1.8088 per bottle. Ace of Spades Gold 1.888 per stick. 1888. 1. Upon seeing the price, Niu Jikao and Qin Yanling both gasped in unison. 8.88 per bottle, and he ordered 2 bottles. Confusion level from Niu Jikao, +10. Qin Yanling's blown away level. Chairman, what kind of liquor is Ace of Spades? It's so expensive I'd have to save every penny of my salary for 3 months just to barely afford a single bottle. Fang Qimai thought for a moment. I see. Looks like I'll have to give you a raise. Qin Yanling. Niu Jikao. Chairman, is the salary really the point here? The real question is, why is this liquor so expensive? Having worked a part-time job here during winter break, and with the system recently rewarding him with the Master of Wine tasting skill, Fang Qimai was very familiar with this ace of spades. This is a champagne. It's expensive and naturally there's a reason for that. Niu Jiqiao and Qin Yanling pricked up their ears and listened intently. 12 years ago, there was a world-class blind tasting competition for champagne. A dark horse defeated world-class brands like Moet and Chandon and Louis Roederer, and that dark horse was Ace of Spades. From harvest to bottling, Ace of Spades is crafted entirely by just 8 people. It's the world's only champagne brand produced entirely by hand. After his introduction, Fang Qimai popped the cork. Enough talk, let's take a sip. Watching the crystal-clear champagne pour into the glass, Qin Yanling, who rarely drank, found herself curious about it for the very first time. Even Niu Jiqiao couldn't resist the urge to taste it. Qin Yanling picked up her glass and said, "Chairman, I'd like to propose a toast to you." "How does it taste?" Fang Qimai asked. "It has a pleasant aroma and goes down smoothly, unlike other wines that are hard to swallow. It's changed my perspective on wine. I'll have another sip." "Exactly," Fang Qimai nodded. "This wine has a smooth texture and a mellow mouthfeel. At first, you get floral notes, and after you swallow, fruity aromas fill your mouth. So, do you still think it's expensive now?" "Expensive?" Qin Yanling set down her glass and said, "It really is expensive. I still can't afford it, but I can't blame the wine for that. I have to blame myself. I'm just too poor." Just then, a burst of cheers came from the long table next door. That table was filled with members of the underworld. Some wore black tank tops revealing tattoos, while others had dyed hair. The table was shrouded in smoke as the group was thoroughly enjoying a game of dice. Whenever someone won or lost, they would shout wildly back and forth. This kind of scene was quite common in bars. After all, people come to bars to have fun, and drinking tends to get them hyped up. This was Niu Jiqiao's first time at a place like this, and the raucous atmosphere made him feel a bit out of place. He glanced over absent-mindedly, only to find that a portly, middle-aged man across from him stood up immediately. "Hey, Four Eyes, you've got some nerve, don't you?" "What's up with that guy?" "Bro Qiang, he just glared at us, damn it." Niu Jiqiao quickly turned his head back. As a middle school student, he'd never seen anything like this before. Hey, I'm talking to you, you Four Eyes." I wasn't glaring at you guys. I wasn't even looking at you." "You still dare to deny it?" The middle-aged man walked straight over. Just by the way he was walking, you could tell he'd had quite a bit to drink. He was clearly just looking for a fight. Qin Yanling couldn't help but feel worried. Many of the violent brawls reported in the news were caused by alcohol. After just a few drinks, these people get carried away. They really think they're the king of the world, acting as if they're above the law and no one can stand up to them. Fang Qimai asked, "Uncle Quan, how many dishes did you have? You're this drunk. Can't I even take a look at you?" The middle-aged man startled. "Fang Qimai?" It turned out that Fang Qimai had recognized him long ago. This drunk troublemaker was Yang Quan, the good-for-nothing son of the old traditional Chinese medicine doctor Yang Huming. Yang Quan recalled that day when Bai Lishu had punched him. His arm still ached from it. He'd been holding a grudge about it ever since. But now, with only Fang Qimai and his 2 companions present, he wasn't afraid anymore. "You little bastard, so it's you, damn it." Fang Qimai added, "Come to think of it, Uncle Quan, you didn't even look at him. How do you know he was looking at you? You 2 exchanged glances. Doesn't that even things out?" "You..." Fang Qimai smiled slightly. "How about this, Uncle Quan? Let's just say you're making friends with my buddies. I'll pick up the tab for your table tonight." There were 6 of them at that table, and every one of them looked like a street thug. It wasn't that Fang Qimai was afraid of them, it was just that when these guys got serious, who knew what they might do? Besides, this was a place where he used to work. The bartenders, the manager, and everyone else there were all pretty nice. Not to mention, today was Niu Jiqiao's birthday, and Fang Qimai didn't want to cause any trouble. Although there seemed to be plenty of alcohol and food at that table, it was only a matter of a few 10,000 yuan. To Fang Qimai, anything that could be settled with money wasn't really a problem. Yang Quan was a bit hesitant. Since someone was willing to pay for his drinks, it was worth considering. At this point, Niu Jiqiao and Qin Yanling breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the matter could be settled. Unexpectedly, Yang Quan's table, the bald man wearing a gold necklace seated right in the center, suddenly stood up. He said coldly, "Is it your place to pay for my bill, Zhao Qiang's?" Yang Quan slapped his forehead. "That's right. Isn't that looking down on our brother Qiang? Does our brother Qiang really need someone else to pick up the tab? That kid is clearly picking a fight with our brother Qiang. Did brother Qiang give him any leeway? Does our brother Qiang need this money?" Zhao Qiang stubbed out the cigarette in his hand and asked coldly, "Kid, who are you hanging out with?" Fang Qimai began analyzing the day. Zhao Qiang, 33 years old, 176 cm tall, 75 kg, educational background, technical secondary school. Son of Zhao Jingxiang, director of Qihong Real Estate, manager of the planning department at Qihong Real Estate, spent 476,000 in various entertainment venues over the past 7 days. Suspected of excessive indulgence, leading to kidney deficiency and baldness. All 3 hair transplant procedures have ended in failure. Soon, Fang Qimai gained a preliminary understanding of some of Zhao Qiang's basic information. Upon seeing Qiang Real Estate, Fang Qimai suddenly smiled. That name had appeared in Tianhao Group's corporate partnership roster. He replied calmly, I'm not hanging out with anyone. Then why are you acting so cocky? Fang Qimai thought for a moment. If I absolutely have to say I'm hanging out with someone, then I'm hanging out with myself. Zhao Qiang's confusion level +7. Yang Quan asked, do you know who our brother Qiang is? Our brother Qiang is... Fang Qimai cut him off. Don't say another word, I don't want to know. Confusion level from Yang Quan +... Fang Qimai stood up and called out, Brother Zhang, come here for a sec. Zhang Dazhuang hurried over. Brother Zhang, could you make a note of this? I'll cover the bill for this table. Zhang Dazhuang glanced at Zhao Qiang and froze for a moment. Zhao Qiang was a regular at their bar and the son of a director at Jiangcheng Qihong Real Estate. He had no idea what had happened between the 2 tables. Sure, I'll make a note of it right away. Hearing this, Zhao Qiang shouted, Wait! Zhang Dazhuang stopped in his tracks immediately. Young Master Zhao, what are your orders? Zhao Qiang looked at Zhang Dazhuang with disdain. Did you ask for my permission before paying the bill for me? Damn it, you guys are looking down on me, Zhao Qiang. Just because I'm Zhao Qiang doesn't mean I'm broke or that I can't afford the bill, or what? Well, doesn't Brother Qiang spend enough at your Junlin every year? Having someone else pick up the tab for Brother Qiang if word of this gets out. How is Brother Qiang supposed to save face in the future? Zhang Dazhuang gave a wry smile and looked at Fang Qimai with a troubled expression. Buoyed by the alcohol, Zhao Qiang walked up to Zhang Dazhuang and said, Go tell your manager. Tonight's entire bill for the whole place is on me, Master Zhao. Hearing Zhao Qiang's words, everyone froze in shock. This was the kind of scene you'd only see in movies or novels, and yet, here it was unfolding right before their eyes. Junlin Bar was one of the largest bars in Jiangcheng, with nightly revenue exceeding 2 million. In the more than 2 years Zhang Dazhuang had worked there, this was the first time he'd ever seen anyone do something like this. After all, what better way to spend 2 million? If you're gonna show off, this isn't the way to do it. Okay. Zhang Dazhuang nodded repeatedly and immediately picked up his walkie-talkie to contact his manager. The people around Zhao Qiang cheered and celebrated one after another. That's my brother Qiang for you. So badass, cool, and awesome. Dominant brother Qiang, so badass. My brother Qiang, the man of the streets, he's got money to spare and doesn't say much. The next moment, the lights in the entire venue dimmed. Several spotlights shone on Zhao Qiang, making him the center of attention. Just then, someone cut off the house singer on stage. Then, holding the microphone, they shouted, Tonight's tab for the entire venue is on young Master Zhao from Qihong Real Estate. Let's give young Master Zhao a round of applause for his generosity. Now, let's get the party started. Immediately, the entire venue erupted into a frenzy. The applause was deafening. Whoa. Ooh, woo. Young Master Zhao is so rich. Thank you, young Master Zhao. Young Master Zhao is so handsome, the handsomest man here. Thanks to young Master Zhao, we can drink to our heart's content tonight. For a moment, Zhao Qiang's men all felt their pride soar. Yang Quan tapped Fang Qimai's table and said, Well, Fang Qimai, now you know how powerful Brother Qiang is, don't you? Don't think you can act all high and mighty just because you bought my dad's shop. That measly amount of money is nothing more than what Brother Qiang spends in a single night. Want to pick up the tab for Brother Qiang? You're not even worthy. Fang Qimai shook his head in resignation. Zhao Qiang had put on this whole show just to show off and save face. It wasn't that he had enough money, but that he was foolish enough. He smiled faintly and said, All right, then I'll thank Brother Qiang. If there's nothing else, please go. You think this is just going to blow over? Zhao Qiang stepped forward angrily. You just provoked my men. How are we going to settle this? Niu Jikao grew nervous again. I really wasn't looking at you guys, and I certainly didn't mean to provoke you. Fang Qimai knew the other side was looking for a fight. Anything could serve as an excuse. Fang Qimai said, It's my buddy's birthday tonight. Please do me a favor and don't give my brother a hard time. Birthday. So what if it's a birthday? It's my fucking birthday every day. Ahaha. Yang Quan and the others burst out laughing. Zhao Qiang continued, Face, huh? Who the hell do you think you are asking me to give you face? Niu Jikao said, Don't take this too far, guys. Get out of the way. Zhao Qiang shoved Niu Jikao aside. He turned to Fang Qimai. What's your name again? Fang Qimai. Yang Quan quickly interjected. All right, Fang Qimai, come on, get down on your knees and apologize, and I'll let you off the hook. Ding, you've been singled out by the bald man Zhao Qiang. Unlock trait, everlasting hair. Eternal full head of hair. Holy crap, this reward is pretty awesome. When I heard that my dad went bald before he even turned 30, I thought I was doomed. Who would have thought? I'm still salvageable, haha. Fang Qimai felt a bit teary-eyed. After all, hair is just so important to a man. Although I'm sure I'd look pretty handsome with a bald head, too. Fang Qimai replied, "Are you sure you want me to get down on my knees and apologize?" "That's right." Fang Qimai laughed too. "Just so you know, my knees might be a bit too much for you to handle." "Damn, you're one cocky little guy. Who do you think you are?" Zhao Qiang raised his fist. Zhang Dazhuang, a bartender, hurried over. "Oh, come on, brother Qiang. This is your night. Please don't lose your temper. I'll apologize to you on Qimai's behalf. Please be magnanimous." Zhao Qiang shoved Zhang Dazhuang aside. "Get lost. That kid doesn't know his place. I'm gonna teach him a lesson today." Zhao Qiang threw punch. Qin Yanling and Zhang Dazhuang were both terrified. Niu Jikao was only 165 meters tall and a bit on the chubby side, but since this whole incident had started because of him, he couldn't let his brother get hurt. Without a moment's hesitation, Niu Jikao charged forward. Even if he couldn't win, he was ready to go all out. Fang Qimai grabbed Niu Jikao by the arm with one hand and effortlessly blocked Zhao Qiang's punch with the other. Before anyone could react, Fang Qimai yanked his arm backward and pressed down. In an instant, Zhao Qiang's hand was twisted behind his back and his face was slammed onto the table. "Damn!" Zhang's confusion level pulsing. Confusion level from Yang Quan Plan. Just then, the roar of engines grew louder as it approached. Roar, roar. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Roar, tap, 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 tap. Everyone listened. It's a sports car. And not just one. At least 5 of them. No, there must be. The sound was getting closer and closer. The combined roar of their engines sent shivers down the spines of everyone on the street. Some people peered out the windows, while others ran outside as soon as they heard the noise. The sight of those sports cars roaring past one after another is going to be absolutely awesome. The roar seemed right in front of me. Stepping outside, they realized these sports cars were all headed for Junlin Bar. The parking spots in front of Junlin Bar were gradually filling up. Everyone was stunned. "Oh my god, is that a Pagani Huayra? And look, there's a Ferrari Rafale. Oh my god, that's a Lamborghini Venom. That purple Maserati is so flashy. Damn, there's my favorite Lamborghini Huracan. That thing costs at least 5 million. A yellow McLaren. It's blinding me. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. Look at their license plates." Sleek lines and gleaming bodywork captivated the heart under the lights. The sounds of engines and brakes intermingled. The variety of door-opening mechanisms was dizzying. This scene is a visual feast. It's absolutely awesome. 10, 12, 16, 24. So many of them. Damn, damn, damn. This is the first time I've ever seen so many sports cars gathered in one place. Money. Nothing but money. Holy cow, it's blinding me. Who knew there were so many rich people in our Jiangsheng? Is this a gathering of rich kids? Did they all come out to cruise the streets? Girls, let's see if there are any handsome guys we can hook up with later. I'm fine with guys who aren't that good looking too. I can handle older guys too. I can even handle ones who aren't human. Huh. The people in the sports car got out one by one. First, they put one foot down on the ground, black dress pants, black leather shoes. After taking a closer look, they all had long legs. But upon closer inspection, why are they all bald? Inside the bar, Zhao Qiang shouted angrily, "What are you all standing there for? Hit them!" "Who dares?" A loud shout rang out from a doorway. A group of men in black suits and sunglasses stormed in. Although they were all bald, they were all burly and powerfully built. There were at least 20 of them, and they immediately surrounded them. Seeing this scene, Yang Quan and the others were completely terrified. A large crowd had gathered at the bar's entrance. Everyone had seen the men in black suits get out of the sports cars and walk in together. But they still didn't quite understand what was going on. Suddenly, the men in black suits stood at attention, then leaned forward slightly in unison and shouted in unison, "Young Master." "Young Master, who are they calling? Could they be Brother Qiang's bodyguards?" Zhao Qiang laughed. "Since when did my dad assign me so many bodyguards? Haha, but why are they all bald? Is that to match me? Ouch." At that moment, several men in black suits parted to make room. Bai Lisha walked over. He addressed Fang Qimai with the utmost respect, "Young Master." "Young Mar." Yang Quan recognized Bai Lisha. This old man was a formidable fighter. So these guys were Fang Qimai's men. Zhao Qiang's confusion level. Confusion points from Yang Quan, 13. "Young Master Zhao of Qihong Real Estate, I think you should take a look at my business card." Bai Lishu stepped forward, took out a golden business card, and placed it in front of Zhao Qiang. Tian Hao. Zhao Qiang was startled, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. Could this Fang Qimai be the heir to Tian Hao Group? Zhao Qiang's confusion level plus. Zhao Qiang's bewilderment level pesti. Zhao Qiang's bewilderment level was skyrocket. Bai Lishu put his business card away. "Please be a little more courteous to our young master. I think that once our master calls off the partnership with your Qihong Real Estate, your losses will be enormous. On the other hand, we have plenty of other partners we can work with. As the manager of the planning department, even if it was just a title, Zhao Qiang how important Tianhao Group was to his own company. At that, he finally backed down. Fang Qimai loved Zhao Qiang's hand. Zhao Qiang turned to Bai Lishu awkwardly and said, Bai Lishu held out his hand. If you have anything to say, please say it to our young master. Zhao Qiang's cluelessness score. Zhao Qimai scratched his head. I am sorry, young master Fang. I was blind. I didn't know any better. Please don't take it to heart. Don't worry, you're not important enough for me to even bother taking you seriously. Zhao Qiang, Yang Quan and the others were puzzled. What was going on? What exactly did the business card say? Brother Qiang actually backed down right away? Fang Qimai had already seen Qihong Real Estate on the list of Tianhao Group's partner companies that Bai Lishu had given him. Combined with his photographic memory, Fang Qimai remembered very clearly that his company was of critical importance to Qihong Real Estate. Fang Qimai said coldly, Uncle Bai, terminate our partnership with Qihong. Yes. Please don't, young master Fang. Zhao Qiang was terrified if his father found out that he was the one who had cut off this partnership. He'd be finished. He continued, young master Fang, I'll do anything you ask, just don't end our partnership with Qihong, okay? Just then, the sound of a propeller came from outside. Bai Lishu said respectfully, young master, the birthday cake you requested is ready. It's 1 meters tall and requires quite a bit of space. Would it be okay to place it on the stage? Fang Qimai turned to the manager Lin Zhepeng and asked, Manager, I'd like to use your stage. Lin Zhepeng replied, that's fine, but our bar has already been reserved for the evening by young master Zhao. Without even asking Zhao Qiang for his opinion, Fang Qimai gave a slight smile. Thank you. Zhao Qiang. Upon hearing this, the onlookers present were all taken aback. No one could remember who this young master Zhao was who had booked the venue. They were even more curious, what kind of cake is 1 meters tall? A massive transport helicopter hovered above the parking lot outside Junlin Bar. Several people who looked like pastry chefs stepped out of it. There were both men and women, all of them foreigners. Immediately afterward, drones on the transport aircraft began operating. One white box after another was delivered by the drones, and the bodyguards below caught them smoothly. Immediately afterward, the white boxes were carried into bar one after another. Then those foreign pastry chefs from earlier sprang to action. Everyone was very curious, could it be that the white boxes contained cakes? Bai Lishu said, young master, as you requested, I specifically contacted Austria's top pastry chefs this morning and had them create Austria's national treasure, the soccer torte. All the ingredients were sourced from Austria, and once it was finished, it was immediately preserved and airlifted here in perfect condition. They also arranged for the pastry chef and his assistants to accompany the shipment. It is said that this cake was made simultaneously by over 100 local pastry chefs. We hope it will meet your expectations. Everyone heard the explanation was stunned. Flying from Austria to here takes 12 hours just for the flight, not to mention layovers and stopovers. If traveling by commercial flight, the total travel time would generally be 27 hours. Who would have thought that a cake like this, with the help of local pastry chefs and a private jet, could actually arrive in less than a day? Sure enough, with money, nothing is impossible. The cake was made this morning and imported here considering the manpower and resources involved, plus the fact that the cake itself is hailed as a national treasure of Austria. Just how expensive must it be? Zhang and the others were completely dumbfounded. Isn't this just a load of nonsense? Fang Qimai nodded. Good job. Thanks for your hard work, Uncle Bai. It's my pleasure. Fang Qimai added, by the way, keep a lower profile next time. Try not to deploy so many sports cars all at once. Bai Lishu replied, yes, young master. I'll be more careful next time. This time, it was mainly because this cake was so valuable that I had to deploy the remaining 27 sports cars and so many bodyguards. Zhao Qiang. Yang Quan. For a moment, the onlookers were nearly speechless. Did I hear that right? Each bodyguard has their own supercar? Damn, all those sports cars belong to just him. No way even one sports car is over the top. All 27 of them are his? Pay attention to the word remaining. That means this hottie has more than just 27 sports cars. What a fucking rich guy. I thought it was a group of rich kids gathering, but turns out it's just one guy. And he's got that many bodyguards just to protect a cake. Is that even human? It's over, girls. With this guy being so rich and so good looking, we definitely don't stand a chance. Zhao Qiang's confusion level just went up by 13. Nu Jiqiao and Qin Yanling, standing nearby, were so overwhelmed they couldn't say a word. Fang Qimai said, super awesome, this is the cake I prepared for you. Pretty cool, huh? Nu Jiqiao stood there dumbfounded for a moment. Bro my, this is way over the top. I'm really, completely overwhelmed. Fang Qimai smiled slightly. This really is little cow traveling the world. Then the two said in unison, wherever she goes, she's a force to be reckoned with. Haha. Qin Yanling burst out laughing, you two are really something. Soon, a 7-tier chocolate cake was brought out. Including the supports connecting each layer in the middle and the base below, it was indeed 1.8 meters tall. It was also adorned with gold leaf and diamond. Under the lights, the entire cake sparkled brilliantly, radiating a dazzling glow. Onlookers rushed to take photos with their phones. It was the first time any of them had ever seen a cake this large, encrusted with diamonds and adorned with gold. Sun King, the pastry chef at Junlin Bar, heard the commotion and immediately came out of the kitchen to take a look. The scene before her eyes was one she would never forget. A satratorte. I've had the privilege of tasting this cake once in Austria. Its recipe is a state secret. I never imagined I'd see one here. I'd estimate its value at no less than 3 million. Bai Lishu stepped forward and said, from the raw materials to the preparation, air freight, and the accompanying staff they arranged, since everything was rushed, it cost a total of 6,480,000. Sun King was taken aback. She was truly at a loss for words and could only clap. Everyone present also broke into applause. Only the exclamation, "Oh my God," could express how they felt at that moment. Zhao Qiang's mind-blown level. Yang Quan's blown level. As soon as Niu Jikao heard this, his legs went weak. He knew the cake must be expensive, but he'd assumed it would be in the range of a few $100,000 at most. A cake costing a few $100,000 was already the absolute limit. But a cake costing over 6 million was simply beyond his wildest imagination. Zhao Qiang, Yang Quan, and the others were even more dumbfounded. Over 6 million for a single cake? Just a moment ago, Zhao Qiang rented out the entire venue for only 2 million. Now, it seemed like no one really cared who young Master Zhao was anymore. Fang Qimai turned to Zhao Qiang and said, "Didn't you just say I could do whatever I wanted? Take your people up there, dance a little, and celebrate my good brother's birthday." Well, Zhao Qiang hesitated. He didn't know how to dance. Wouldn't he just make a fool of himself up there? Don't want to? Fang Qimai sneered. I told you earlier it's my buddy's birthday, and I'm asking you guys to give him some face. Since you're not willing to do that, I'll have no choice but to call it off. Hearing this, Zhao Qiang hurriedly said, "I'll dance. Right now." So Zhao Qiang, along with a few of his men, went up on stage and put on an awkward dance routine. The audience couldn't bear watch any longer. Who the hell are these guys? What the hell are they dancing for? That's young Master Zhao from Qihong Real Estate, the one who just rented out the whole place. No way, he rented out the whole place, and now he's up there doing that cringy dance? What the hell? Who gave him the guts to go up there and dance? Zhao Qiang's confusion level. Confusion level from Yang Quan. Fang Qimai turned to the manager, Lin Zipeng, and said, "If they want to eat here, make them all sing happy birthday to me." Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. The house singer led the way. She was also dying to taste what this cake worth over 6 million tasted like. A national treasure of a pastry made with a recipe that's a state secret. This prompted everyone in the venue to sing along earnestly. Tonight, Junlin Bar had turned into a birthday party. When the happy birthday song ended, the Austrian pastry chef personally handed over an exquisite long serrated knife. Niu Jikao made the first cut, and then the pastry chef and his assistants took over. The texture was soft and velvety, with a rich chocolate flavor, sweet but not cloying. The rich aroma of cream added a lot of flavor to the entire cake. Hazelnut shavings, pine nut shavings, and white truffle shavings were the finishing touches that made this cake truly special. It must be said that this satratorte truly lived to its reputation. Fang Qimai took a bite. Although he isn't much of a fan of sweets, he still gave it a thumbs up. As soon as Qin Yanling received the cake, she couldn't resist taking a few photos first. The others watched as Niu Jikao and his group tucked in, and one by one, they were all drooling with envy. Fang Qimai had someone remove the top 2 layers, one to be set aside for the bar staff, and the other for Niu Jikao to take home and share with his family. He asked the manager, Lin Zipeng, to arrange for someone to help distribute the rest. Since there were so many people, a rough estimate suggested that each person would only get a tiny slice. Don't underestimate that tiny slice. One bite is packed with money. Anyone who wanted a piece had to wait patiently in line. A few who tried to cut in line a moment ago had already been thrown out by Qimai's bodyguards. The gold leaf on the cake was incredibly thin, so thin that the slightest movement would send it flying away and could be considered negligible. As for the diamonds embedded in it, no one knew how much they were worth, but they certainly weren't cheap. Although Fang Qimai didn't care much about it, he couldn't let those people eat and take things for free. He'd already had all the diamonds picked out in advance and distributed them as tips to the Austrian pastry chefs and their assistants who'd worked so hard. Austria is 7 hours behind the local time here, which means the pastry chefs had to start working in the early hours of the morning to finish this cake on time, and with the long flight on top of that, it was no easy feat. At that moment, Bai Lishu was chatting happily with the pastry chef. To his surprise, Bai Lishu actually understood their language, and Fang Qimai couldn't help but admire this hidden gem of an older gentleman. Upon learning the cake's owner intended to give them the diamonds as tips, the pastry chef and his assistants were overjoyed. Regardless of the diamond's value, it was clear that the cake's owner was not only wealthy but also generous. Bai Lishu introduced young master, "This is Mr. Steven." The middle-aged man with golden hair stepped forward and said in the Mandarin he'd just learned, "Mr. Fang Qimai, I've been a big fan of yours." As he spoke, he politely extended his hand. "Ding, you have been singled out by Stephen Musil, a master pastry chef from Austria, and have unlocked the ability, German communication." He had expected that being recognized by a pastry chef of this caliber would reward him with pastry-making skills, but to his surprise, the reward was their language. In Austria, the official language is German. But that's fine. Fang Qimai had little interest in pastry-making anyway. On the contrary, this German communication ability could come in handy right away. Fang Qimai slightly. On one hand, he found Stefan's broken Chinese quite amusing, though at least he'd pronounced his name correctly. On the other hand, it was simply a matter of politeness. He immediately shook hands, and as soon as he opened his mouth, he spoke fluent German. He said something along the lines of, "Mr. Stefan, it's a pleasure to meet you too. The cake was excellent, we really enjoyed it. Thank you to you and your team." Stefan's mouth dropped open in surprise. Taken aback, he hurriedly responded. Bai Lishu nodded, surprised that the young master was so impressive his German was even better than his own. Nu Jikao and Qin Yanling had been eating cake while watching the two men chat and laugh in a foreign language. They were truly impressed. Qin Yanling found herself beginning to question the meaning of life. She had struggled so much taking the CS6 exam, yet the chairman, who was just a high school student, could speak German so fluently. At first, Qin Yanling had still felt a bit resentful. Why should Fang Qimai, so young and simply because he was rich, get to be the chairman? Now Qin Yanling was completely won her. Sure enough, a chairman is a chairman. "I've already had someone arrange a room for you. Please get some rest." "Thank you, Mr. Fang. If you ever have time to visit us, I'll make sure to treat you well." "It's a deal." Fang Qimai shook hands with Stephen once more. Just then, Zhao Qiang and the others came down looking rather sheepish. Young Master Fang, I've finished my dance. Is that okay?" "Is what okay?" Fang Qimai asked in return. Zhao Qiang said timidly, "Can you not terminate our partnership with Qiang Real Estate?" Fang Qimai smiled and Zhao Qiang forced a smile in return. Fang Qimai patted Zhao Qiang on the shoulder, then suddenly said sternly, "No."
"But didn't you just ask me to dance?" Zhao Qiang asked in a low voice. "And then?" Then I... Fang Qimai smiled faintly. "Zhao Qiang will dance until the bar closes." Ding. 1,000 confusion points consumed. Absolute command activated. Current confusion points remaining, 3,954. Zhao Qiang suddenly perked up. "I think I've fallen in love with dancing. Guys, let's keep dancing." With that, Zhao Qiang started grooving. Yang Quan was baffled. "You're still dancing, brother Qiang? I just strained my back." "Bro, this is pretty embarrassing for a grown man." "Stop whining. Come on, shake it with me." Under Fang Qimai's arrangements, 2 bodyguards escorted Nu Jikao and Qianling home separately. Before leaving, Fang Qimai told Qin Yanling to get plenty of rest and to come by his house at noon the next day, when he would assign her specific tasks. Back home, Fang Qimai was still full of energy. Thanks to the 3,000 drink constitution his mom had given him, drinking alcohol was as easy as drinking plain water. Looking back on the day, Fang Qimai felt he'd been a bit reckless. First, he spent 2 million to acquire the Shangwen Library, then over 6 million on a sacher-tort. Add to that the custom-made clothes that would probably cost another few million. All told, he had already more than met the spending quota his parents had set for him. Now he could enjoy a leisurely life without worrying about how to spend his money. The next day was Sunday. Fearing she might be late, Qin Yanling arrived at the Phoenix Garden Villa complex before 10 a.m. It was her first time in a villa complex like this, and Qin Yanling felt a bit dazed. After wandering around for a while, she was finally stopped by a patrolling security guard. Excuse me, which one is Chairman Fang Qimai's villa?" The security guard paused for a moment, then pointed to the cluster of villas ahead and said, "Everything you can see right now belongs to Mr. Fang." All of them." "That's right." Qin Yanling's confusion level. Bai Lishu came out personally and led Qin Yanling to the living room of one of the villas. "Here are some refreshments we've prepared for you. Please help yourself. The young master isn't up yet, so please wait a little longer." Okay, thank you. After everyone else had left, Qin Yanling finally dared to secretly take out her phone to take some photos. Each piece of exquisitely hand-carved furniture was a true work of art. The dark, antique-style tiles on the floor and the glass crystal glasses on the table. Every detail exuded an air of lush. The entire villa was magnificent, elegant, and very stately. It felt as though this place and the outside world were 2 completely different worlds. Is this where the rich live? Even if I worked my whole life, I probably couldn't afford even one of the chairman's bathrooms. No, you have to have confidence in yourself. Drop the maybe. Qin Yanling muttered to herself as she took photos. Fang Qimai had been organizing books and materials until the early hours of the morning. When he woke up, it was already 11:00 a.m. Fortunately, all the books had been organized. Aside from a few he planned to keep for himself, the rest would be uploaded in digital format to Shangwen's backend system. At the same time, they would introduce some e-readers and other devices. He would also have a dedicated team print paper copies, as traditional reading methods remain indispensable. These were the tasks Fang Qimai intended to assign to Qin Yanling. When Fang Qimai entered the living room, Qin Yanling was taking a selfie with a white jade unicorn statue. Upon seeing Fang Qimai, Qin Yanling was so startled that she nearly dropped her phone. "Chairman, good morning." Fang Qimai was wearing a pajama top, his hair disheveled, looking somewhat casual. He glanced at the time. "It's getting late. Lunch is ready. Let's eat together, and I'll brief you on your tasks later." "Sure. We're having Japanese food for lunch. Is that okay?" No problem. I'm fine with anything." Outside the door, a vehicle resembling a small sightseeing bus was waiting. The two of them got in together. Qin Yanling assumed they were going out to eat, but when she saw Fang Qimai in his pajamas, she felt something wasn't quite right. Still, she didn't dare say anything. 2 minutes later, the shuttle stopped in front of a Japanese-style villa. "We're here." "Huh?" Qin Yanling was taken aback. Wasn't the sightseeing bus just used because there were so many villas on the property? After a 2-minute ride, they'd essentially just arrived at the chairman's other house. They said we were going to eat Japanese food, and then they chose to eat it in a Japanese-style villa. It felt like touring the chairman's homes was like traveling the world. How extravagant. The entire villa was even more graceful than the Japanese-style architecture seen in movies. Cherry blossoms were planted everywhere, and as it happened, the blooming season had just begun. The whole scene was truly breathtaking. She really wanted to take out her phone to snap a photo, but she didn't dare be so forward in front of the chairman. No sooner had she sat down than the dishes began to arrive. The maids were also dressed in Japanese-style maids' uniforms, which perfectly suited the occasion. According to Bai Lishu, these maids were actual Japanese nationals who had specifically learned Mandarin. Qin Yanling felt as if she were truly on a vacation. The first course is called Hassun, which actually consists of 6 parts. That triangular cake is made by deep-frying many small dried mullet. The other components are shrimp, firefly squid, sweetened red beans, and broccoli rabe. There's also a small bowl of tamagoyaki, which I recommend saving for last. After listening to the waitress's explanation, Qin Yanling was deeply impressed. Although the portions of each item were small, they looked exquisitely prepared, and hearing the names of these ingredients gave her the impression that they were high-end delicacies. The presentation was also exquisite. It was practically a work of art, and she almost didn't want to eat it. Fang Qimai asked, "Aren't you hungry?" Qin Yanling looked up and saw that Fang Qimai had already polished off the entire achisun platter. She timidly pointed at the table and asked, "Chairman, can I take a picture?" "Sure, as long as you don't get me in the shot." Click. After capturing the moment, Qin Yanling couldn't wait to dig in. The fish slices were crispy and fragrant, and although the shrimp and firefly squid were served cold, they tasted fantastic when paired with sweet peas and broccoli rabe. Tamagoyaki is basically an egg roll topped with a layer of curry. Qin Yanling had eaten Japanese food before, but the taste of those tamagoyaki was nothing compared to this one right in front of her. Highly. The second dish, Setachi-style octopus rice. The octopus was kneaded for 3 hours, then combined with red beans and simmered for 4 hours. It's served with winter melon simmered in dashi broth and garnished with mizuna sprouts. The Japanese-style dashi is made by simmering a variety of seafood, bonito and kelp. Winter melon may seem like a supporting role, but it has fully absorbed the flavor of the broth. To put it bluntly, it's like a piece of mushy winter melon has been transformed into something heavenly. Qin Yanling felt as though she were floating on air from how delicious it was. Next up was the crystal clear, refreshingly light jade bowl 6-line fish in Tide sauce. There was also tender and juicy salt-grilled golden trevally, as well as sea urchin and eyes lobster with a sweet aftertaste and refreshing texture, and more. Finally, the meal concluded with a cup of Japanese-style hand-whisked matcha. Perfect! 12 courses in a row brought Qin Yanling so many surprises. If she'd eaten this meal out, it would have cost at least 10,000. Add to that the costs for the chairman's personal chef, servants, and so on. Qin Yanling didn't even dare to think about it. "Thank you, Chairman, for your generous hospitality." Qin Yanling stood up and said respectfully, Take a break. Come to my study in a little while. I'll brief you on your duties." Qin Yanling took careful notes as the chairman outlined her 4-hour work schedule. As just an intern, she had suddenly been entrusted with such a heavy responsibility and had to stay on high alert. Still, she couldn't help but doubt her own abilities to some extent. Fang Qimai saw right through her thoughts. Don't doubt yourself. If you can't handle this, it just means my judgment was off. Yes, I understand, Chairman. What you need to do is be hands-on but not actually hands-on. Chairman, what does that mean? Fang Qimai explained, what I'm conveying to you is a mindset. You must take a hands-on approach and carry out every task according to my vision, but you don't need to do the work yourself. You need to know how to delegate to your team. Do you understand? I understand, Chairman. After leaving Fang Qimai's home, Qin Yanling finally let out a sigh of relief. But she felt the weight of responsibility on her shoulders. Even more important tasks lay ahead. She glanced at the time. It was now past 4 p.m. Qin Yanling muttered to herself, "Oh, right, this place is very close to my aunt's house. She sprained her ankle a while back. I might as well stop by to check on her while I'm in the area. Thank you all for your support throughout 2020. I look forward to your continued support in the future." Regarding updates, Tomato places great importance on data metrics. Updating too quickly actually drags down the metrics, which affects recommendations and rewards. It's quite puzzling. To be honest, moving forward, I'll maintain 2 updates per day, no need to worry. A standard chapter is 2,000 characters, but mine will be close to 3,000. I'll also post extra chapters as needed, and I won't stop updating until the story is finished. Finally, Happy New Year to everyone. May your year be vibrant and prosperous, and may everything go your way. Qin Yanling bought a carton of milk and some fruit downstairs. Knock. She knocked on the door. Xiao Bixu opened the door. "Sis, you're here." Xiao Bixu warmly took Qin Yanling's hand. Jiao Meiyu, who was sitting in a chair, looked up and said, "Oh, it's Xiao Yan. Why did you bring something with you?" "I was just passing by, so I picked up a few things, nothing much." Xiao Bixu took the milk and fruit as she said, "By the way, sis, doesn't the library have a rotating schedule? Is it your day off today?" It's a long story. Anyway, I ran into someone really impressive." The two chatted in the room for quite a while. After hearing all about Qin Yanling's situation, Xiao Bixu found it hard to believe. "So, yesterday someone just bought your library outright, became your chairman, then entrusted you with an important role, bought you a Versus bag, treated you to a 6 million yuan cake, and even invited you to lunch at his villa?" "Exactly, that's right. Oh, and he has over 20 sports cars." Xiao Bixu looked at Qin Yanling. "Sis, have you been through something traumatic? If you're facing any difficulties, you have to tell me, don't try to handle it all on your own." "What? Do you think I'm making this up? Everything I said is true." Qin Yanling quickly pulled out photos of last night's cake and the Japanese meal they'd had for lunch that day. She also pointed to her purse. "It's this one, it cost over 20,000, and I already picked the cheapest one I could find." Then she pulled out a few more photos. "Look, these 20-plus sports cars, they're all our chairman's." Xiao Bixu took a while to recover before she began to believe her. "Are there really secret millionaires like this in Jiangcheng?" Xiao Bixu asked. "Sis, isn't your chairman some kind of old pervert? At his age, is he trying to hit on you? He probably has kids older than us, right?" Qin Yanling quickly waved her hands. "Not at all. Our chairman is still in high school. He has to go to school tomorrow." "Ah." Xiao Bixu's confusion level plus. "Fang Qimai? A high school student, serving as your chairman?" "That's exactly what I mean. You see all kinds of people these days." "Sis, hearing you say that, your chairman must be really handsome, right?" "Exactly, he's really handsome," Qin Yanling added. "But I wouldn't dare take a picture of him. He's so aloof, so cold. When I'm around him, I have to be careful even when I breathe." Xiao Bixu grew even more curious. "Sis, you have such high standards. If you're complimenting someone on his looks, he must be really handsome. Too bad we don't have any photos." Qin Yanling thought for a moment. "Wait, I saw the news this morning that 6 million yuan cake from last night even made it to the trending topics." "Really?" Qin Yanling picked up her phone to check. "Mysterious tycoon orders 6 million cake to celebrate a friend's birthday. Shocks all of Jiangcheng. These days, can't we even afford a cake anymore? Sniff, sniff, sniff." "Oh my gosh, that's blinding. Just one small bite is a month's salary. Rumor has it everyone there got a slice. I wish I'd been there last night." I was there. That was the best cake I've ever had, no question about it. The comments section has exploded. Unfortunately, after scrolling through several news articles, all I found were photos of the cake and the scene. Not a single photo of the mysterious big spender himself. Could it be that no one dared to take a picture? Xiao Bixu asked, "From what I'm hearing, isn't your chairman pretty intimidating?" "He's not that bad, he's a bit aloof, but he's pretty cool." Xiao Bixu suddenly laughed. "Sis, work hard, and maybe one day you'll have the chance to marry into a wealthy family." "Oh, Xiaoxu, I'm several years older than him, he'd never be interested in me. Besides, he's definitely very picky. I wouldn't stand a chance." Qin Yanling continued, "But you, Xiaozui, you're so pretty. If I get the chance, I'll introduce you too. Who knows, maybe you too." "Hey hey. Sis, why are you dragging me into this? You're so annoying." Haha. At that moment, Fang Qimai was driving his Lamborghini Huracan on his way to the Yang family traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Under Bai Lishu's direction, the clinic had begun renovation. Fang Qimai extracted the treatment methods for cancer and some common chronic diseases from the Blue Sack Manual and printed them into a physical book. He wouldn't tell Yang Huming that this was content from the Blue Sack Manual. He'd simply share the methods with him and let him study and experiment on his own. As for other terminal illnesses, Fang Qimai would gradually pass them on to him. Fang Qimai intended to start here, gradually build his reputation, and eventually establish a well-known and authoritative traditional Chinese medicine hospital. A new day dawned, and it was time to go to school again. The 6 million yuan cake became the hot topic of conversation in the class. And then there were the 20-odd sports cars. Fang Qimai didn't want to deliberately hide his identity, but he also didn't want to flaunt it, because that would only attract a lot of sycophants. And what he hated most were those insincere sycophants. Niu Jikao and his family had always been there to help Fang Qimai during his toughest times. People like that are the ones worth befriending. As for everyone else, Fang Qimai didn't care. Listening to the crowd's discussion, Fang Qimai and Niu Jikao exchanged a glance. The meaning behind it was indescribable. The desk and drawers were overflowing with gifts and love letters from those younger female students. "Woman, just get in the way when I'm lying down to sleep." Fang Qimai sighed and casually handed them out to a few guys nearby. Class President Li Hongzi was relieved that, with everyone preoccupied with other matters, they seemed to have forgotten all about the time he'd soiled his pants. He seized the opportunity to complain to Xiao Bixu. "Fang Qimai really is so full of himself." Xiao Bixu didn't say anything. After a long moment, she suddenly asked, "By the way, Class President, did you hear that the library you frequent has a new owner?" Li Hongzhi was taken aback. How did she know the owner had changed? Could it be that Bixu already knew about Fang Qimai buying Shangwen? Oh. Does she know about that day when I was kicked out of the library by Fang Qimai? Damn it. It must have been Guozili and Zheng Riji who ratted me out. No, it's also possible that guy went out of his way to brag about it to Bai Su. I don't know. Li Hongzhi replied in a slightly annoyed tone. Xiao Bixu was a little puzzled. "Class President, are you okay?" "No, what could possibly be wrong with me? I'm just fine." Xiao Bixu thought Li Hongzhi was acting strangely today, so she didn't say anything else. The first class was taught by our homeroom teacher, Xu Baogai. Halfway through the class, the physical education teacher, Wang Zixing, arrived. He mysteriously called Xu Baogai out of the classroom. Is math class really going to be replaced by P? You might not believe this, but we have a poor math teacher at our school whose class has actually been taken over by a PE teacher. That's like grabbing a heifer by the hind legs. It's not far from being awesome. The next moment, Xu Baogai stood at the door and called out, "Fang Qimai, come out here for a moment." Everyone turned to look at Fang Qimai with curiosity. Fang Qimai had been called out in front of everyone again, but unfortunately he'd already been rewarded. Watching the PE teacher walk away with his arm around Fang Qimai's shoulder, everyone near hopes of swapping math class for PE were dashed. Wang Zixing led Fang Qimai down the stairs at a brisk pace. Fang Qimai asked, "Brother Shang, you're so awesome, you actually managed to snatch me away from old Xu so I could go play basketball with you?" Wang Zixing, however, replied earnestly, "This is pretty important for you, you'll find out in a moment. Anyway, I hope you seize this opportunity." The PE teacher's office. As soon as they walked in, they sensed an air of solemnity. Several people were seated around the table where the PE teachers usually held their meetings. Among them were several PE teachers from other classes. In addition, there were several middle-aged men wearing dress shirts. Wang Zixing said solemnly, "Coach Fan, the person you were waiting for has arrived." The group of middle-aged men began to size up Fang Qimai. A tall middle-aged man immediately stood up. Wang Zixing said, "Fang Qimai, let me introduce you. This is Fan Hua, the head coach of our provincial basketball team, Coach Fan." Fang Qimai nodded calmly. "May I ask what this is about?" Fan Hua said, "We've watched your video, and we believe you have exceptional talent and potential for basketball." Another middle-aged man added, "After a professional analysis, we've also confirmed that your video is genuine and hasn't been faked. Furthermore, we've already spoken with your opponent from that game, and he can confirm the authenticity of your match. Video." Fan Hua looked taken aback. "A video of you playing basketball. Don't you know about it?" He beckoned, and a man standing nearby stepped forward and handed him a cell phone. On the phone was a Douyin video. Challenged by the Sports Academy basketball team, high school student delivers a perfect four comeback. The video showed the one-on-one basketball showdown between Fang Qimai and Wei Hui. It had been recorded, though Fang Qimai hadn't really paid much attention to it at the time. Wang Zixing said, "You kid, you don't even realize you've gone viral online. You've made a name for yourself in a single game." Another PE teacher remarked, "We hadn't seen this video before either. When Coach Fan arrived just now, we were wondering when our school had produced such a prodigy. After watching the video, I'm completely blown away." Fang Qimai shrugged it off. To him, it was just an ordinary game, nothing special. Fan Hua nodded and said, "Although it was only 4 points, we could already see your individual skill level. After our team watched your video, we unanimously decided to have you join our provincial team. If you join us and undergo systematic training, your future will surely be limitless." Then, Fan Hua said earnestly, "Fang Qimai, on behalf of the provincial youth basketball team, I formally invite you to join us." Ding! You've been singled out by head coach Fan Hua. Reward: increased lung capacity, permanent. The physical education teachers were all quite moved. They couldn't believe that the provincial youth basketball team, such a professional organization, had actually come to the school in person to extend an invitation. That kid, as long as he keeps working hard, stays humble, and trains diligently, his future will surely be limitless. Everyone waited for Fang Qimai's response. After a long moment, Fang Qimai finally spoke up. "Thanks for the invitation. I'm sorry, but I'll have to decline." The physical education teachers' faces betrayed their surprise. "Well, the selection process for the provincial team is extremely rigorous. It's not something just anyone can join. The minimum height requirement is 190 meters, and athletes must also meet technical standards in all areas. But as long as the coach takes a liking to you, nothing is a problem." Fang Qimai scored 4 goals in a single game, and those 4 goals alone earned him the chance to join the team. Wang Zixing knew all too well that Fang Qimai's academic performance wasn't all that great. With his striking appearance and outstanding basketball skills, once he joins the provincial team, he is sure to go far in his basketball career. In every respect, this would be beneficial for Fang Qimai. But he actually turned it down? Upon hearing this, Fan Hua and his entourage all froze in shock. It was a rare occasion for them to personally come to his doorstep to extend an invitation, something many people could only dream of. And now Fang Qimai had actually turned down such an opportunity. Wang Zixing's confusion level. Sorry, I have to step away for a moment." Wang Zixing hurriedly pulled Fang Qimai aside. He was nervous as he whispered, "Kid, do you know what you're saying? Do you know what you're doing? This is such a great opportunity. My God, think this through carefully." Wang Zixing was nearly beside himself with worry. He genuinely had Fang Qimai's best interests at heart and believed Fang Qimai had real potential in this area. He knew exactly what Wei Hui was capable of. To defeat him so easily meant Fang Qimai's skills were nothing to taken lightly. At the time, he'd also offered Fang Qimai some advice on this matter. Moreover, it was clear that Fang Qimai hadn't even shown his full potential yet. Fang Qimai replied, "Brother Shang, I've already thought it through." "Oh, come on." Wang Zixing hesitated, as if he were frustrated that Fang Qimai wasn't living up to his potential. A few members of the provincial team standing nearby furrowed their brows, each harboring a bit of resentment toward Fang Qimai for not knowing when to take a hint. Fan Hua, who was used to big stages and remained unflappable, suddenly smiled and said, "Fang, could you tell us why you turned down the offer? We're very curious. You might just become a basketball star someday." After a brief pause, Fang Qimai replied, "Playing basketball is purely a hobby for me. Once it becomes a profession, a chore, it loses its fun. Relatively speaking, I'd rather treat it as a form of entertainment. In other words, I like to play, but I don't like to be on a mission." But you're so talented. Fang Qimai smiled faintly. I'm sorry if my natural talent has startled you all. For a moment everyone present was at a loss for words. He's clearly such a great basketball player, yet he acts as if he has no ambitions or desires. How could those who train hard every day possibly feel about this? Finally, Fan Hua was the first to speak up. I understand where you're coming from. There's no denying you're a rare talent. Since you hold such a firm stance, we'll respect your choice. Though deeply regretful, Fan Hua still extended his hand. Coach Fan, thank you for your trust. Fang Qimai reached out and shook his hand. If you ever change your mind, if you decide to turn your hobby into a career, feel free to come see me anytime. Fang Qimai smiled slightly. Okay. Fan Hua and the others left with a sense of regret. Wang Zisheng didn't feel it was appropriate to say anything more. Brother Sheng, if any other teams come looking for me, please turn them down for me. Wang Zisheng still felt a sense of regret. All right. Fang Qimai patted him on the shoulder and said, Come on, Brother Sheng, let's go play some basketball. Play my ass. Get back to class right now. I've already got math down, I don't need to listen to it anymore. Didn't I hear you're terrible at math? Even if you really do get it now, that's no good. Have you ever seen anyone have PE for the first period on Monday? If I go play basketball with you right now, not only will the principal yell at me, but they'll dock my pay too. I'd be losing big time. Fang Qimai said, How much will they dock you? I'll pay you double. Wang Zisheng. That's still not going to work. Name your price. Wang Zisheng. At this point, Wang Zisheng pulled Fang Qimai. By the way, kid, I just heard this morning that the new gym our school is planning is actually funded by your dad, right? What's up? Fang Qimai replied. So it must be. Wang Zisheng's legs went weak. Nothing, it's nothing. This is the most extravagant parent I've ever seen building a sports arena on a whim. True enough, with a wealthy dad like that, you don't have to do a thing to enjoy the leisurely life of a millionaire. It's way more comfortable than playing basketball. That kid really kept a low profile throughout his 3 years of high school. In the classroom, Xu Baogai wrote out 3 problems and called on 3 students to come up to the board to solve them. Just then, Fang Qimai Everyone was curious what had the PE teacher called him out for just now. As he walked past the podium, Fang Qimai noticed Liu Maimei solving a problem on the blackboard. The 2 students on either side of her were scribbling away, but Liu Maimei, standing at the front of the classroom, looked completely at a loss. As someone who struggled with math, she felt both nervous and embarrassed. Fang Qimai glanced at the problem and took the chalk from Liu Maimei. Liu Maimei stepped aside. Fang Qimai's chalk danced across the blackboard. In less than 20 seconds, in one fluid motion, he had solved the entire problem. You can step down now. Then, with a casual flick of his wrist, he tossed the chalk into the chalk tray and strided down from the podium with a flourish. Liu Maimei was left completely dumbfounded. The entire class was stunned. Fang Qimai had figured out the answer at a glance. Even after several rehearsals, they hadn't been able to do it that fast. Some students in the audience had already worked out the answers, and they matched Fang Qimai's. These 3 problems were the ones students most commonly got wrong on the weekend practice sheet, so Xu Baogai had specifically picked them out to explain. Fang Qimai hadn't even done his homework, yet he was able to solve them instantly. This showed that he wasn't incapable, he simply didn't want to do it. Xu Baogai noticed this but said nothing. Liu Maimei returned to her seat and immediately handed him a note. My, thanks for helping me. Fang Qimai wrote, Actually, I didn't mean to help you. Otherwise. It's mainly because you were blocking my way just now. Liu Maimei. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. Niu Jikao and the others immediately gathered around, curious to know where Fang Qimai had gone. When they learned that the head coach of the provincial youth basketball team had personally extended the invitation, everyone was stunned. But when they found out that Fang Qimai had turned down the invitation, the entire crowd erupted in an uproar filled with sighs of regret. My goodness, he actually turned that down. Not just anyone gets treated like that. Only Brother Mai has the skill and guts to do that. I'm in awe. I'm blown away. Our Brother Mai from No. 2 High, he's a man of few words but great action. I'm in the same class as a basketball legend. Just saying that makes me feel so proud. This is like borrowing a heifer to plow my field. It's making me look pretty impressive too. Jiang Zijian trembled after hearing this. What was I thinking back then, trying to clear the court for a basketball legend like that? He suddenly realized why he'd been crushed so badly back then. Looks like I'm not cut out for basketball either. I'd better just stick to drawing. Just then, someone else entered the classroom. It was none other than Li Hongji's father, Li Ying, the vice principal of No. 2 High School. Li Hongji thought he had come to see him. But behind Li Ying were two people in police uniforms, a man and a woman. What happened? Someone whispered, could it be that the case regarding the class monitor releasing toxic gas on the playground has already been filed? Li Hongji. He didn't expect anyone to bring that up again. Li Hongji's confusion level. Li Ying asked Captain Yi, this is Senior 3, Class 10. What's that student's name again? Fang Qimai. Li Ying paused in surprise. Fang Qimai? Are there really that many people with that name these days? Over the weekend, Shangwen was acquired by someone whose name was also Fang Qimai. What a coincidence. Then Li Ying beckoned, and Zhu Baogai hurried forward. Could you ask Fang Qimai from your class to come out for a moment? Ding. You've been called out by Vice Principal Li Ying and have unlocked the ability, Mastery of all English words. Fang Qimai again? How come Fang Qimai is so famous? Everyone seems to be looking for him. This made Li Hongji a little annoyed. Then it occurred to him, could it be that Fang Qimai got into a fight over the weekend, and the police tracked him down here? Haha, let's see how Fang Qimai handles this. Everyone turned to look. When they saw it was the police, everyone couldn't help but worry for Fang Qimai. Xiao Bixu was no exception. Although Fang Qimai was a bit of a troublemaker and had a bit of a devious streak, he definitely wasn't the type to do anything bad. But now that the police had come knocking, what on earth had happened? Upon a closer look, Xiao Bixu suddenly realized. She recognized these two police officers. Niu Jikao and Liu Maimei were both looking at Fang Qimai nervously. Fang Qimai yawned nonchalantly, then walked over. It's you, Captain Yi. Yi Zheng, the captain of the Public Security Bureau, stood there, flanked by Officer Ding Ting. Yi Zheng looked at Fang Qimai, smiled and nodded, then turned to look at Ding Ting. Ding Ting took a red silk banner out of the bag she was carrying. Act of bravery, a youth of integrity. It was actually a banner honoring acts of bravery. The entire class, along with students from neighboring classrooms who had gathered to watch the commotion, were all utterly stunned. So Fang Qimai wasn't causing trouble, he actually stepped in to help someone in need? Li Hongji's confusion level. Yi Zheng took the banner from Ding Ting's hands and personally handed it to Fang Qimai. You deserve the most credit. You're a true hero. Comrade Fang Qimai, on behalf of the Jiangsheng Public Security Bureau, I present you with this banner to thank you for stepping in to help. Fang Qimai accepted the banner and said, thank you, Captain Yi. The onlookers couldn't help but break into applause. Although they didn't know exactly what the commotion was about, they all thought it was pretty impressive. After holding it in for a while, Zhu Baogai voiced what everyone was thinking. May I ask, Qimai from our class, what heroic act did you perform? Yi Zheng replied, I've already explained the situation to Vice Principal Li. Due to the sensitive nature of this case, we need to protect the students' privacy. We'll only present the banner of commendation and won't disclose any specific details of the case. Oh well. Everyone's curiosity had been thoroughly piqued, but in the end they still didn't get an answer. It was enough to drive anyone crazy. Confusion reigned. Aside from the two police officers and Fang Qimai, Xiao Bixu also knew about this. She understood that this banner was meant for none other than Fang Qimai. Niu Jikao had just had a sudden epiphany. He suddenly realized what the banner was all about. The serial killer Huang Liangkai had truly been subdued by Brother Mai. Brother Mai really didn't lie to me. Ruan Meng also learned about this from Xiao Bixu and promised to keep it a secret. The moment she grasped the situation, she looked at Xiao Bixu in astonishment. Xiao Bixu nodded without saying a word. Li Hongji was also curious what earth-shattering feat had Fang Qimai accomplished to warrant the police captain personally delivering a banner of appreciation. The more they remained silent, the more everyone felt that Fang Qimai was truly remarkable. Once again, Fang Qimai had stolen the show. Damn it. On second thought, he consoled himself. It's just a lousy banner, what's so great about it? It can't even feed you. Thinking this, he felt a little better. But seeing the look of admiration in Xiao Bixu's eyes as she gazed at Fang Qimai really got under his skin. Unexpectedly, Yi Zheng continued, the case is still under investigation. Normally, you wouldn't receive the reward until the case is closed, but given the circumstances of this case, we've made an exception and applied for it early on your behalf. However, you'll need to go to the Public Security Bureau in person to collect the reward. Everyone was stunned. This was a banner of commendation that came with a cash reward. It seemed Fang Qimai's act of bravery this time was no small feat. Everyone was filled with a mix of envy, jealousy, and resentment, especially Li Hongzhi. The amount of the reward didn't matter, what mattered was the prestige. Go ahead and try to get extra points on the college entrance exam if you're so capable. Li Hongzhi grumbled again. Fang Qimai smiled slightly. Okay, thanks Captain Yi. Yi Zhang continued. This case has had a significant impact and has attracted the government's close attention. According to the bonus point policy, your college entrance exam scores qualify for bonus points. You're eligible for at least 5 points. Oh my god. First a commendation banner, then a cash reward, and now 5 extra points on the college entrance exam. In an instant, the crowd erupted once again. Hearing about the bonus points, everyone was incredibly excited. Don't underestimate those 5 points. The college entrance exam is like 1,000 soldiers and 10,000 horses crossing a narrow plank bridge. A single point's difference can leave tens of thousands behind. From the very starting line, Fang Qimai had a head start over everyone else. Meanwhile, 2 years ago, Jiang Cheng had already abolished 5 bonus point policies, including those for Olympiads, science and technology competitions, and provincial outstanding student awards. What exactly did Fang Qimai do to earn the government's attention and receive special bonus points? Confusion level from Li Hongzhi, Basen. On the other hand, Xiao Bixu, Ruan Meng, and Niu Jiko, the 3 who were in the know, all felt that Fang Qimai truly deserved it and were happy for him. Yi Zhang patted Fang Qimai on the shoulder and gave him an approving look. We'll let you know the details when the time comes. Thanks for your hard work, team leader Yi. Alright, you guys get ready for class. Vice Principal Li, we're heading back to the bureau first. Sure, I'll see you off, Captain Yi. The bell rang and Fang Qimai, still holding the banner, returned to his seat. Since even the squad leader had insisted on confidentiality, no one dared to ask him about it anymore. Li Hongzhi, however, was thoroughly annoyed. Fang Qimai seemed to get all the credit for everything. As he walked past Fang Qimai's desk, Li Hongzhi deliberately complained in front of Xiao Bixu. These days, anyone can claim to have acted heroically. That's way too casual. Exactly, Guo Zili chimed in. Does helping an old lady cross the street count as an act of bravery too? As soon as Xiao Bixu heard this, she knew they were just being jealous. However, since they had to keep it a secret, Xiao Bixu didn't say anything more. Fang Qimai didn't even want to acknowledge them. He was more curious about the 2 awards he'd received that morning. The first was from Fan Hua, head coach of the provincial basketball team, a permanent increase in lung capacity. The greater one's lung capacity, the stronger their respiratory ability and cardiopulmonary function. With improved oxygen supply, the body's organs would not suffer from oxygen deprivation. People with high lung capacity tend to enter old age later. A large lung capacity facilitates strenuous exercise and helps maintain youthful vitality. With every inhale and exhale, Fang Qimai could clearly feel his body changing. It must be because Coach Fan blew his whistle constantly while training the team, which to some extent built up his lung capacity, so this reward fell to me. All in all, a permanent increase in lung capacity is truly a great reward. Another reward was mastering all English vocabulary, which I received after being called on by Vice Principal Li Ying. Li Ying is an English teacher himself and only became Vice Principal 2 years ago. Vocabulary is key to mastering English. Now Fang Qimai has a complete and comprehensive grasp of every single word in his mind. A very practical reward. This system is getting more and more interesting. It's constantly improving Fang Qimai's physical fitness and enriching his various talents. Confusion level from Li Hongzhi +2. Confusion points from Li Hongzhi +3. He's still in a state of bewilderment. Looks like this guy really holds a grudge against me. Oh, right, the other day I bought the library and revoked his VIP status, cutting off his chance to show off. He must be really upset about that, right? He even slipped me laxatives last time. Who knows, he might be hatching some other crazy scheme to mess with me right now. Just then our chemistry teacher Liang Yin rushed into the classroom. Stand up. Good morning, teacher. Sit down. Take your workbooks. Today we'll go over the practice test I assigned yesterday. Liang Yin pushed her glasses up her nose. Same old rule, anyone who hasn't finished it, stand up here so I can check. It's this late in the day, who would dare not do my homework? Among female teachers, Liang Yin was considered one of the stricter ones. She hated it when students were late to her class, and she hated it when they didn't do her homework. Because of this, Fang Qimai had been scolded more than a few times. Coincidentally, Fang Qimai was in a good mood this weekend. He wanted to test his chemistry skills using the workbook Mastering High School Science. So he casually worked through the practice test in the workbook. In less than half an hour, he had finished the chemistry exam. It seemed he really had nothing to worry about when it came to the science comprehensive section of the college entrance exam. Li Hongji felt a secret sense of satisfaction. It seemed teacher Liang was getting serious. A troublemaker like Fang Qimai, who never did his homework, was in for a scolding. However, Xiao Bixu sitting next to him was panicking. She searched through her backpack and drawers but couldn't find the workbook anywhere. How could this be? She searched her backpack again, then her desk drawer, and the pile of books on her desk. I really didn't bring it. Xiao Bixu's heart was pounding. She did well in chemistry, and Liang Yin had always had high hopes for her. He had never criticized her, let alone made her stand in the corner as punishment. Liang Yin suddenly shouted, "Oh, so someone actually dares to ignore the homework I assigned. Stand up right now." Xiao Bixu startled and immediately looked up. At that moment, Liang Yin was scolding Gulei. Xiao Bixu suddenly felt a sense of relief, though she knew she would be next. "Teacher, I forgot to bring it. I didn't leave it undone." Guo Zilei protested. Liang Yin snapped, "You forgot to bring it. What's the difference between forgetting to bring it and not doing it at all?" Xiao Bixu lowered her head again. Liang Yin continued her scolding. "The college entrance exam is of the utmost importance. Absolutely no mistakes are allowed. Not bringing it today means at worst you'll have to stand in the corner for a class period. But what if, during the exam, you forget to bring your admission ticket? Or your ID card? What then? You'd regret it for the rest of your life." Guo Zilei pursed his lips, looking completely unconcerned. "Go on, stand up there." Although Liang Yin's words weren't exactly kind, Xiao Bixu knew she was only looking out for everyone's best interests. She was right. Forgetting to bring it was no different from not doing it at all. Standing nearby, Li Hongji asked in a low voice, "Bixu, where's your workbook?" Xiao Bixu replied, "I forgot to bring it." "Check your backpack again. Maybe it's in one of the drawers?" "I've already looked everywhere. It's not there." "Oh, come on," Li Hongji said with a slightly reproachful tone. "How could you be so careless?" Liang Yin was almost done checking the other side and would be over soon. Li Hongji said, "The college entrance exams are coming up soon. We can't afford any mistakes." No matter what he said, it was too late now. Not to mention Li Hongji's hindsight nonsense. Liang Yin had already reached the last row and was about to start her inspection. Xiao Bixu had nothing left to lose. Gritting her teeth, she prepared to stand up and turn herself in. Just then, someone suddenly placed a workbook on her desk. Xiao Bixu's face flashed with surprise. She looked up nervously. "Fang Qimai?" Fang Qimai said, "Miss Xiao, the school's most beautiful girl, your workbook fell on the floor." Before Xiao Bixu could react, Liang Yin had already rushed over. "Am I?" Liang Yin glanced at Fang Qimai's desk. It was completely empty. "Great, Fang Qimai, you didn't bring yours either? Welcome."
Li Hongji seized the opportunity. Assuming the air of a class monitor, he took the opportunity to scold, "Fang Qimai, what's wrong with you? If the whole class were like you, wouldn't that mean?" Fang Qimai cut him off. "Class president, shut your mouth." Li Hongji's confusion +3. Xiao Bixu looked at the workbook in confusion. The workbook looked so new it must not have been used much. Xiao Bixu glanced at the name. It was Fang Qimai's. Was he pretending to say he found it on the ground and picked it up for me, when in reality he was just taking the fall for me? No, I can't do that. Even though getting scolded is painful, I have to take responsibility for my own mistakes. Xiao Bixu immediately tried to stand up to set the record straight. Fang Qimai grabbed her head and pressed it down. "Be more careful in the future, don't let it fall on the floor again." Immediately, he turned and walked up to the podium, standing beside Guo Zilei. Xiao Bixu froze. She opened Fang Qimai's workbook and was instantly stunned. The earlier worksheets were completely blank, but Fang Qimai had completed the entire practice test the teacher had assigned over the weekend. What's more, his handwriting was neat and legible. Xiao Bixu felt a little uneasy, but also a hint of warmth. Liang Yin stormed over to Fang Qimai and Guo Zilei and scolded them. "Fang Qimai, Guo Zilei, the college entry exams are right around the corner, and you haven't done your homework, and now you're telling me you didn't bring it? Especially you, Fang Qimai, your grades are an absolute disaster. What are you going to do when you enter the workforce? Huh? If you don't know how to do anything, will any employer want you? Will you even be able to find a job?" Guo Zilei lowered his head. Liang Yin's words were harsh, but she had a point. Guo Zilei knew he was in the wrong. In fact, he had hidden the workbook in his backpack out of fear of being caught and lied, claiming he hadn't brought it. As a result, he got a scolding. Meanwhile, Niu Jikao, sitting in the back, let out a resigned sigh. He thought to himself, "Looking for a job, Teacher Liang, you have no idea how amazing my brother Mai is. If you did, you wouldn't be saying that." Fang Qimai, however, didn't seem to mind. He was used to being scolded anyway. He replied nonchalantly, "As for finding a job, I really don't think anyone would hire me right now." Liang Yin crossed her arms over her chest and replied coldly, "Good to know." Niu Jikao chuckled. Maiji really was a cheeky one. If companies knew his true identity, would any of them dare to hire him? Fang Qimai continued, "The main thing is I want to start my own company and be my own boss. With you." Liang Yin shook her head. "It's not that I look down on you, but how could someone who can't even handle their studies run a company well?" Fang Qimai shrugged. "Teacher Liang, what you think of me has nothing to do with me. I'm not starting a company to win your approval." "You..." A murmur rippled through the classroom. Fang Qimai continued, "By the way, you just asked me what I'll do after I enter the workforce. That depends on the situation. If there's work to be done, I'll be a secretary. If there isn't..." Go Zilai, sitting nearby, suddenly chimed in, "Secretary." Liang Yin. Liang Yin's confusion level type. Fang Qimai gave Go Zilai a thumbs up. "Nice one." Fang Qimai, you... How dare you say that out loud? Liang felt deeply. Fang Qimai quickly said, "Teacher, please don't take this the wrong way. What I meant to say was, if there's work to be done, let the secretary handle it. If there's nothing to do, find something for the secretary to do. It's Go Zilai who's acting strange." Go Zilai. Liang Yin. One by one, the students in the class chuckled quietly. Fang Qimai had just fired a shot at Liang Yin, then dug a hole for Go Zilai to fall into himself. Go Zilai's confusion level. Confusion level from Liang Yin. Tov. Liang Yin was so furious she slammed the workbook in her hand down on the teacher's desk. Everyone knew Liang Yin was about to lose her temper, so they all quickly shut their mouths. No one dared to laugh anymore. After a brief pause, Liang Yin said angrily, "All right then, Fang Qimai, you're so full of yourself, aren't you? Come on, you teach this lesson." She picked up a piece of chalk and continued, "Here, take this chalk. You explain it to everyone." The students below were all holding their breath for Fang Qimai. Liang Yin was genuinely furious, and the consequence would be severe. My, hurry up and apologize so Teacher Liang will forgive you, otherwise you're in big trouble." Liu Meimai muttered nervously under her breath. Niu Jikao was also worried about Fang Qimai. Brother Mai had really gone too far today. However, the corners of Li Hongji's mouth curled up slightly. Fang Qimai, you're totally done for today." Unexpectedly, Fang Qimai stepped forward and suddenly took the chalk from Liang Yin. Liang Yin was taken aback. "You little rascal, I dared to give it to him, and he actually dared to take it?" Liang Yin's confusion level. Fang Qimai said, "Teacher Liang, you're the one who said it." Liang Yin gritted her teeth. "Right, I said it." Fang Qimai nodded. "Okay, then go sit in my seat. You can't interrupt me while I'm teaching." Liang Yin. "Fine, I won't interrupt you. I'll just see what you can come up with. If you can't, you'd better call your parents." Liang Yin was determined to see just what kind of act Fang Qimai could pull off. With that, Liang Yin sat down at Fang Qimai's desk. Now everyone was eager to find out what Fang Qimai, who frequently failed his chemistry exams, would actually have to say. Isn't he embarrassed, with the whole class watching him? Who knows, he's not the one who's embarrassed, we're the ones who are. This guy's just too stubborn. He should have backed down, but he had to go head to head. That Liang Yin is definitely not someone to mess with. Let's just sit back and watch the show. He's really in for it today. I have no idea how he's going to get out of this. Fang Qimai cleared his throat. If anyone has any questions, feel free to ask. Not a single student spoke up. Is this guy any good at all? He used to always be at the bottom of the class in chemistry, and now he's asking for questions? Li Hongzi pushed up his glasses and stood up. Fang Qimai, I'll ask you a question to test you. Go ahead. I won't make it too hard for you, just recite the periodic table for everyone. Tia. I thought Li Hongzi was going to give Fang Qimai some kind of tough challenge, but who knew it would just be reciting the periodic table? Is that it? In fact, this was exactly what Li Hongji had intended. Reciting the periodic table is the foundation of chemistry, it's just basic knowledge. He figured that if Fang Qimai didn't even know the basics, he certainly wouldn't be able to handle any difficult problems. He was certain that Fang Qimai, a total underachiever, wouldn't even be able to memorize the periodic table. Once he admitted it, Li Hongji would be able to mock him mercilessly. Liang Yin quickly saw through Li Hongji's scheme. She was eager to see Fang Qimai regret having crossed her. Fang Qimai replied, I'm too lazy to memorize it. Ha! Li Hongji snorted derisively. I bet you just can't memorize it. If you can't, just say so, why claim you're too lazy? What a joke. You can't even memorize the periodic table. How are you supposed to teach a class? A murmur of disbelief rippled through the classroom. Li Hongji continued, either recite it or get down here right now. Stop making a fool of yourself. Unexpectedly, Fang Qimai replied earnestly, Class President, if you really insist on hearing it, I can recite it backwards for you. Recite the periodic table backward. The entire class fell silent. Although reciting it backwards serves no practical purpose, it would still require a great deal of effort to actually do so. As a chemistry teacher, even Liang Yin wouldn't pull a stunt like that. There had been students who could recite it backward before, but they were few and far between. She was a bit curious to see if Fang Qimai could actually do it. Li Hongji paused for a moment, then said, "Sure, why don't you recite it for us then? I just don't believe that you, the one at the bottom of the class in chemistry, could recite the periodic table backward." Fang Qimai replied, "Class president, please open the periodic table." "Why?" "So you can check against the table to see if I'm reciting it correctly." After a brief pause, Fang Qimai added, "Mainly I'm worried you won't be able to keep up with my pace, and then you'll say I'm just reciting it randomly." Li Hongji, Xiao Bixu, was the first to open the periodic table. In her view, too many incredible things had happened to Fang Qimai. She trusted Fang Qimai. With a rustle, the whole class flew open their periodic tables. "Class president, listen up." "Huh?" Okuda plows the fields, covering the wheels with mud. Great veins of black waves, crossing westward through the floodwaters of Lu like a gateway. Starting from the back, the students went up one by one to recite the periodic table. Sure enough, every single one of them got it right. Li Hongji's confusion level. The missed parts to reveal jade ornaments. Meibu embraces Pomlo's grapes and... Before the eastern pass crumbled and the wall broke, he came with Jinbo leaning on E. The female bodhisattva gathers orchids, the sorrowful immortal, tears falling dry drop. Western sounds, G's tones, breaking the shackles de Muni. Oh my goodness. It matches, it matches. There's no mistake. Fang Qimai deliberately slowed down his recitation so everyone could hear more clearly. Yao Yi Sairuki, do not rest in shattered armor. His heart is as firm as Nigu Iron Monk invaded Taikang. Guy's family duck lose Willow Grove, the returning traveler's mana. Now, looking up and down, I can only sigh for my friends, the thunderclap clears the sea. Holy crap, that's awesome. That's some serious skill. Even though reciting it backwards doesn't really do much, it's still really impressive. 666, I'm impressed. My bro Mai from No. 2 high school, he's shown me what it means to know something by heart. That's my Mai through and through, so impressive. That's like a little cow riding a chainsaw, it's super awesome. The whole class was initially stunned, but then one by one, they all got excited. Xiao Bixu smiled. Fang Qimai really was a gem of a guy. She had already looked at Fang Qimai's chemistry practice exam, and he had solved even the problems she herself couldn't figure out. It seemed Fang Qimai wasn't just good at math, physics, and biology, he was also a whiz at chemistry. Well done, Fang Qimai, you've had us all fooled for 3 years. Liang Yin, the chemistry teacher, couldn't help but nod in approval. Setting aside the fact that memorizing things by heart is pointless, it was clear that Fang Qimai had put his heart into it. Fang Qimai looked over at Li Hongji. So, class president, have given up on studying? Li Hongji. Fang Qimai actually knows it by heart. Li Hongji's confusion level 50. Li Hongji, stand up and say you know it too. Ding, 1,000 confusion points consumed, absolute command activated. Current confusion points remaining, 4782. Li Hongji stood up. So what if it's reciting it backwards? I can do that too. Oh? The whole class was still buzzing with excitement, and now here came another one. Who would have thought the class president could recite it backward too? That's impressive. Class president, give us a try. Go ahead. The whole class started cheering him on. Li Hongji. Damn it. I can recite it forward just fine, but how am I supposed to do it backward? Why did I just say I knew it? Confusion level from Longji, 15. Confusion level from Li Hongji, 15. Fang Qimai said, class president, we're all waiting. Li Hongji. Li Hongji stood at his desk, stiff as a board, panicking like crazy inside. Now that he'd said it out loud, he couldn't very well admit he hadn't memorized it, could he? Li Hongji decided to take the plunge and see if he could just force himself to recite it. Okada plows Mofu, Fune, that, Nai. Relying on his memory, Li Hongji stammered out a few words, but quickly got stuck. But since he hadn't really studied the material, how could he possibly recite it backwards? Confusion level from Li Hongji, 16. Echu. The whole class let out a collective sigh. Class president, that was so phony. If you don't know it, you don't know it, why pretend? Exactly, class president. You should just sit down already. I'm really embarrassed for the class president. Li Hongji sat down, feeling embarrassed. Oh my god, who knows why I said that just now? Fang Qimai continued, alright, since the class president doesn't know how to do it, I'll switch to a different problem. What? Chemistry dunce is setting the problems for us? That's pretty cool. He's so good at basketball, I'd believe it if he said a basketball problem. Everyone, quiet down. Let's see what kind of question the chemistry dunce comes up with. Li Hongji silently resolved that no matter what question Famei came up with, he would answer it. And he would do it as fast as possible, beating everyone else to the answer. Fang Qimai said, listen up. 4% O2, plus 7% CH4, plus 9% CO2, plus 1% H, and 59%. What happens when you mix all of these together? The whole class fell silent for a moment. What kind of question is this? A few students who were strong in chemistry, including Li Hongji, had already started working it out. They jotted down various chemical formulas and engaged in a flurry of research and discussion. Li Hongji was determined to figure this out. Even Liang Yin, the chemistry teacher, was a bit... What would happen if these substances were mixed together in this ratio? If we had to guess, would it be biogas? Whoa. Liang Yin still didn't understand what Fang Qimai was trying to do. She gave everyone 5 minutes. Still, no one could come up with an answer. It seemed like a simple question, but it left the entire class completely stumped. Fang Qimai tapped the blackboard with his chalk. Everyone turned to look at him. Fang Qimai wrote down some of the elements he'd just mentioned. Then, with a sharp scratch, Fang Qimai drew a long underline. He tapped the blackboard again and said, "This stuff isn't even worth a fart." Everyone? The class monitor looked at the scrap paper covered in formulas and to himself angrily, "Is he messing with me? Damn it." Fang Qimai continued writing at the back of the classroom as he explained, "But if you add 1% of other chemicals like NH3, H2S, indole, and scatol, it forms something we're all very familiar with, something everyone has. That's fart." For a moment, quite a few people felt a bit embarrassed. But some burst out laughing, so all those things combined were just a fart. Niu Jikao shook his head. Only Brother Mai could pull something like this off. Li Hongzhi looked at his scrap paper again, dumbfounded. So after all that calculating, he'd basically calculated nothing? Damn. Li Hongzhi felt like he'd been played. Confusion level from Li Hongzhi, +10. What the hell, Fang Qimai, do you think it's fun to mess with us? Liang Yin was thoroughly baffled. Those were indeed the components of a fart. There was no need to go through any calculations. She stood up and said, "Fang Qimai, get down here. Stop messing around." Fang Qimai replied, "Teacher, we agreed on this, just no, please don't interrupt me while I'm teaching." You... Liang Yin's confusion level. Fang Qimai turned to Li Hongji and said, "Class president, this isn't a game, we're having a discussion. You know, there's a lot to learn about farts." Fang Qimai tapped the blackboard again. Take last week's PE class, for example. While we were running on the track, the air was filled with the class president's fart. That fart was no ordinary one. Li Hongji. Damn. When it came to that bioweapon on the track back then, the whole class remembered it vividly. Some felt like throwing up while others chuckled quietly. So, was Fang Qimai planning to analyze the class monitor's fart during this? Li Hongji was already going crazy. Fang Qimai really knew how to rub salt in the wound. Everyone already forgotten about the incident last week when Li Hongji soiled his pants. Was Fang Qimai deliberately bringing it up again? How would the whole class see him now, and what would Bai Chu think of him? Li Hongzhi felt like everyone was pointing fingers at him. Instantly, his head grew hot, his scalp tingled, and his adrenaline spiked. He felt both ashamed and annoyed. Confusion level from Li Hongzhi, +10. Fang Qimai, that's enough. Fang Qimai replied, "Class president, please don't disrupt the class. In this lesson, we're going to talk about the science of farts." Fang Qimai wrote on the blackboard as he spoke. Odor and volume of farts are closely related to diet. When food is high in protein, for example, if you eat too much meat, the levels of hydrogen sulfide, indole, and scatol in your farts increase, resulting in a distinctly foul odor. If the food has a high starch content, for example, eating too many sweet potatoes, microbial metabolism in the intestines causes the carbon dioxide content in the fart to rise, and the volume of farts also increases significantly. In this scenario, the increase in carbon dioxide is significantly greater than that of hydrogen sulfide, indole, and scatol. Furthermore, the gas pressure increases and the flow velocity of the gas also increases, so the fart sounds louder. However, since carbon dioxide is odorless, this has given rise to the sayings, loud farts aren't smelly farts aren't loud, and loud farts aren't smelly, muffled farts are smelly. All the students listened in. That's some strange new knowledge. It seems farting really is a field of study. That's kind of interesting. With all the academic pressure these days, listening to something like this lets us relax while learning. It's brilliant. Fang Qimai continued, "Based on the analysis above, we can conclude that the class monitor ate quite a bit of meat that day at lunch, which is why his fart smelled so bad. On top of that, he also ate cilantro, which is irritating, so the smell we detected stung our eyes a bit." Everyone suddenly felt a bit queasy. This class is way too intense, but it's really fun. Did Fang Qimai just figure out the class monitor's recipe? I'm impressed. Using the class monitor as an example makes it so easy to understand. It really draws you in. Confusion level from Li Hongji, +20. Li Hongji's confusion levels, Tur. Li Hongji's confusion level. Fang Qimai was a bit shocked. His confusion level usually hovered around 10, never exceeding 20. Li Hongji's confusion level kept shooting up. This guy must be completely baffled. Li Hongji slammed his fist on the table in anger. "Fang Qimai, Don't listen to him, everyone. He's talking complete nonsense. Nonsense? Fang Qimai weighed the chalk in his hand and said, "Go ahead and play another one. I guarantee I'll analyze exactly what you ate this morning down to the last detail." You... Damn. Li Hongji's confusion level. The whole class burst into laughter. It's been a long time since we've had this much fun since starting senior year. Liang Yin said again, "All right, Fang Qimai, that's enough." Fang Qimai replied, "Ms. Liang, class isn't over yet. Please take your seat." Liang Yin. Fang Qimai wiped the board clean and continued, "What a load of nonsense, there's much more to it than that." He continued writing on the blackboard. To be precise, the composition of farts is no different from ordinary biogas. Therefore, they are equally explosive and flammable, enough to cause a minor explosion. If you hold a lit match at the entrance just as a fart is about to escape through a crack, the fart will turn blue and then there'll be a sudden flash. When a fart leaves the body, its temperature is 98.6 degrees Fahrenheit, or 37 degrees Celsius. Once released, it will mix into this colorful world at a speed of 3 meters per second. Aha! Another piece of weird trivia to add to my collection. The students were laughing their heads off. Although Xiao Bixu found it a bit gross and a little embarrassing, Fang Qimai's explanation was incredibly vivid and entertaining. Li Hongji, sitting next to her, was fidgeting restlessly. He had no idea how he was going to manage to stay in this class any longer. Confusion level from Li Hongji, 25. Fang Qimai continued, "Take the class monitor, for example. As a man, under normal circumstances, he expels a quarter of the gas in his body every day. Spread out over the day, that's an average of 10 to 15 farts daily, varying in size and shape. Most of them are released while sleeping at night." Oh my god, why does he always use an example? As the class monitor gets older, he'll find himself farting more and more frequently. This is because his intestines have gradually lost their elasticity. As a result, it becomes increasingly difficult for him to hold in excess gas. Damn. Ahaha, that's hilarious. Got it written down. I suggest memorizing the whole thing. Poor class monitor being used as a living example. Fang Qimai continued earnestly, "So here's the question. What would happen if the class monitor didn't fart?" At that moment, Niu Jikao raised his hand. "Niu, you answer that. If the class monitor didn't fart, wouldn't he just be an inflatable doll?" PF'd. Haha. The whole class burst into laughter again. Sure? Li Hongji. Confusion level from Li Hongji, 25. Fang Qimai said, "Sure, please take your seat." "Okay, Teacher Fang," Niu Jikao said, sitting down obligingly. Fang Qimai continued, "Gas trapped in the sharp bends of the class monitor's colon can cause excruciating pain in his chest and arms, a sensation similar to the symptoms of a heart attack. Furthermore, prolonged bloating of the intestines can also lead to various health risks. If the gas remains trapped inside the body for too long, it will surely make the class monitor start terribly. So, everyone must learn from the class monitor. When you feel the urge, let it out and let it out loud." Oh, got it. I've learned something yet again. Looks like I'll have to fart more often from now on. Hats off to the class monitor. Li Hongji. Confusion level from Li Hongji, plus 25. Just then, someone suddenly stood up. "Fang Qimai, don't go too far. You've been talking about stuff that has nothing to do with class, and you've been insulting the class monitor the whole time." Fang Qimai froze. Was that Kai Shali, the English class representative? Wow, who would have thought that someone would actually speak up for that class monitor? Look at his two sycophants, Guo Zili and Zhang Ruji. They were already laughing their heads off. Why is Kai Shali, that chubby girl, butting in now? Fang Qimai asked, insulting the class president. Well then, may I ask everyone here, have I uttered a single swear word since I stood up just now? Someone replied, "No, you haven't." Class representative, where exactly did you see me cursing at the class president? You. Kai Shali's confusion level, plus 4. Fang Qimai continued, "Is what I'm saying unrelated to the lesson?" He tapped his temple with a finger and said, "Learning requires using your brain. It's not about rote memorization, nor should it be limited to what's in the textbook. You have to know how to expand your thinking and apply what you've learned to new situations. We're not just in class for the college entrance exam. It's also a way to learn and build experience for life." Fang Qimai tapped the blackboard again and said, "Look, the formation of waste gases in the intestines and their combustion are chemical reactions. The process of expelling these gases is a physical reaction. It also involves knowledge from various fields, including biology and physical health. Can you really say you didn't learn anything in this class? If I hadn't taught this lesson today, would you know why your farts are sometimes loud and sometimes silent, or why they're sometimes smelly and sometimes not?" I just... Kai Shali was dumbfounded, a bit embarrassed. She had absolutely no idea how to respond. However, the entire class was already rolling on the floor laughing. Just then, the bell rang. Confusion level from Li Hongji, 22. Confusion level from Kai Shali, 15. Fang Qimai smiled slightly. "Teacher Liang, I'm done with my lesson." Several students clapped. That was truly a memorable chemistry. Liang Yan. It was a great class on the surface. It seemed like Fang Qimai was teaching everyone. But in reality, it dredged up Li Hongji's dark path. Li Hongji felt as though an indelible shadow had been cast over his life. It was so damn embarrassing he wanted to find a hole to crawl into. After what Fang Qimai said, he felt like he was constantly emitting a fart-like odor. Damn. During the second chemistry class, Liang Yin taught as usual. Xiao Bixu was surprised to discover that Fang Qimai had indeed every question on the chemistry practice test correct. That's amazing. Geniuses always like to hide their true abilities, do they only show them right before the college entrance exams? After school at noon, just like everyone else, Fang Qimai was getting ready to go eat. Fang Qimai. Xiao Bixu suddenly called out to him. Is something wrong? Xiao Bixu whispered, "Thank you for lending me the workbook. It was my mistake in the first place, and I feel so guilty that you got scolded because of it." Fang Qimai waved his hand. "It's no big deal. I'm a poor student anyway. I'm used to getting scolded." Is he calling himself a poor student again? Xiao Bixu hesitated, as if she wanted to say something but held back. Besides, it doesn't seem like I was the one getting scolded. It was actually me who ended up lecturing someone else. Anyway, thanks. During lunch break, most of the students were memorizing English vocabulary. There was an English test that afternoon. The final sprint of senior year is all about constantly working through practice problems and taking test after test. Liu Meimei also picked up her English textbook and started studying. Fang Qimai didn't go to play basketball today. Qin Yanling had just started working on matters related to the Shangwen library and hadn't quite gotten the hang of it yet, so Fang Qimai was guiding her. Liu Meimei watched Fang Qimai chatting on WeChat. The person on the other end's profile picture was that of a pretty girl. She felt a pang of unease. My, aren't you going to study for a bit? You have an exam later, you really shouldn't be on your phone. Fang Qimai typed out a long message and sent it, then paused and said, "Cramming at the last minute won't do you any good." It was a blunt but true statement that was exactly the point. But coming from Fang Qimai, it sounded really awkward. Fang Qimai's English was terrible. Although Liu Meimei's grades were poor across the board, at least she managed to pass English. In contrast, Fang Qimai had never once passed the subject. Confusion level from Liu Meimei +8. In reality, Fang Qimai wasn't worried at all. Earlier, thanks to the PE teacher, the system had rewarded him with mastering English grammar. If he remembered correctly, when English class representative Kai Shali discussed Fang Qimai, the system rewarded him with techniques for English essay writing. Add to that Li Ying's complete mastery of English vocabulary, so Fang Qimai was completely unfazed. To master English, listening, vocabulary, grammar, and writing are all essential. Now, he's just missing the listening skill. Let's see who will give him that reward. Just then, the sound of high heels echoed through the room. Fang Qimai, come to my office. Ding! You've been called out by your English teacher, Tian Tian, and have unlocked the ability, English listening mastery. Oh god. Just what I needed. System, you're really showing off. But judging by Mrs. Tian's tone, is Fang Qimai in trouble again? She never used to take a lunch break. She'd always come to classroom early. This made some students who were writing cheats shudder. Fang Qimai was a bit puzzled. On a whim, he just copied New Jikyo's weekend English homework and turned it in. If I don't turn in my homework, I'll get scolded, but why am I getting scolded even after turning it in? Then why'd I even hand it in? Fang Qimai, are you even listening to me? Hurry up! Fang Qimai stood up and casually replied, coming. Fang Qimai followed Tian to the office. For some reason, Tian Tian called Fang Qimai out again and led him to a stairwell where there were few people. Tian Tian folded her arms across her chest, let out 2 heavy sighs, and looked at Fang Qimai with an expression of deep grievance. Fang Qimai was puzzled. What was the big deal? Was it really worth this? Besides, he'd already turned in his homework. Tian Tian hesitated, as if she wanted to say something but couldn't bring herself to. After a long moment, she finally said, "Never mind, I'll just call your parents over." Fang Qimai was puzzled. Did they really need to call his parents? What could be so serious? Mrs. Tian, my parents are very busy. To be honest, over the past decade or so, I've only seen them once. In the future, I don't think I'll see them more than a few times a year. Fang Qimai continued, I don't think you'll be able to see them. You can just tell me what's going on. No, your parents absolutely have to be here for this. Fang Qimai looked completely baffled. Mrs. Tian, at the very least, let me know what this is about. Tian Tian sighed again and said irritably, I'm warning you, Fang Qimai, whether on campus or off, keep your distance from my daughter. Fang Qimai? Who's your daughter? Fang Qimai was speechless. He had no idea Mrs. Tian even had a daughter at to high school. Tian Tian continued, still exasperated. You're about to take the college entrance exams yourself. You should be focusing on your studies. Even though your English has always been terrible and it's hard to turn things around, don't let it interfere with my daughter's studies. If her ranking drops in this month's monthly exam, I'll hold you personally responsible. With that, Tian Tian took out her phone and said, Here, give me your parents' phone number. I need to talk to them. Mrs. Tian, are you sure you want to talk to my parents? Of course. I'm angry. Very angry. I want to see your parents right now. Tian Tian was so furious that, in a fit of impulse, she couldn't help but burst out in English. She tucked her hair behind her ear and continued, "Can you understand that? If not, I'll say it again in Chinese. I'm very angry and I want to see them right now." Fang Qimai shook his head slightly. With all the English skills I've unlocked, how could I not understand? Before Tian Tian could finish her sentence, Fang Qimai interrupted, "Mrs. Tian, you have to tell me who your daughter is first." Wow, this kid speaks English pretty well. His pronunciation is spot on without a trace of an accent, and he's very fluent. Tian Tian was quite shocked. Then the two of them began conversing, and back and forth they exchanged words. Several female students passing by were amazed. That student is so impressive, he's actually chatting with the teacher in English. As a struggling student, I wonder when I'll ever reach that level. I'm so jealous. What are they saying? They're talking too fast. As a struggling student, I could only catch a few words. I've got to go back and brush up on my listening skills first. Gotta run. Tian Tian and Fang Qimai were chatting away at a rapid pace. Tian Tian kept insisting that Fang's parents come. Finally, when she mentioned her daughter's name, Fang Qimai was baffled. "Li Wei Wei, I know anyone by that name. Mrs. Tian, you must have made a mistake, right?" "How could I possibly be mistaken?" She admitted it herself. Fang Qimai from class 10, senior 3, is her boyfriend. Wait a minute. The name Li Wei Wei sounds so familiar. Fang Qimai was starting to remember. It had come up before on that confusion level list. Wait, isn't she the younger classmate who asked for my WeChat ID? Li Wei Wei was one of the people who kept leaving little gifts on his desk back then. What's up with this woman? How dare she claim I'm her boyfriend? I'm not taking the blame for this. Mrs. Tian, isn't your daughter a freshman in high school? Yes, of course. Don't you know that? Are you playing dumb with me? Tian Tian was furious. She continued, "That's right, you're quite easy on the eyes. I don't care how you managed to hook up with my daughter, but I absolutely won't allow this to continue and I won't let you ruin her." Tian Tian cut Fang Qimai off, saying angrily, "I never thought that even though I keep such a tight rein on her, she'd pull a stunt like this on me. Spit it out, how far have you two gone?" "I haven't even noticed what she looks like." Fang Qimai was at a loss. "Mrs. Tian, to be precise, I don't even know your daughter. If you don't believe me, call her over so we confront her face to face." "You want to see her again? Forget it." Fang Qimai. Sighing, Fang Qimai silently thought to himself, "Forget it, I can't be bothered to argue with you. I still haven't sorted things out with Qin Yanling regarding Shang. I don't have time to deal with you." "All right, Mrs. Tian, I'll give you the number, but I can't guarantee you'll get through. My parents are always so busy." Tian Tian snorted and dialed the number. The line was busy. She tried again, but it was still busy. As she kept redialing, Tian Tian said, "What could possibly be so urgent? Even if they have to work overtime today, even if taking time off means a pay cut, they have to come over. I'd really like to ask them how they raise their own kids." What's going on? Still can't get through? Confusion level from Tian Tian +1. "Mrs. Tian, if there's nothing for me here, I'm heading back to class." Fang Qimai shrugged. "I'll just leave this mess to mom and dad." As soon as he reached the classroom door, Fang Qimai ran right into Li Hongji. Li Hongji really hated Fang Qimai, but there was nothing he could do. Fang Qimai was just too quick with his tongue, and Lei couldn't out-argue him. By lunchtime, Li Hongji had calmed down and realized something. So what if he let out a stinky fart on the track in front of the whole class? So what if the whole class saw me shit my pants? I'm not embarrassed, let everyone else be embarrassed. Let Fang Qimai say whatever he wants. The two of them just stared at each other. Finally, Fang Qimai was the first to speak. "Class president, you..." "What do I want? You want to apologize, right?" "No need." Fang Qimai said with a straight face. "No, class president, I just wanted to ask, did you eat cilantro for lunch?" "Damn it." Li Hongzi slumped back to his seat, feeling frustrated. A sense of bewilderment slowly crept her head. Trying not to feel awkward is really so hard. No sooner had he sat down than someone slipped a note onto his desk and walked away. Li Hongzi looked up and saw that it was Kai Shali, the English class representative. Kai Shali was a chubby girl, 1.66 meters tall, with a somewhat stocky build. Her looks were rough around the edges, too. 49 points, that's all she got. Rumor had it that Kai Shali's family was quite wealthy, and her parents had enrolled her in quite a few tutoring classes. Her English grades were indeed excellent, and she had won awards in English competitions. In class, she and Xiao Bixu always took first and second place, respectively. She once told the other girls in the class that she likes knowledgeable, ambitious boys. Anyone with eyes could tell that Kai Shali had a crush on Li Hongzi. That's why she spoke up for Li Hongzi during chemistry class. But Li Hongzi wasn't the least bit interested in her. With a stunning beauty like Xiao Bixu right by his side, why would he even notice her? Li Hongzi opened the note and took a look. It's in English of all things. The gist of it was, "Gee, there may not be many who understand you, but there are plenty who support you. The road ahead may be a bit bumpy, but you'll definitely make it through. Keep it up." Lie, who understands and supports you. Screw this inspirational crap. Startled, Li Hongzhi quickly crumpled the note into a ball and tossed it away. What a weirdo, what kind of nonsense is she thinking about all day long? Li Hongzhi was particularly sensitive right now. After what happened this morning, he felt like the whole class was mocking him. If anyone showed concern, he just assumed they were pitying him. Just then, Fang Qimai, who had only just sat down, suddenly felt a massive wave of confusion coming from their English teacher Tian Tian. Before he could figure out what was going on, someone suddenly tapped on his desk. Fang Qimai looked up and saw it was Kai Shali. "What's up?" "Fang Qimai, hand in your English homework now. If you don't, I'll tell Mr. Tian right away." The sudden switch to English, combined with her rapid-fire speech, instantly caught the attention of several classmates nearby. "Is there another show about to start?" Kai Shali's startling remark was clearly meant to humiliate Fang Qimai. In fact, Fang Qimai understood perfectly well she was just urging him to hand in his homework. It was clear that Kai Shali was very vindictive and had been holding a grudge over what happened that morning. Fang Qimai picked at his ear and asked, "Class representative, could you please speak properly?" Kai Shali snorted coldly, adopting a haughty demeanor. "Do you understand what I said?" The classmates around them were all watching the spectacle. Liu Meimei was a little annoyed. "Sally, aren't you just picking on him? You know full well that Meimei's English." Kai Shali cut her off. "Shut up." Niu Jikao also stepped forward and asked, "So what if you're the class representative? Is it fun to pick on people?" Any comments? "You?" Kai Shali couldn't help but let the corners of her mouth turn up. "When it comes to English, no one dares to compete with me. I just love it when people can't beat me." Fang Qimai asked calmly, "Class representative, have you been eating too many of the class president's farts?" Kai Shali. Confusion level from Li Hongzhi +. He was bringing up the class president's farts again. Kai Shali was furious. One bad apple spoils the whole barrel. One rotten apple spoils a whole barrel of what? She could still grasp the general meaning of the previous few sentences. But as for this one, most students could only grasp its literal meaning. Fang Qimai, however, knew it was a sarcastic proverb. Kai Shali stood with her hands on her hips, looking very smug. "I'm calling you out, but you don't get it. You deserve it." Fang Qimai had long since seen through Kai Shali's little scheme. But when it came to making sure she didn't understand, if Fang Qimai spoke German, he'd definitely leave her speechless. If he wanted to win her over completely, Fang Qimai could also make her scalp tingle by speaking English. He stood up and smiled slightly. "You're quite good at figuring things out." As soon as he said this, Kai Shali's smile vanished instantly. Niu Jikao and the others were pleasantly surprised. Setting aside the exact meaning of the English phrase, just hearing Fang Qimai's fluent and standard pronunciation was enough. Everyone thought Fang Qimai was pretty impressive. Kai Shali's confusion level. Liu Meimei asked, "Meimei, what does that mean?" Fang Qimai looked at Kai Shali. What she just said was a proverb. The exact meaning is one rotten apple spoils the whole barrel. Fang Qimai's lips curled into a smile as he continued, "And what I said was also a proverb, meaning you're a champ for knowing exactly what you're made of." Niu Jikao was overjoyed. 666, way to go, brother Mai. Nice one. Oh my god, is this for real? Liu Meimei and the others were also in disbelief. Fang Mai was terrible at English, he'd never even passed an exam, and now he was actually quoting proverbs. Kai Shali, who had been standing there dumbfounded, was at a loss for words. Not only did Fang Qimai understand what was said, but he also knew how to fire back, and judging by his pronunciation. How could this possibly come from someone who's terrible at English? Kai Shali's confusion level.
A few classmates quickly gathered around to watch the show. Kai Shali held her breath for a moment, then shouted, "You want to challenge me?" Fang Qimai shook his head. "No, but I want to ask you to experience KTV. I don't want to challenge you, but I'd really like to invite you to check out KTV. KTV? Yes, do you know what KTV is? Kai Shali? Fang Qimai continued, "It's key you up, then to your feet, and finally I'll make V for victory. Haha. Haha." Niu Jikao thought about it for a moment. Once he understood the meaning, he burst out laughing. "Liu Meimei?" Kai Shali's confusion level was. Kai Shali shouted angrily in English, "Get out, get out, get out. Get out of my sight." Fang Qimai laughed. "What's the matter? Can't handle an argument, so you tell people to get lost." Kai Shali was furious and humiliated. So Fang Qimai's English was actually this good? Not only could he understand it, but he was also so articulate. Kai Shali didn't know how to respond, so she could only shout in English again, "Get out of here. You woman, are you never going to let this go?" Fang Qimai replied, "Never offer to teach a fish to swim, you know?" Liu Meimei. That's another proverb. Niu Jikao asked, "Never teach a fish to swim. Brother Mai, how should we interpret this? Fang Qimai pointed at Kai Shali. Class representative, could you explain it? Humph, Kai Shali didn't want to speak. Ruan Meng, standing nearby, said, Kshu, your English is better, you explain it. Xiao Bixu was just marveling at Fang Qimai's English proficiency. She replied, it means don't show off your skills in front of an expert, or to put it another way, don't show off your sword in front of Guan Yu. Kai Shali. Niu Jikao nodded, got it. Wow, my, you know so many proverbs, Liu Mai said, looking at him with admiration. She'd only just realized how amazing her desk partner's English was. Kai Shali was furious. She already hated Xiao Bixu, and now, to top it all off, she's actually teaming up with Fang Qimai to give her a hard time. She turned to Fang Qimai and said, Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are? Faced with this accusation, Fang Qimai replied, A girl like you can't get married, and even if you did, you'd just shift the blame onto others. Kai Shali. Someone nearby asked, What does that even mean? Fang Qimai shrugged and pointed at Kai Shali. It means a girl like you can't get married, and even if you did, you'd just shift the blame onto others. 6666. That was brilliant. That's just like a little heifer on a swing swinging back and forth. One by one, the onlookers burst into laughter. Not only was Fang Qimai's English excellent, but his comebacks were spot on. It was truly eye-opening. Mai, when are you going to teach us a few more phrases? Yeah, Mai, teach us when you have time. Fang Qimai replied, Who would ask someone as hopeless at English as me to teach? Our class English representative is so good I'd just be showing off in front of an expert. Niu Jikao immediately teased, If you ask me, our English class representative isn't all that great either. Confusion level from Kai Shali, Botin. Fang Qimai smiled slightly, Then I'll teach you guys when I have time. Class representative, no need to bother you. Kai Shali. You're all crazy. You're all completely out of your minds. Pushed to her limit, Kai Shali could only let loose with a tirade. Oh my, so you can speak Chinese after all? Fang Qimai continued, Sister Kai, I'm sure your English isn't bad, you just don't know how to use it flexibly. Do you remember what I told you this morning? Learning requires using your brain. Kai Shali was beside herself. Fang Qimai, do you think you're so great just because you've picked up a few random phrases? Your mouth is so foul, you're so good at hurling insults. That's where you're wrong. This is just some English conversation between classmates. Did I call you a bitch? Fang Qimai shrugged. No, I didn't. How can you say I was cursing at you? You? Kai Shali felt a chill run her spine. It was true she'd memorized countless proverbs, which she usually used when writing essays. But at this critical moment, her mind went completely blank, and she couldn't think of a single sentence to fire back at Fang Qimai. She'd intended to use English to feel superior, but instead Fang Qimai had outshone her. Kai Shali still wasn't ready to admit defeat. We'll see about that. Don't think that just because you've picked up a few random bits of knowledge, you can lecture me. Next time you criticize me, take a look at your own English test score first. With that, Kai Shali turned around and prepared to leave. Fang Qimai added, Oh, and class representative, I've already turned in my English exam. Next time, make sure you've checked it before you come nagging me about homework. Kai Shali opened her mouth but stopped herself. Fang Qimai used to never do his homework, so she never expected him to hand it in today, a complete departure from his usual behavior. Kai Shali was so used to nagging him that she let her guard down for a moment. Haha, that's really rare, you must have copied it, right? Fang Qimai echoed Kai Shali's words. Any comments? You? Kai Shali pointed at Fang Qimai and said, Just you wait. Kai Shali's confusion level. Niu Jikao and the others gathered around. Bro Mai, teach us a few more practical proverbs. Yeah, we might just need them for this afternoon's English test, Liu Maimi chimed in. Fang Qimai nodded, sure. No cross, no crown. You can't see the rainbow without going through the storm. One boy is a boy, two boys half a boy, three boys no boy. Translated, that's one monk carries water to drink, two monks carry water together, three monks have no water to drink. An ice 3 feet thick isn't formed in a single day, that's the same as Rome wasn't built in a day. Several classmates around them quickly pulled out their pens. Hurry up and take notes. Actually, English proverbs aren't that hard, it's all about building up your knowledge. As you continue to build your knowledge, you also need to know how to apply them. The system provided reward techniques for English essay writing, includes practical tips on using proverbs and other figures of speech. Fang Qimai continued, My English teacher also said that using idioms and proverbs more often helps improve essay scores. In an English essay, you must be able to convey your intended message fluently and accurately. Building on this foundation, the judicious use of idioms and proverbs will greatly enhance the entire essay. Part of the difference between high and low essay scores lies in the application of these special types of sentences. Especially in the concluding paragraph, if you can use a single sentence to tie the entire essay together and accurately articulate its main theme, then that essay is well on its way to a high score. Fang Qimai not only taught proverbs, but also showed them how to apply them, ensuring that students didn't just memorize them by rote. The students in the class took notes diligently, and each of them admired Fang Qimai deeply. Liu Maimei exclaimed, "Maimei looks so handsome when he's teaching with such dedication." The bell signaling the start of class rang, marking the end of lunch break. English teacher Tian Tian walked in, her high heels clicking on the floor. Usually so serious, she seemed surprisingly happy today. Her face was beaming. Was there some happy news? She was a completely different person from the gruff woman who had snapped at Qimai and sent him out of the classroom at lunchtime. Kai Shali immediately went up to her and handed Tian Tian the collected test papers. At the same time, she pointed to the one she had deliberately placed on top. "Mrs. Tian, Fang Qimai's test paper here is a copy." "Huh?" Kai Shali looked at Fang Qimai. He admitted it himself. All the other students heard him. Fang Qimai. Fang Qimai was at a loss for words. He'd only copied the homework and turned it in because he was in a good mood. He never expected this little bitch would actually go and tattle on him. Kai Shali was in high spirits. If she couldn't handle Fang Qimai, surely Mrs. Tian could? Unexpectedly, Tian Tian merely nodded and let out a soft Kai Shali sensed something was off. Under normal circumstances, Mrs. Tian would have been furious. Why was she so calm today? "Alright, I understand. You may go now." Kai Shali? "Oh, okay." Kai Shali returned to her seat, feeling a bit dazed. Tian Tian cleared her throat. "Class, learning from one another is a good thing. Today marks 93 days until the college entrance exam. No matter what, everyone, you've got to give it your all." "What?" Kai Shali was dumbfounded. Fang Qimai copied someone's homework and Mrs. Tian called it learning from one another? And then she even dished out some inspirational advice? Was this just going to be swept under the rug with no further action taken against Fang Qimai? No way, that's not Mrs. Tian's style. Confusion level from Kai Shali +10. The whole class was quite surprised. Mrs. Tian seemed like a completely different person today. The exam begins. Upon receiving the test, Fang Qimai first gave a quick scan. These days, reading an English exam paper was a breeze for him. Part 1, Listening. There are 2 sections, for a total of 30 points. When answering the questions, first mark your answers on the test paper. After the recording ends, you will have 2 minutes to transfer your answers from the test paper to the answer sheet. Section 1, 5 questions in total. For each question, soon the listening section began. Fang Qimai, who has a photographic memory, had already committed the contents of the test to memory after glancing at it. He had also memorized all the A, B, and C options for every question in the listening section. He no longer needed to look at the test paper, he could fill in the answer sheet directly. Liu Maimei, on the other hand, was only half understanding the listening passage. Today's listening section seems a little difficult. When she caught a glimpse of Fang Qimai's strange behavior out of the corner of her eye, she was completely stunned. Filling in the answer sheet blindly, "Oh my god, what's gotten into my Mai?" Confusion level from Liu Maimei +3. For the reading comprehension and closed test that followed, Fang Qimai breezed through them in one go. Finally, it was time for the writing section. The writing section was divided into error correction and written expression. Fang Qimai read through it just once and circled all the errors. As for the written expression section, having mastered the techniques of English essay writing, Fang Qimai finished it with ease. After finishing everything, he went to sleep as usual. While proctoring the exam, Tian Tian graded the homework she had assigned over the weekend. Every now and then, she looked up to see if anyone was cheating. To her surprise, Fang Qimai was actually asleep. But she didn't get angry, instead she gave him an aunt-like smile. She watched him for nearly 10 seconds before going back to grading the assignments. After the exam ended, the test papers began to be collected. Fang Qimai glanced at his phone. Contact, Mom is beautiful. 101 missed calls. 5 minutes ago. My god. Fang Qimai was speechless. Before the exam, he had set his phone to silent. 101 missed calls in just 2 class periods. Is the house on fire or something? Why the rush? Worried that something urgent might have happened, Fang Qimai didn't think twice. He dialed the number right back, right under the teacher's nose. It rang for a long time. Li Haomei finally picked up. "Hey, my precious son." "Mom." "What son?" "Fang Qimai." "Didn't you just call me? You're the one who has something to say." Li Haomei paused for a few seconds. "Did I really do that?" "Fang Qimai." Is Mom's memory acting up again? Damn it. Fang Qimai held his tongue. Judging by Li Haomei's laid-back tone, it probably wasn't anything urgent. Li Haomei thought for a moment. "I think there might be something to that." Fang Qimai was speechless. Of course there was. Otherwise, who the hell made those 101 missed calls? Li Haomei suddenly said, "Oh son, I just remembered I did call you a moment ago." "Good thing you remembered." Fang Qimai finally let out a sigh of relief. Li Haomei asked, "But what was I calling you about again?" Fang Qimai. Confusion level from Fang Qimai himself plus 10. Confusion level from Fang Qimai himself plus 12. Fang Qimai nearly lost it. If it had been anyone else, he would have blown his top long ago. But unfortunately, the person on the other end was his own mom. "Hey mom, how long has this been going on?" Just then Tian Tian, who had just finished organizing the test papers, suddenly called out gently, "Qimai, come out here for a moment." "Qimai?" The whole class was truly baffled. In the past, when Tian Tian called out to everyone, she always used their full names. But today she called out Qimai in such a warm, familiar way. It was beyond belief. On the other end of the line, Li Haomei couldn't figure out what was going on. Fang Qimai said, "Mom, I've got to go now, the teacher's calling me." After hanging up, Fang Qimai followed Tian Tian out of the classroom. The familiar scene played out again. Tian Tian called Fang Qimai into the office. She set down the test papers, then led Fang Qimai to the stairwell. Does this woman never stop? Fang Qimai was thoroughly puzzled. To his surprise, Tian Tian looked at him with a smile. She looked him up and down, her eyes filled with tenderness. Then she nodded in satisfaction. "He's such a handsome young man, tall too, he's sure to go far in the future." Qimai. "Come to think of it, this is a bit embarrassing," Tian Tian said with a faint smile. She continued, "To be honest, I have no objections to you and YY being together. I hope you'll be a source of encouragement for each other, pushing one another to grow and improve. Once you're both in college, you can start picking a date and formally set the engagement. Once you reach the legal age, you can hold the wedding." Fang Qimai? Auntie? Wasn't she furious just this afternoon, telling me to stay away from her daughter? Now she's suddenly bringing up engagement and marriage? Fang Qimai was completely baffled on the spot. Fang Qimai's own confusion level, plus. As for the dowry and all that, if we can do without it, let's do without it. The most important thing is that you and Weiwei will be happy together in the future. And Tian thought for a moment, then added, "You're both still young. As for the specifics, we can always sit down and discuss them in detail once your parents have time." Fang Qimai held back for a while before finally asking, "Hold on a second, Mrs. Tian. Is there some kind of misunderstanding here?" "Oh, Qimai. When we're alone and no one else is around, don't call me Mrs. Tian, just call me Auntie. We'll be family from now on, so don't be so formal." Fang Qimai. Tian Tian continued, "Why don't you come over to Auntie's place tonight? I'll give you some extra English lessons. Or I can come to your place, whichever works better." English tutoring. Yes. She paused for a moment, then added, "Don't worry, we're family now. I'll tutor you for free. I just found out at lunchtime that your spoken English is actually quite good. If you work on a few other areas, your grades will definitely improve." Fang Qimai. Fang Qimai was getting more and more confused. Are these two mother and daughter crazy? Suddenly it seemed like he figured out what was going on. "Mrs. Tian, did you manage to get through when you called my parents at noon?" Looking back on it, Tian Tian still felt a chill run down her spine. She had called Li Haomei more than a dozen times in a row that afternoon before finally getting through. She started by berating her, accusing Fang Qimai of not caring about his studies and disrupting his classmates. She also demanded that Li Haomei come to the school that very day. However, Li Haomei was in the Philippines and had several meetings scheduled for the afternoon. Faced with the English teacher's forceful insistence, Li Haomei simply revealed her true identity. Although Tian Tian was quite shocked, she simply didn't believe it. However, she received confirmation from the homeroom teacher, Xu Baogai. Li Haomei was indeed the wife of the chairman of Tianhao Group of Fortune 500 company. Upon learning the truth, Tian Tian nearly fell to her knees. It was at that very moment that she was completely blown away. Tian Tian whispered, "The call went through. That's strange, I had no idea your parents were the renowned heads of Tianhao Group. I wasn't very nice to you before. I'm really sorry. Fang Qimai sighed. It turned out being the child of a wealthy family wasn't all that easy after all. If you let your guard down even for a moment, people will have their eyes on you. No wonder this woman was in such a good mood she didn't even get angry when she found out his homework was copied. Does she really think of me as her future wealthy son-in-law? That's a pretty nice fantasy. But then again, that's only natural. Who wouldn't be swept off their feet upon learning that their daughter's boyfriend is the son of Asia's richest man? It's not too late to find out now, Fang Qimai said, his expression turning serious in an instant. He continued, Mrs. Tian, I'll say this one last time. I don't know your daughter, and I'm not her boyfriend. Tian was momentarily speechless. With a wry smile, she asked, Is that really true? Why didn't you tell me sooner? Fang Qimai couldn't be bothered to explain further. He simply retorted, Didn't I say so? Tian thought back Fang Qimai had indeed said that, but at the time she'd been so angry that she hadn't been able to take anything in. Confusion level from Tian, 16. Tian felt incredibly awkward. She quickly forced a smile and said, It's a misunderstanding. Just a misunderstanding. Qimai, don't take it to heart. I'll have a serious talk with Wei when I get home. That girl just makes things up. Very well, Fang Qimai nodded and asked, So Mrs. Tian, should I still call my parents over? No, there's no need to trouble them, Tian replied hastily. If there's nothing else, I'm going back to class. Okay. Confusion level from Tian plus 12. Confusion level from Tian plus 10. Tian smiled as she watched Fang Qimai walk away. Only after he was out of sight did she let out a heavy sigh of relief. That was so embarrassing. What a stupid thing I did. Just as much as she had wanted to be Fang Qimai's mother-in-law a moment ago, she now felt just as humiliated. Sure enough, good sons-in-law are always someone else's. Her own daughter, who doesn't like to study, spends all day daydreaming, even lied to her. It had made her a complete laughingstock. She might even have offended the chairwoman of Tianhao Group. The more Tian thought about it, the more terrified and angry she became. She was determined to give Liu Weiwei a good scolding when she got home. Back in her office, Tian struggled for a long time to shake off this awkward feeling. Still, work had to go on. She opened the exam papers and with a red pen in hand began grading them. After grading 3 papers, she determined that those 3 students had barely scraped by. She muttered to herself, this exam was definitely a little harder than usual. The 4th paper belonged to Fang Qimai. These days, just seeing the name Fang Qimai made her tremble slightly. Strangely enough, this time Fang Qimai had actually answered every single question on his exam. She began marking it. The more she graded, the more astonished she became. Oh my gosh, not only did he get all the previous questions right, but he even wrote such a great essay. There were no grammar or spelling mistakes, and he used various sentence structures with perfect precision. On top of that, his handwriting is neat. I really can't find a single flaw. I wouldn't even know where to start deducting points. Perfect score. An absolute perfect score. This is a test with a higher difficulty level. It's unbelievable. Come to think of it, Fang Qimai had been asleep with his head on the desk for quite a while, and he still got a perfect score. Tian's first thought was that Fang Qimai must have cheated. But then she thought about the students sitting around Fang Qimai. Their English grades were all just average. Who could have let him copy a perfect score? Even if he could have copied the answers to the first part of the test, he couldn't have copied the English essay. She also pulled out the exams of Kai Shali and Xiao Bixu, who usually had the best English grades. Comparing the 3 papers side by side, Kai Shali and Xiao Bixu actually had a few mistakes. They too had been stumped by this exam. As for Fang Qimai's paper, aside from the essay not matching the model answer, it was otherwise a perfect copy of the model answer. She had previously overheard Xu Baogai and Lei Jiaming discussing Fang Qimai. He had come in first on both the most recent math and physics exams. At first, she hadn't taken it seriously, but now the perfect English exam was right in front of her. Recalling Fang Qimai's clear and articulate spoken English, which she had heard with her own ears that afternoon, she was convinced he had what it took. This is Fang Qimai's true level of English. Tian had a sudden realization. No wonder he said he didn't need English tutoring. Confusion level from Tian, 16. Time flew by and the afternoon classes came to an end. With the capture of serial killer Huang Liangkai, Tu High School reinstated its evening study sessions, meaning students wouldn't be dismissed until 9:30 p.m. But this didn't affect Fang Qimai in the least. because he could leave whenever he wanted. As usual, he changed his clothes and got ready to head home. Today, he had sent Bai Lishu to Shangwen to help Qin Yanling handle some matters, and he hadn't arranged for a driver. He planned to drive home himself. As he was driving, Fang Qimai ran into Wang Ziqing, a physical education teacher who was heading home from work. Today, Wang Ziqing was wearing a light blue shirt, a tie, and dress shoes. He looked quite dapper. "Hey, brother Shang, dressed up so flashy heading out on a date? You little rascal, you're such a chatterbox." Wang Ziqing's expression betrayed a sense of uncontrollable joy. Standing where he was, he asked, "What do you think? Do I look good?" Fang Qimai took a look and replied, "You look great." Before Wang Ziqing could get too excited, Fang Qimai added, "But compared to me, you're still a little short." Wang Ziqing's confusion low. "I've got to go, your mentor's wife is waiting for me at the gate." With that, Wang Ziqing walked cheerfully toward the school gate. At the gate, Kong Mengxin, the freshman English teacher, was also waiting happily for Wang Ziqing. The two had planned to grab a bite to eat together and then catch a movie. Unexpectedly, at that moment, a long screech of brakes rang out. A red Porsche 911 pulled up beside Kong Mengxin. The driver's door opened and a long leg covered in leg hair stepped out. Upon closer inspection, the driver was a young foreign man wearing sunglasses with thick, wavy blonde hair. He was muscular and tall, at least 1.8 meters. "Hello Kong, how nice to see you." Kong Mengxin's expression turned slightly displeased, and she merely replied casually, "Hello." At that moment, Wang Ziqing stepped forward and stood beside Kong Mengxin. The foreigner furrowed his brow. "Who is he?" "He's my boyfriend." The foreigner immediately took off his sunglasses and said in a raised voice, "Your boyfriend? Damn." Fang Qimai heard it clearly. Upon learning that Wang Ziqing was Kong Mengxin's boyfriend, the foreigner let out a string of expletives. He clearly didn't think much of Wang Ziqing. It seemed Shang had run into a romantic rival. And a tall, rich, and handsome one at that. That 911 must be worth at least 2 million, right? Fang Qimai felt a bit helpless. My poor brother Shang, is he about to get pushed around? Although Wang Ziqing didn't know who this foreigner was, he was certain that he knew Kong Mengxin. As far as looks went, Wang Ziqing felt he wasn't too shabby either. But when he thought about the bicycle he usually rode home from work, and when he looked at the expensive Porsche the other man was driving, Wang Ziqing felt extremely threatened. Adding up his base salary, performance bonus, and allowances, his take-home pay for the month was only 5,000 or 6,000. In a more economically developed city, that might be over 10,000, but in Jiangcheng that was the norm. In some cities, middle school teachers' salaries are even pitifully low. This is also why there are so few male teachers after all. It's hard to support a family on such a salary. On top of that, the girlfriend who had dumped him earlier was also a foreigner. So, to a greater or lesser extent, he harbors some resentment toward them. As for height, Wang Ziqing, at 1.78 meters, was still a bit shorter than this foreigner standing in front of him. This made him seem slightly less imposing. Although his English grades aren't great, he's been studying hard to improve. He was still able to understand their brief exchange just now. Especially that damn... He knew that when Kong Mengxin introduced him as her boyfriend, the foreigner had called him shit. This was the last straw. Didn't he know whose turf this was? Wang Ziqing stood as straight as he could, tilted his head up slightly, and asked, Can you speak, kick you to death? What the damned, what the hell? Are you an idiot? Are you an idiot? Kong Mengxin immediately interjected, Mike, he's my boyfriend. Please show some respect. Mike pointed at Wang Ziqing and said, Damn, your boyfriend is a son of a witch. Mike. Wang Ziqing snapped angrily. Don't think I don't understand you. What kind of person are you? Get out of here right now. You're not welcome here. Mike ignored Wang Ziqing and turned to Kong Mengxin, saying, Kong, you're so amazing. How could you end up with a boyfriend like this? Come with me and I'll treat you to dinner. As he spoke, Mike patted his Porsche and shot Wang Ziqing a smug look. Wang Ziqing clenched his fists. Who could put up with this? No thanks. After refusing, Kong Mengxin grabbed Wang Ziqing's arm and tried to pull him away. Loser, stay away from Kong. You're not good enough for her. Get out of here. Fine, you son of a bitch. Your Chinese is terrible, but so you actually speak it? You idiot. My grandpa idiot? Mike? Mike patted his Porsche again. I've got a 10 million mansion and a 2 million car. You've got nothing. Stay away from Kong right now. At that, Wang Ziqing instantly lost his nerve. Kong, Mike continued to press the issue. Kong Mengson interrupted, "Enough, Mike. I told you I don't like you, stop bothering me." Mike flew into a rage, "I don't care. Now you have to come with me." As he spoke, Mike lunged forward and grabbed Kong Mengson's purse. Wang Xiqing wasn't one to be pushed around, he'd held back for a long time, and now he grabbed by the collar. "You son of a bitch. Say another word and I'll beat you up." "Mike? Son of a bitch, what the hell?" Mike was about to fight back. Just then the roar of supercar engines grew louder as they approached. The three looked up to see 4 sports cars roaring toward them. Leading the pack was a white Koenigsegg Agera. Close behind were a Pagani Huayra, an Aston Martin DB11, and a Ferrari 612. All 4 cars flashed their headlights simultaneously, instantly freezing Mike in his tracks. "Oh my god. Koenigsegg, Pagani, Aston Martin, Ferrari. So cool." Mike recognized each of the 4 cars one by one. He'd never seen them all together before. Besides, their license plates were pretty impressive too. "I wonder who their owners are." Mike Cates, what the +5. Confusion level from Mike Kate +7. The first Koenigsegg executed a sharp drift, sliding right behind that Porsche. That's not something just anyone can pull off. The whole maneuver was smooth and sharp, so cool. The Pagani and Aston Martin pulled up on either side of the Porsche. The Ferrari flashed its high beams at the front of the Porsche. In an instant, Mike's Porsche was surrounded by 4 supercars, each more expensive than his own. All 4 supercars shifted into neutral and floored their throttles at the same time. Roar. Roar. The sound was absolutely deafening, it made his heart tremble. This was the legendary street race. My god, Mike hurriedly covered his ears. Instinctively, he leaned back against his Porsche 911. Mike Cates blown away meter +15. The arrival of these 4 supercars caught the attention of countless people around them. Wang Xiqing was just as baffled. What was going on? Of the 4 supercars, the Koenigsegg Agera was the first to open its door. When the passenger stepped out, Wang Xiqing's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Fang Qimai? Confusion level from Wang Xiqing +12. He was dumbfounded, although he already knew that Fang Qimai's father had purchased land for No. 2 high school to build a gymnasium. He had no idea Fang Qimai could actually mobilize 4 supercars at once. And that drift just now. Unbelievable, is this really the Fang Qimai I know? Through data analysis, Fang Qimai had learned that this guy named McCate was a rich kid, but just an ordinary one, not particularly wealthy. What angered people the most was that McKay was a womanizer who specifically targeted local women. Combining this with Kong Mengson's information, Fang Qimai realized that when Kong Mengson was in college, she had worked part-time at the English tutoring center Mike owned, which is how the two had met. Miquette has been harassing her ever since. Poor Shang to have run into an opponent like this. Considering how well Shang-Ji had treated him over the years, Fang Qimai decided to give him a hand. Since the school wasn't far from home, he simply had his bodyguards drive over 3 sports cars. Combined with the Koenigsegg Agera he'd driven there today, he made a truly dazzling entrance. After getting out of the car, Fang Qimai confidently took off his sunglasses. Mike looked on in surprise at this young man, whose appearance and demeanor were both extraordinary. Standing next to him, Fang Qimai held his own. Fang Qimai walked straight toward Wang Xiqing. Accompanied by 3 bald bodyguards, the 4 of them respectfully exclaimed, "Sorry, President Wang. We're late." Wang Xiqing? Did I hear that right? Mr. Wang? Wang Xiqing's confusion level. Mike? What the hell? Confusion level from Mike Kate, 15. Wang Xiqing froze for a few seconds. Still in a daze, he began to grasp what Fang Qimai meant. Ahem. He cleared his throat and said, playing along, It's nothing. It's good that you're here." Fang Qimai turned his head and glared at. Even Mike, that womanizer, felt a twinge of fear. "Your name's Mike, right? How dare you be disrespectful to our general manager? Are you tired of living?" "General manager?" Mike shook his head with a scornful look. "No, that's impossible. He just looks like a good-for-nothing teacher. How could he possibly be the general manager?" "A good-for-nothing teacher? How dare you speak of our general manager that way?" Fang Qimai shot him a withering glare. "Don't you know that in our country, there are plenty of wealthy people with nothing better to do who like to experience different walks of life? Our general manager Wang teaches purely out of interest." "You've got to be kidding me." Mike couldn't wrap his head around it. Fang Qimai asked again, "Do you think driving a 2 million yuan car makes you so great? I think you're the real joke." Mike didn't dare say another word. Any one of the 4 supercars surrounding them was far more expensive than his Porsche 911. Combined, the 4 cars were worth at least 50 to 60 million. Compared to that, his own 10 million luxury mansion seemed utterly pathetic. Confusion level from Mike Kate Paitin. The two communicated entirely in English, leaving Wang Zixing staring in utter amazement. He wondered, who was it who told me that Fang Qimai's academic grades were terrible? Seeing that Mike had fallen silent, Fang Qimai knew the guy had backed down. Just as he'd expected a bully who picks on the weak, Fang Qimai had successfully intimidated him. However, just to be on the safe side, Fang Qimai decided to issue him an absolute command. Mike, don't ever set your sights on our brother Sicking's woman again, got it? Ding. 1000 confusion points consumed, absolute command activated. Current confusion points remaining 6155. Mike immediately replied, gee, got it. I'll never do it again, I swear to God. Very good. Fang Qimai nodded in satisfaction. Next, he was going to help Wang Zixing finish playing the fool. Walking up to Wang Zixing, Fang Qimai handed him the keys to the Koenigsegg. He whispered softly into Wang Zixing's ear, Brother Shang, here are the keys, this is as far as I can help you. Although Wang Zixing was deeply moved, a look of distress crossed his face. He also whispered into Fang Qimai's ear, I really appreciate this, but I don't know how to drive. Fang Qimai. Don't worry, it's no big deal. Of the 4 cars here today, the Ferrari 612 is a 4-seater. Fang Qimai personally opened the door for them and helped the 2 of them get in. Mike watched the whole thing unfold, not daring to say a word. Among the onlookers were security guards and students. They were all in awe. Thank you, Qimai. Thank you for getting me out of this predicament. Wang Zixing was deeply moved. If it hadn't been for Fang Qimai coming to the rescue, he would have been in a very awkward situation. That guy Mike would have just kept pestering me endlessly. Brother Shang and Sister Shang, enjoy your date. You can use this car for now, and as for your expenses tonight, Fang Qimai smiled slightly and continued, I'll cover the bill. Fang Qimai's driver nodded, got it young master, I'll take care of it. Wang Zixing and his wife were stunned. You might not believe this, but I have a student who's a millionaire. He's incredibly rich, generous and magnanimous. But for Fang Qimai this was just a trivial matter. Wang Zixing was just about to say something else to express his gratitude. Fang Qimai cut him off, enjoy yourselves, leave the rest to me. With that, Fang Qimai slammed the car door shut and had the driver pull away. He turned around and looked at Mike, who was shivering. Confusion level from Mike Kate, +10. Fang Qimai asked coldly, why are you looking at me? Do you want me to put you in the car too? No, Mike immediately forced a smile. Then get the hell out of here. Mike hurriedly got into his car, started the engine and sped off. Confusion level from Mike Kate, +7. Confusion level from Mike Kate, +9. Fang Qimai got into his car as well, slammed his foot on the gas and sped off, leaving all traces of his exploits behind. As soon as he got home, his mom Li Haomei called. Hey mom. Hey son, I just remembered something I wanted to tell you. Fang Qimai. Mom and dad have so much to deal with day to day that we tend to forget things. I hope you'll just get used to it. Fang Qimai. Just spit it out, mom. You called me so urgently this afternoon, what's going on? Your teacher tattled on you to me, how could I not be worried? Fang Qimai. Li Haomei added, your teacher has been insisting on seeing me. If it can't be helped, I'll find some time to stop by your school. Fang Qimai quickly replied, no need, mom. You're so busy you don't have to make a special trip. It's fine. No matter how busy I am at work, you're more important than anything. Fang Qimai was a little touched, but he thought, with a mom this unreliable, might very well forget all about this by tomorrow. Fang Qimai replied, it's mostly because I think our teacher doesn't dare to see you anymore. Your mom here lives up to her name, I'm as beautiful as a flower. Is that really so scary? Fang Qimai sighed meaningfully, it's a long story. Early the next morning, Wang Zixing arrived at school as usual. As soon as he stepped onto campus, students began pointing and whispering about him. He paid no mind to them and walked into the office. His appearance caused quite a stir among the PE teachers in the office. Wow, Brother Wang is here. Brother Wang, please have a seat. Brother Wang, have some tea. Wang Zixing? I never would have guessed, Brother Wang, you're actually a big shot. If we ever failed to take good care of you in the past, please forgive us. Wang Zixing was baffled. Had word of his show-off moment after school yesterday really spread, and did everyone actually take it seriously? Wang Ziqing wasn't the type to crave attention, so he hurriedly explained, "I'm not some rich guy. It's not what it looks like yesterday, I..." "Stop pretending, Brother Wang, we all know the truth. I wasn't putting on a show. Look at me from head to toe, do I look like a rich guy?" "Come on, Brother Wang, you're way too low-key." "Exactly. Actually, truly wealthy people are very low-key, you can't tell just by looking at them. Take me, for example. Even though I'm always riding that beat-up bike, who would know I actually have an electric scooter at home? And look at Brother Wang, he clearly has 4 sports cars at home, yet he rides a bike to and from work every day. Wang Ziqing's confusion level. In the principal's office, Principal Su Hongrong let out a meaningful sigh. He too had just heard about Wang Ziqing's incident that morning. Many students and even security guards had witnessed it at the time. Rumor has it that those sports cars were worth a combined 50 to 60 million. No. Tu High School really is a place where hidden talents abound. The son of the Tianhao group has been studying here quietly for nearly 3 years, and only now have we discovered his true identity. And now, here we are. Wang Ziqing has been quietly attending our second high school for 6 years, and only now has his status as a wealthy heir been exposed." Thinking of this, Su Hongrong let out another heavy sigh. Suddenly, something occurred to him, and he called his secretary over. "Call Wang Ziqing in." No, invite him in. I want to talk to him about a raise." The secretary replied timidly, "Principal, forgive me for speaking out of turn, but Mr. Wang is already so wealthy, does he really need that little bit of extra pay?" Su Hongrong replied, "That's where you're missing the point. Sure, he's not short on money, right? But we have to show that we care." After a brief pause, Su Hongrong continued, "Let's give him the raise. Who knows, maybe one day, if he's in a good mood, he'll follow Chairman Fang's example and donate funds to build a new academic building or a gymnasium for our school. That would be a great thing for Tu High School." Oh, I get it, Principal. I'll go right away." Hurry up.
Wang Ziqing walked to the principal's office looking completely bewildered. He walked out just bewildered. That's strange. Why did the principal suddenly give me a raise? Confusion level from Wang Ziqing +10. At that moment, the students were getting ready for morning study hall. Xiao Bixu said to Li Hongji, "Class president, my cousin who works at Shangwen said there are a lot more books in their library now." Li Hongji paused for a moment. "Really?" "Yes. Do you want to go with us this weekend? I've also asked Ruan Meng, she wants to borrow some books too." Li Hongji didn't know what to say. Before, he'd tried every trick in the book to get Xiao Bixu to go to the library with him. Now, of all things, Xiao Bixu was the one asking him to come along. But the problem was, it wasn't that he didn't want to go, it was that he was no longer allowed to set foot on the Shangwen campus. Whenever he thought about that, he'd recall Fang Qimai's haughty demeanor that day. 200 million! How on earth did Fang Qimai pull that off? As he thought about it, he clenched his teeth and balled his fists. "Class president, are you even listening to me?" Li Hongji snapped back to reality and hurriedly replied, "The weekend, huh? I've got something going on this week, so I won't be going." Li Hongji felt terrible. What a painful realization. Damn. Confusion level from Li Hongji plus Fang Qimai. Oh, I see. Then Xiao Bixu added, "By the way, class president, can we borrow your membership card?" Hearing this, Li Hongji got even more annoyed. "Membership card? Mine is way more than just a membership card. Mine is a damn VIP card, the highest tier." Except Fang Qimai cancelled it. Damn it. Confusion level from Li Hongji +6. Fang Qimai? Class president? Li Hongji didn't know how to respond. How could he possibly reveal the truth? After a moment's hesitation, Li Hongji replied, "I lent my card to my cousin. He might not be able to return it right away." "Oh, okay. Well, that's fine." Li Hongji felt as if his heart were being torn apart. It was English morning reading time, but the English teacher Tian Tian was nowhere to be seen. Class representative Kai Shali was at the front of the classroom leading the class in reading English vocabulary words. Just as morning study period was coming to an end, Tian Tian finally showed up in a hurry. Her hair seemed unkempt and slightly disheveled, and she looked a bit haggard. She was also carrying a bag. I didn't know what was inside. Kai Shali paused the reading. Tian Tian stood at the door and called out, "Qimai, could you come out for a moment?" Everyone was used to Fang Qimai being called on a daily basis. However, it was very rare for someone to call him out so politely. Fang Qimai stepped out into the hallway. Only then did he notice that a female student was standing outside. She was Tian Tian's daughter, Liu Wei. Only then did Fang Qimai really take notice of her. She was pretty enough, I'd give her an 80. Liu Weiwei stood there looking shy, her head slightly bowed, not daring to look Fang Qimai in the eye. Tian Tian said, "Qimai, I'd like to apologize again for what happened yesterday. I've learned the full story and I've given her a good talking to." As she spoke, Tian Tian tugged gently at Liu Weiwei. Liu Weiwei hurriedly said, "As senior, I was in the wrong about this. It's a good thing she's willing to admit her mistake." But unexpectedly, Liu Weiwei continued, "It's mainly because you're just too handsome." Fang Qimai was puzzled. "So are you saying it's my fault that I'm handsome?" No. I was just daydreaming. It's all my fault. I'll never say anything random like that again. It really was just a misunderstanding. Among the younger generation of girls who are into celebrities, some like to refer to themselves as so-and-so's wife. Due to the generation gap, Tian Tian couldn't understand this and mistakenly assumed Fang Qimai was Liu Weiwei's boyfriend. Fang Qimai asked, "So are you going to keep sending me gifts every now and then?" Liu Weiwei whispered, "I'd like to, but if it bothers you, senior, I won't." Tian Tian said angrily, "You're affecting his studies. Don't bother your senior anymore, understand?" "Mom, you don't understand. The thing is, senior plays basketball really well. He's tall, and he's handsome. Among the girls in our class 1 of freshman year, he was unanimously voted the hottest and coolest heartthrob at No. 2 high school. We all want to give him gifts." Tieska. Why does this sound more and more pleasing to the ear the more I hear it? There was nothing to be done about it with his natural good looks and the system's boost. Fang Qimai had already become a heartthrob. Liu Weiwei added, "Oh, and there are a few boys who want to give him gifts, too." Fang Qimai said earnestly, "Listen, tell your classmates. From now on, if they want to give me a gift, they have to solve a math problem. If they want to write me a love letter, they have to write an English essay. If you keep this up, your class grades are sure to skyrocket. No need to thank me." Liu Weiwei's confusion level. Tian Tian said, "Weiwei, did you hear that? Just do as your senior says." "Got it." "All right, hurry back to class. I still have something to discuss with your senior." "Okay, bye, senior." Tian Tian then turned to Fang Qimai and gave him a slight smile. "Anyway, I'm really sorry this has caused you any trouble." Fang Qimai waved his hand. "I'm not holding it against you." With that, Tian Tian finally let out a sigh of relief. She continued, "I was looking for you because I wanted to ask you for a favor. I don't know if you'd be willing." "What is it?" "The results of your exam from yesterday are in. Your score really surprised me. You got a perfect score." Fang Qimai's expression didn't change at all. This was entirely within his expectations. He hadn't bothered to explain yesterday because the results would tell Tian Tian everything. Oh. Tian Tian sighed. "Here's the thing, Weiwei's grandmother was just diagnosed with late-stage colon cancer yesterday. The doctor said she has at most a month left. I have no choice, I'll have to take a few days off. You guys are in the final stretch right now. Unless it's absolutely necessary, I wouldn't take time off. The teacher is looking for you. She wants to ask you to help grade the class's exam papers." Fang Qimai froze. "Me? Mark the exams?" "Yeah, I know it's a hassle and I'm really sorry. I don't know if you could do me this favor." Fang Qimai replied, "Shouldn't you ask the class representative to do this?" "Yesterday, I'd only graded a few papers when I got a call from my family, so I rushed off to the hospital. I didn't sleep a wink last night, and then I hurried straight back to school. Among the papers I've graded so far, I was really surprised by your perfect score. As for Sally's, though I haven't had a chance to grade hers yet, I gave it a quick glance, and her work wasn't very good." After a brief pause, Tian Tian continued, "This exam was a bit challenging, yet you scored a perfect score, and your essay was also very well written, almost flawless. I think you're the best candidate." Seeing that Fang Qimai didn't respond, Tian Tian said in a pleading tone, "At this stage, no other English teacher can help. Of everyone, you're the best fit. I've already checked with Teacher Hugh and the others. Your current science grades are excellent, and skipping this class won't affect your studies. So I'm taking the liberty of asking for your help. Would that be okay?" Fang Qimai hesitated a bit. Although this was a bit of a hassle, it wasn't impossible to help with. Besides, having a teacher ask you to grade exams, that's pretty awesome. Finally, Fang Qimai replied, "Okay." Tian Tian's heart was pounding, and she didn't breathe a sigh of relief until Fang Qimai gave his affirmative answer. "Thank you so much, Qimai." Tian Tian didn't know how to express her gratitude. "I'll treat you to a meal sometime." Fang Qimai glanced at the bag in Tian Tian's hands, which was filled with exam papers. That was more than one class's worth. Class 9 next door, which Tian Tian also taught, had their exams in there too. Fang Qimai said, "Leave all of this to me." "Thank you so much, Qimai." Tian Tian handed him a red. Fang Qimai added, "By the way, Mrs. Tian, did you say advanced colon cancer?" "Yes." At that, Tian felt a pang of sadness. There are several types of cancer that are difficult to detect in their early stages. Colon cancer is one of them. The initial symptoms don't lead one to suspect this. They're often mistaken for common ailments. But by the time the severity of the problem is realized, it's usually too late. Especially in the late stages, not even the blue sack manual can save the patient. But Fang Qimai was confident he could extend the patient's life a bit and alleviate their suffering. Fang Qimai said, "I'll give you an address, it's an old TCM doctor I know. You can go try him out." He then sent Tian Tian a location via WeChat Yang's traditional Chinese medicine clinic. If an ordinary person had said this, it would have sounded unreliable. But since it was a recommendation from a top-tier, rich second generation like Fang Qimai, Tian Tian felt it was definitely worth a try. She was deeply moved and thanked him repeatedly. With the exam paper matter out of her hands, she had to rush back to the hospital. When the whole class saw Fang Qimai return to the classroom carrying Mrs. Tian's bag, they were all very curious. What on earth was in that bag? Kai Shali was especially puzzled since even Mrs. Tian's daughter had come. What on earth had they talked about? After the daytime classes ended, it was time for evening study hall once again. Surprisingly, Fang Qimai didn't leave early this time, he stayed behind. He took out the exam papers from the bag and began grading them. Tian Tian had provided a set of model answers for those exams. Except for the essay which didn't have a fixed answer, Fang Qimai had memorized the answers to all the other questions after just a quick glance. He also had a clear understanding of the point values for each question. As for the essay, Fang Qimai had to rely on the grading criteria and his own judgment. Fang Qimai could be seen marking the papers with checks, crosses, and circles. Liu Meimei, who was doing her homework, stared in amazement. "Isn't this the English exam we took yesterday?" Swish, swish, swish. He had already finished grading the entire exam. It was a piece of cake for Fang Qimai. Combined with the art of quick calculation, the scores were tallied in no time. Zhang Riji, 69 points. The whole class. What's this? Yesterday's English test. Swish, swish, swish. Zhu Bing, 13 points. The whole class? Swish, swish, swish. Luo Tongyi, 94 points. One by one, the whole class could no longer contain their excitement. No way. Is Fang Qimai our exam? Faced with everyone's skepticism, Liu Meimei nodded. That's right, it's yesterday's English exam. No way. You guys don't know Qimai actually gets really good grades in English. No matter how good he is, that's not allowed. He's not a teacher, how can he grade our exams? Fang Qimai ignored them and continued grading. Swish, swish, swish. Jiang Zijian, 30 points. Jiang Zijian. Someone suddenly realized, so that's why Mrs. Tian called him out this morning? Come to think of it, that red pen looks just like Mrs. Tian's. I think so. But even Mrs. Tian took a day off. Shouldn't marking the tests be the class representative's job? Kai Shali. Kai Shali thought so. She sat there sulking, feeling very annoyed. Why did Mrs. Tian ask her and not me? Confusion level from Kai Shali, +6. Liu Meimei asked Mai, what score did I get? Don't worry, I haven't gotten to yours yet. Swish, swish, swish. Ni Jikiao on 16 points. Ruan Meng had 18. Liu Meimei, 90 points. Liu Meimei was overjoyed. Thank goodness, as long as she passed, that was all that mattered. Swish, swish, swish. Guo Zilai, 77 points. Xiang Peng, 82. Kai Shali, 32. Kai Shali. Hearing this score, Kai Shali was deeply frustrated. She had never scored below 140 on a test before. How could she have only gotten 132 this time? Kai Shali's bewilderment level. After holding her frustration for a long time, Kai Shali finally couldn't help but ask, "Hey Fang Qimai, did you mess with the scores?" Fang Qimai replied, "I'm just here to help grade. If you have any objection, take it up with Mrs. Tian." You? Yang Xuzong Hare. Li Hongju, 6. Fang Qimai muttered to himself, "That's strange. Is this test that hard? Why are the scores so low?" Li Hongzi. Kai Shali couldn't take it anymore. Fang Qimai, what score did you get? Jer. You got 150, a perfect score? Kai Shali laughed. Did you all hear that? He said he got a perfect score on his English exam? A few others laughed along with her. Kai Shali said, "You're something else. You actually dare to claim 150 points. Why not make it even more ridiculous? You might as well say you scored 200. Fang Qimai didn't say anything. Instead, he pulled out his exam paper. The red 150 stood out strikingly. Look closely, my test was graded by Mrs. Tian, not by me. W. The entire class was left speechless, one by one. Their confusion levels kept skyrocketing. Oh my gosh, a perfect score in English, how amazing is that? Kai Shali asked in disbelief. Mrs. Tian gave you a perfect score? Fang Qimai paused. Let me clarify, it wasn't her who gave me a perfect score, I earned it myself. Got it? Kai Shali didn't believe him, so she picked up Fang Qimai's test paper to take a look. It was covered in red check marks. At the very end of the English essay, Mrs. Tian had even written, "Very good." Kai Shali was stunned this was real. Kai Shali's level of bewilderment. The whole thing was just too unbelievable. Xiao Bixu and the others were also completely shocked. Lately, Fang Qimai has been bringing everyone so many surprises. He's been playing basketball so well that even the provincial team came personally to recruit him. He scored near perfect marks on his math and physics exams. In biology class, he used his knowledge to convince the teacher. In chemistry class, he lectured the class to share his knowledge and even recited the periodic table backward. Now he scored a perfect score on his English exam and is even helping the teacher grade everyone's papers. My goodness, is this a genius? He's a genius. Xiao Bixu, 135 points. Fang Qimai continued reading aloud. Kai Shali gritted her teeth, clearly displeased. She actually lost to Xiao Bixu on this exam by a full 3 points. But then she thought about it, she'd lost to Fang Qimai by a full 18 points? Possible. Absolutely impossible. Fang Qimai, I want to see my test paper. As Fang Qimai continued grading, he said, I'll say it again. If you have any questions, go see Mrs. Tian. Got it? You? As he continued grading, Fang Qimai suddenly stopped. What? You don't agree? Yes, I'm not having it. Fang Qimai pulled out Kai Shali's English exam paper. In the upper right corner of the front page, Fang Qimai drew another large circle with a red pen. Here, the sentence means, I realized that if I had paid more attention to what my mom said, things would have turned out better. The if here introduces a subjunctive mood contrary to past fact, and since it's an if clause, the past perfect tense is used. Therefore, had should be added before listened. Fang Qimai looked at Kai Shali and said, Class representative, you were careless, that's a 2-point deduction. Kai Shali, there's more. Next, Fang Qimai circled a spot in the lower right corner as well. Here, the adverb modifies the verb and functions as an adverbial modifier, so you should use attentively instead of attentive. Do you understand? Another 2 points off. Fang Qimai flipped the page over and drew a long horizontal line right across it. This sentence means, if something bad happens, Wendy will tell my parents right away. Since the indefinite pronoun something is the subject, the verb should be singular, so it should be happens, not happen. Class representative, you were careless again, another 2 points deducted. Fang Qimai used Kai Shali's test paper as a model, pointing out every single mistake. He even explained the flaws in the essay and the reasons for the point deductions in great detail. The entire class listened in awe. Fang Qimai is the real deal. No kidding. He used to pretend he was a total noob, but now, with the college entrance exam just 3 months away, he's pulling out all his real skills one by one. Damn, is this how academic geniuses like to play? Dude, you've been pulling the wool over eyes for 3 years. This is like a little cow doing somersaults, one amazing feat after another. Go, my the god. My the god, my the god. The whole class chanted in unison. Fang Qimai quietly replied, Shh, I'm not selling my body and I'm not selling my kidneys, thanks. Confusion points from Kai Shali, 18. Confusion points from Li Hongji, plus 20. Kai Shali stood there, unable to say a word. Whether he'd been careless or made a mistake, the fact was he'd gotten those questions wrong. Li Hongji was completely baffled too. Oh no, he couldn't beat her in his strong suit math, and now he couldn't beat her in English either. And to think his own dad is an English teacher. He'd been a top student for 3 years, yet he couldn't handle to Fang Qimai in just 3 exams, and now Fang's practically a legend. I give up. Li Hongji had already mentally thrown in the towel. It's probably best not to cross Fang Qimai in the future. But he still really wanted to curse. Damn it. Fang Qimai turned to Kai Shali and said, Class representative, do you know where you went wrong now? Any other questions? Kai Shali was at a loss for words. Fang Qimai continued, well, it seems you've got no more questions. If you're convinced, go up there and sing Conquest for Everyone. Kai Shali was taken aback. She was actually a little convinced today. But ask him to go up and sing? No way. However, Fang Qimai had already silently given the order. Kai Shali's heart skipped a beat. Okay, I'll give it a shot then. Wow. The whole class eyes lit. No one had ever heard Kai Shali sing before. But she's so brave. Fang Qimai was just saying that, and she actually dared to sing. Ahem. Kai Shali walked up to the podium and cleared her throat. She pulled out her phone where she'd looked up lyrics. But her mind was a complete blank. Who knows why I even thought of singing one. Finally, you've found a way. You've settled the score. The whole class. Damn. What the hell is this? Damn it, stop singing already, please. The whole class groaned in unison. Kai Shali was puzzled too. I don't want to either, but since I've started, I'll have to finish it. Straining her voice to a raspy, duck-like tone, she continued, You look healthy on the outside, but your heart is full of scars. I, though resilient, am a prisoner in this battle. Ah! Spare us. This is so cringy. That's so painful to the ears. And just like that, you've conquered me. You've cut off all my escape routes. Damn it. The whole class was in a frenzy. My ears are on fire. Stop singing, seriously, I'm going to have nightmares tonight. And just like that, you've conquered me. I'll drink the poison you've hidden. My story has come to an end. My love and hate are buried. Please just go to the grave yourself, stop singing. Your singing wards off evil spirits by day and acts as birth control at night. If you keep singing, even the little heifer is going to die. The screams kept coming one after another, but Kai Shali, who knows where she found the resolve, was determined to finish the song. Fang Qimai silently as he graded homework, because the order he'd given was for Kai Shali to sing the entire song, Conquest. Just then, Vice Principal Li Ying, who was making his rounds, heard the commotion and rushed over. What's going on? Singing here during self-study period. The entire class fell silent instantly. Suddenly, I'm conquered by you just like that. You've cut off all my escape routes. Li Ying. Li Ying's bewilderment level. I've been conquered by you just like that. I'll drink the poison you've hidden. Li Ying. Nonsense. And so under Li Ying's furious glare and the pleading of the entire class, Kai Shali forced herself to sing the entire song through. Li Ying stepped up to the podium. Where's your teacher? Why isn't there a teacher for evening study hall? Li Hongji replied, it's Mrs. Tian's turn tonight, but she's out on leave. All right, she's out. Where's your English class representative? Have her come up here to supervise. Someone quietly said, Vice Principal, the one who just sang, that's our English class representative. Li Ying. Li Ying's confusion level. Absurd. Li Ying said angrily, I remember now. She's Kai Shali, the English class representative from class 10, right? She gets good grades in English and has participated in English competitions, hasn't she? And now she's leading everyone in singing during self-study period. I'm going to have a serious word with your homeroom teacher. Teacher, please let me explain. I don't know what came over me, I just couldn't help it. It was on a whim. Confusion level from Kai Shali +10. Get out of here! Li Ying slammed his fist on the desk. Class monitor, come up here and make sure everyone is studying. Kai Shali, sniffle, sniffle, sniffle. After Li Ying left, the entire class fell silent. No one dared to until someone quietly played the video. I'm totally under your spell. Drinking the poison you hid. Oh my god, it's poisoned. He actually recorded a video. They actually dared to record this. Aren't they afraid their phone will explode? I have to admit, the more I listen to that voice, the more hooked I get. Aha. Someone laughed maliciously. That sound really is addictive. Kai Shali. Kai Shali's confusion level. Quiet! Quiet! Li Hongji slammed his fist on the table. If anyone makes another sound, I'm writing down your names and reporting you to the teacher. Luo Tandi, turn off that video right now or I'll confiscate your phone. Li Hongji shouted from the podium, but no one paid him any attention. From the other side of the room, someone called out, Tanji, send me a copy of that video. Send me a copy too, I want to set it as my alarm. I guarantee I'll wake up the first time it goes off. Ahahaha. Kai Shali. Damn. Before evening study hall ended, Fang Qimai had finished grading the exams for Class 9, the class 2 doors down as well. Class 9. Cheng Fang Fang was doing her homework. Someone called out, Fang Fang, there's a handsome guy outside looking for you. Cheng Fang Fang was the English class representative for Class 9. She looked out and saw a tall boy standing by the back door of the classroom. As she got closer, she realized it was him. She had always thought he was handsome, but had never dared to go up and say hello. Yesterday, when the captain of the Public Security Bureau personally came to present him with a banner commending his act of bravery, Cheng Fang Fang was among the onlookers. Why is he looking for me? Is there something you need? Cheng Fang Fang was a little nervous. Fang Qimai took one look and thought Cheng Fang Fang was at least an 85 out of 100 in looks. Then he thought about Kai Shali from his own class. Sure enough, the English class representative from another class was a bit prettier. Fang Qimai handed the test papers to Cheng Fang Fang. I've already graded your class English exams. Could you help distribute them? Okay, Cheng Fang Fang hurriedly took it. I'm off. Fang Qimai waved and left. With the exams graded, he was heading home. Cheng Fang Fang didn't know what to say. On a whim, she blurted out, come back again next time. Huh, what was I just saying? Wait, what did he just say? He graded the exams? Confusion level from Cheng Fang Fang +4. Before she knew it, the weekend had arrived. Xiao Bixu and Ruan Meng made plans to meet up and went to the Shangwen Library together. They'd originally invited Li Hongji too, but since he wasn't available, they decided to go ahead without him. At that moment, Qin Yanling was assigning tasks staff. Fazine! Jiaxi, you're here? Xiao Bixu's eyes lit up. Qin Yanling looked very elegant in her high heels and uniform. Qin Yanling said, first, do as I just instructed. If you have any questions, let me know right away. Got it, Manager Qin. After the others left, Qin Yanling sighed. I'm so tired, I'm swamped. Xiao Bixu praised, those who are capable take on more work, right, cousin? Ruan Meng also gave her a thumbs up. Sister Qin, you're so impressive, so many people are following your lead. All right, let's go. I'll treat you all to a drink, and then I'll take you to see the new books in our library. Well then, we'll put you out, cousin. Sister Kin, we don't have library cards. Can we borrow a few books? If they're newly arrived books, it doesn't matter whether you have a membership or not. Really? Right. The chairman said they're going to do away with the membership and VIP systems here. Ruan Meng asked, but won't that mean a lot less revenue? Qin Yanling waved her hand. Not necessarily. The chairman said we'll monetize through traffic. Traffic? Zhao Bixu asked. How many people can a library possibly have in a day? The chairman's goal is to turn this place into the world's largest library. There will be many books added to the shelves soon, so we certainly won't lack visitors then. Wow, the world's largest? Xiao Bixu and Ruan Meng were somewhat awestruck. That's right. Plus, we're going to launch another Shangwen online bookstore. Whether it's the library or the website, the traffic will be enormous. Xiao Bixu nodded. Your chairman really has a long-term vision. No wonder he's the chairman. That's right. Anyway, this is just the beginning. We still have a lot of work ahead of us. The three of them walked and chatted as they went. Cousin, the overall layout and decor here seem to have changed a bit, don't they? Qin Yanling nodded. Yeah. After all, with a new owner, it's only natural to give the place a fresh look. As she spoke, Qin Yanling suddenly became agitated. Let me tell you, it was right here the other day. A few people were talking really loudly, so I asked them to keep it down. Turns out one of them was quite a big shot. He threatened to fire me, and then even the former owner showed up. I was so scared at the time. I never expected our chairman to step in with over 200 million and take down Shangwen outright. Once he had the upper hand, he got rid of the guy who tried to fire me. Qin Yanling described the scene with great enthusiasm, gesturing wildly and speaking with vivid expression. Xiao Bixu and her companion found themselves completely drawn into the story. What a formidable chairman. Cousin, you're so lucky. Qin Yanling sighed. What's there to be lucky about? I've been swamped all day, haven't slept a wink. All I've been thinking about is how to get Shangwen back on track. The main problem is that our chairman didn't teach me the specifics, he just gave me a general direction. After a moment's thought, Qin Yanling continued, still, this is crucial for improving my skills. Some people seem very capable, but they lack direction. Our chairman, on the other hand, gives me direction and lets me figure out how to proceed on my own. In her mind, Ruan Meng began to form a picture of this chairman. She said, it seems like your chairman isn't just an ordinary person. I think so too, Zhao Bixu replied. By the way, Shu, is your aunt's foot feeling better? It's better. She can walk now and she'll be fully recovered in a few days. Qin Yanling replied, that's good to hear. By the way, isn't your birthday coming up soon? Yes, next Saturday. How are you planning to celebrate? Xiao Bixu shook her head. I don't have any plans. That won't do. It's your 18th birthday after all. You've got to invite a few classmates over to have some fun and celebrate. I'm not sure if I'll be free then, but if I am, I'll definitely be there. After thinking for a moment, Qin Yanling added, we'll see how it goes then. Come on, take a look at the drinks, coffee, milk, tea, they've got it all here. Meanwhile, Fang Qimai had just woken up from a dream. He dreamed of several women chattering away at him non-stop. Unable to take it anymore, he was wide awake. He checked the time, it was already 10 o'clock. I had actually decided last night on the spur of the moment to visit Lin's winery at 9 a.m. today, but I ended up oversleeping. As soon as he opened the door, Bai Lisha was waiting there. Good morning, young master. Fang Qimai, still half asleep, rubbed his hair. Bai Lisha added, I saw you were still asleep, young master, so I didn't want to disturb you. Get ready, we're heading to Lin's winery. Yes, young master. Meanwhile, at the main entrance of Lin's winery, General Manager Lin Kamen, his son Lin Heoji, and about 20 other senior executives from the company. They had been standing there since 8:30, but still hadn't seen a sign of Fang Qimai, the CEO of Lin's winery. They were both anxious and on edge, dared not show the slightest sign of negligence. If he hadn't been forced to, Lin Heoji wouldn't have wanted to come at all. He was absolutely terrified of Fang Qimai. Previously, Lin Kangman had always been curious about what kind of person Fang Qimai really was. After all, he was still just a high school student, yet he had managed to acquire Lin's winery, becoming its sole shareholder and CEO. He must have come from a very influential family, right? But even his son Lin Heoji couldn't explain it. All he knew was that Fang Qimai was a great basketball player and came from a very wealthy family. Beyond that, he wasn't really sure. Faced with Fang Qimai's surprise move, Lin Kangmin spent the entire night last night thoroughly reorganizing the entire company and factory. Although he was a seasoned veteran, he still felt quite uneasy. So he called Lin Heoji in as well, hoping Fang Qimai might be a bit more reasonable. But then again, Fang Qimai was just a middle school student. Even if he called it an inspection, it was probably just a formality, nothing to worry about. After all, what could that kid possibly understand? And so Lin Kangmin and his entourage waited until 10 o'clock. Finally, a Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost came into view. 2 coupes followed behind it. Lin Heoji was stunned. He'd first seen Qimai's Aston Martin DB11. The next day he saw Fang Qimai Huayra. He'd assumed Fang Qimai only owned 2 supercars. But now 3 more different supercars had appeared. That silver phantom leading the packet must be worth at least $12 billion. Lin Haoji's mind blown level. It would be a lie for Lin Kangmin to say he wasn't nervous. His whole body started to tremble. This was truly impressive. After all, someone who can just decide to make an acquisition on a whim is definitely no ordinary person. Here he comes, here he comes. Chairman Fang is here. Everyone, pull yourselves together. Welcome committee, get ready. The silver charm pulled up at the main entrance of Lin's winery. 8 bodyguards jumped out of the car as quickly as possible and took up positions around the Yinmei. Lin Kangmin, ever the host, stepped forward to help open the car door. This would give the CEO a good first impression. However, as soon as he approached, 2 bodyguards stepped in front of him. Another bodyguard opened the car door and used his hand to shield the top edge of the door frame. Lin Kangmin could only awkwardly pull his hand back. Fang Qimai stepped out of the car and walked across the red carpet Lin Kangmin had laid out in advance. He was wearing sunglasses and casual attire. He was nowhere near as formally dressed as Lin Kangmin and the other senior executives. Lin Haoji noticed that, having not seen him for a while, Fang Qimai seemed to have bulked up considerably. Then Lin Haoji spotted Bai Lishu. This made him feel even more uneasy. Under the pressure, he could do nothing but force a smile. Lin Kangmin immediately stepped forward and extended his hand warmly. You must be Fang Qimai, Chairman Fang, right? Your presence here truly honors Lin's liquor. Welcome, welcome. Ding, you have been singled out by Lin Kangmin, General Manager of Lin's Liquor. Unlocked ability, marketing strategy, Baiju. Fang Qimai shans politely. Lin Kangmin greeted him with a smile. Then he hurriedly called out, "What are you all still standing around for? Get moving." The appearance of this young CEO left everyone on the welcoming committee speechless. As soon as Lin Kangmin shouted, everyone sprang into action. Welcome, welcome, a warm welcome. Thump, 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 clack, thump, thump, clack. Boom, clack, boom, clack, boom, boom, clack. Then the ceremonial cannon rang out. The crowd cheered in unison. Fang Qimai hesitated as if about to speak. Lin Kangmin assumed that with such a grand display, he must have made Fang Qimai very pleased. To his surprise, however, Fang Qimai said, General Manager Lin, in the future, let's avoid such tacky welcome ceremonies whenever possible. Oh. Lin Kangmin's confusion level was 6. Lin Kangmin's smile faded, but he quickly regained his composure. Yes, Chairman Fang, I'll keep that in mind. Then Fang Qimai walked to the company. Lin Kangmin wiped the sweat from his brow. He hadn't expected to be put in his place right off the bat. Lin Haoji was also a bit skeptical. It was true that Fang Qimai came from a wealthy family, but could he really cut it as a CEO at such a young age? Lin Kangmin had originally planned to give Fang Qimai a tour of the Lin's winery factory today. It was part of the executive's inspection itinerary. But to his surprise, Fang Qimai had no such intention. In his view, the factory simply operated according to instructions and was merely a tool. The core lay in the company's overall development strategy. As for Lin's winery's financial data, Fang Qimai already had a complete grasp of it. As a result, he didn't even look at the financial statements or other materials. His mother, Li Haomei, had also arranged for people to get involved. They would handle the other issues. Right now, Fang Qimai just wanted to hear what the senior management of Lin's winery had to say about the company's future development. The meeting began. Lin Kangmin and the others welcomed him once again with applause. Chairman Lin, you are undoubtedly the most familiar with the company's losses. Given your many years of experience, could you summarize the reasons behind them? Certainly, Chairman Fang. Lin Kangmin was well prepared for this. Overall, compared to the industry leaders, we entered the market relatively late. By the time we entered, they had already established a dominant position. 7 or 8 years ago, there were still some opportunities, but as time went on, we found ourselves at an increasingly disadvantageous position. Secondly, government restrictions and regulatory measures have also had a significant impact. Over the past 20 years, the government has raised taxes on the baijiu industry 4 times, with each increase more severe than the last. Furthermore, our consumer base consists of older adults. People today are increasingly health conscious, and as older adults experience a decline in their physical functions, they're becoming less inclined to drink. This is a downward trend affecting the entire industry. Under these circumstances, at this point, Fang Qimai suddenly interrupted. Let's leave it at that. Lin Kangmin fell silent. Lin Kangmin's confusion level +6. In fact, Fang Qimai had already identified various issues at Lin's winery through big data analysis. He just wanted to see if Lin Kangmin was aware of his own shortcomings. Mr. Lin, you've been blaming the market and the current climate for your problems, but you haven't truly identified your own shortcomings. The entire room fell silent. The 24 or so senior executives in attendance were all middle-aged. They all furrowed their brows. They knew the problems facing the company and the baijiu industry all too well. Could they really be outmatched by a teenager of 17 or 18? Fang Qimai may be wealthy, but his capabilities have always been questioned. Buying Lin's liquor company was merely a temporary fix. If mismanagement continued, the company would inevitably go under sooner or later. Lin Kangmin asked cautiously, Chairman Fang, what are your thoughts on this? Although Lin's liquor was a mess and saving it would be extremely difficult, now that he had taken it over, Fang Qimai was determined to turn it around. Moreover, having acquired knowledge of Beiju marketing strategies, Fang Qimai already had a completely new vision for the company's future development. Fang Qimai stood up. With all due respect, everyone here you're thinking hasn't kept up with the times. What? Dare he say we're behind the times? Lin Kangmin's confusion level from Wen Xiang, plus 15. From the senior executives here have so many years of management experience. Yet they're being spoken to like this by a high school student who hasn't even entered the workforce yet. This kid is way too cocky. I'll just quit if it comes to that. Everyone present was deeply dissatisfied, but no one dared to speak up.
The senior executives were all equally baffled and displeased. Finally, someone lost their patience. A man with a full beard stood up. His name was Wen Xiang, and he was the director of planning at Lin's Liquor. Wen Xiang said, "All right then. I'd really like to know what this keeping up with the times philosophy of yours actually looks like." Everyone flinched. How dare Wen Xiang speak to Chairman Fang like that? No matter how dissatisfied they were, they had to keep it to themselves. Still, it was just a tiny bit satisfying. Lin Kangmin knew Wen Xiang's temperament all too well. He was nearly 40 years old, yet still so immature. He hurriedly stood up and said, "I'm sorry, Chairman Fang. It's my fault for failing to discipline him properly." Then, turning to Wen Xiang, he snapped, "Director Wen, please watch your language." Among all the people who were completely baffled just now, this man named Wen Xiang was the most bewildered. He must be the one most dissatisfied with himself. Fang Qimai asked, "How many years has Director Wen been with the company?" "Chairman Fang, he's been here for 8 years. He's the director of our planning department, and has always been very diligent. He's just a bit hot-headed." 8 years, huh? That's quite a long time. Even if he hasn't achieved great feats, he's certainly put in the hard work. Fang Qimai pondered for a moment, then added, "For now, he'll serve as the planning department manager for a few months." Wen Xiang was dumbfounded. Had he really been demoted just like that because of a momentary impulse? Wen Xiang's confusion levels. Lin Kangmin quickly interjected, "Chairman Fang didn't fire you precisely because of the tremendous contributions you've made to the company. General Manager Wen, watch your attitude. This CEO might be young, but he's not someone to mess with." Wen Xiang said nothing more and sat down feeling dejected. The others were also left sweating bullets. Thankfully, they'd managed to keep their cool just now. "Now let me outline our new development strategy for Lin's Winery." Fang Qimai walked over to the whiteboard and picked up a whiteboard marker. Everyone waited to see if he was just talking big or if he really had what it takes. Lin Hoji was also waiting to see if Fang Qimai could actually make sense of it all. After all, if it were him, his mind would be a blank. He wouldn't have a single idea. Fang Qimai wrote the words Beiju on the whiteboard. Beiju has always been perceived as a drink for social gatherings among older generations. It's a traditional industry. The products are positioned as high-end and traditional, with packaging that's relatively upscale and elegant, usually presented in exquisite gift boxes, and the primary consumer base consists of middle-aged and elderly people. As Mr. Lin said, modern middle-aged and older adults are beginning to prioritize health, so they drink less Beiju or none at all. Furthermore, their consumption attitudes and habits have also changed. Everyone. Fang Qimai continued, "What should we do in this situation? Go head-to-head with the industry leader. If we push ourselves, we might still make some money, but it would be hard-earned. The strategy I'm talking about isn't just about making money, it's about becoming the industry leader." Lin Kangmin and the others nodded blankly. Who wouldn't want to be the industry leader? But how easy is that? Fang Qimai continued writing the word positioning on the whiteboard. Now here's the key point. As times change and consumption rapidly upgrades, the younger generation is also evolving. Their social status is rising and their purchasing power is increasing. Their consumerism is characterized by optimism. They pursue happiness, enjoy life, and are certainly not lacking in fashion and individuality. Emotional consumption dominates their choices, compared to a product's intrinsic value. The sentiment and symbolism behind it are what truly attract them. Fang Qimai spoke with great conviction. Some of the senior executives nodded in agreement, but most remained skeptical. Wen Xiang asked, "So, are you saying we should shift our target demographic to young people?" Fang Qimai circled the word positioning he had just written down. "Exactly. That's what I'm saying. We need to change the positioning of our products." Lin Kangmin, Wen Xiang, and the others were utterly astonished. This was far too bold. The entire baijiu industry was exclusively targeted at middle-aged and older consumers. And this young CEO was actually making such a startling claim that they should target young people with baijiu sales. Ha, that's a bit of a pipe dream. For a moment the group began discussing the matter among themselves, all agreeing that it didn't seem right. Lin Kangmin furrowed his President Fang, although I think this is a good proposal, it's a bit risky. Fang Qimai continued writing flavors and sizes on the whiteboard. Traditional baijiu has too high an alcohol content, so it might not be fully accepted by young people. That's why we can offer a variety of alcohol levels for people to choose from. Also, we can reduce the bottle size slightly, which will make it more appealing to young people. Furthermore, we can offer a variety of flavors: cola, coffee, raisins, and so on. The flavors shouldn't overpower the base spirit, but they should leave a lingering aftertaste. This way, we'll better cater to young people's tastes. As he spoke, everyone's confusion levels rose once again. What the CEO said made some sense, but it was a bit too outlandish. Wen Xiong said, "That's absolutely out of the question. How could the baijiu industry possibly abandon the middle-aged and elderly demographic? We've held fast to this philosophy for so many years, how can we just change it on a whim?" In an instant, everyone began to murmur and debate again. So this traditional philosophy you've held onto for so long, has it actually been successful? Well, Fang Qimai continued, it's undeniable that some have succeeded, but clearly our company hasn't. Wen Xiong was at a loss for words. Lin Kangmin said, "Chairman Fang, you have a point, but making a sudden shift like this does carry significant risks." Fang Qimai said earnestly, "You're trapped within the confines of the traditional liquor industry. You must follow my lead, break free from your existing mindset, and blaze a new trail in the traditional liquor industry. Without a bold spirit of innovation, how can we possibly compete with the industry leaders?" At that moment someone clapped. The others joined in the applause. Lin Kangmin hesitated for a moment, then joined in the applause. Lin Haoji was filled with immense admiration. Where did Fang Qimai get all these ideas that were so bold, innovative, and full of drive? As a member of the younger generation, he felt that Fang Qimai's points were indeed valid. It was also clear that Fang Qimai was genuinely thinking about the future of Lin's winery. Fang Qimai wasn't just wealthy, he was also brilliant. It seems I'll have to learn a lot more from Chairman Fang from now on. But Lin Kangmin still had some reservations. Unfortunately, Fang Qimai was the one calling the shots at Lin's liquor, and no one dared to oppose him. Rather than a meeting, it was more like an order issued by Fang Qimai. However, there were still a few people in the room who did not applaud. One of them was Wen Xiong. They did not agree with Fang Qimai's approach. With this reform, everything from packaging and equipment to brewing techniques, promotion and marketing will have to change. What if it fails? The cost would be too high. Wen Xiong continued to voice his doubt. That's right, I don't agree either. I also think it's unwise, the chances of failure are very high. Fang Qimai replied, cost is not an issue for me at all. The packaging must be changed. If the equipment is inadequate, we'll upgrade it. The winemaking process must be improved, and for aspects we can't improve ourselves, we'll partner with a capable winery. As for promotion and marketing, that's simply a matter of money. Lin Kangmin said, Chairman Fang, this matter, there's really no need to rush. Could we discuss it further? Ultimately, the senior executives were still reluctant to make the transition. A transformation would mean they'd have to learn more and invest more time. Fang Qimai interrupted, since you all think the transition is so difficult, fine. Lin's liquor will officially be renamed Tun 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 Liquor. Uncle Bai, I'm putting you in charge of this. Understood. Everyone in the room was taken aback. Tan Tan? What on earth is that? Jiangcheng Tan 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 Winery Co. The middle-aged people in the room looked completely baffled. Their confusion grew by the second. Then, someone said, Tan 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 is an onomatopoeic term in crosstalk, representing the sound of drinking water or alcohol. If it's gulu gulu, that's the slower way of... Tan Tan Tan, on the other hand, specifically refers to a more hearty, faster way of drinking. The addictive Tan 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 refers to a rhythm you just can't stop. The speaker was Lin Haoji, who, as a junior colleague, hadn't expected to get a chance to speak. The senior executives present were completely baffled. They really don't understand the world of young people. As for why Fang Qimai was given this name, on one hand, it was meant to resonate with young people. On the other hand, he was reminded of his mom when she drank. That's exactly how she went, thump thump thump. Fang Qimai continued, after the rebranding, this isn't just a transformation, it's a fresh start. Everyone was taken aback. Could a 17 or 18-year-old really display such boldness? In contrast, many rich kids spend their days doing nothing but partying and living it up. Someone as talented and bold as Fang Qimai is truly a rare find. Applause rang out across the room once more. Lin Kangmin nodded. Since Chairman Fang had spoken so decisively, he decided to give it his all. Fang Qimai continued, "We still have a long road ahead of us, and it won't be smooth sailing. Ladies and gentlemen, do you have confidence?" The crowd replied in unison, "We do." Fang Qimai furrowed his brow. After gauging the situation, the senior official immediately shouted, "Yes." Fang Qimai nodded in satisfaction, "Very good." However, there were still those who disagreed. Some voiced their objections, while others did not. In Fang Qimai's words, they were trapped in traditional ways of thinking. This was especially true of Wen Xiong, the director of planning, who had started out as an ordinary procurement officer at a distillery and worked his way up to director. With nearly 20 years in the industry, he simply couldn't accept Fang's new idea. Gritting his teeth, he took off his name tag. "Ike." Lin Kangmin snapped, "Old Wen, you... What kind of nonsense is this? What young person would want to drink baijiu?" "Old Wen, don't be so impulsive." "Pieft, let whoever wants to do this go ahead." Following Wen Xiong's lead, the other 4 men took off their name tags as well. Some of these 4 were usually close to Wen Xiong. Others were older and, deep down, resented Fang Qimai's youthful arrogance. With things having escalated to this point, Lin Kangmin felt deeply distressed. These 5 who resigned were essentially the founding members of his factory. "Those who follow different paths cannot work together," Fang Qimai said with a faint smile. "Since we're no longer in the same boat, gentlemen, no need to see me off." "Humph." The 5 walked to the door. Given Wen Xiong's experience, finding a position as director at a larger distillery would be no problem at all. But he still felt deeply resentful. "Chairman Fang, if you really manage to get really get this ton thing off the ground, then I'll come back and clean your toilets for you." Wen Xiong hurled a parting shot. Fang Qimai smiled again. "Alright, I'll make sure our cleaning staff gets paid time off then." With that, Wen Xiong and the other 4 left. However, the meeting wasn't over yet. Fang Qimai also gave instructions regarding the product packaging. In the traditional liquor industry, packaging costs account for 25% or even more of the total product development costs. Fang Qimai intended to break with this tradition and reduce packaging costs to below 8%. This was not to save money, but to establish a brand style that is simple yet sophisticated. By foregoing packaging boxes and selling the bottles naked, the company is committed to a streamlined, personalized approach. In addition, Fang Qimai carefully explained the promotional strategies and distribution channels for the new product. As for the winemaking process, that is not Fang Qimai's concern. The professionals handle their respective areas of expertise. Lin Kangmin's task now is to brew a wine that meets Fang Qimai's expectations. The meeting lasted from 10:30 a.m. to 2:00 p.m., a full 3.5 hours. Everyone listened intently and gave the matter serious thought. They felt that Fang Qimai's approach was becoming increasingly on point. They believed that Fang Qimai's arrival would bring new hope. Fang Qimai was so engrossed in his presentation that he didn't even notice how much time had passed. That wasn't like him. But after all, his parents had spent 419 million to acquire Lin's winery outright and handed it over to him, so Fang Qimai was determined to turn it around. Having said everything that needed to be said, he left the rest to his staff to handle. The meeting is adjourned. With that, Fang Qimai prepared to leave. Thunderous applause erupted throughout the room. Lin Kangmin hurriedly said, "Chairman Fang, please wait a moment." Fang Qimai turned around. Lin Kangmin said, "I've already reserved a table at the best restaurant in the area. I'd like to invite you to join us for dinner, Chairman Fang." "No need, Mr. Lin. Once you've finished brewing the wine, I'll come back to taste it with you." Lin Kangmin knew that Fang Qimai was urging him to speed up his work. After a moment's hesitation, he immediately replied, "Certainly, Chairman Fang. Then, let me walk you out." After Fang Qimai left, Lin Heoji looked. Suddenly something occurred to him, and he hurried downstairs to catch up with Fang Qimai, who had already gotten into his car. "Chairman Fang, is something wrong? Could you give me a ride? Take you?" Lin Heoji said, "I think your approach is great. I'd like to learn from you." Upon hearing this, Lin Kangmin was instantly delighted. "Chairman Fang, please forgive me. My son used to show absolutely no interest in company matters, but I never expected you to spark his interest. I truly admire you. He was immature before and even had a minor disagreement with you. I hope you'll be magnanimous and let it go." As for learning about marketing strategies for alcoholic beverages, I hope you, Chairman Fang, will continue to mentor him. Fang Qimai looked at Lin Haoji. But shouldn't basketball be your focus? Lin Haoji replied, even someone as talented as you treats basketball merely as a hobby. With my skill level, I'd be embarrassed to call it my dream. Clearly, Lin Haoji had also heard about Fang Qimai turning down the provincial basketball team's invitation. Fang Qimai nodded. All right. But if you're truly serious about pursuing this career, you should at least get a college degree first. Lin Haoji was taken aback. He didn't like studying either, and his grades were only in the lower middle range. Getting into an undergraduate program would indeed be very difficult. But how would he know he couldn't do it unless he pushed himself? I understand. Thank you, Chairman Fang. Fang Qimai's motorcade drove off. Lin Haoji said, Dad, sign me up for the best tutoring classes. Sure, no problem. Lin Kangman couldn't contain his joy. His son had never been interested in studying before, and he'd thought he was a lost cause. But now, hey! He really had Chairman Fang to thank for this. After leaving the company, Fang Qimai stopped at a restaurant for a meal. Looking back, it was actually pretty cool to speak so confidently in front of so many seasoned veterans and leave those old-timers speechless. Just like the Yang family traditional Chinese medicine clinic and the Shangwen library, Tanan still has a long way to go. Just then, he suddenly received a voice call on WeChat. He looked at it and saw it was Zhang Tao, the manager of Haoyu Gym. Back when Fang Qimai had worked there part-time, Zhang Tao had given him a hard time more than once. After he quit, he'd forgotten to delete Zhang Tao from his WeChat contacts. What does this guy want from me now? After a moment of ringing, Fang Qimai picked up the call. Hello, is that Qimai? Hello. Qimai, are you there? Spit it out, what's up? Fang Qimai replied coldly. Oh, nothing much. It's just been a while since we've seen each other, so I was wondering if I could treat you to dinner later just to catch up and chat. Dinner, catch up and chat? Did I hear that right? This guy wasn't like this before. Besides, there's really nothing to talk about with him. Plus, I just finished eating, so I wasn't really in the mood for dinner or anything like that right now. Fang Qimai replied coldly once more, no need for dinner. Just get to the point. If that's all, I'm hanging up. Hey, wait. Zhang Tao stammered for a moment before saying, actually there is something I'd like to talk to you about, but it's not convenient to discuss over the phone. How about we grab dinner together tonight, have a few drinks, and talk then? No need for drinks. Fang Qimai realized he wasn't far from Haoyu. I'll come to the shop to find you. Just tell me what's on your mind. Okay, no problem. I'll head back to the shop right away. After dinner, Fang Qimai told Bai Lishu and the others to head home first. He headed over to Haoyu himself, taking the opportunity to check in on those old friends. 10 minutes later, at the entrance to Haoyu Fitness, Wang Tingting at the front desk saw a familiar figure step out of the Ferrari 6012 with her own eyes. Her eyes widened in surprise. Isn't that Fang Qimai who used to work here part-time? Wang Tingting's confusion level. She was so surprised she couldn't speak. Compared to a year ago, Fang Qimai now exuded a more masculine charm. Striding in with his long legs, Fang Qimai entered the gym. A casual blink of his eyes nearly knocked Wang Tingting off her feet. Sis Ting, is Zhang Tao here? He's so handsome. Sister Ting? Too bad I'm already 28, I really wish I'd been born 10 years later. Fang Qimai. What a tragic woman, she was perfectly fine just over half a year ago, and now she's suddenly both deaf and mute. Then Fang Qimai walked right. Upon seeing Fang Qimai, the fitness trainers Zhang Shuo and Zhang Shi, along with Ma Jian, were all overjoyed. One by one they hurriedly put down what they were doing. Wow, Qimai! What an honor to have you here. You little rascal, you really gave me a scare last time. Fang Qimai smiled slightly. Hello everyone, hope you're all doing well. The trainers quickly waved their hands. No, you're the big shot here. Fang Qimai's handsome face had some of the female trainees working out there staring at him, unable to look away. Meanwhile, Ma Jian and the others vividly recalled Fang Qimai's purple Maserati from their last encounter. All three were curious about Fang Qimai's true identity, but none of them dared to ask. Fang Qimai looked around. Where's brother son? I don't see him. Oh man, Zhang Shuo pointed upstairs. Your brother son's gone to see old Zhang again. Old Zhang just won't let him quit. He says if he leaves, he'll dock all his salary and commissions. Ma Jian added, this has happened several times already. He's really a pain. Then Ma Jian asked, boss, what brings you here today? Zhang Tao said he needed to talk to me. That's strange. What could old Zhang possibly want with you? Fang Qimai said, go ask him and you'll find out. With that, Fang Qimai headed toward the office on the second floor. Ma Jian and the other two followed behind him. From a distance, they could already hear the sound of an argument. Zhang Tao and Sun Shusheng were in the thick of a heated argument. Thump, thump, thump. The door was open, so Fang Qimai gave it a symbolic knock. Zhang Tao looked up and said, "Oh, Qimai, you're here. Wow, it's been a while. You've gotten a lot more handsome." Ding, you've been tagged by Zhang Tao, owner of Heoyu Gym. Unlocked physique, six-pack abs permanent. It had been a year since they'd last seen each other, and Zhang Tao had put on quite a bit of weight. He'd also gotten his hair permed, which made him look even older. Zhang Tao immediately smiled and stepped forward, saying, "Come on in, Qimai, quick, come on in." Fang Qimai walked it. Sun Shusheng also greeted him. Zhang Tao then turned to Mei Jian and the other two and asked, "What are you guys doing here? Don't you have to work?" He turned to Sun Shusheng and added, "And you stick to your job, we'll talk about quitting later." Fang Qimai said, "What's up, let's hear it." Zhang Tao smiled. "Actually, it's nothing much, I'll make some tea, and we can talk it over." Then he turned to Mei Jian and the others and said, "Everyone go downstairs. Qimai and I need to talk." "No need," Fang Qimai said, looking at Zhang Tao. "Whatever it is, let's talk about it in front of everyone." "Huh?" Fang Qimai asked, "What's the matter? Is it something you don't want others to hear?" No, well... Zhang Tao was very hesitant. Fang Qimai added, "If you don't say it, I'm leaving." With that, Fang Qimai turned to leave. No, hey, Qimai, sit down first, let's talk while we're seated." Zhang Tao looked at Ma Jian and the others. "You guys sit down too." Zhang Tao looked deeply troubled, several times starting to speak but then stopping short. He cleared his throat again and again, but still couldn't make sense of it all. With a heavy sigh and a clenched jaw, he decided to just come clean. "Here's the thing, Qimai. I heard that you're actually the son of a wealthy family. It must have been a real hardship for you to come work part-time here before." Everyone was taken aback. How did he find out? Sun Shusheng said, "Way to go, old Zhang. Were you eavesdropping on our conversation?" "That's not eavesdropping. It's a good thing Qimai is rich. It's not like it's some secret we can't talk about." Then Zhang Tao turned to Fang Qimai and said, "I wanted to ask you, are you interested in investing in our Heoyu?" Before Fang Qimai could answer, Zhang Tao continued, "As you know, people these days are pursuing a healthy lifestyle, and fitness has become mainstream. And the peak season for fitness is just around the corner. If you're willing to invest, Qimai, we can make money together in the future." Upon hearing this, Ma Jian and the other three were all at a loss for words. Given the state of Heoyu Gym, how much money could they possibly make? They'd be lucky not to lose money. Zhang Tao is a shrewd guy. He's always referred to himself as the manager, but in reality he's the owner of Heoyu. It's just that whenever a customer dispute arises, his title as manager allows him to pass the buck to the so-called owner. Everyone knew full well what a cunning old fox he was. This isn't an investment, it's a scheme to lure Fang Qi into a trap. Of course Fang Qimai isn't that naive. He's already reviewed the big data, how could he not know Heoyu's true background? Sun Shusheng, who was outspoken, was just about to speak up and expose the truth. Fang Qimai spoke first. "Are you sure you want me to join the partnership?" "Yeah, let's all make some money together." Fang Qimai asked again, "Or are you struggling to keep the business afloat and need me to give you a hand?" He hadn't expected that after nearly a year apart, Fang Qimai's manner of speaking had become so direct. Zhang Tao was momentarily at a loss for words. Fang Qimai continued, "Heoyu has been in the red for 3 consecutive quarters, and this quarter doesn't look promising either, it has no investment value." Zhang Tao? How does he know all this? Zhang Tao's confusion level. Fang Qimai added, "Whether it makes money or not is one thing, but the key question is, why should I help you?" Ma Jian and the others nod in agreement. Last summer, Fang Qimai was supposed to be working part-time as a receptionist, but he ended up being made to do all sorts of other tasks. Zhang Tao would deduct his pay at the drop of a hat and seize every opportunity to berate Fang Qimai. Just because Fang Qimai was a high school student, Zhang Tao treated him like cheap labor. Given how Zhang Tao had treated Fang Qimai back then, how could he possibly have the nerve to ask him for help now? Fortunately, although Fang Qimai was young, he wasn't that easy to fool. Zhang Tao immediately said, "Come on Qimai, that's all in the past, let's not hold a grudge." Fang Qimai stood up and said, "I'm not interested in your lousy shop." With that, Fang Qimai headed for the door. Ma Jian and the others felt a great sense of satisfaction. That Zhang Tao guy, he was just trying to suck up to Fang Qimai. He must be really regretting it now. Why didn't he treat him properly back then? If only he'd known then what he knows. Zhang Tao was indeed filled with regret. With the peak season just around the corner, Heoyu was on the verge of collapse. He'd asked everyone he knew for a loan, but no one was willing to lend him money. He overheard Ma Jian and the others mention that Fang Qimai was a rich kid. After much deliberation, he decided to take a chance with Fang Qimai. As long as he could hold on until the peak season arrived, things might improve. He never expected Fang Qimai to be so rude. With no other choice, Zhang Tao swallowed his pride and ran after him. Qimai, it was all my fault before. I apologize. Please, don't take it to heart. Fang Qimai let out a cold laugh. Too late. Zhang Tao had never been one to admit his mistakes first, and Fang Qimai was being so ungrateful. Don't push it. I'm already speaking to you so humbly, and you... Is that going too far? Fang Qimai interrupted, pointing a finger at him. If I wanted to, I could open a gym right across from yours and one on your left and one on your right. If that's not enough, I'll buy up the entire street and turn every single building into a gym. Are you kidding me? Is that even possible? Zhang Tao thought Fang Qimai was just blowing smoke. If you don't believe me, go ahead and try. I guarantee Heoyu will have to shut down in no time. He gritted his teeth. With a thud, Zhang Tao dropped to his knees. Qimai, please help me, I'm begging you. Ma Jian and the other three were stunned. Zhang Tao, that prideful, sharp-tongued man, had actually knelt before Fang Qimai. How much resolve must that have taken? In fact, Fang Qimai had not only looked at Heoyu's stats but also Zhang Tao's. This guy loves to gamble and has already racked up 400,000 in gambling debts. His relatives were all aware of his bad habits, so no one was willing to lend him money. Fang Qimai concluded that Zhang Tao was planning to ask him for a loan to pay off his gambling debts first. As for the gym, that could be discussed later. If they really did go into business together, he had surely already planned to tamper with the books. So no matter what it took, he was determined to cling to Fang Qimai as his last lifeline. However, how could Fang Qimai, who saw everything so clearly, possibly help him? Seeing that Fang Qimai hadn't said a word, Zhang Tao continued, "How about this then? Why don't you take over Heoyu? I'll give you a discount." A discount? Sorry, I'm not short on cash. Zhang Tao was on the verge of tears. Please, Qimai, help me. Name your price. Zhang Tao instantly saw a glimmer of hope. His eyes darted around as he said, My gym isn't very big. I invested a total of 2 million in the initial setup, the space, renovations, equipment, and machinery. I've been running it for 3 years and have lost quite a bit. How about this? I'll sell it to you for 1.5 million. 1.5 million? Right, I'm taking a huge loss. Over the past few years, there's been employee salaries, rent, utilities, taxes, and all that. Fang Qimai said 1 million. No way, Qimai. 1 million is definitely out of the question. 800,000, Fang Qimai continued to negotiate. Don't do this to me, Qimai. Fang Qimai was haggling too aggressively, and Zhang Tao hesitated over how to respond. Fang Qimai continued. Zhang Tao was dumbfounded. Was this even a way to haggle? Ma Jian and the others were dumbfounded. It turned out Fang Qimai was a haggling genius. Still, that was a bit too aggressive. Fang Qimai said, Don't worry, I was just joking with you. Zhang Tao breathed a sigh of relief. That really gave me a heart attack. Fang Qimai added, There's no way I'm buying it. Huh. With your scale and equipment, the initial investment was at most 600,000 and you want to sell it to me for 0.5 million? Are you out of your mind? Zhang Tao, you're being totally unfair. What? Zhang Tao was dumbfounded. How did he even know exactly how much I'd actually invested? That's right, Heoyu's gym equipment was secondhand, and they'd cut corners wherever possible on the renovation. The base salary for trainers was very low. They relied entirely on commissions from selling classes. Heoyu's initial investment was only 600,000. In a place like Jiangcheng, trying to run a decent gym on just 600,000 is definitely a tall order. Confusion level from Zhang Tao, 15. Fang Qimai said, In business, integrity is key. Since you're not being honest, I won't help you either. Zhang Tao knew he was in the wrong and was too frustrated to say a word. He could only blame himself for being too greedy just now. He truly regretted it now. Fang Qimai silently gave Zhang Tao 2 orders. One was to allow Sun Shushing to resign. The other was to restore the commissions that Fang Qimai had repeatedly cut for everyone. This was as far as Fang Qimai could go in helping Ma Jian and the others. Then Fang Qimai walked out of the office. Zhang Tao just sat there dumbfounded. The others shook their heads and followed him out. As soon as he stepped downstairs, Fang Qimai caught the attention of quite a few female trainees. "He's so handsome. Is he the super handsome guy you were just talking about? Is he the new coach? Can I request a different coach? I want this handsome guy to teach me how to work out. I'm going to come to the gym all the time from now on." Majian suddenly turned to Fang Qimai and said, "Hey man, it's been a while since you've been here. Want to work out?" It was the perfect opportunity. Fang Qimai had just bulked up, so now he could test his physical strength. Sure. Zhang Shu went to fetch a new tank top. Just put it on and see if it fits. Fang Qimai took off his t-shirt. Unexpectedly, this simple action caught everyone's attention. Wow, look at his six-pack. So sexy. So sexy. Those abs, those pecs. Ooh. I'd love to feel them. That feels so embarrassing. He's handsome and has a great body. I wonder which lucky woman will get to have him. You're wrong, it's not which woman but which women. Let's not beat around the bush, I'm totally into him. The female trainees watching were practically drooling. The male trainees were all green with envy. How can someone be so perfect? It's enough to drive a person crazy. Even Majian and his group were utterly stunned. Wow boss, what a great body. That really blew my mind. That physique is flawless. Perfect. Man, what other secrets do you have that we don't know about? After changing into a tank top, Fang Qimai's biceps and triceps stood out even more. After finishing his warm-up, he lay down on the bench press rack. With the barbell and plates loaded, he started by attempting 65 kilograms. Sure enough, he easily managed 10 reps. This time he went ahead and increased the weight to 110 kilograms. Those present were somewhat surprised. 110 kilograms is no small feat. Normally, the weight of a barbell used for bench presses depends on the exerciser's body weight. Fang Qimai weighs exactly 65 kilograms. If a person can bench press a barbell that weighs as much as they do, they're considered to have reached a standard level. But this isn't easy. Beginners need to train for a long time to achieve. Yet Fang Qimai actually added a weight equal to 1.7 times his own body weight. If he could lift it, that would mean he had surpassed the professional level. Everyone present knew this, and after estimating Fang Qimai's weight, they weren't very confident he could lift it. Even if he could, it would only be for 1 or 2 reps. The brothers Zhang Shuo and Zhang Shai quickly took their positions on either side of the bench press rack. "Sir, that's a bit too much weight. It's actually a little dangerous." Fang Qimai was very confident in his enhanced physique. He replied, "Let's give it a try." Sure enough, under everyone's watchful eyes, Fang Qimai gripped the bar. He gave it a mighty shove. Great, he didn't even have to give it his all to lift it. And it wasn't just once or twice, he did 12 reps in a row. Whoa. This guy is so impressive. His great physique isn't just for show. Look at that now, that's what I call professional. Amazing. I'm totally impressed. Both the boys and girls in the crowd let out exclamations of admiration. Majian and his friends couldn't help but admit they were outclassed. As a result, Fang Qimai also realized just how far his physical enhancement had progressed. It seemed he had just barely surpassed the professional level. As for professional level strength, that requires lifting a barbell weighing at least twice one's own body weight. Fang Qimai decided not to try any further, because he had already pushed himself to his limit. Perhaps his physique would become even stronger in the future. However, even now he was already far more capable than the average person. That's why back then he was able to apply the crosslock on the murderer Huang Liang so firmly. In the evening, Fang Qimai left the gym. Majian and the others saw him off at the door. As Fang Qimai got into the Ferrari 6 and 12, the olive-shaped headlight clusters were set into the front of the fenders, and the raised crease down the center blended seamlessly with the front fascia. The prancing horse emblem fully showcased the Ferrari 612's prestigious status. The black body exuded a sense of high-end sophistication and class. However, at just 7.5 million, this car ranked near the bottom among Fang Qimai's collection of 28 luxury vehicles. Ma Jian and the others were once again left speechless. Oh my god, so he doesn't just have one luxury car. He's tall, handsome, in great shape, and rich. If I were a woman, I'd marry him too. Maybe you'll have a chance in your next life, but don't even think about it in this one. In the car, Fang Qimai had just started the engine when suddenly, the passenger side door was pulled open. A woman wearing a mask hurriedly climbed in and quickly fastened her seatbelt. She was in her 20s with wavy flaxen hair. When she pulled down her mask, he saw she was quite attractive, at least an 88 out of 100. The problem was Fang Qimai didn't recognize her at all. Who are you? No sooner had Fang Qimai spoken than the woman interrupted, drive already. She frantically turned her head to look in the rearview mirror. Hurry up, the woman urged again. He never would have expected this. Fang Qimai immediately turned off the engine. Get out of the car. Woman. Tang Ye's confusion level. The woman named Tang Ye stared at Fang Qimai in Only then did she notice that the driver was actually quite handsome. You, how dare you talk to me like that? Fang Qimai gave Tang Ye a cold stare. Get out of the car. You? In the rearview mirror, a group of people was rushing toward them from the distant street corner. I just saw Yaya, she got into that black car. Hurry up, you guys. Go after her. We can't let her get away again, we have to stop her. Tang Ye was frantic. Drive already, they're coming. Are you getting out or not? Fang Qimai asked again. Do you know who I am? You're kicking me out of the car? Tang Ye stared at Fang Qimai in disbelief. Weren't you supposed to pick me up? Tang Ye's confusion level. She could see the group charging right toward them. She hurriedly asked, aren't you the driver Lulu called? Fang Qimai got out of the car, walked over to the passenger side and opened the door. Get out. Tang Ye was startled. What are you doing? I don't know you, and I don't know anyone named Lulu. Get out. Confusion level from Tang Ye plus it. That can't be right. My best friend said she'd arrange for someone to pick me up, Tang Ye said, glancing at her phone in confusion. Yunfu North Road black car with a horse on the emblem. Then she showed Fang Qimai her WeChat chat history. Fang Qimai was instantly speechless. Sis, there are tons of cars with a horse emblem. Did you look closely? The one your best friend mentioned is a Hantang X8. It does have a horse emblem, but this is a Ferrari. Oh, a Ferrari. I've heard of it, but I've never seen one. Fang Qimai. Turns out not everyone knows about cars, especially girls. Tang Ye took a look at the car's interior. It was true this car was quite different from ordinary compact cars, and the way the doors opened was also unique. Could I really have gotten it wrong? She scratched her head. This is so awkward. I'm sorry. I was in such a rush just now and my tone wasn't very nice. I'm sorry. She frantically looked around, but there were no other black cars in sight. In a panic, she blurted out, could you please just take me away from here first? I'm begging you. Ding, consumed 200 confusion points. Activating comprehensive data analysis. Current confusion points remaining 435. Tang Ye, 24 years old, 1.65 meters tall, 49 kilograms. Measurements. Alma mater, Jiangcheng University of Finance and Economics. Occupation, folk singer. Personal works and experience. Her debut album, Follow Me to the Far Horizon, was promoted through a launch tour across 17 cities nationwide. With this album, she was nominated for 3 awards at the 6th Abilu Music Awards: Album of the Year, Single of the Year, and Artist of the Year. In January of this year, she released the music video for her solo version of Time Remains, You Remain, the theme song for the coming-of-age romance film That Year in Senior Year. In March of this year, she was invited to compose the opening theme, closing theme inserts songs, and soundtrack for the TV series Youth in the Classroom, releasing her first collaborative soundtrack album, Youth in the Classroom Original Soundtrack. After seeing Tang Ye's measurements, Fang Qimai realized what it means to weigh less than 100. You're either flat-chested or short. At 1.65 meters, she's already exceptionally tall for a girl, so the reason her weight is under 100. Could it be that, just like Little Red Riding Hood, her grandmother was eaten by the big bad wolf? But speaking of which, this woman is no ordinary figure. She's a folk singer with a solid track record. Fang Qimai didn't care about her status. The main thing is that the data shows she has no scandals, and besides, she just apologized, so Fang Qimai might consider giving her a ride. Don't go. Please, Yaya. President Wang and President Lai are about to arrive. Come back quickly. The people behind her shouted frantically. They chased after her while shouting. Just as they were about to catch up, there was a loud roar. That black Ferrari suddenly sped off, accelerating so quickly that no one could keep up. Tang Ye, sitting in the passenger seat, was thrown back against the seat. Her heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was about to jump out of her chest. Once she'd regained her composure, she even raised her hand in a bow to bid farewell to the group. While driving, Fang Qimai asked, who are they? They're from my agency, my agent and my assistants. Then why did you run away? It's a long story. They're always making me do things I don't want to do, so I just slipped away. After a moment's thought, Tang Ye continued, My passion is singing, but besides singing I have to deal with all kinds of social obligations. It's really annoying, so I slipped away again. Slipped away again. It seemed this wasn't the first or second time. No wonder that group of people was so devastated earlier. Is it really okay to keep running away like this? Who cares? Let's worry about tomorrow when it gets here. Fang Qimai didn't say anything. He was concentrating on driving. After a moment, Tang Ya asked again, "By the way, do you really not know who I am?" "I sort of do." "What kind of answer is that? Haven't you ever heard my songs?" "I might have heard them, but I didn't know you were the one singing them." "Tang Ya. Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Tang Ya, and my stage name is Yaya." I hate it when the air suddenly goes quiet. Fang Qimai turned on the music. "If I were a DJ, would you love me? Would you love me? Would you love me?" Tang Ya. "Wait, you're seeing me in person, aren't you going to react at all?" Tang Ya's confusion level. "What kind of reaction?" You know, that excited feeling you get when you meet your idol." Fang Qimai smoothly pulled off a passing maneuver. He replied nonchalantly, "But I'm not your fan." "You?" Tang Ya was at a loss for words. "Never mind. Even though you're my savior, it's really hard to communicate with you. I suggest you listen to my songs when you have time. I want to win you over with my voice." Just then Tang rang. "Hello, Lu." Yeah, what's going on?" The driver said he was running a little late. "He didn't pick you up. You weren't taken back, were you?" Feeling embarrassed, Tang Ya whispered, "You might not believe this, but I got on the wrong bus." "Got on the wrong car?" Tang Ya glanced at Fang Qimai, who was concentrating on driving. She continued in a whisper, "Yeah, I was in such a rush. I didn't have time to check the license plate. I just glanced at the logo, and since I don't know much about cars, I hopped in as soon as I saw the horse emblem, only to find out it was a Ferrari." "A Ferrari? Oh my god. That must cost millions. Even the Hanteng X8 my driver drives is only 160,000. Ah. Tang Ya's cluelessness level. They'd barely exchanged a few words when the car suddenly came to a stop. After hanging up, Tang Ya finally noticed that the area was surrounded by high-end villas. "Get out." "Where are we?" "My house." "You actually brought me to your house. You..." Fang Qimai looked at Tang Ya and replied, "I helped you escape, but you can't hold me up on my way home. Once you get out of the car, you can go wherever you want. Just don't come into my house," Fang Qimai added. Tang Ya. After getting out of the car, Tang Ya stared blankly at her surroundings. This was a neighborhood where wealthy people lived. He looks so young, yet he owns a villa here? How many more years would she have to work hard before she could afford one? Then she scampered over to the driver's seat. "Anyway, thank you. You saved me and now I'm free. Also, I want to apologize again. I was in such a rush at first that I spoke to you in that tone." As she spoke, Tang Ya picked up her phone. Should we add each other on WeChat? I owe you one." "No need." "Come on, just add me. I never add people on WeChat myself. You have no idea how many people want to add me, but I've turned them down, or how many people go to great lengths to find out my WeChat ID." Fang Qimai replied, "Don't send me ads, don't send me links asking me to vote for anyone, and during holidays, don't send me mass messages with holiday greetings." Tang Ya. Got it. By the way, I still don't know your name." After a brief pause, Tang Ya continued, "I mainly just want to label your contact. Fang Qimai." Fang Qimai, are those the 3 characters? That's right. Alright, consider this a favor I owe you. If you ever need my help in the future, just let me know. Ding! You've been tagged by folk singer Tang Ya. Unlock talent, voice that moves Liang Shen.
When Fang Qimai returned home, the servants, led by Bai Lishu, shouted in unison, "Young master, you're back." Thanks for your hard work. You can all go back to your duties now." Fang Qimai checked the reward he had just received. Voice that moves Liangkin, you possess a melodious singing voice. Your singing is magnetic and easily captivates others. Wow, Fang Qimai thought just... With such godlike singing talent, did Tang Ya really think she could win him over with her voice? That's gonna be tough. Just then, he received a WeChat message from his fitness trainer, Majian. "Big shot, Qimai. I don't know if old Zheng was inspired by you or what, but he actually gave us a raise. The commission structure's back to the way it used to be. Too, haha. Thanks so much." Scrolling down, there was a message from 5 minutes earlier. It was from fitness trainer Sun Shushing. "Big shot, after you left Zheng. Tao actually agreed to let me resign through the normal process. Hey, thanks a million." Fang Qimai smiled and, mimicking Niu Jikao's tone, said, "This is like making a heifer pull a plow. We're just following the big shot." Beside him, Bai Lisho said respectfully, "Young master, the top-grade Angus ribeye from northern Jiangsu just arrived this afternoon. Would you like to try some tonight?" "Sounds good, but I'm in the mood for pizza tonight." Bai Lisho replied, "We could pair the beef with the pizza. It would even blend perfectly with the seafood." "Good idea," Fang Qimai nodded. "Then make a 12-inch one. You can have some too." "Certainly, young master. It would be my pleasure. I'll make the arrangements right away." After a short rest, the servants came to invite Fang Qimai to dinner. To preserve its temperature and texture, the pizza was taken out of the oven only after Fang Qimai had taken his seat. The slightly golden brown cheese was studded with large chunks of Angus ribeye beef, tiger prawns as thick as a thumb, and generous slices of smoked salmon. In the center lay 2 massive pieces of lobster meat, also covered with a layer of cheese. Right in the center, the head of a roast lobster stood upright. The entire presentation was incredibly stylish. The aroma was intoxicating, and it looked incredibly appetizing. The chef first removed the lobster and placed it on a Fang Qimai plate. Next, he sprinkled some pizza herbs and white truffle shavings on top. Finally, he used a pizza cutter to slice it into 8 pieces and served 1 portion to Fang Qimai. Meanwhile, Bai Lisho poured Fang Qimai a glass of Mapo Natural sparkling wine. "Young master, please enjoy your meal." The rich aroma of cheese made Fang Qimai unable to wait. He right in with his hands. The fresh sweetness of the shrimp and the rich aroma of the salmon, paired with the sweet and sour Italian sauce, made for a perfect combination. And the generous chunks of Angus beef made for a truly satisfying bite. The pizza crust wasn't just flour. It also contains mashed potatoes, lobster roe, and shrimp paste. The combination of these ingredients, set off by the freshly made crust, is simply exquisite. Meanwhile, Fang Qimai took a sip of Mapo Natural sparkling wine. This wine is imported from Mendoza, Argentina. It has a rich, fragrant aroma and a sweet, approachable palate with refreshing tropical fruit notes. It pairs perfectly with pizza. A nice dinner. Fang Qimai gave a thumbs up. Having had his fill of wine and pizza, he got up to head back to his room. "By the way, which building should I stay in tonight?" It was only then that he noticed his phone was ringing nonstop. Taking a closer look, he saw that the Class 10 group chat already had over 30 messages. At the top was a message tagged at all members. It was a message from their homeroom teacher, Zhu Baogai. The message stated that starting next Monday, the class would begin a morning exercise program requiring all students to arrive at school half an hour early. Below that, a number of students had replied, "Got it." This initiative was precisely the suggestion put forward by Fang Qimai. It wasn't just because of his father, Fang Zhongxin's status. The country has long advocated for 1 hour of daily exercise. Furthermore, there are definite benefits to starting the school day with exercise. That is why school administrators have always attached great importance to this. However, given the students' heavy academic workload, it was impossible to reduce class time. After numerous discussions with officials from the Education Bureau, it was ultimately decided to strike a balance between health and academics, that students would arrive at school half an hour early to begin their exercises. At the same time, morning reading time was reduced by 10 minutes, and the extra 10 minutes of morning exercises originally scheduled after the second class were moved up. This arrangement freed up a total of 50 minutes. As for the remaining 10 minutes, the school encourages students to exercise on their own during their free time. However, while some are happy about this, others are not. Those who dislike exercise voiced their discontent, complaining that they had to lose half an hour of sleep every day. Fang Qimai didn't think much of it. At the time, he was simply trying to persuade the teachers not to eliminate PE classes. In the past, when he arrived early to play basketball, he'd get scolded by his homeroom teacher. Now he could play basketball openly. It was good exercise and helped clear his mind, which, all things considered, wasn't so bad. Meanwhile, after more than a week of renovations, the Yang family traditional Chinese medicine clinic was mostly finished. In keeping with the spirit of traditional Chinese medicine, the decor has a classic Chinese aesthetic. They've also added some new medical equipment as well as new tables and chairs and so on. We've placed some potted plants around the space. A new sign has been. The 4 large characters, healing the world through medicine, were written with great grandeur. The entire clinic has been completely transformed. Next, Fang Qimai asked Yang Huming to choose an auspicious date for the reopening of the Yang family traditional Chinese medicine clinic. A reopening ceremony was in order, though everything would be kept simple. Fang Qimai have Yang Huming invite a few friends over for a simple meal. On Monday, Fang Qimai left home early. No sooner had he parked his car than Lin Heoji came over enthusiastically to greet him. "Good morning, Chairman Fang." "Good morning." In the past, whenever he saw Fang Qimai, Lin Heoji would keep his distance. Times had changed, however. After witnessing Fang Qimai's capabilities, Lin Heoji suddenly realized that the only way to improve was to work alongside outstanding people. "Chairman Fang, actually, when I first started middle school and my freshman year of high school, my grades were pretty good, especially in math. So how are things for you now?" Lin Heoji sighed. After some soul-searching, I finally figured out the turning point when my math grades took a nosedive. During a math class in the second semester of my freshman year, I bent down to pick a pen cap, and after standing back up, I never understood the lesson again. After that, I just gave up. Often, by the time the teacher had finished explaining a problem, I still hadn't even identified angle 1 and angle 2. Fang Qimai. Later in math class, every time the teacher finished explaining a problem, he'd ask us, "Do you understand?" I didn't dare nod. I was afraid the teacher would call on me to explain it again, but I didn't dare shake my head either, for fear the teacher would go over it with me once more. Lin Haoji sighed again. The longest journey I've ever taken in my life was following my math teacher's line of reasoning. In fact, this situation isn't unique to Lin Haoji, it's the reality for many struggling students. Fang Qimai had once been in the same boat, but he's a completely different person now. He replied, "Well, you'd better buckle down then." "Got it, Chairman Fang. My dad has already signed me up for the best tutoring class. I'll do my best." As he walked toward the school gate, Jiang Zijian spotted Lin Haoji and Fang Qimai chatting together in the distance. He was utterly baffled. Since when have these two been so close? Confusion level from Jiang Zijian. Meanwhile, Li Hongji spotted Xiao Bixu and quickly got out of the car. He walked over to Xiao Bixu. After exchanging greetings, Li Hongji said, "Bixu, isn't your birthday coming up soon?" Xiao Bixu nodded, so the class monitor actually cared about her birthday. "How are you planning to celebrate?" Li Hongji asked. Xiao Bixu shook her head. "I haven't decided yet." "Your 18th birthday is very important," Li Hongji said. "Here's what we'll do. Since I'm the class president, I'll organize it. This Saturday, I'll treat the whole class to a KTV party to celebrate your birthday. How does that sound?" "The whole class? That many people?" Li Hongji said generously, "Don't worry, I'll cover all the expenses for this party." Xiao Bixu had originally just wanted to have a meal with a few close friends. If her cousin had time, she could invite her to join them for dinner. But she realized that after this birthday, by the time her next one rolled around, everyone would have gone their separate ways. Xiao Bixu said, "It's fine for everyone to celebrate my birthday with me, but I'll cover the cost myself. No need to trouble you, class president." No problem, I'll take care of it. By the way, leave the task of notifying everyone to me. I promise to make sure everyone gets the message." Li Hongji said he wanted the whole class to come. In reality, he had already prepared a list. This list included the people invited to the party, but it wasn't the entire class. He'd excluded a few people he didn't get along with, such as Fang Qimai and Jiang Zijian. He certainly didn't want them to be part of Xiao Bixu's birthday party. "No need, class president. It's my birthday, how could I let you spend money on it?" Li Hongji said with a smile, "Come on, Bixu, we know each other well, don't be so fussy about the details. I'll take care of it." Just as they were discussing this, they ran into Fang Qimai and Lin Haoji at the school gate. If this had been the Lin Haoji of the past, he would definitely have teased Xiao Bixu a bit. But to his surprise, he said, "Today, you guys chat, I'm heading out." With that, Lin Haoji tactfully walked away at a brisk pace. He'd never dare to mess with Chairman Fang's woman again. "Good morning," Xiao Bixu spoke first. Good morning," Fang Qimai replied. Li Hongji deliberately turned his face away, not wanting to greet Fang Qimai. Last week, Fang Qimai had already become a legend in their class. If you can't take him on, can't you at least avoid him? The three of them walked side by side like that, with Xiao Bixu in the middle and Fang Qimai and Li Hongji on her right and left, respectively. The scene was a bit awkward. Li Hongji kept leaning toward Xiao Bixu. He really wanted to let everyone know that he and Xiao Bixu were the real couple. None of them spoke, and Li Hongji didn't bring up the birthday party again. Unexpectedly, Xiao Bixu suddenly spoke up. "Fang Qimai, this Saturday is my birthday. I'd like to invite everyone to go karaoke. Will you come?" Li Hongji, standing nearby, was stunned. He hadn't wanted to mention Fang Qimai in the first place. That guy would only steal his thunder. But he never expected Xiao Bixu to actually invite Fang Qimai herself. "Damn." Fang Qimai replied, "Sure, I'll go if I have time. If not, I'll go next time." "Oh hey." Xiao Bixu seemed a little disappointed. Then she paused, puzzled. "Huh? Next time?" Confusion level from Xiao Bixu, +6. Li Hongji was furious. What kind of attitude was Fang Qimai pulling? How dare he be so dismissive? "Next time, my ass. Please let him not have time to go." Li Hongji prayed silently. Just then, a tall figure suddenly approached, and a large hand rested on his shoulder. Li Hongji looked up and saw it was Lin Haoji, who had just walked away. Although the two had seen each other before and knew who the other was, they'd never crossed paths or spoken a word to one another. "What? What are you doing?" Class 10 president, I think we need to talk." "Talk about what?" Xiao Bixu was also a bit puzzled. What was Lin Haoji up to? Li Hongji was only 174 meters tall. Although he was a bit on the chubby side, he looked tiny next to the towering Lin Haoji. Lin Haoji gave him a firm shove, and Li Hongji was immediately swept away. "What are you doing? I've got nothing to talk to you about." Holding Li Hongji close, Lin Hoji said, "How long do you plan on being a third wheel?" "What do you mean third wheel?" "I hear you're a great student. Have you ever figured out how many watts you are?" "What do you mean, watts?" Lin Hoji suddenly asked seriously, "Don't you have the slightest clue how bright you are?" Damn. Hearing their conversation, Xiao Bixu suddenly felt her face flush. Only then did she realize that Fang Qimai had already walked far ahead. She hurried after him. After returning to the classroom to put down her backpack, all the students began to assemble in an orderly fashion on the playground, grouped by class. At times like this, every homeroom teacher was busy. The PE teachers were the busiest of all. Ever since Wang Zixing's wealthy background was revealed, all the teachers had been treating him with great courtesy. Today was the first morning physical education session, and Vice Principal Li Ying took the stage to deliver a speech on behalf of the school. The crowd below looked sleepy. Next, Wang Zixing took the stage as the second speaker to represent the spirit of sports. The moment he stepped onto the stage, the entire student body snapped out of their drowsy state and suddenly became excited. No wonder Teacher Kong has her eye on him. He's really handsome and so rich. You're right, 10 sports cars. That's absolutely mind-blowing. What's up with this teacher? You didn't know that? Didn't you hear the rumor about some rich guy who helped build our school's new gym? That's him. I remember seeing him ride a bike to school before. He rode his bike here this morning too. That's what you call keeping a low profile. Truly wealthy people don't like to show off. Kong Mengxin hesitated, as if she wanted to say something but held back. That day, Wang Zixing had already confessed to her that the 4 sports cars were just Fang Qimai helping him out of a tight spot. Kong Mengxin understood then. Besides, she wasn't after Wang Zixing's money anyway. But she never expected the whole school to get the wrong idea, and the more she tried to explain, the more confusing it became. The rumors grew more and more exaggerated. The 4 sports cars were rumored to be 10. There were even rumors circulating that he had funded the construction of a new gymnasium. Wang Zixing felt immense pressure. When he finished speaking, the entire student body erupted in thunderous applause. In contrast, when Li Ying had just finished speaking, the entire hall had fallen silent. Principal Xu Hongrong nodded. Teacher Wang is very popular. He can rally the enthusiasm of every student in a matter of minutes. It seems we'll have to let him take the stage more often from now on. He paused for a moment, then walked up to him with a smile. Teacher Wang, would you be willing to lead the daily calisthenics from now on? Sure, of course. How could Wang Zixing possibly say no? Then we'll be counting on you, Teacher Wang. Stretching exercises, 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 3, 4. As he led the exercises from the front, Wang Zixing suddenly realized a few things. With this new morning exercise program, PE teachers have to handle all sorts of tasks, have to give speeches on stage, and now I have to lead the exercises too. I guess there was a reason the principal gave me a raise. I just don't know how much extra Mr. Zhang and Mr. Zhao are getting. I didn't have the nerve to ask. Anyway, mine went up quite a bit. But I don't get it. I understand why PE teachers got a raise, but why did the English teachers, like Mengxin and the others, get one too? Mrs. Tian still hadn't shown up by the time English class began that afternoon. Instead, Vice Principal Li Ying walked in. He was also an English teacher. Mrs. Tian has taken a leave of absence due to personal matters. I'll be covering a few of her classes for the time being. One by one, the students filed. Facing a teacher who wasn't their regular teacher, everyone felt a bit resistant. And with the vice principal in the room, the classroom atmosphere instantly became a bit tense. Where's the class representative? Who is the class representative? Kai Shali stood up, feeling awkward. Li Ying. Li Ying paused for a moment. He remembered Kai Shali. The moment he saw her, he was reminded of Kai Shali's touching voice from that day. Class representative, have you handed out the English test papers from last week yet? Yes. Okay, take a seat. Everyone in the class has one. Please take out last week's exam. This test was a bit difficult. I'm not saying this to make excuses for those of you who scored low. If your scores held steady, it proves your foundational skills are solid. If your scores drop significantly, it means your foundational skills aren't strong enough yet, and you need to keep working hard. Do you understand? Li Ying's teaching style was rather strict, and his words effectively deflated the entire class. The class replied listlessly, we understand. For the listening section, I'll play it again, and we'll go through it question by question. As soon as Fang Qimai heard this, he knew he could go back to sleep. It was a perfect score exam. He had even graded the entire class papers himself, so he no longer needed to listen to the answers. This 2,000-year-old building stood near the Nile River, surrounded by a wall that no longer exists. It means this temple, built 2,000 years ago, stood near the Nile River, surrounded by a wall that no longer exists. The question asks, who witnessed the history of this temple? It can't be A, the building itself, nor be a wall, nor C,000. Clearly, it was the Nile River that witnessed its history, so the correct answer is D, the Nile River. Students who got this question right, please raise your hands. Li Hongzhi was the first to raise his hand, and in unison, more than 30 other hands went up as well. Li Ying scanned the entire class. All right, now raise your hand if you got it wrong but understood the explanation. The whole class looked over and only 2 students hadn't raised their hands. One of them was Jiang Zijian. Li Ying was aware of his situation, so he didn't say anything further. What was going on with the student sleeping with his head on the desk? Li Ying said sternly, the one sleeping his desk partner, wake him up. Liu Mei froze. Wasn't that referring to her and Fang? My, the teacher is calling you. Fang Qimai lifted his head. Li Ying took one look at him and said, aren't you that Fang Qimai, the one who acted heroically? Back then, it had been Li Ying who had led Captain Yi from the Public Security Bureau to present Fang Qimai with a commendation banner. Liu Mei nodded. That's right, teacher, it's him. Li Ying's expression softened slightly. He stepped forward and said, Fang Qimai, pay close attention in class. There are only 86 days left until the college entrance exam. You must take this seriously. Do you understand everything? Missing even one question could be a huge loss for you. Liu Mei whispered to Li Ying from beside him, teacher, he got a perfect score this time. Full marks? Li Ying found it hard to believe. On a test like this, scoring 130 is actually considered quite excellent. Getting a perfect score of 150 wasn't impossible, but almost no one could actually pull it off. Li Ying stepped forward, picked up Fang Qimai's test, and took a look. Sure enough, it was a perfect score. After carefully reviewing several fill-in-the-blank questions, closed passages, and other sections, he confirmed that every answer was correct. The key was the essay. Fang Qimai's essay not only contained no grammatical or spelling errors, but also demonstrated a masterful command of vocabulary that earned extra points. Without straying from the topic, he used a few proverbs to great effect. His handwriting was neat, and the answer sheet was very clean and organized. The concluding paragraph tied in closely with the rest of the essay, which was another plus. According to the scoring criteria, an essay like this can indeed earn a perfect score. Students with strong English grades at school are often selected to participate in English competitions. Li Ying had a general idea of who these students were, but he had never heard of someone like Fang Qimai. When did our school start producing such talent? Li Ying's level of bewilderment. The scene of him being awarded that banner was still vivid in his mind. And now, on this rather challenging exam, he's scored another perfect score. No wonder Principal Xu has been saying lately that our No.2 high school is full of hidden talents. The whole class was already aware of Fang Qimai's English proficiency, and everyone was waiting to see how Li Ying would react. Just looking at his astonished face, you could tell exactly what was going on. Li Ying said to Fang Qimai later, when we get to the essay section, could you please lend me your exam paper? Your essay is a great reference. No, actually, I should share it with the entire grade so everyone can learn from it. Fang Qimai replied, go ahead, Vice Principal. Li Ying had originally intended to get Fang Qimai to pay close attention in class, but since he'd already scored a perfect score, he hesitated, unable to bring himself to speak. Liu Mei chimed in from the side, teacher, our class and the class next door got their exam papers from this test, and he graded them all for us. Huh, is that so? Liu Mei nodded. Yes, Mrs. Tian asked him to help. For some reason, Liu Mei felt incredibly proud to have such a genius as her deskmate. Well, Li Ying was taken aback. Anyone who had earned Tian's trust enough to be entrusted with grading her exams couldn't possibly be an ordinary person. Fang Qimai asked, teacher, can I go back to sleep? Uh-huh. Li Ying cleared his throat, turned around, and said, the rest of you, please continue paying attention to the lesson. The other students were truly in awe. Someone actually dared to sleep during the vice principal's class and still received her tacit approval. All right, focus up, let's move on to the next question. As soon as class ended, Niu Jikao and the others gathered around him. The exam god is truly awesome, top of the class in science, a perfect score in English, and he even grades our exams for us. Wow. If I ever mention God Mei to kids from other classes, I'm totally gonna brag about him. Standing nearby, Xiang Peng said, by the way, do any of you know what the difference is between a slacker like me, a top student like our class president, and a genius like Qimai? Li Hongji didn't say a word, but he'd been called out again. Being called a top student was supposed to be a great feeling, but now, with a genius like Qimai looming over him, it made him feel like he was only slightly better than a total underachiever. Go ahead and explain, said Niu Jikao and the others, their curiosity piqued. Xiang Peng explained, for me, there are 3 kinds of problems, ones I can solve, ones that look solvable, and ones I can't solve. For the class monitor, there are 2 types of problems, those he can solve and those that are beyond the syllabus. But for God Mai, there are only 2 kinds, problems he can solve and problems where the question itself is wrong. Li Hongji. Everyone nodded in agreement. Spot on. As fellow academic underachievers, your situation is exactly the same as mine. Fang Qimai often played basketball with Xiangpeng. The guy was just an average player, but I never expected him to be so eloquent. Xiangpeng continued, if I got my exam back and saw I'd lost points, I'd think the teacher was being too harsh, but no one would pay any attention to me after all. Underachievers have no rights. If the class monitor lost points and couldn't figure out where he went wrong, no matter how long he looked, he'd round up a few top students and argue with them until they were red in the face over whether the answer was correct. Liu Maimei asked, what if it were Maimei who lost points? Someone replied, a genius never gets points deducted. Xiangpeng waved his hand. No, if Mai the genius lost points, he'd go find the teacher, and the teacher would immediately correct the answer key. Li Hongji. Sure, is that you? Sure, please sit down so we can talk. Xiangpeng said smugly, what can I say? I had nothing better to do in class, so I took the time to write up a thorough summary. He continued, a poor student like me only starts cramming right before the exam, and I only pick the easy questions to do. The class monitor, on the other hand, is always working through practice problem set after set. But Mei Shen is different. He never does practice problems. He just flips through his textbook every now and then, and that's enough to get a perfect score. Li Hongzi. Also, when it comes to solving a difficult problem on an exam, students at different levels react differently. As a poor student, if I solve a difficult problem, I'd want to shout it from the rooftops and have the whole world celebrate with me. If it's the class president, he'll say the problem wasn't actually that hard. But if it's God of math, no matter how difficult the problem he solves, he'll act as if nothing ever happened. Sure, you've hit the nail on the head. It's really no small feat for a struggling student to solve a tough problem. Exactly. As a struggling student, I got every answer right. It's just so tragic. A genius is a genius solving a tough problem without batting an eye. Li Hongji was puzzled. These guys, they're just chatting, so why do they keep dragging me into it? Xiangpeng continued to share his insight. I'm always frustrated by how hard it is to memorize formulas, but the class president works hard to memorize every single one we'll need. As for math god Mai, he only memorized the basic formulas and derives the rest himself. 6666, Xiangpeng, that's an awesome summary. So true, I'm also terrible at memorizing formulas, and even if I get them right, I don't always know how to use them. Fang Qimai smiled helplessly after hearing this. If only Xiangpeng would channel that cleverness into his studies. Xiao Bixu, Ruan Meng, and the other girls found it quite amusing as well. Li Hongji stood up. After all that chatter, was this group actually praising him or making fun of him? The more he listened, the more infuriating it became. Damn it! Taking advantage of the fact that everyone was gathered together, Li Hongji said, okay, everyone, hold on a second, I have something to announce. Everyone turned to look at him. This Saturday is Bixu's birthday. Our class is organizing a birthday party. We're tentatively planning to go karaoke. Everyone should come. I'll let you know the exact time later. If you're not here, please spread the word to your desk mate. Wow, the school beauty's birthday, we've definitely got to show up. Should we bring a gift? Speaking of which, the class president really remembers Xiao Bixu's birthday well. You bet she's got it firmly etched in her mind. For a moment, everyone started chatting about it. Li Hongji had intended to announce it so direct. But since Fang Qimai had already been personally invited by Xiao Bixu, there was no reason to leave out Jiang Zhejian and the others. Just then, someone said, Class President, can we skip this? Yeah, we're not really interested in this kind of get-together. Who doesn't have a birthday? Do we really have to sacrifice our precious weekend time for this? My birthday's coming up soon too. Shouldn't you organize one for me as well, Class President? The speakers were Kai Shali and her group. Under Kai Shali's influence, they were deeply dissatisfied with Xiao Bixu. Li Hongzi had been seething with pent-up frustration since this morning. And now these women were making a big fuss and speaking in sarcastic, backhanded tones, going against him. You guys can go if you want. After snapping at them, Li Hongzi returned to his seat. The girls instantly fell silent. Nu Jikao said to them, this is just like a heifer having a difficult birth, not exactly impressive, is it? However, Kai Shali's eyes suddenly lit up. The class monitor looks so manly when he's angry. Just then, the bell signaling the start of class rang. It was Li Ying's English class again. Kai Shali sent Li Hongji 2 WeChedges. Gee, if we're going to sing, let's go to Duchang. My cousin is a big shot there, she can get us a better deal, proud JPG. I heard Xiao Bixu's family is really poor. Throwing a party that big must cost a lot of money, I'm just helping her save some cash. Duchang? Never heard of it, never been there. If we can get a discount through a contact, that's perfect. Li Hongzi agreed immediately and left it to Kai Shali to book the private room. Okay. Kai Shali was delighted. On the surface, it seemed like she was helping Xiao Bixu save money, but in reality, she was setting a trap for Xiao Bixu. Duchang wasn't the kind of ordinary chain KTV that Li Hongji had imagined. Rather, it was one of Jiangcheng's more upscale KTV venues where the prices were anything but cheap. Kai Shali had been there once last year. For non-members, the minimum charge per private room was 1980. With over 40 people in the class, they'd probably have to book the largest presidential suite. All costs combined would come to at least 3,000, and that's not counting what they'd spend on food and drinks. If Jiang Zijian and the others went too, drinking would be inevitable, and that would really drive up the cost. Since it's Xiao Bixu's birthday party, she'll naturally be footing the bill. Even if my cousin offers a small discount, it won't be much cheaper. I've heard for a long time that Xiao Bixu's family is in dire straits, and it looks like she won't be able to cover the costs. It'll definitely be a bit of a mess. Hey! As she thought about it, Kaishali suddenly smiled. Class representative, what are you grinning about? Did you get this problem right? Kaishali. Lei Ying was so furious she snapped the chalk in half. As the English class representative, first you sang to me during study hall, huh? And now, while I'm teaching, you're grinning like an idiot at me. What are you trying to rebel? Teacher, I didn't. Still trying to make excuses? Li Ying picked up another piece of chalk and continued, if you don't want to do this, we'll replace you as class representative. Fang Qimai will take your place. Ah, teacher, I... Sniff, sniff, sniff. Kaishali's confusion level fit. Fang Qimai suddenly looked up from his desk. Did someone just call my name? Liu Mai Mai said cheerfully, congratulations, Mai Mai. You're in charge now. Please look out for your little sister from now on. Chang TV. A woman in uniform walked out the door. Her voluptuous figure and rounded belly caused her shirt to stretch slightly. She was wearing a pair of red high heels and carrying a purse. She was talking on the phone as she walked. Her full lips kept moving nonstop. Geez, Yaya, ever since you became famous, it's been so hard to catch you. Here I am, my bestie. Let me know what you want to eat, it's on me. Don't be silly. I'm Sululu, I'm a small business owner after all. How could I let you treat me? Wait for me, I'll be there in a minute. With that, she hopped into her Hanning X8 and set off. The intersection east of the World Trade Mall. Tang Ye stood at the intersection, fully covered with a hat and a mask. After waiting a moment, a black car pulled up. Taking a closer look at the emblem, she saw it was a horse. This time, though, she didn't dare act so recklessly. First, she checked the license plate. It was indeed her best friend Sululu's car. She looked at the emblem again. Sure enough, it was different from the Ferrari prancing horse. How could I have been so stupid back then, just hopping into a stranger's car? The more I think about it, the more embarrassing it gets. Tang Ye got into the car. Sululu planned to drive to the underground parking garage first, and then they'd head to the World Trade Center together for dinner. As soon as she got in, Tang Ye took off her hat and mask. Phew, that feels good. Did you sneak out again today? No, it's just a rare chance to take a little break. I have to fly to Binhai first thing tomorrow morning. You're such a busy person, Sululu said, giving the steering wheel a light tap. So, what do you think of my new car? It's cheap, but I think it drives pretty well. Ugh. Tang Ye sighed. Don't even get me started. It's so embarrassing I ended up snapping at someone for no good reason. Haha. I'll tell you, I laughed about that for a long time. The more I think about it, the funnier it gets. Ha ha ha. Here you go again. I'm almost speechless. The thing is, I happened to be away on a business trip that day. Otherwise, I would have picked you up myself. The driver I called was one of my employees. I told him to take my car to pick you up, but he got stuck in traffic and ended up arriving a bit late. Haha. As she spoke, Sululu suddenly burst out laughing. But seriously, how could someone be that clueless? Ha ha ha. I don't know anything about cars. Tang Ye was really frustrated. You have no idea how urgent my situation was back then. Sigh. Never mind, it's all tears. After parking the car, the two of them took the elevator. Tang Ye was wrapped up tightly, not daring to show her face. They arrived at a hot pot restaurant on the 5th floor. Once they entered the private room and Tang Ye took off her mask, she finally let out a sigh of relief. After ordering, the two continued chatting. You said you were in a Ferrari. You're really lucky. In all of Jiangsheng, how many Ferraris are there? And you actually happened to run into one. Tang Ye took a sip of tea and replied, that's not the point. The point is that after that guy saw my face, he didn't even bat an eye. Isn't that infuriating? Are you serious? I clearly remember the last time we went shopping together you were accidentally surrounded by your crazy fans, all asking for autographs and photos. Sululu continued in disbelief. I arranged for that employee to pick up Yaya that day. I told him he was going to pick her up and he was over the moon. He's a huge fan of yours, but he got stuck in traffic and couldn't make it. He was still bummed about it when he talked to me this morning. It's true. That guy kept trying to kick me out of the car at first. I had to beg him for ages. Tang Ye was puzzled. You know, I may not be a huge star, but I'm at least somewhat popular. He didn't even acknowledge me. He acted like he was going to kick me out of the car. And the thing is, I'd already introduced myself, but he still... How tragic, a popular female singer trying to hitch a ride, only to be ruthlessly kicked out. Ha ha ha. I can totally picture it. Sululu laughed again. Seeing Tang Ye about to bury her head under the table, Xululu comforted her. But that's normal. Not everyone knows you. Just try to look on the bright side. But that guy was so stuck up. I reached out to add him on WeChat, and at first he didn't even want to accept me. Xululu waved her hand dismissively. He drives a Ferrari and lives in a mansion. He's got every right to be cocky. By the way, what's the name of that place he lives in? Tang Ye thought for a moment. I think it's called Phoenix Garden? Phoenix Garden, huh? That place is ridiculously expensive. Xululu pulled out her phone to look it up. Check this out, the average price for a brand new villa there is 190 million per unit. Tang Ye was stunned. She knew it was expensive, but she hadn't expected it to be that expensive. Tang Ye's blown away level. Meanwhile, Fang Qimai inexplicably received Tang Ye's confusion points. However, since he was in the middle of playing basketball, he didn't pay it much attention. Just then, a guy with short cropped hair and glasses walked over. He looked somewhat familiar, but Fang Qi didn't recognize him. Fang Qimai asked, "Want to play? Our team's short one player." The boy ignored him and asked, "Are you Fang Qimai?" "Ding, you've been tagged by top student Guo Licheng. Unlocked ability, anti-hacking technology, firewall technology." Guo Licheng? Fang Qimai recognized him. He was from class 9 next door. Li Hongji's academic performance only ranked him in the top 10 of his grade. Guo Licheng, on the other hand, had consistently held the top spot and was considered the undisputed leader of No. 2 high school. He and Fang Qimai had never crossed paths before. "What's up?" "My name is Guo Licheng. I'd like to get to know you." Fang Qimai passed the ball to a teammate. He looked at Guo Licheng and said, "I remember you. On last week's English test, you scored 144 points. You were the only one in the papers I graded who scored over 140. Fang Qimai had been a bit surprised when he'd gotten to Guo Licheng's paper back then. "You have a great memory," Guo Licheng said, pushing his glasses up slightly. "I heard from our class representative that you were the one who graded our exams. I'm really jealous that Mrs. Tian chose you to grade them instead of me." Fang Qimai smiled faintly. It's true that excellence tends to invite jealousy. Growing up, no one had ever dared to claim they were outstanding in front of Guo Licheng. Guo Licheng's expression remained impassive, giving the impression that he was deeply calculating. No one could tell what he was really thinking. In this situation, if it had been Li Hongji, he might have been so furious he'd have been jumping up and down. Guo Licheng's reaction, however, piqued Fang Qimai's curiosity, making him want to take a look at his stats. When he opened the stats, Fang Qimai was stunned. From kindergarten to the present, this student had won no fewer than 218 awards of all sizes, too many to even count. Since high school, his average scores in Chinese, math, English, and the comprehensive science exam have consistently remained above 140 points. To date, Guo Licheng's resume has been nothing short of perfect. This was the so-called model student everyone talked about. But for some reason, it's unclear why someone so accomplished would have chosen to attend No. 2 high school. You'd think he would have gone to a better school like No. 1 high school or the foreign language school. Still, gold always shines. Someone like him would stand out wherever he went. In addition, Fang Qimai noticed something else. Guo Licheng had been learning to code since he was a child. At his current skill level, he could make a fortune just by writing code. This is also why, when Guo Licheng is named, the system rewards anti-hacking skills. All in all, he's a true talent. Guo Licheng said, "I heard that Mrs. Tian personally graded your English exam. You got a perfect score. And your science scores were a real dark horse. Although I don't know your Chinese score yet, you give me the impression of a rising star. You're outstanding. You'll be a worthy opponent. I need to apologize to you first," he said. "What?" "Because I failed to recognize an opponent like you sooner. I used to think that Li Hongji was the only one in class 10 worth mentioning." Fang Qimai was at a loss for words. Top students really do have extraordinary logic. Guo Licheng continued, "Don't worry, I mean no harm, and I don't want to make an enemy of you. I just want a rival to keep me motivated to study hard at all times." Fang Qimai began to understand Guo Licheng a little better. Perhaps he'd filled out his college application incorrectly. Guo Licheng, who could have gone to a better school, ended up at the relatively average No. 2 high school instead. Or perhaps he'd failed the high school entrance exam, not scoring as well as he'd hoped, which is why he ended up here. Being unbeatable made him feel lonely and afraid that he might become complacent, so he wanted to find a rival. Someone like that is constantly improving. Having a goal will only make him stronger. "Excuse me, I've got to go back and work on some practice problems. See you at the monthly exam." After Guo Licheng left, Fang Qimai marveled at the existence of such a person. That's a true academic powerhouse. But it's okay, he's got the skills. "I have the system."
During evening study hall, Fang Qimai played basketball until past 9 o'clock. Just then, his phone rang. It was from Yang Huming's grandfather. Yang Huming had consulted a fortune teller who determined that this coming Saturday was an auspicious day, perfect for the grand opening of the Yang family traditional Chinese medicine clinic. He had come specifically to ask Fang Qimai for his opinion. The clinic was already operating normally. The grand opening was just a formality. Fang Qimai thought it was fine, they could just go ahead with Yang Huming's plan. After hanging up the phone, Fang Qimai was getting ready to head home. Coincidentally, Wang Ziqing rode by on his bicycle. Fang Qimai said, "Hey brother Shang, why aren't you on a date today? Why are you getting off work so late?" "I had to work overtime. I sent your sister-in-law home first." "Are PE teachers that busy too?" Wang Ziqing replied, "The morning exercise program is still in the pilot phase, right? There are still many areas that need improvement, so we have to keep refining it. That task of refining it has fallen on us PE teachers. The administration wants us to submit improvement proposals based on the current situation. Everyone has to submit one. I've been working on it all day and just submitted it. I have no idea if it'll be approved." As he spoke, Wang Ziqing muttered, "I don't know who came up with this morning exercise idea, but for the sake of your health and studies, I'll put up with it." Fang Qimai exclaimed admiringly, "Brother Shang, you're truly great. You've worked so hard, thank you, thank you." Ahem, Wang Ziqing glanced around and whispered, "It's mainly because they suddenly gave me a raise. How could I not put in a little extra effort?" "A raise? Congratulations then." "PF, compared to you, I'm nothing." At that, Wang Ziqing felt quite downcast. "Now everyone at school thinks I'm rich, and the misunderstanding is only getting worse. What should I do?" He scratched his head. "I've explained it over and over, but they just won't listen." Fang Qimai said, "Then just go with the flow and play the part of a rich guy." "How do I do that? Teach me." "Speak with swagger, speak loudly, and don't hold back on the confidence." "Well..." Just then, Principal Su Hongrong and Vice Principal Li Ying were walking down from the administration building. Coincidentally, Fang Qimai and Wang Ziqing had just walked past them. Su Hongrong remarked, "Sure enough, rich people always hang out with other rich people. The rich hang out with the rich." Li Ying was puzzled. "Principal, I know Teacher Wang's identity has been exposed, but how can that other guy, Fang Qimai, possibly be called a rich guy too?" "Well..." Su Hongrong thought for a moment. When Fang Zhongshan and his wife had paid a visit that day, Li Ying had been out on business and hadn't been there to greet them. It was only natural that he didn't know. Su Hongrong revealed Fang Qimai's identity. Li Ying was completely stunned. So he was the son of Fang Zhongshan, Asia's richest man. Fang Qimai, Fang Qi. As he repeated the name, it suddenly dawned on him. So the Fang Qimai who acquired Shangwen, could it really be him? At first, I thought it was just a coincidence, the same name, but I never expected it was actually him. Thinking about it now, Li Ying felt a chill run down his spine. During class today, he almost called on Fang Qimai and made him stand in the corner. Li Ying's confusion level. Acting bravely in the face of danger earns extra points on the college entrance exam. He scored a perfect score on the English exam and wrote an essay so outstanding that the entire grade should study it. Once Teacher Tian gets back, I'll make the arrangements and have him serve as class representative. By the way, if he wants to be class president, that's fine too. Li Ying stood there dumbfounded. But that's only natural. No one could accept this right away. Only now did he truly understand what it meant for No. 2 high school to be full of hidden talents. Su Hongrong said, "Although we're all acting in the school's best interests, we shouldn't be too greedy. Fang Qimai's father, Chairman Fang, has already contributed funds to help us build the gymnasium and the academic building. As for the renovation of the school cafeteria, we plan to start construction after the students go on summer break. This is already a tremendous honor for our second high school." Li Ying sensed there was more to Su Hongrong's words, so we should focus our efforts on Teacher Wang. Li Ying instantly caught his drift. "I really admire how dedicated you are to the school, Principal. However, we can't force this. It all depends on Teacher Wang's wishes." "Right. Come on, let's go up and say hello." The two quickened their pace and hurried up to catch up. "Isn't that Qimai? And there's Teacher Wang too." "Ding! You've been singled out by Principal Su Hongrong. Unlocked ability, anti-hacking technology, intrusion detection technology." Fang Qimai and Wang Ziqing turned around. Wang Ziqing said, "Principal Xu, Vice Principal Lai." Su Hongrong took a good look at Wang Ziqing. "My Teacher Wang, you're still as frugal as ever, riding a bicycle to and from work." "That's right, it's truly energy efficient and eco-friendly," Li Ying chimed in. Wang Ziqing gave an awkward smile. "Principal, actually I..." Fang Qimai glanced at him. Su Hongrong pointed at the floor and continued, "Hey, the paving stones at our school entrance. Vice Principal Li, look, don't you think they need to be repaired? Otherwise, they'll make it difficult for everyone to ride bikes and walk." "You're right, after all, our No. Tu High School has been around for quite a few years now. It really does need to be repaired. As he spoke, Li Ying turned to Wang Xisheng. Teacher Wang, what do you think? Wang Xisheng replied, I think it's fine. It doesn't really affect cycling. It's pretty smooth. Su Hongrong. Li Ying. There aren't enough trees on our campus. Summer is coming, and it's pretty sunny for students and teachers walking along the paths. That's true. It would be great if we could plant bigger trees and turn the entire main road into a tree-lined avenue. Teacher Wang, what do you think? Wang Xisheng thought for a moment. I think it's fine. Since I'm a PE teacher, I'm pretty used to the sun. Su Hongrong. Li Ying. Wang Xisheng was a bit puzzled. Why had Principal Xu been hinting around lately, asking me about school construction, maintenance, and upgrades? I'm just a PE teacher, what do I know about any of that? Could it be that the principal is thinking of promoting me? Getting a raise was already a huge honor. I wouldn't dare to think about anything else. I get the feeling there's some kind of misunderstanding here. I recalled what Fang Qimai had just said. Since I couldn't explain it clearly, I should just act like a rich person. A rich person, that means you have to talk with swagger. Speak loudly. And you've got to exude confidence. He glanced at Fang. Fang Qimai gave him a determined look. That's right, you've got to be a little cocky. Just as the two principals were about to say something else, Wang Xisheng took a deep breath. Then, in a firm and resolute tone, he said, Principal, I've already submitted the proposal to optimize the students' morning exercise program. Please review it immediately and approve it as soon as possible. I hope you won't be so ungrateful. Well, As soon as those words left his mouth, Su Hongrong and Li Ying froze in their tracks. Confusion level from Su Hongrong, +F team. Confusion level from Li Ying, +12. Li Ying glanced awkwardly at Su Hongrong. Su Hongrong hurriedly said, Yes. Thank you for your hard work, Teacher Wang. I'll head back to my office right away to check on things. Thank you, Teacher Wang, for your dedication to the students. Please go back and get some rest. After Li Ying finished speaking, the two principals took their leave. Wang Xisheng stared blankly at Fang Qimai. Fang Qimai silently gave him a thumbs up. Impressive. Oh no, the more he thought about it, the more terrified he became. I just got carried away. Did I act too cocky? What if they fire me tomorrow? Fang Qimai patted Wang Xisheng on the shoulder and said, You were that awesome on your own merits, why would they expel you? With that, Fang Qimai strutted off. Wang Xicheng's confusion level, +6. Meanwhile, the two principals returned to their office feeling awkward. Looks like we can't rush this. We'll have to take it slow for now. That's right, we can't be so abrupt in the future. Could it be that they think we're not being sincere enough? Here's what we'll do, let's give him a modest raise in his performance bonus. When Fang Qimai got home, he began reviewing the two awards he'd received that day. Firewall technology and intrusion detection technology. Both fall under anti-hacking technologies. A firewall is one of the most important tools for defending against external hackers. Essentially, it is a combination of computer hardware and software. It establishes a secure gateway between the internet and the internal network. This protects the internal network from intrusion by unauthorized external users. Speaking of intrusions, we must mention intrusion detection technology. A firewall alone is not a complete solution to security issues. It must be used in conjunction with intrusion detection technology to effectively defend against hackers. Coincidentally, Fang Qimai had previously considered the possibility that the Shangwen library's backend might be vulnerable to intrusion by malicious actors. These hacking techniques could come in handy. However, relying solely on these two technologies is far from enough. He hopes to receive more rewards related to hacking techniques in the future. He wasn't in a hurry, though. Currently, the newly added books at Shangwen Library were relatively common titles on the market and, for the time being, didn't present a target worth attacking. At that moment, Bai Lishu approached respectfully. Young master, you're back. Several of the men's suits you had custom-made earlier have arrived. Would you like to try them on now? Fang Qimai was somewhat surprised. Normally, customizing high-end men's clothing involves processes such as measurements, design, and tailoring. It usually takes at least a month. On top of that, shipping time had to be factored in. He hadn't expected it to be completed in just over 2 weeks. After all, as the son of the chairman of Tianhou Group, his order had to be moved up on the schedule. Another factor was of course the allure of money. Let's try it on now. In the fitting room, there was a dedicated display rack featuring this season's custom collection. A quick glance revealed a wide variety of garments. Kaiden, Brioni, Brunello Cucinelli, LVMH. To be honest, Fang Qimai wasn't familiar with any of these brands. Unless you paid close attention, it would be hard for the average person to recognize them. Aside from domestic men's fashion brands, the ones he'd heard of most often were Armani, Adidas, Versace, and so on. On the display rack before him, the first things to catch Fang Qimai's eye were the three suits. One was dark blue, one was black, and the other was red. Bai Lishu stepped forward to explain. This blue cotton suit is from Kaidan, one of Italy's three major giants. Kaidan is a top-tier luxury brand, often referred to as the Lamborghini of suits. Currently, there are only 7 stores in China, and none here in Jiangshan. As he spoke, Bai Lishu put on white gloves and stepped forward to take down the blue Kaidan suit. At the same time, he handed over a pair of Fendi leather shoes. After Fang Qimai put them on, he looked completely transformed. Made from shirting fabric, the suit felt as comfortable as a knit cardigan when Fang Qimai wore it. Paired with a red embroidered polka dot pocket square, a fashion statement. It retained a sense of formality while adding a touch of casual elegance. Bai Lishu exclaimed, "Young master, you look incredibly handsome." "Uncle Bai, how much does this suit cost?" 228,000. If you add the custom-made Fendi leather shoes, the total comes to 276,000. Fang Qimai spun around in front of the mirror. The suit felt incredibly comfortable. He nodded, thoroughly satisfied. "Young master, let me show you the next suit." This black suit is also from Brioni, one of the big 3 of Italian menswear. Brioni is even known as the king of men's bespoke tailoring. Unlike Chiton suits, which emphasize a close fit, Brioni suits have a more structured silhouette, with wider lapels and trouser legs, sharper shoulder lines, and an overall sense of power. "Young master, please try it on." After changing into this black Brioni suit, Fang Qimai felt he looked much more mature. His posture appeared more upright and imposing, and his presence was significantly enhanced. As early as the beginning of the last century, Brioni had already made a name for itself. It was the brand of choice for many celebrities, political figures, and wealthy individuals. This suit is 260,000. Next, Bai Lishu introduced the third option, a suit from the land of romance, Berluti. Its style was completely different from the previous 2, with a more casual feel. True to its bespoke nature, Fang Qimai was thoroughly satisfied with all 3 suits in terms of fit, style, and the feel of wearing them. However, he would only wear them on specific occasions. In addition to suits, there were t-shirts, silk shirts, and polo shirts from major brands. Prices ranged from 10,000 to 60,000. Among them, a gray t-shirt caught Fang Qimai's particular attention. Brunello Cucinelli. It is also one of Italy's world-class luxury brands, hailed as the King of Kashmir. Currently, there are no more than 20 stores in China. This t-shirt is made from fine, high-quality cashmere, with a soft, smooth texture and a lightweight silhouette. It exudes a minimalist elegance with a subtle touch of luxury. It's suitable for any occasion. In the end, Fang Qimai realized that this was actually his favorite. "Uncle Bai, how much is this one?" Bai Lishu replied, 22 on 750 yuan per piece. Fang Qimai said, "The gray ones give me 10 more. "Sure, young master." No need to waste time shopping, and no need to go through the hassle of trying things on. Right before his eyes, every piece of clothing was tailor-made, guaranteed to fit perfectly and guaranteed to be exactly the style he liked. This feels great. By the way, young master, your custom-made Spalding No. 7 basketball has arrived. Oh, let me take a look. Basketballs for the general public are inexpensive and are usually made of rubber, cowhide, or other ultrafine fibers. However, these balls have low tensile strength and poor abrasion resistance. Combined with issues in the manufacturing process, they tend to break easily and gradually lose their surface coating as you play. This Spalding, however, is different. It's made from ZK microfiber, a high-end PU leather. This material offers significant advantages in terms of stretchability, with excellent tensile strength and elasticity. It is wear-resistant, easy to maintain, and suitable for both indoor and outdoor use. Furthermore, thanks to the sophisticated manufacturing process, basketballs used on NBA courts rarely experience deflation or peeling. As soon as he got his hands on it, Fang Qimai realized what it meant to be unable to put it down. After dribbling it a few times, he exclaimed, "This is really great, it feels amazing in my hands. I can't wait to give it a try." He then turned to Bai Lishu and said, "Arrange for 9 people for me, they need to know how to play basketball. I'll be waiting for them at my basketball court." "Yes, young master, I'll pass the word right away." Before he knew it, it was Saturday. This was a day Li Hongzhi had been eagerly anticipating. He had been looking forward to Xiao Bixu's birthday for a long time. After finishing breakfast, he posted the location of Dichang KTV in the class chat group. He also reminded everyone once again that the party would start at 2 p.m. Then he went back to his room and took out the birthday gift he'd prepared half a month in advance. Today I can finally give it to her. Bixu is definitely going to love it. It wasn't a particularly expensive gift. He knew that, financially speaking, he was no match for Fang Qimai. But when it came to the significance of this gift, he could confidently say he completely outshone Fang Qimai. Meanwhile, Fang Qimai wasn't nearly as relaxed as Hongji. After changing into a grey Brunello Cusnelli t-shirt, Fang Qimai headed out. Today was the reopening of the Yang family traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Early in the morning, Fang Qimai's 3 luxury cars were already parked at the clinic's entrance. Accompanying Fang Qimai were not only Bai Lisho but also a team of star chefs from his household. Today's meal was in their capable hands. For the reopening, Yang Huming had invited several friends who were practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine to join them for the meal. "Mr. Fang, you're here," Yang Huming said respectfully. "Grandpa Yang, just call me Xiaomai." "How can that be? You're my boss now." Fang Qimai replied, "But Grandpa Yang, you're still my benefactor." "Well, I hope our relationship stays the same as it always has, and that nothing will change that." "You're such a kid," Yang Huming nodded. "All right, I understand." Just then, 3 old men walked in. "Hey, old Zhang, old Li, old Wai, you're here." Yang Huming immediately went to greet them. "Wow, old Yang, the renovation looks great. The whole clinic looks so much more impressive now. You, Director Yang, are full of energy and vitality." "Old Yang, congratulations." Thank you. Then the 3 old men turned their attention to Fang Qimai. "Who is this young man?" Fang Qimai took a step forward and handed over a business card he'd prepared in advance. "Hello, gentlemen. My name is Fang Qimai, and I'm an investor in the Yang's traditional Chinese medicine clinic." The 3 men took the business card and looked at it. They read aloud the words printed on it. Fang Qimai, General Manager of Yang's traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Ding! You have been singled out by the veteran TCM practitioner Zhang Yijin. Reward skill: PN Qui's divine acupuncture technique. Ding! You have been singled out by Master Li Zhenshu, an experienced TCM practitioner. Reward skill: Wachuo's spinal acupoint technique. Ding! You have been singled out by Senior TCM practitioner Wei Shuimu. Reward: Fuxi's 9 needles, added to your system inventory. After reading the introductions, Fang Qimai was stunned. These rewards were nothing short of incredible. First up was the divine acupuncture technique of Bian Kui. This was an acupuncture technique frequently used by the renowned physician Bian Kui. It produces rapid results. Often a single needle is enough to relieve pain, and the results are remarkably effective. The Huotuo Jiaji acupoint is a medical technique mastered by the legendary physician Huotuo. Through acupressure or acupuncture on specific acupoints, it can produce significant therapeutic effects on the thoracic, cervical, and lumbar vertebrae. There is also the Fuxi 9 needles. Many people are familiar with the story of Shenong tasting hundreds of herbs, but are less familiar with Fuxi's creation of the 9 needles. The so-called Fuxi's 9 needles refer to 9 stone needles, used to lancing abscesses, draining pus and blood, or stimulating specific parts of the body to relieve pain. They represent the dawn of acupuncture in China. Each of the Fuxi 9 needles has a distinct shape with its own specific uses and therapeutic effects. These were truly remarkable artifacts. Previously, Fang Qimai had already read the Wangdi Neijing, the Wangdi Weijing, and the Qingnang Shu. Thanks to his ability to remember everything he reads at a glance, Fang Qimai had already committed the contents of these books entirely to memory. Added to this was herbal identification, a reward from the system. Fang Qimai had already mastered a portion of the theoretical knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine. Just moments ago, he had also learned 2 new skills, Bianqui's divine acupuncture technique and Hua Jiaji acupoint technique. He had even acquired the Fuxi 9 needles. Now, Fang Qimai had already achieved a certain level of expertise in the field of traditional Chinese medicine. "Mr. Fang, you're truly a prodigy. It's a pleasure to meet you." Fang Qimai smiled slightly. "Please take a seat, everyone. The opening ceremony begins at 9 o'clock. Please have a cup of tea in the meantime." Sure. Bai Lisho served them a freshly brewed cup of Beluochan tea. The 3 veteran TCM practitioners savored it carefully. Wei Shuimu said, "What a fine tea." Lei Zhenshu said, "Old Yang, it's been quite a few years since the last time we all got together, hasn't it?" "That's right. We've all been busy with our own lives, it can't be helped." Come to think of it, we've known each other for decades now. Time really does fly. By the way, how's business going for you guys these days? Zhang Yijin replied, it's okay getting by. Same here. Li Zhenshu waved his hand. I don't run a clinic anymore. I just treat my neighbors for minor ailments from time to time. Traditional Chinese medicine is on the decline these days, Wei Shuimu sighed. That's right. Many clinics are run by a single veteran practitioner, or perhaps with a few young doctors. Once the veteran practitioner is gone, the clinic disappears too. It's really hard to promote the culture of traditional Chinese medicine. Lai Shugan said, Old Yang, we're past our prime. Now that you have Mr. Fang's support, see if you can get the clinic up and running and build its reputation. What Li Shugan was saying was, in fact, Fang Qimai's expectations for the Yang family traditional Chinese medicine clinic. It was also the goal Fang Qimai had set for himself. Although his original intention in buying the Yang family TCM clinic had been simply to help Yang Quan escape his father Yang Huming's harassment. But now that he'd bought it, he intended to run it well. Fang Qimai possessed a wealth of medical expertise, but he simply didn't have the energy or time to stay at the clinic all the time. So far, Fang Qimai has already taught Yang Huming some of the knowledge from the Blue Satchel Manual. Given the opportunity, he would gradually pass on his own medical skills to him as well. Using Yang Huming to raise the clinic's profile was the best approach. If the clinic flourishes in the future, he plans to bring in Li Zhenshu and the other veteran traditional Chinese medicine practitioners to practice here. This would give these longtime friends who have known each other for decades the opportunity to reunite. At the same time, he'll make some money. This would be beneficial for both sides. Exactly 9:00 a.m. was the auspicious time Yang Huming had calculated. After a simple ceremony, Fang Qimai and Yang Huming together pulled down the red cloth covering the signboard. The Yang Traditional Chinese Medicine Clinic was officially opened. Congratulations. Congratulations to Mr. Fang, and congratulations to Director Yang. Thank you. Thank you. Fang Qimai added, come now, it's our honor that you've all graced us with your presence at our opening ceremony. I've already arranged for lunch to be prepared. Let's have a meal together a little later. No problem at all. No problem. Just as they were speaking, a middle-aged woman suddenly appeared at the doorway looking around. Can I see a doctor today? Yes, please come right in. The clinic had been open all along, but this woman was the first patient since it opened. Come to think of it, she was quite lucky. Among those present were 4 highly skilled senior TCM practitioners. After she sat down, Yang Huming asked, where does it hurt? The woman replied, my lower back has been hurting for quite some time now, and the back of my right thigh throbs in waves, it's driving me crazy. Please take a look. After asking her in detail about her symptoms, the 4 veteran TCM practitioners unanimously concluded that this was a soft tissue injury caused by a lumbar spine issue. In Western medical terms, this is sciatica. The woman said happily, you're all doctors? That's wonderful. Doctors, can this be cured? At that moment, Fang Qimai, who had been standing nearby, suddenly spoke up. Grandpa Yang, let me treat this first patient. You? Yang Huming and the other 3 veteran TCM doctors all turned to look at him. Although Yang Huming hadn't said it outright in front of the patient, Fang Qimai could read between the lines. That is, treating patients is no laughing matter. After all, he'd known Fang Qimai for so many years. Fang Qimai knew nothing about medicine. Although Li Zhenshu and the others had their doubts, they refrained from voicing them out of respect for Fang Qimai's status. It was actually the woman who spoke up first. Oh, my young man, are you any good at this? If you end up paralyzing me, I'll definitely sue you. It was clear that this woman was also a straightforward and outspoken person. She spoke her concerns bluntly and without reservation. Fang Qimai replied, as mentioned in the Yellow Emperor's Inner Canon Suin, when the 3 pathogenic factors wind, cold, and dampness invade the body and combine, they result in Bai syndrome. Your symptoms fall under Bai syndrome. Pathogenic factors of wind, cold, and dampness invade the body and obstruct the tendons and vessels, leading to qi stagnation, blood stasis, and meridian blockage. Therefore, you need a formula that promotes the flow of qi and blood, warms the meridians to dispel cold, and unblocks the meridians to relieve pain. Since your condition has already persisted for quite some time, you can take Huangqi Gishi Wu decoction or Shujin Jianyao pills. Well, the woman looked at Yang Huming and the others. Is what he's saying correct? He isn't just spouting nonsense, is he? Yang Huming and the others nodded vigorously. That's right, he got everything right. I didn't realize Mr. Fang knew about traditional Chinese medicine as well. Bai Lishu's eyes lit up and he nodded silently. Fang Qimai asked, "Auntie, your lower back must have been hurting for quite some time, right?" Yes, for several years now. I've been taking medicine and whatnot, but it's been up and down, it's been killing me." Fang Qimai stepped forward and pressed his finger on the lower back area of the woman. "Ouch. Does it hurt here?" "That's exactly it. You also have a problem with your lumbar spine, and that's making your condition worse right now." The woman looked at Yang Huming. Yang Huming said, "That's right. This matches what the rest of us just deduced, though he explained it to you in more detail." The woman nodded, half convinced. Then she said anxiously, "Even if what you're saying is true, how do we treat it? The pain is killing me, it hurts the moment I stand up." This condition wasn't difficult to treat. Fang Qimai didn't even need to use the 9 needles of Fuxi. Medicine takes time to work. If you want immediate relief, I'll massage your acupoints. Then Fang Qimai said, "Come on, lie face down." The woman hesitated a little. Even if Fang Qimai had mastered the theoretical knowledge, was a young boy of 17 or 18 really capable of using massage to treat an illness? Half believing, half doubting, she slowly lay face down on the treatment table. Yang Huming and the other 3 veteran TCM practitioners also wanted to see how Fang Qimai would treat her. Looking at the woman's back, Fang Qimai, who had mastered Hua Tuo's Jiaji acupoints, already had everything under control. The highest and most prominent joint in the cervical spine is called the 7th cervical vertebra. Below the 7th cervical vertebra lies the 1st thoracic vertebra. From the 1st thoracic vertebra onward, the spine extends all the way to the 5th lumbar vertebra. There are 12 thoracic vertebrae and 5 lumbar vertebrae, for a total of 17 vertebrae. The Jiaji acupoints are located in the indentations between each thoracic vertebra and between each lumbar vertebra, 0.15 kun to the left and right of the midline. There are 34 such points in total, and massage at each location has corresponding therapeutic effects. To treat the woman's condition, Fang Qimai massaged several Jiaji acupoints on her lumbar spine. After just 5 minutes of massage, the woman clearly felt that the pain in her lower back and lower limbs had subsided. "Amazing, amazing, it's already working." Fang Qimai paid no heed and continued massaging with concentration. Another 10 minutes passed and the pain had subsided considerably. "It's amazing, it was so painful just a moment ago, but now I feel so much better." The woman was very excited. Fang Qimai said, "You can get up now." The woman asked, "Are you a doctor here too?" Yang Huming interjected, "No, he's the owner of this clinic." "That's really rare to be the owner at such a young age. Also, I've heard that many clinic owners are only interested in making money once the clinic is up and running. They just sit back and let others do the work. I never would have thought that the owner of your clinic would also be such a skilled doctor." Li Zhenshu and his companions knew this line of work very well. Having an investor isn't necessarily a good thing. Compared to having to kowtow to others, they preferred to go it alone. So it came back to what they'd discussed earlier. Once the old TCM doctor was gone, the clinic would disappear, and it would gradually fall into decline. But now Fang Qimai, the owner, was a force to be reckoned with. Yang Huming and the others exchanged glances and gave him a thumbs up. What President Fang just used was the Jiaji acupoint. I never would have thought that Mr. Fang, being so young, would actually know this technique. Hua Tuo's Jiaji acupoint technique isn't some lost secret art. It's just that, aside from common ailments, TCM practitioners generally specialize in specific fields, and not every practitioner masters it. For example, Yang Huming specializes in chronic internal medicine conditions such as stomach ailments. Li Zhenshu, on the other hand, is a veteran TCM practitioner specializing in tuina massage. Fang Qimai had received the Hua Tuoji acupoint technique as a reward for being singled out by him. Li Zhenshu couldn't help but exclaim, "I'm truly impressed. I feel that Mr. Fang's technique is even more skilled than mine, even though I've been a TCM practitioner for decades." Fang Qimai smiled faintly. "Esteemed seniors, I'm afraid I've made a fool of myself." "Oh, you're too modest, Mr. Fang." Yang Huming was the most astonished of all. He asked Jiao Mai, "How come I've never known you had this skill?" Fang Qimai didn't answer directly, but said, "If there's anything I did wrong, please feel free to correct me, Grandpa Yang and everyone else." Wei Shuimu said, "When I was your age, I was nowhere near your level. Mr. Fang, I have nothing to say but that I'm in awe." Zhang Yijin said, "Mr. Fang, you must have plenty more to offer. Why not share it with us so we can learn from you?" Fang Qimai smiled again. "I wouldn't dare call it learning, let's just consider this a mutual exchange." At that moment, the woman said, "Young man, doctor, no, wait, boss, what about my condition?" Fang Qimai replied, For now, the pain has only been temporarily relieved. You'll need to get a prescription to consolidate the results. By the way, your mattress shouldn't be too soft. Reduce your physical activity. Bed rest can help ease the pain, but I don't recommend staying in bed for too long. Okay, the woman nodded repeatedly. Thank you so much, doctor. Grandpa Yang, could you please help me get the medicine? No problem. The woman said, oh doctor, I'm having some trouble with my cervical spine too. Could you take a look at that as well? Sure. Then, looking at Fang Qimai, the woman whispered, Doctor, your medical skills here are so advanced, is it very expensive? How do you charge? Fang Qimai replied, it's not expensive. We charge the same as other clinics. But would you like us to treat you for free? Just for today. Is there such a good deal? Of course I'd like that. Fang Qimai said, lie down again. Okay. The woman was overjoyed. I'll bring lots of people here to see you in the future. In our neighborhood, many people have all sorts of ailments. Turning to Yang Huming and the others, Fang Qimai said, while I'm massaging her, we can discuss this. In reality, Fang Qimai intended to use this first patient as a case study to discuss with the veteran TCM practitioners. Starting with the Jiaji acupoint, the group discussed various theories of traditional Chinese medicine. Originally, Li Shugan and his two companions had come to attend the grand opening ceremony, but they ended up gaining an unexpected insight. Over the decades, traditional Chinese medicine had become such an integral part of their lives that it had inevitably grown a bit monotonous. But Fang Qimai helped them rediscover their passion. After a hearty lunch, the group continued to sit together, exchanging ideas and discussing various topics. Before they knew it, it was already 1:30 p.m. Li Hongzhi got out of the car. Today, he was wearing a light green shirt and carrying a bag. The building before them, which looked quite upscale, was the Dicheng KTV. Walking up to the front desk, Li Hongzhi said, I reserved a private room. After all my tireless efforts, the gift list still got swallowed up. Damn it. Before long, the front desk at Dicheng verified Li Hongzhi's identity. Okay, your private room is the presidential party room 8001. You can sing until we close. The receptionist then handed him a receipt. Please verify this and sign here. Li Hongzhi took it and glanced at it. Private room fee, exclusive use, 760. Royalty fee. Tip. At first glance, it didn't seem like much, but he noticed the note at the bottom. Minimum spend for the entire event, 6 to 800 yuan. This minimum spending requirement for the entire venue is... The front desk staff explained, our KTV has always had a minimum spending requirement. For standard private rooms, it's 1,980 yuan. The presidential party room you booked is one of our higher-end private rooms, so the minimum spending requirement is 6,800 yuan. This minimum spend includes the total of copyright fees, room charges, and purchases from the convenience store. If the total falls short of 6,800 yuan, we'll charge 6,800 yuan. Tips are calculated separately and aren't included in this amount, the receptionist added. Well, Li Hongzhi was speechless. It seems this isn't your average KTV. As soon as he walked in, he could tell this place was upscale. Li Hongzhi's family was well off. But he thought this was a bit over the top. For this gathering, he'd asked his mom Meng Shujia for 2,000 yuan, saying he wanted to treat his whole class to a get-together. Add in some of his own pocket money, and that should have been more than enough. He never expected it would cost as much as 6,100. Add a 2% service charge, and that means the private room alone would cost at least 7,000. While there's certainly a reason why it's expensive, that price really stung. Hold on a second. Li Hongzhi walked to the door and called Kai Shali. What's up, Ji? Li Hongzhi asked irritably. Kai Shali, I'm asking you what's going on. I asked you to help book a private room, and you went and got me one this expensive. On the other end of the line, Kai Shali was secretly delighted. She'd only been to Dicheng once before, and that time she'd been in a regular private room. She knew the minimum spend was 1,980. After calling to ask, she found out there were even more expensive options. To make Xiao Bixu look foolish, she decisively went for the most expensive one. Hello, where is everyone? Dicheng is a pretty high-end KTV, it's normal for it to be expensive. Besides, with our whole class there, we'd need the presidential party private room just to fit everyone. Li Hongzhi looked around and continued, but it can't be that expensive, can it? A minimum charge of 6 to 800? Kai Shali said, oh come on Ji, what are you worried about? It's not like you're the one paying. Who said that? Li Hongzhi trailed off. He had actually planned to throw this birthday party for Xiao Bixu. You're not going to pay for it, are you? For something like this, doesn't the person whose birthday it is usually foot the bill? Li Hongji. This woman, she's really set me up. He deeply regretted it. He never should have handed this over to Kai Shali. I don't care, just get me a cheaper private room. I can't do that, class president. All the private rooms at Dichang require reservations, and since it's the weekend, they've been fully booked for ages. Our room is in high demand too. If it weren't for my cousin, we wouldn't have been able to book it either. But Li Hongji was furious. Most of his classmates were already on their way, so there was no way to switch to a different KTV at the last minute. Kai Shali said smugly, "Don't worry, my cousin is the manager there. She can get us a discount." How much of a discount? I don't know, but given our relationship, she'll definitely do me a favor. Li Hongji let out a heavy sigh. In the future, it'd be better to check out places like this myself. He'd really been taken for a ride this time. He thought to himself, I hope the discount is substantial. If not, I'll just have to ask mom for a little more money. After all, it's Bixu's birthday. Since I've already promised to help celebrate it, I'll go all out. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Make sure to say hi to your cousin for me." Don't worry, Jade. After hanging up, Kai Shali smiled herself. PM. A few classmates began arriving at Dichang 11. One after another, they marveled that this was the most luxurious KTV they'd ever been to. Li Hongzi was in charge of gathering everyone in the lounge area of the lobby. At the same time, he was messaging the class group chat to urge those who hadn't arrived yet to hurry. A little while later, Xiao Bixu and Ruan Meng arrived together. Today, Xiao Bixu was wearing a long white dress, which made her skin look even fairer. She stood tall and graceful like a fairy. Li Hongji couldn't take his eyes off her. Bixu, happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Thank you, thank you. Her classmates rushed over one after another, pulling out the gifts they'd prepared. Almost everyone had brought something. Even those without gifts had prepared birthday cards. Except for Kai Shali and her group. Such is the charm of the school's most popular girl, they were all very jealous. Li Hongji, however, was keeping his gift hidden. He wanted to give it to Xiao Bixu later as a surprise. With so many gifts, big and small, Xiao Bixu couldn't carry them all. The resourceful Ruan Meng pulled out a large storage bag. Look, I knew this would happen. I prepared this for you. Haha, you're something else. After much effort, they finally managed to pack all the gifts into a large, bulging bag. It was quite heavy. Li Hongji said, "All right, for those who haven't arrived yet, just have them go straight to the private room. Everyone else, let's head up first. It's on the 8th floor. Take the elevator up in groups, no need to rush. Let the guest of honor go first." Then, turning to Xiao Bixu, he said, "Go on up first. I'll drop these gifts off at the front desk for you." Thanks. Xiao Bixu glanced around and thought to herself, isn't he here yet? She felt a slight pang of disappointment. 8001, the presidential party suite. A dedicated attendant stood at the door and warmly opened the private room's door. Once inside, she found the decor to be extremely luxurious. It was truly incomparable to an ordinary all-you-can-sing KTV. While waiting, Li Hongji listened to the receptionist's introduction. The equipment here is state-of-the-art, with excellent sound and video quality. The sofas were also made of high-quality material. That's right, everything was great. But Li Hongji felt as if his heart were bleeding. Everyone was really going out of their way for Xiao Bixu's birthday. More than 30 people from the class have already arrived. Those who hadn't arrived yet were mostly on their way. As soon as they entered the private room, everyone found a seat. The boys sat in one group, the girls in another, keeping to their own sides. Although they're in the same classroom every day, in a place like this, everyone was actually quite reserved. No one wanted to be the first to go up and sing. They either gathered in groups to chat or played online games together in small groups. Even after the waitstaff had brought out the drinks, snacks, and fruit platters, still no one was willing to be the first to take the stage. Just then the door opened again. A man wearing sunglasses walked in. It was Jiang Zijian. Li Hongji hadn't expected him to show up. But when Li Hongji saw that he was empty-handed, he felt relieved. Jiang Zijian glanced around the room, made sure he was in the right private room, and asked, "What's going on? If you're not here to sing, why are you at a KTV?" With that, he went ahead and selected a song. "Where's the mic? Give it to me." Just then, a new song appeared on the screen. "Today You're Going to Marry Me." Jiang Zijian held the mic and said, "Beautiful Xiao, I don't think any gift could ever be good enough for you. So let me treat you to my wonderful singing voice." Li Hongji. "Anyone want to sing a duet with me?" Jiang Zijian is a total mic hog. Once he gets his hands on it, he won't let go. And to make matters worse, he wasn't even a good singer. The whole class let out a collective groan.